Chapter 141. By Yuemian and Little Black Bear were also picking strawberries in the fields. She had also pulled up some strawberry plants, intending to take them home and plant them. Even after summer was over, they could be grown in the greenhouse. Suddenly, she heard Yunluohe let out a low cry. At the same time, a low humming sound pierced the silence. A giant venomous bee, the size of a palm, hovered among the leaves, its translucent wings fluttering constantly. Its stinger was as long as a little finger. It was clearly laced with venom, and the stinger was a dark purple. Yunluohe held her breath and slowly took a half step back. The ordinary venomous bees had been devoured by Yuntan. This giant venomous bee was clearly the leader of the swarm, now vigilantly guarding what was behind it. She looked behind the venomous bee and saw a dense patch of plants covered with palm-sized leaves, hiding a ruby-red strawberry. It was 5 times the size of an ordinary strawberry, covered in dense white hairs. The sepals at the top shone a faint golden hue, resembling a miniature crown. Sensing someone approaching, the giant venomous bee flapped its wings fiercely and swooped straight toward her. Wonton quickly stepped forward to shield Yunluohe, but the giant venomous bee, many times more agile than ordinary bees, dodged the spider silk and continued to swoop toward her. And the giant venomous bee wasn't afraid of Yuntan at all. "Be careful!" Bai Yuemian cried out in alarm. Seeing this, the little black bear picked up a rock and threw it at the venomous bee. Although it hit the bee, it spun around and easily split the rock with its stinger, emitting an even harsher buzzing sound. Thankfully, Yunluohe, having eaten the strawberry lollipop, had gained considerable speed, so she kept dodging, and the venomous bee couldn't reach her. "Wonton, try out your new skills." Wonton immediately retracted her shell, the purple venom coating shimmering faintly. When the giant venomous bee charged again, she slapped its wings with her claws, ramming her body into it, while simultaneously spitting out silk to entangle the giant venomous bee. The moment the venomous bee's wings made contact with its stinger, white smoke erupted, and its body spun in the air, threatening to lose its balance and fall. Yunluohe knew now was her chance. She drew her trident and stabbed the giant venomous bee. Lightning, accompanied by a crackling sound, charred the giant venomous bee and shattered it to the ground. Supplies appeared on the ground. Golden Royal Jelly X1, Queen Bee Stinger X1. Golden Royal Jelly, honey dropped by giant queen bees, a rare ingredient that can be used to make golden dishes. Drinking it directly increases your maximum stamina. Queen Bee Stinger, the stinger dropped from a giant queen bee is extremely poisonous and incredibly tough, and can be crafted into advanced weapons. Strawberry Lollipop, double the supplies. Double the happiness, just receive supplies doubled. Yunluohe's lips curled up, unable to hide her smile. She put her things away, and looked at the giant strawberry. The enormous strawberry dangled from the vine, its leaves edged with a faint golden halo. "Is this a giant strawberry?" "It's enormous." Bai Yuemian approached upon hearing the sound, and the little black bear peered over curiously. At the sight of the strawberry, its eyes lit up, and its saliva nearly dripped. Yunluohe gently tugged, and the vine trembled slightly as if alive, oozing a few drops of clear juice. The strawberry moved slightly, but she still plucked it. Giant strawberry, rare, a top-tier ingredient, rich in plant energy, it can be used to create top-tier special dishes. Eating it directly has a chance of increasing physical attributes. You must possess a gathering skill of level 5 or higher to pick it. Luckily, I reached level 5 earlier. Yunluohe breathed a sigh of relief. A giant strawberry occupied a separate slot in her backpack. Thanks to the double effect of the strawberry lollipop, picking it yielded 2 strawberries. Yunluohe was a little excited. She had to hurry and find another giant strawberry. The double time was about to expire. She asked Yuntan to help her search, as long as she could find the giant poisonous bee. As a spider, Yuntan should be able to find the bee more quickly. Yunluohe also activated her scanning eye and searched carefully. Using the scanning eye for extended periods of time was quite exhausting, but now was a special time, so she had to hurry. Bai Yuemian and Little Black Bear were also helping out. Everyone was busy and bustling. "Found it. Here." Hearing the sound, Yunluohe rushed over. Easily killing the giant poisonous bee with her Thunder Vortex Trident, she spotted another giant strawberry. 3 hours had finally passed, and the effect of the strawberry lollipop had worn off. Yunluohe finally stopped to catch her breath and rest. She pulled a folding dining table from her backpack, found a flat surface, and set it up, then pulled out 2 chairs. Then, as if by magic, she filled the table with food. A large platter of marinated seafood, conch sashimi, cold tofu, shredded chicken, stir-fried bok choy, lemon mint water, and fruit smoothies. A refreshing and delicious array of summer cooling foods and drinks. The overwhelming aroma made Bai Yuemian's eyes widen and her mouth water. Yun Luohe, let's eat. After we're done, we go to the next stop. Bai Yuemian, this is quite a feast. Yun Luohe, haha, luckily there's more. There's plenty to eat. Bai Yuemian grabbed a piece of hand-shredded chicken with her chopsticks and finished it with a happy expression. Wow, it's so delicious. Yun Luohe, seeing her look of satisfaction, was in a good mood. If you like it, I send you some more when we get back. Bai Yuemian nodded, like a chick pecking at rice. Hom. That's great. After finishing her meal, Yun Luohe burped. Eating with someone was indeed more comfortable than eating alone. Seeing Bai Yuemian eating non-stop, her appetite also worked up, and she ate a bit more than usual. Her stomach was bloated. Bai Yuemian ate even more. She said a little embarrassedly, it was so delicious that I accidentally ate too much. I feel a little dizzy. Fortunately, there were no carbs. Yun Luohe, do you want to rest for a while? After all, they weren't in a rush. Although it was later than expected, it was already 2 in the afternoon. But the only thing they had left to do was visit the thorn swamp, and they could stay on the island tonight, so there was no need to rush. The closer they got to the swamp, the more humid the air became. The scent of rotting leaves, mixed with a faint fishy odor, filled their air. The entrance to the thorny swamp was covered in dense vines. Yun Luohe used a military shovel to clear a path, but the sight before her made her frown. The swamp floor wasn't solid soil, but rather a thick, dark layer of rotting leaves. Underneath, a faint glimpse of black mud could be seen. That was to be expected. It was a swamp, after all, so it certainly wasn't flat ground. But this mud wasn't normal mud either, it actually bubbled. Yun Luohe threw a random piece of wood into the swamp, and it immediately corroded it. The wood sank and shrank, its surface practically ablaze. It seemed the rotting leaves were merely camouflage. If one stepped on something and sank, the corrosive venom would quickly corrode equipment and even burn the skin. Yun Luohe tentatively plunged her shovel into the rotten leaves, the tip instantly sinking half a foot deep. As she pulled it out, a wisp of black air emanated from the blade. You can't just step on it, she whispered, staring at the black mud, pondering how to get through. I think we need to pave a path with something. Even metal corrodes, so what can we use to pave a path? Yun Luohe had previously used wood to cross the swamp, but that clearly wouldn't work here. Bai Yuemian, I have a plan. She whispered a few words to the little black bear, who then clattered to the edge of the swamp, opened his mouth, and unleashed a pile of gravel. The gravel fused together, forming a massive stone. That's its skill. It's actually a stone bear, so it can spit out rocks. Yun Luohe suddenly realized, that's a pretty good skill. Bai Yuemian, I usually think it's useless, but let's give it a try and see if it can pave a path. The little black bear picked up a half-man-high rock and slammed it into the rotten leaves with a bang. The rock sank halfway, but then stopped firmly. Looks like it worked. Heisey did a great job. As if encouraged, the little black bear repeated the same trick. He moved to an open area, made a dozen or so huge rocks, and then, carrying them back and forth, heaved and slammed them into the poisonous mud, intending to throw them all into the mire. But the mud splattered everywhere, making it incredibly dangerous. On the third rock, the little black bear nearly got injured. If Yun Luohe hadn't quickly blocked it with his trident, the mud would have stuck to it, and it would have definitely taken a chunk out of its skin. Chapter 142. Bai Yuemian was startled and quickly called out to the little black bear, telling it to stop pounding the rock so violently. Yun Luohe instructed Yuntin and the little black bear to work together, using spider silk to tie the rocks together to control the force of their fall. They also formed a dense web of spider silk to block the poisonous mud and prevent it from splashing out. Soon, a zigzagging stone path formed in the middle of the swamp. Although the stones were spaced quite apart, they at least provided a foothold. Seeing this, Yuntin jumped onto the rocks and quickly spun spider silk, weaving several traction ropes above them. These were tied to trees at either end of the swamp. This way, they had a dangling rope hanging from the rocks for them to hold onto, providing an extra layer of security. Even if something happened to the rocks, they could rely on the spider silk to keep them safe. Otherwise, walking in the poisonous mud would be a dangerous undertaking. So clever. Yun Luohe couldn't help but praise them. You two are amazing. The little black bear patted his chest triumphantly, looking incredibly proud. For safety reasons, the two pets were temporarily placed in the pet bag. Yun Luohe was the first to step onto the first rock. She grasped the spider silk overhead, leaning slightly forward for balance, then leaped forward, landing steadily on the second rock. Bai Yuemian followed closely behind. When they reached the center of the swamp, the poisonous mud gurgled, and the rocks beneath their feet sank slightly. The poisonous mud beneath the rotten leaves surged up, and the black mist thickened. It looked like these rocks would also be corroded by the poisonous mud, but not as quickly. They didn't have much time left. Yun Luoha immediately quickened her pace and swiftly jumped onto the next rock. She said sternly, "We have to hurry." As she finished speaking, the stone beneath her feet suddenly sank. Yun Luoha's face changed, and she hurriedly urged Bai Yuemian to follow. Bai Yuemian didn't dare to slack off and immediately followed. The moment her heel left the stone sank into the poisonous mud, leaving only a circle of black emptiness. Bai Yuemian's face paled with fear, and she quickly clung to the spider silk. Yun Luoha also held her breath. Despite her calm demeanor, she was actually unsure, her heartbeat racing. The other side of the swamp was not far away, only 4 stones were needed, but these 4 stones were clearly no longer holding up. Yun Luoha frowned and immediately released Yuntan, asking it to spit out more spider silk to reinforce the existing one. Now they had to slowly crawl across, clinging to the silk with all 4 limbs. "We can't walk anymore. Get on the silk." With that, Yun Luoha took the lead and dangled upside down from the silk, grasping the thread with both hands, crossing her legs and hooking them onto it, then inching forward. Bai Yuemian was shocked by what she saw, but out of trust in Yun Luoha, she followed her lead and hung onto the spider silk without hesitation. In less than a minute, the boulders had all been corroded and melted by the poisonous mud, slowly disappearing into the swamp. Bai Yuemian's heart sank, yet she also felt like she had survived a catastrophe. If it weren't for Yun Luoha's quick decision, they might have shared the same fate as the rocks. But they weren't safe yet, they had to climb through the spider silk, and she wasn't sure if she had the strength to persevere. After just a moment, her hands and feet were already weak. She had never done such a strenuous exercise before. It was truly exhausting. Yun Luoha turned and glanced at Bai Yuemian. "Are you running out of energy?" She gave Bai Yuemian a strength-boosting treat. A pumpkin, carrot, and venison stew. This was a high-end treat Yun Luoha had made long ago. Consuming it gave her 60 stamina points, and most importantly, 10 strength points, perfect for Bai Yuemian, who was already exhausted. She had Yuntan bring the food to Bai Yuemian. "Eat this quickly. It'd be useful after you finish it. You be fine after this." Bai Yuemian struggled to free one hand, and, not caring if it was clean, stuffed it directly into her mouth. She devoured it with big mouthfuls. The deliciousness of the food eased her nerves slightly, but her nerves remained tense. After she finished, a warm current flowed down her throat and into her limbs, instantly restoring strength to her previously sore arms. She grasped the spider silk tightly, imitating Yun Luoha's example by hooking her knees around the rope and using both hands and feet to move forward. The poisonous mud in the swamp was still bubbling, and black mist spread upward along the spider silk, sizzling and corrosive wherever it touched. The spider silk, enveloped in black energy, didn't break, merely swaying slightly, but it didn't get stained. Luckily, Yun Luoha had just had Yun Tun reinforce the silk. Seeing this, Bai Yuemian, though frightened, felt reassured. The two continued forward. "Not good," Yun Luoha suddenly whispered. "Bai Yuemian, what's wrong?" "Yun Luoha, there's something in the poisonous mud ahead." A half-grayish vine emerged from the swamp's rotting leaves, a cluster of purple-black berries hanging from it. Each berry was ripe, seemingly about to burst, and a sticky black liquid gushed out, gently swaying with the gurgling of the poisonous mud. This thing doesn't look normal. It felt better to avoid it, but there was no way to change direction now. Not to mention that there weren't any trees strong enough to build a passage in other directions. Yuntan couldn't spit out more spider silk ropes in such a short time. "Be careful. Don't touch it later," Yun Luoha warned Bai Yuemian sternly. Her intuition told her that those vines and berries were extremely dangerous, perhaps even more poisonous than the poisonous mud. Yun Luoha quickened her pace, the spider silk rubbing against her palms almost sparking. Suddenly, the spider silk ahead loosened. An old branch at the edge of the swamp had bent downward under the weight of the 2 men, bending the spider silk's traction rope with it. "The branch is breaking," Bai Yuemian exclaimed. Before they could react, they heard the sound of a branch snapping, and the spider silk suddenly slanted downward. The 2 of them instantly lost their balance, about to fall into the poisonous mud. Yun Luoha immediately grabbed another rope, then turned back and grabbed Bai Yuemian. With a sudden push, Yun Tun, in tune with her, instantly entangled both of them with spider silk, barely securing them to the other rope. At the same time, Yun Tun, using all his remaining energy, spun a stream of spider silk around Yunluo's wrist, pulling her leg back from the point of contact with the poisonous mud. Bai Yuemian was terrified, her knees weak, and she dared not look down. Thankfully, Yunluo held her tightly, pulling her toward him. But a single strand of spider silk couldn't hold for long, and the two of them dangled precariously in midair. The poisonous mud below was smoldering, and the vines beyond, seemingly sensing the movement, slowly extended their vines. Seeing the spider silk about to collapse, Yunluo gritted his teeth and pulled out some pet snacks and blood crystal fragments for Yunten to eat. Yunten ate the whole thing in one gulp, regaining a lot of energy and able to spin a web again. Yunten, quickly go to the other side and weave a web. Yunluo panted and ordered Yunten. Yunten scurried along the slanting spider silk to the other side, his 8 legs dancing rapidly. In less than 10 seconds, he had spun a giant, translucent web, firmly clinging to the rocks on the other side, and then connecting to the spider silk on the nearby tree. I throw you over there later. You jump with my force. Don't look back, and don't resist. Yunluo said to Bai Yuemian seriously. Bai Yuemian nodded. At that moment, the vines seemed to come alive, and the note was already reaching for Yunluo's feet. Yunluo acted decisively, yanking Bai Yuemian towards the web. With all her might, Bai Yuemian slammed heavily into the spider web. The sticky silk instantly wrapped around her body, cushioning the impact of the fall. Yunluo, on her side, quickly drew her trident and struck the vine. Blue lightning struck the vine, causing its branches to tremble as if convulsing. The berries exploded, black juice splattering and instantly emitting smoke. The vine, as if frightened, dared not approach Yunluo again. Yunluo's expression froze, and she instructed Yunten to use the spider web to gather the remaining berries from the vine. Then she quickly followed the silk thread and left the swamp. Once on land, Yunluo had no time to catch her breath before the remaining strand of silk broke apart, falling onto the black mud. Although it didn't melt immediately, it slowly corroded into black smoke. The vines rapidly absorbed the black smoke, as if absorbing it, their branches rapidly expanding. It looked extremely eerie. Yunluo lifted the black berries Yunten had collected through the spider silk to examine them. But at that moment, she suddenly sensed danger. The next second, a croaking sound came from behind her. She turned and looked into a pair of scarlet eyes. It was a giant toad, the size of a calf. Its skin was a disgusting gray-green, covered in protruding venom glands. It stared at the two of them, its mouth open, its long, slender tongue extended. Sticky saliva dripped onto the ground, instantly corroding several small pits. This must be a mutant creature from the swamp. Yunluo didn't even have time to recover before she was about to engage in battle again. The giant toad suddenly leaped forward, its long, sticky tongue thrusting straight at them. Yunluo quickly retreated and slashed at it with her trident. Bai Yuemian didn't dare rest any longer and immediately summoned the little black bear for help. Wonton stood in front of Yunluo to protect his master, attempting to pierce the toad with its claws, but the toad blocked the attack with its tongue. The giant toad's tongue was incredibly resilient and highly venomous, making it both offensive and defensive, becoming its most effective weapon. Wonton spurted out spider silk, but the giant toad's tongue reeled it back, lashing it back violently, attempting to recapture it. The little black bear spat a stone at the giant toad, but it didn't cause any damage upon impact, leaving it covered in green venom. Yunluo slashed the spider silk with a thunder vortex trident and shouted, "Attack its tongue and eyes, those are its weak points." The little black bear obeyed, repeatedly hitting the giant toad's eyes with rocks. The giant toad had no choice but to dodge, and enraged, it opened its maw wide, gushing dark green venom like a fountain, covering half the bushes, but this gave Yunluo another opportunity. She moved with incredible speed, her trident piercing the giant toad's eye with lightning. Injured, the giant toad spewed green venom like crazy. Yunluo, watching its gaping maw, suddenly had an idea. "Heizi, can you throw a rock into its mouth?" Wonton, when you get the chance, wrap spider silk around its tongue. Just as the giant toad was about to spray venom again, a huge rock suddenly slammed into its mouth. It was completely stunned, and then it tried to spit out the rock, but more rocks continued to pelt it. It croaked incessantly, waving its tongue wildly, trying to dislodge the rock. Just then, Wonton's spider silk entangled its tongue. "Now!" Wonton aimed his trident at its tongue and stabbed it, severing it directly. Then, as the giant toad was in excruciating pain, he thrust it through its throat, sending it piercing its body with a piercing scream. After killing the giant toad, Yunluo was exhausted and sat on the ground to rest. She only had 3 stamina points left. It was a close call. But thankfully she was alright. She took out some food to replenish herself. She also picked up the supplies the giant toad had dropped after its death. Green Poison King Toad Skin X1, Dark Green Venom X5, Dark Green Venom Gland Sac X1. Green Poison King Toad Skin can be used to craft advanced thorn armor, which has a damage-reducing effect. Dark Green Venom can be used to craft a highly toxic potion, highly corrosive. A small bottle can instantly melt ordinary plants and animals. Dark Green Venom Gland Sacs can be used to extract poison gas for special fuel. Yun Luoha collected all of these items and continued to examine the uses of the berries. Corrupted toxic berries, specialties of the thorny swamp. When ripe, they are filled with black venom that releases corrosive gases, useful for making poison gas or corrosive bombs. There aren't many berries left, so I take them back to Siki to see if she can grow some. Yun Luoha and Bai Yuemian rested for a moment before continuing on. They had reached the deepest part of Strawberry Island. Further in, a gloomy forest opened up. The sky was gradually darkening. Bai Yuemian, it's getting dark. Where are we going to stay? Yun Luoha, let's see if there's a flat area up ahead. We're almost out of the forest. Bai Yuemian, yes, I brought a tent and a portable bathtub. Yun Luoha smiled at the bathtub. She was quite well prepared. But if it were safe, a shower would certainly be much more relaxing. They were both sweating profusely and desperately needed a wash. Just as they were about to exit the forest, the sky suddenly darkened completely. A thick fog rolled in, enveloping the entire forest, making it impossible to see anything beyond 3 meters. Yun Luoha immediately stopped and grabbed Bai Yuemian. Don't go yet. She didn't sense any danger, but the white fog was too strange. Just as she was wondering, a green light suddenly flashed not far away, like the glow of fireflies. But there were too many too dense. She took a few slow steps toward the green light. A huge tree suddenly appeared before her. Chapter 143. Yun Luoha held Bai Yuemian's hand, protecting her as they took a few steps forward. The green light suddenly exploded. It turned out it wasn't fireflies glowing, but the moss growing on the tree trunk. The ancient tree before them was as thick as an inverted tower, its crown astonishingly large. The branches and leaves at the top were lost in the mist. Moonlight filtered through the tree, a silvery glow of breathtaking beauty. A pale green glow seeped from every crevice in the trunk, its roots tangled and burrowed deep into the ground. The root system was like a vast web, with numerous aerial roots at the top, each tipped with glowing mushrooms. This tree was truly dreamy. Yun Luoha thought, this must be the ancient tree altar. Because in front of the tree stood many huge black stones, their surfaces carved with strange totems and runes. In their center stood a glowing pillar. This is, Bai Yuemian whispered, afraid to raise her voice in a place like this. It's the ancient tree altar. Bai Yuemian, looks like we come to the right place. The two walked over to examine the patterns carefully. Bai Yuemian pointed to a symbol. Is this a strawberry? Yun Luoha, indeed. She thought of the previous mission on Spider Island. The altar should need an offering. Maybe we could try placing something on it. Bai Yuemian, giant strawberries? Yun Luoha, probably more than that. Let's see. Does this one look like a lotus? And this one, a bit like a magnolia? They both bent down, their heads huddled together, studying it for a long time before finally identifying several possible offerings. I know. There's a golden magnolia I seen. Do you have one? I can trade it for something else. No, I just saw it at the trading center, and the price was very high. Yun Luoha quickly opened the trading center to search. She hadn't expected it to still be there. The price was indeed high, requiring 50 magnets to exchange for one golden magnolia. But that wasn't a big deal for Yun Luoha. She immediately clicked on the trade button and took possession of the golden magnolia. A few days ago, Yu Qinjin gave her a white magnolia seed. She had already planted it, but it hadn't bloomed yet. It's probably not the same species as this golden magnolia. She researched how the golden magnolia came to be. Maybe it'd be useful in the future. What kind of lotus should I use for this lotus? Yun Luoha thought for a moment. I collected some moonlight lotus dew when I went to Lotus Island. We can try that. Yun Luoha placed the 3 offerings on the altar one by one. She waited for more than 10 seconds. The altar shone brilliantly, and a golden beam descended from the treetops, enveloping the altar. Triggering Strawberry Island's hidden quest, Trial of the Ancient Tree Altar. Want to become the guardian of the ancient tree? You already given the offerings the ancient tree appreciates. Next, collect at least 20 tree species and place them within its body. Quest reward, 1 star wish tree seed. Yunlua smiled. 20 tree species. No small feat. Although she didn't carry much when she traveled, with her crocodile and sharkskin backpacks, she made it a habit to pack a variety of supplies for emergencies that she wouldn't normally need. But there are always special times, like right now, when they can be used. She had obtained many saplings from the spring tree planting activities. As they grew, they would drop seeds, and she collected some of them. Because the outdoor environment was harsh in the summer, many species hadn't been planted yet, so she just happened to have some in her backpack. Coconut species, pomegranate species, red willow species, apple species, iron birch species, cashew species, pine species. She found more than a dozen species in her backpack and bought 3 more at the trading center. Yunlua privately messaged a friend and quickly gathered the remaining ones. Next was finding a place to store the seeds. The mission said they had to be placed inside the ancient tree. So Yunlua asked Yuntun to climb the tree to take a look, saving her the trouble of searching. Soon, Yuntun fulfilled his mission and said he had found a glowing hole beneath the tree's canopy. Yunlua packed the 20 species in a bag, intending to have Yuntun put them in. But then she thought it would be better to do it herself, just in case Yuntun's system didn't count. She still had to do the task herself. No slacking off. Yunlua was quite skilled at climbing trees. She took a rope and made a slipknot, tying one end around her waist and the other around her hand. Then, donning non-slip gloves, she quickly climbed up the tree. The treetops were several dozen meters above the ground, so she struggled for a while. But with Yuntun leading the way, she found the tree hole easily. The hole was indeed glowing, making it difficult to see inside. She opened the bag and dumped the seeds in. Mission accomplished. At this moment, red sap oozed from the bark. Bai Yuemian shouted her name from below. Yunlua quickly descended the tree. A branch extended, channeling the red sap onto the black stone, where it condensed into a red seed the size of a walnut. The altar shimmered. Yunlua walked over, and just as she was about to reach for the red seed, the entire altar was suddenly enveloped in golden light. The ancient tree's branches rustled, as if singing. Countless points of light fell from the treetops, showering the altar. The red seed, enveloped by the light, slowly transformed into a tree shimmering with a rainbow halo. Reward, Star Wish Tree Seed. Yunlua picked it up and held it in his palm. This tree had golden veins on its surface, a truly beautiful sight. Star Wish Tree Seed must be planted in high-quality soil. Ordinary soil will cause degradation. Cultivation conditions are demanding, and strict adherence is essential, otherwise, failure is likely. Water with 10 milliliters of golden nutrient solution daily for 30 days. Golden nutrient solution? Yunlua frowned. She didn't have the recipe. It seemed that growing a Star Wish tree was no simple task. She sent a message to the team leader at the Tianji Pavilion, asking for help finding information about the golden nutrient solution and the Star Wishing tree. It's getting late. Now that the mission is complete, I plan to find a place to rest and return to the reef at daybreak. Bai Yuemian, yeah, I think so. Both of them were tired. It was already late at night, so they needed to go to bed early to be refreshed tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, they'd be able to land in the desert after 8 o'clock, so they couldn't stay up late tonight. Besides, tomorrow was the 28th day of summer, another lucky day. There was much to do. As soon as the first rays of morning sunlight shone through the forest, Yunlua opened her eyes. It was only 6 o'clock. Seeing the time, she immediately crawled out of the tent and woke Bai Yuemian. The two left Strawberry Island from the other side and returned to the reef. Yunlua briefly sorted out her gains and sent a message to the desert team group asking what time everyone planned to leave today. If they were leaving in the morning, then they should leave promptly at 8:30. If they wanted to leave in the afternoon, they could go later to avoid peak hours. With the desert reopening, many players would likely go early. Since the system had been adjusted, there might be more supplies in the desert, but more people wasn't necessarily a good thing, so going in the afternoon might save them a lot of trouble. But in the end, everyone wanted to go earlier. Yunlua was thinking about the hidden quest. The Desert Traveler's Token. She had to find Lu Matzi's younger brother, Lu Xiaoluo, and give him the token. She might get some unexpected rewards. However, she didn't know where Lu Xiaoluo would be, so she could only wait and see once she arrived in the desert. Last night, she had received information about the golden nutrient solution, but nothing about the Star Wishing tree. Golden nutrient solution is the highest quality plant nutrient solution, and it requires a recipe to create. Currently, we only know someone in the European Emperor Association has this formula. Until we get the formula, Yunluoha can contact Du Wantian and ask her to buy the golden nutrient solution. It just so happens that the formula was created by Du Wantian, and she's very easy to talk to. Without further ado, she agreed to sell Yunluoha 2 bottles, but Yunluoha would need to provide the raw materials himself. Looking at the list of ingredients Du Wantian had listed, Yunluoha was a little confused. 1 pound of star sand, 1 bottle of golden royal jelly, 20 milliliters of moonlight lotus dew, 5g of lava tortoiseshell powder, and 2 symbiotic crystal fragments. With so many ingredients, we can only make 1 bottle of golden nutrient solution, and the production process is very complicated. So Du Wantian could only find time to make 2 bottles for her recently. She had to wait until she had more time, as everyone was busy lately. Yunluoha was lucky, or perhaps it could be said that her supplies were plentiful and abundant. Each of these ingredients was extremely rare, but she just happened to have them all. She had just obtained the golden royal jelly from Strawberry Island. So she sorted the supplies, packed them up, and sent them to Du Wantian, asking her to make it as soon as possible. She also gave her a basket of strawberries, 2 blood peaches, and 3 high-quality stamina-boosting foods as a reward. Du Wantian was delighted to receive them. They were all top-notch food. She promised to make time to help her make them tonight. Before leaving, Yunluoha checked all the workshops on the reef and stocked up on the supplies. She then visited the barn and chicken coop to check on the animals. She hadn't had time to spend with them these past few days, and the little creatures looked listless. The chickens and ducks were laying fewer eggs, the cows' milk seemed less impressive, and even their wool was a bit sparse. But after Yunluoha petted them, they immediately became full of life again. It seemed they needed their owner's companionship and caressing to feel good, which would increase the production and quality of agricultural and sideline products. Yunluoha felt a little helpless. If only there was a tool to do all these things for her. For example, an automatic petting device, or something to improve the animals' moods. She searched for related terms on the trading center, and actually found one. It was a bell called Pet Mood Bell. It looked like a small silver bell. But the description said, hang it in the barn to release soothing sound waves, automatically triggering a soothing effect 3 times a day, increasing the animal's happiness. The other party wanted 20 eggs and 5 pieces of wool in exchange. Yunluoha was a little reluctant. She didn't have many eggs. Besides hatching chicks, she also needed them for cooking. She could only collect 1 piece of wool from each sheep each day. But if you don't give up, you can't catch the wolf. These things can be obtained again. With the pet mood, the chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep will feel better in the future. After all, she really didn't have the time to spend with them and pet them every day. After a moment of hesitation, she finally took the eggs and wool and traded. The item arrived in her hand, a palm-sized metal bell, embedded with a transparent crystal. Gently shaking it made a sound like the rustling of wind across the grassland, which was very soothing and quickly calmed her. However, there was only 1 bell, so it couldn't be used as both a barn and a chicken coop. After some thought, she decided to hang the bell in the chicken coop. There was no other choice. The chicken coop was larger and housed more chickens. After finishing all this, Yunluoha saw that it was almost time. She ate a little and fed Robo his favorite dried fish and barbecued meat, instructing him to collect shells well today. After all, today was a lucky day. Yunluoha had been accumulating shells for days, but hadn't opened them yet, so she was waiting to open them all at once when she returned tonight. Robo ate delicious food and promised to keep her company. She also left Wonton on the reef to rest today. He must be tired after following her around for days. He had also eaten a lot of poisonous bees yesterday on Strawberry Island, and he hadn't fully digested them yet. He needed time to rest and digest them. Wonton's leveling was slow, and these poisonous bees hadn't yet helped him level up again. Yunluoha planned to feed him some crystal cores or fragments tonight to see if that had any effect. Welcome to the desert. Login reward, Iron Wrench X1. Login for 15 consecutive days reward, Shark Skin X1. You can already claim your consecutive login rewards today. As expected, when she saw her teammates appear nearby one after another, she could tell from their expressions that everyone had received good rewards. I got a Sand Scorpion Hang Glider. I got a Shark Skin. I got a Hang Glider too. I got a Desert Eye Jacket. No way, your jacket is so cool. So handsome. Mu Zitong looked enviously at the jacket Cheng Xuening brought out. The jacket had a flame pattern on the back, which increased acceleration and defense, and most importantly, increased mining speed. Those with good luck would get equipment, while people like Yunluoha and Mu Zitong only got the guaranteed shark skin. While it wasn't bad, it still lagged behind others. Hey Sister Yun, where's your friend? Why isn't he here? Mu Zitong was asking about Yu Qingjin. The team was all present, but Yu Qingjin hadn't shown up. He probably didn't know we were coming this morning, so he might have been delayed. Should we wait for him? We start treasure hunting nearby and leave for the next location in half an hour. If Yu Qingjin was going to come, he would have surely come long ago. If he hadn't shown up in half an hour, he probably had other things to do. Chapter 144. In the afternoon, Yunluohe and the others returned to the reef. Because it was a lucky day, everyone had a bountiful harvest in the desert today, finding numerous electronic components, obsidian, and magnetite. Yunluohe also discovered a vein of blue crystal, or using the blue crystal lizard. Everyone dug with great enthusiasm, reluctant to leave until their time in the desert was up, when they were teleported back to the reef. The vein contained a considerable amount of blue crystal ore, and they could continue digging tomorrow when they landed in the desert. The first thing they did upon returning was to sort out their supplies. The biggest reward this time was finding over 100 pieces of blue crystal ore. Blue crystal ore is very useful. Previously, it was only known for crafting advanced weapons and armor, but through player exploration, more uses have been discovered. For example, it can be used to craft electromagnetic harpoons, which deal extra damage to sharks, making them a great tool for shark hunting. It can also be used to craft refrigerators, storing food and potions, extending their shelf life by several days. She planned to ask Yang Mian for help in making 2 hunting knives from azurite, or then forge 2 scabbards herself that could be strapped to her waist. These 2 knives would be readily available for close combat. After gathering her supplies and filling her stomach with a bite, Yunluohe began opening shells. Ro Bao had helped her fish up 3 shells that morning. Adding the 6 she caught the previous 2 days, she could now open a total of 9 shells. Opening so many shells in one go, Yunluohe was filled with anticipation, hoping to uncover some new blueprints or useful items. Since it was a lucky day, she'd at least get a gold or black pearl. Yunluohe thought. Soon, the first shell opened. Inside was a white pearl. On lucky days, white pearls are a guaranteed bonus. After opening it, it was filled with upgrade materials and basic ingredients. Magnet X10, copper or X20, iron or X15, cotton thread X5, bamboo X5, flour X2, nougat X1, brown sugar X1, rotten potato X1, fermented tofu X1. It was pretty standard, nothing surprising, but not bad either. Yunluohe continued opening. Another white pearl, but this time, almost all of the items she opened were damaged blueprints. 5 damaged blueprints, and 2 tableware ornaments. Actually, Yunluohe preferred this kind of thing. Use the trash can to recycle and upgrade, and you get something good. She had been away from the reef for 2 days, so she hadn't drawn any prizes. Although she'd gotten better prizes on the island, she was still thinking about the lottery. I have to draw a lottery today. I recycle all the supplies Mu Zitong sent me later. The 3rd shell finally yielded a golden pearl. Here it comes. Open the golden pearl to receive. Compost bin blueprint X1, bread oven blueprint X1, air drying rack X1, pumpkin seed X1, grape seed X1, steam boiler set X1, incubator blueprint X1, sap collector X1, star sand X1, wine barrel X1, carp X2, team member card X1. Yunluohe was overjoyed. The golden pearl truly holds valuable goods. Compost bin converts animal manure, crop residue, and weeds into organic fertilizer, improving soil fertility and shortening crop growth cycles. Materials: 5 wood planks, 10 stones, 5 ropes, 2 copper ingots. Compost bins require simple materials and are a must-have item. Yunluohe doesn't have time to make many, so he can hand over the blueprints to the other members of the association and have them mass-produce them. They can then trade them for supplies at the trading center to maximize profits. Bread oven, used to bake dough for bread. Simply add flour, milk, and eggs. Materials: 15 bricks, 8 iron ingots, 5 fire bricks. Air drying rack, used to air dry fruit or meat, creating portable food and reducing spoilage. Steamer set, a multifunctional steamer capable of processing 3 ingredients simultaneously. Incubator, accelerates egg hatching and can hatch rare bird eggs. Materials: 10 insulation cotton, 1 thermometer, 8 copper wire. Sap collector, hung on a tree, it slowly produces sap. Different trees produce different sap, which can be used for cooking or tool upgrades. Materials: 1 iron bucket, 3 plastic tubes, 5 resin, 2 copper ingots. Yunluohe sorted the items from the first 3 shells before opening the remaining ones. Next, he opened 3 more white pearls. Most of the items inside were upgrade materials and common supplies. When she opened the 7th shell, she found a gray pearl. Perhaps because she already gotten so many goodies before, she always had to give her some junk. The gray pearl was filled with scrap metal, broken food, and furniture. Yunluohe didn't mind. After all, it could be recycled into something useful. Keep opening the white pearl I received. Bronze Gears X2, Apple Cider Vinegar X1, Adventure Guide X1, Beer X12, Seaweed Mask X1, Snail Noodles X1, Mugwort X1, Hemp Rope X1, Advanced Sprinkler Blueprint X1. The more useful item, this time, was the Advanced Sprinkler Blueprint, which automatically irrigates 8 surrounding farmlands each day. It's just that the crafting materials are quite a bit. You need 10 obsidian, 5 copper ingots, water pipes, and bronze gears. To make more advanced sprinklers, you need more bronze gears. The remaining few are all white pearls. Yunluohe thought that was all for today, but then Robao brought out another shell. Meow, I just found another one. When Yunluohe took it, she had a strange feeling, as if this one must hold a surprise. Sure enough, after opening it, a deep black pearl came into view. She immediately smiled. Opening the black pearl, she received 1 Star Wishing Tree Encyclopedia, 1 Designated Landing Card, 1 Rattan Starry Sky Sofa Blueprint, 1 Reef Teleportation Array Blueprint, 2 Mother of Pearl Oysters, 1 Pickling Workshop Blueprint, 1 Earthen Kiln Workshop Blueprint, 1 Cow Massage Brush, 1 Automatic Feeding Trough, and 1 Shark Skin. Star Wishing Tree Encyclopedia. Yunluohe's eyes widened at the sight of this. There's also a blueprint for the Reef Teleportation Array. Lucky day is so great. If only every day was a lucky day. Yunluohe didn't bother looking at the other supplies, and took out these 2 to examine first. Star Wishing Tree, the only legendary tree species. Planting requirements, can only be planted in high-grade soil, and the soil must be high-grade within a 1-kilometer radius. Requires at least 2 hours of direct moonlight daily. Both the seedling stage and the seedling stage must be watered with golden nutrient solution daily. The stages are divided into seedling stage, growth stage, and mature stage. Each stage requires different nutrients, so the amount of nutrient solution should be adjusted accordingly. Once the Star Wishing Tree matures, you can make a wish on it. You can choose from 5 wishes. Lucky Wish. A golden treasure chest will appear every 2 days. Harvest Wish. Increase all crop yields by 50%. Defense Wish. Form a protective barrier around the reef, preventing 80% of attacks. Health Wish. Increase the health of the reef's flora and fauna by 80%, significantly reducing disease. Nature Wish. Accelerate the reef's ecological development, nurturing a diverse array of wildlife. Making a wish requires a corresponding offering. Once the Star Wishing Tree matures, you see the corresponding offering for each wish. You can only make 1 wish at a time. Changing a wish requires a new offering. Only 1 Star Wishing Tree can be planted on a reef. The back of the illustration also features illustrations of the 3 stages of the Star Wishing Tree. During the seedling stage, the sapling will sprout glowing leaves. During the growth stage, wish runes will appear on the trunk, corresponding to the required offerings. When the tree reaches maturity, Star Wishing fruit will grow on the crown. At this point, you can stop watering and offer an offering. The Star Wishing fruit will fall, and your wish will be granted. Yunluohe was extremely excited. Although she hadn't yet decided which of the 5 wishes she would choose, planting the Star Wishing Tree was urgent. It would take some time for the tree to bear fruit, so the sooner the better. Yunluohe quickly contacted Duwantian, asking her to help prepare the golden nutrient solution. She also sent the necessary ingredients to Mu Zitong, asking him to keep an eye out for more. Her own inventory was definitely insufficient. She also compiled information about Strawberry Island and sent it to Mu Zitong, asking him to find time to visit the island. Planting a legendary tree, like the Star Wishing Tree, as soon as possible would greatly benefit the reef. If the information about the Star Wishing Tree were traded, it could be exchanged for a large amount of supplies. The illustrated guide Yunluohe had obtained was already S-level information. Yunluohe then opened the detailed diagram of the Reef Teleportation Array. She had previously seen the Teleportation Array illustrated guide, which only described the teleportation arrays in 6 areas. She hadn't expected there to be a reef teleportation array. But Yunluohe thought about it and understood. Compared to the teleportation arrays in the other 6 areas, the reef teleportation array was actually the most important. This was necessary because she could teleport freely from the reef to other areas. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to return to the reef immediately from the teleportation arrays in other areas. The reef teleportation array was like a central base. Whether traveling to other areas or returning, she had to use the reef teleportation array. Reef teleport array, the centerpiece of the array, enabling rapid inter-area travel. Teleportation requires 2 crystals. Construction materials: 1 ancient civilization slate, 200 obsidian, 2 mother of pearl, 10 high-grade mutated resin, 200 crystals, 500 high-grade hardwood. The materials required were truly numerous, especially the sheer number of crystals, which she couldn't come up with at the moment. She could only put the blueprint aside and hurry up to collect crystals and gather the necessary materials. The previously obtained silo blueprint and the mutant plant cultivation base blueprint both required a significant amount of crystals. She currently had very few crystals, and she had no idea where to get so many. When she first entered the game, crystals were scarce, but now they can easily cost 50 or even hundreds. She continued to examine other blueprints. Rattan Starry Sky Sofa Blueprint, a 3-seater sofa and a single-seater sofa set, warm in winter and cool in summer, offering exceptional comfort. Using the entire Starry Sky furniture set increases the probability of a meteor shower by 30%. Materials: mutated vines X50, fireflies X50, high-grade hardwood X100, cotton X10. I already got the Rattan Starry Sky bed, and now I have the sofa blueprints. I don't know what's missing for the complete Starry Sky set. I need to find a way to complete it. After all, this meteor shower event has intrigued her. Perhaps you can make wishes on shooting stars, or maybe some goodies will drop during a meteor shower. Chapter 145. After dinner, Yun Luoha took out several workshop blueprints and selected a site for construction. She had already gathered the necessary materials. Building a pickling workshop requires 100 high-grade hardwood, 15 ceramics, 15 sea salt, and 20 palm leaves. The pickling workshop can produce the following products: salted fish, pickle jars, and candied fruit. The workshop has been greatly upgraded. Simply place the raw materials into the workshop, and after a while, it will automatically produce new agricultural and sideline products. For example, salted fish is made from fresh fish and sea salt. Salted fish can be stored for a long time without spoiling. Kimchi is made from wild vegetables and chili peppers, and candied fruit is made from fruit and honey. These items are not only easy to store, but also increase stamina and strength. While not as effective as cooked food, they require little time and effort and are easy to make, making them a good option for trading. Building an earthen kiln primarily requires a large amount of clay, wood ash, and some minerals. Products that can be crafted in the earthen kiln workshop include pottery, bricks, and high-quality charcoal. Pottery is used for storage, bricks are used to upgrade buildings and build houses, and high-quality charcoal is excellent fuel. As the weather gets colder, demand for charcoal will increase. As for the cow massage brush and automatic feeder, they are for animals, and Yun Luoha uses them in the barn. The massage brush can be used to brush animals, not just cows. It can also be used on chickens, ducks, cows, sheep, and horses. It improves their mood, and a high mood helps them produce high-quality products. For example, large golden eggs, golden milk, golden wool, and so on. However, improving an animal's mood is more difficult. Besides daily brushing, they also need to stay well-fed and have a comfortable living environment. After opening the shells, Yun Luoha placed all the broken blueprints in the trash can to synthesize and upgrade. She also obtained many blueprints for tools, furniture, and weapons. However, they were all basic items, and Yun Luoha didn't have time to make them herself. She gave them, along with the blueprints for the compost bin, to Mu Zitong, asking him to distribute them. Truly, Yun Luoha didn't need the compost bin much. She had a vertical earthworm tower, which produced a large amount of earthworm slime and earthworm feces every day, all of which made excellent fertilizer. It just took some time to collect them and use them for growing vegetables and fertilizing. Lately, Yun Tuan has been helping her with these tasks, unless she's out with him. After upgrading the blueprints, Yun Luoha sorted through the broken electronic parts and scrap metal. The robot blueprint she had obtained earlier required 200 electronic parts, which was still quite a bit short. But today she planned to try out various ways to synthesize garbage to see if she could come up with something new. Also, the achievement unlock for the trash can had been put on hold for a long time, so it was time to get back to it. Mu Zitong had just sent her over 1,000 pieces of garbage. The association had recently recruited a new group of members, and the daily exchange of garbage was so high, He sent it all at once. Yun Luoha had used up several supply boxes to store the garbage, and now they were almost full. So Yun Luoha decided to make a big move. She smiled at the trash can. Thank you for your hard work tonight. With a flurry of activity, Yun Luoha quickly unlocked a new achievement. Unlock the Garbage Storm achievement by throwing 100 pieces of the same type of garbage at once. Reward, 1 biobattery recipe. Huh? That seems like what I need. This recipe isn't simple, with detailed instructions crammed across hundreds of words. It describes 2 methods for making biobatteries: the mycelium composite biobattery and the feces crystal biobattery. The mycelium battery's main ingredients are butterfly phosphorus powder, scarlet moss, oyster mucus, and acid rain distilled water. The feces crystal battery requires placing feces crystals in the soil next to the biogas tank, then using blood crystal fragments to generate underground biogas. In short, the process is quite complicated. Most of the materials used are supplies Yun Luoha had previously obtained, and she even had some acid rain distilled water saved. While it wasn't much, it should be enough to make some batteries. Both methods are feasible and can produce biobatteries. And biobatteries are one of the ingredients for making robots. Yun Luoha's passion was ignited, and she continued to throw garbage like crazy. Add 500 pieces of e-waste to earn the Environmentalist achievement and receive a Grinder Blueprint X1. Grindstone, grinds ore in stone. Crafting materials: Iron Ingot X10, Bronze Gear X2, Flint X20. What happens when stone and ore are ground? She only knew that ore in a furnace turns into metal, but what does it produce when ground into powder? Yun Luoha found the nail she had made earlier and placed the grinder materials and blueprints on the workbench to craft it. She tried it out later. Next, she threw all sorts of random combinations into the trash can to craft and upgrade. Add fluorescent jellyfish venom sac X1, broken fishing rod X1, and rotten cactus X1. Successfully crafted, you receive neurotoxin stinger arrow X1. What the heck is this? It looks like a miniature mace, and the spines are actually cactus thorns. Hilarious. Yun Luoha played with it for a moment, then set it aside. Trash can recycling is so much fun. I haven't played it in days, and I'm hooked right now. Add 1 rusty metal mesh, 1 spoiled milk, 10 poisonous mosquito wings. Crafted successfully, you get 1 small creature trapping cage. A small wire mesh cage that looks like it could catch birds. Add 1 spoiled canned food, 1 moldy bread, 1 spoiled yogurt, 1 fermented juice, 1 Coke can. Crafted successfully, you get 1 small bomb. Add 1 shorted circuit board, 1 burnt battery, 1 charred data cable, 1 cracked screen. Crafted successfully, you get 1 music player. That's something. This music player looks like a speaker, with a screen on it. I guess it was repaired from a broken screen. Turning on the switch lets you hear white noise. You can also choose from sounds like waves, wind rustling through leaves, cicadas chirping, birdsong, and all sorts of soothing white noise. I thought I could listen to pop music. But having this condition is nice. Yun Luoha plans to put it in her bedroom and play some white noise at night. She doesn't need it to help her sleep, but she can still sleep soundly. After all, she's exhausted as a dog during the day, and she can fall asleep as soon as she touches the pillow. After another round of tossing and turning, Yun Luoha unlocked a new achievement. Trash Artist. She created a decoration out of different types of trash 10 times. She was given a gold trash can trophy. It's a miniature version of the baby trash can. It's pretty cute, and it actually increases your reef score by 50 points. Yun Luoha loves it. Yun Luoha was almost done and preparing for the lottery when Du Ruantian sent a message. The golden nutrient solution was ready, and 2 bottles had been sent to her. Yun Luoha, thank you, I'll be using it soon. Thank you for your hard work. Du Ruantian, it's no big deal. This stuff is very effective for growing vegetables. I used it to water my fruit trees, and they quickly bore fruit. All of them are large, golden quality fruits. Yun Luoha, yes, I'm planning to use it for tree planting too. I might need your help later. If you have the materials, you can make more. I can trade them for other supplies. Du Ruantian, the materials are hard to collect. I take a look. If I can find them, I make more. The two chatted about their desert adventures again, sharing experiences. They each had their own teams. Du Ruantian's team consisted entirely of extremely lucky and European-savvy individuals, but their combat power was relatively low, so the two teams' paths were completely different. Du Ruantian's team focused on a safe and easy approach, exchanging supplies for desert fragments and desert cores to trade for maps. Then, Using desert motorboats and hang gliders, they quickly found their destinations. After collecting rare supplies, they left without lingering in the desert, as it was known to be full of dangers. Yunluo's team conducted a thorough search, unearthing many resources unattainable by even the most fortunate, as well as some desert specialties. It would have been best if the two teams had balanced out their exploration methods, but they had both become accustomed to their own exploration methods. However, this exchange of experiences also yielded a wealth of useful information. There were only 2 days left for the desert activity. Summer was drawing to a close. Everyone was preparing for the coming autumn. Yunluo, we have many hypotheses about the autumn disaster, but it's initially confirmed to be radiation-related. We already gathered a lot of radiation-resistant supplies. You should also make your plans early. Du Ruantian, I was just about to tell you, I have some radiation-resistant supplies here. See what you need? We could trade and replenish what we're both short of. No problem. After closing the conversation, Yunluo stalked to the back of the greenhouse in the dark. Tonight, she planned to transform the entire plot of land into high-quality soil, and then plant the Star Wish tree tomorrow morning. First, Yunluo had previously used the vertical earthworm cultivation tower to compost a large amount of earthworm excrement, creating a large amount of black gold soil. Black gold soil is the highest grade of high-quality soil, so she didn't even need to transform the soil. But to help the Star Wish tree grow better, she planned to upgrade the entire plot of land. First, she would use nutrient solution and organic fertilizer to transform the underlying ordinary soil into high-quality soil, and then lay a thick layer of black gold soil on top. Since she already had the golden nutrient solution, she planned to water some of it over the soil to improve the foundation, so that the Star Wish tree's roots could grow quickly. She planned to apply the remaining organic fertilizer directly to the earthworm tower. All that was left was to plant the Star Wishing tree. It was late at night. Yunluo picked up the long-prepared grinder from the workbench. First, she put in some stones to test it. Half a minute later, a bag of cement fell out of the grinder. So that's how it works. Grind the stones into powder, and you can turn them into cement. It's really convenient. Now let's try the ore. Yunluo added iron ore, copper ore, and so on. As the grinder hummed, fine black powder fell. She pinched some of the powder between her fingers and examined it closely. It had a faint metallic sheen. She added copper ore again, and this time, the ground product was a light red powder with a fine grainy texture. What could be done with this ore powder? Yunluo fell into deep thought. What if they mixed the powders? Yunluo's mind raced, and she immediately experimented. The iron and copper ore powders needed to be smelted, requiring a furnace. She poured the two ore powders into the furnace. As the temperature rose, dark red molten metal slowly coalesced. When she poured the molten metal into a mold and let it cool, a silvery gray lump of metal took shape. Refined steel. So refined steel can be made this way. Yunluo was overjoyed. Refined steel used to be a rare material. Although it's becoming more common now, there was no other way to obtain it besides shell mining. Now, she had found a way to make it. Grinding with a smile, Yunluo ran to the workbench, intending to make a few more stone grinders. It looked like these stone grinders would be very useful. Refined steel is the fundamental material for crafting high-level weapons, and many weapons require refined steel. Currently, most players in Zone 2 use ordinary weapons. If refined steel could be mass-produced, it would be a boon for everyone in the zone. Yunluo's current capabilities are limited, so he can only quickly build more stone grinders and distribute them to everyone in the management trainee group. He then has Mu Zitong pass on information about the stone grinders to S-level members through the TNT Pavilion, urging everyone to quickly produce more refined steel. With more refined steel available at the trading center, the price will drop, allowing more players to obtain high-quality weapons. Afterward, Yunluo had tried putting other items into the stone grinder for processing. For example, blood crystal, symbiotic crystal fragments, obsidian, and kyanite. Usually, they grind into powder, and obsidian's use is unknown. But surprisingly, the kyanite ore yielded something new. About 10 kyanite ores can yield 1 kyanite. She was just short of kyanite. Thanks to Yunluo's perception, every time she put the kyanite ore into the grinder, she felt a strange sense of anticipation, keeping her focused on the grinder, suggesting that the kyanite might yield high-level items. So when she didn't get anything from grinding the first piece of kyanite, she didn't give up and continued grinding. The second and third pieces only yielded kyanite powder, but the fourth piece yielded kyanite. Kyanite is essential for upgrading reefs, and is also a component of robot crafting. But she was completely out of kyanite. So she decided to grind more. The probability of getting kyanite was much lower than she expected, likely due to bad luck. Although the odds weren't high, as long as I could get it, it was all good. When she was grinding the 10th stone, a gleaming blue gem fragment suddenly fell from the grinder. Yun Luoha's eyes lit up, another surprise. She quickly picked it up and examined it. Sapphire fragment, a high-level rare material, it can be crafted into a high-level key. A key is already a good thing, but this one is actually a high-level key. What can it open? Yun Luoha went to the Tianji Pavilion to research information on sapphires. She got some useful information. Chapter 146. Sapphires can be used to craft high-level armor and weapons. This information came from a high-level player who obtained the equipment blueprint for the Stardust suit, which required sapphires. In addition, sapphire fragments are also needed to craft the AI chipset. The AI chipset is essential for crafting a robot butler. Currently, azurite ore is relatively rare, so few players know the probability of obtaining sapphire fragments by processing it in a grinder. Yun Luoha decided to give it a try herself. She had been grinding 20 pieces of azurite ore daily for the past few days, recording the drop rate. While placing azurite ore in the grinder, she messaged Si Chi, asking her to arrange for a team to develop and manufacture biobatteries. After all, Si Chi was a biologist, so making biobatteries shouldn't be difficult for her. With the formula, she could easily create one, more efficiently than if she did it herself. Afterward, Yun Luoha contacted Du Wantian. From her, she obtained a list of equipment currently available for trade at the European Emperor Association. Du Wantian knew Yun Luoha had connections to the Mutual Aid Association, and was even quite possibly its founder. However, she didn't consider herself to be in opposition to Yun Luoha within the European Emperor Association. On the contrary, she admired Yun Luoha even more and wanted to work with him more. During a previous team-up, she realized her own low combat power. Since then, she's been diligently training herself. Now, her strength has greatly increased, and she's no longer a player who relies solely on luck. Anything Yun Luoha asked her for help with, as long as it wasn't difficult, she would do it. Moreover, future disasters are likely to become increasingly severe, worsening the player's living conditions. Advanced players should unite and cooperate. There's no need to distance oneself from others simply because of differences in philosophies. As the vice president of the European Emperor Association, Du Wantian's thinking has somewhat influenced the rest of the association. Previously, players in the European Emperor Association looked down on the lesser-known members of the Mutual Aid Association. However, with the rise of the Mutual Aid Association, many of its players have become high-level players, while the death rate among European Emperor Association players has steadily increased. This has led to a sense of crisis among European Emperor Association players, making them less arrogant. After all, in a Doomsday survival game like this, relying solely on luck without skill is bound to fail. The list Du Wantian sent included over 20 items, including cooking utensils, gathering tools, furniture sets, and 2 radiation shields. Diatomaceous earth filter respirator, sonic resonance pickaxe, low-temperature molecular food storage box, massage chair, dual-burner gas stove, reef monitoring projector, folding sofa bed, cordless earth compactor. Yun Luoha selected 10 items, marked the required quantities, and sent them to Du Wantian. She also sent her a list of items she could trade and asked her to select as well. The two of them quickly completed the transaction. Yun Luoha kept a portion of the items she needed and gave the extra items to Mu Zitong and Cheng Xuening. She had originally wanted to give them as gifts, but they felt embarrassed to take them for free, so they sent Yun Luoha a lot of food and basic utensils. Yun Luoha packed until late at night, and finally, exhausted, she collapsed to sleep. The 29th day of summer. The system had been sounding alarms since 6 in the morning. In addition to the high temperature warning, there was also a thunderstorm warning. During the last 2 days of summer, temperatures rose again, and the frequency of thunderstorms increased, significantly increasing the probability of lightning striking the reefs. Many players who hadn't leveled up were affected. The thunderstorms caused extensive damage to the reefs, setting buildings on fire and sending frightened animals fleeing from barns and chicken coops. Unable to withstand the heat, they quickly became dehydrated, and some were even killed by the lightning in their panic. The disaster upgrade didn't affect high-level players as much, but lower-level players suffered greatly. Many novice players were eliminated. In just a few hours, the number of players online in Area 2 dropped by thousands. Yun Luoha and her teammates had originally planned to head to the desert early in the morning, but were delayed by the disaster upgrade and had been busy on the reefs. However, the first thing she did upon waking up was to plant the Star Wish tree seeds. She carefully removed the star wish tree seeds. She first dug a hole of moderate depth in the center of the prepared black gold soil, gently placed the seeds in, and then covered them with a thin layer of fine soil to help them germinate more quickly. She was very gentle. After covering them, she poured in 10 milliliters of golden nutrient solution, according to the instructions in the illustrated guide. At this point, Yunluo's newly built workshops were ready to begin operations. She had already placed some trade orders last night and collected a batch of raw materials at the trading center, such as wild vegetables, peppers, fruits, and honey. Now, she could bring them in bulk to the workshop for processing, yielding the corresponding agricultural and sideline products. These products are not only easy to store, but also increase stamina and strength, making them highly sought after in the trading market. The pottery jars, bricks, and high-quality charcoal produced by the earthen kiln workshop are also valuable household items, and can undoubtedly be exchanged for other materials and supplies. Yunluo plans to deposit a portion of the supplies she earns from the workshop at the trading center every 3 days to exchange for other items. She will also be adding new items to her collection. Lately, people have been constantly asking Yunluo in the chat channel and on the forum why she's not adding new items. But Yunluo doesn't even need to ask, others will answer her questions. Noon is the hottest time of the day. The temperature can reach 68 degrees Celsius at this time. If you head to the desert, the sand will likely be smoking hot. Most players, after receiving their consecutive login rewards, no longer want to go to the desert. Furthermore, the desert event rankings were released at noon today. Yunluo's team ranked first in Zone 2 and third overall. The points gap to second place is just over 800. The gap to first place was only a little over 1,300 points. Although there were only 2 days left in the event, a few hundred points wasn't impossible to surpass. In fact, with the right strategy, it was still easy to surpass. But with Yunluo's team's efforts, the top two wouldn't sit idly by, and the teams behind them would continue to catch up. The final outcome would have to wait until the very end. After seeing the rankings, Yunluo's team's group chat was buzzing with messages. Mu Zitong, let's hurry to the desert. A few hundred points doesn't seem difficult. If we hurry up and dig for blue crystals, we probably get extra points. Yang Mian, I can go kill more sandworms and sand scorpions. If I can wipe out a sandworm nest, I'd probably get a lot of points. Qin Cici, I've taken care of everything on the reef and am ready to go. Cheng Xuening, I think we should first plan our plans for the desert. Should we go separately or together during the 6 hours? Yunluo, we currently have several hundred desert fragments and nearly 100 desert crystal cores that can be exchanged for oasis coordinates. We can exchange them all at once, then choose the nearest oasis and have 2 of them go there to obtain supplies and increase their points. What about the others? Yunluo, leave 1 person to mine at the blue crystal vein. I have a mission that should earn me some points. I also have the blue crystal lizard lead me to other blue crystal veins. What about the other person? They be responsible for killing sandworms, sand scorpions, and gerbils. After making their arrangements, Yunluo and the others returned to the desert. They were teleported to the same mine where they had mined yesterday. They discussed and decided to let Cheng Xuening stay. Qin Cici had an affinity for animals, so she was in charge of finding desert animal nests. Yang Mian would work with her to kill animals and earn points. Yunluo and Mu Zitong would go to the oasis first, and Mu Zitong would stay there alone to collect resources, while Yunluo searched for nearby mineral veins and looked for Lu Xiaoluo. With only 6 hours left, everyone had to race against time. The leaderboard scores were updated in real time. Someone in the chat channel began discussing the rules for increasing points in the desert activity. Only 1 point for killing 10 sandworms is too little. I picked a lot of cacti, but that only added 2 points. Looks like I need to think of other ways to increase my points quickly. Catching animals in the oasis adds more. I just caught an ostrich, which added 10 points. Forget it, it's already this late. Where can I find an oasis? Yunluo and the others emerged from the mine. The temperature was scorching, the gravel beneath their feet scalding as if it were going to penetrate their heat-proof boots. The air was distorted by the heat, and the sky was dyed amber by the intense heat. Yunluo had already exchanged desert fragments for the coordinates of 5 oases. Opening the map, these coordinates appeared on the map. The nearest one was located northwest, 3 kilometers away as the crow flies. Usually, it would take about half an hour to walk there. But the weather was so bad right now that it would probably take a little longer. Thunderstorms made the entire desert seem eerie and terrifying. Thunder and lightning flashed from time to time. If you were struck by lightning and didn't take timely action, you would likely be eliminated. Yunluohe and Mu Zitong sprinted through the desert, the scorching sand beneath their feet sapping their strength. The sun was high, the temperature already reaching 70 degrees Celsius. The two men pulled ice drinks from their backpacks, but if they didn't drink them immediately, they would turn to hot water. After walking for over half an hour, Yunluohe felt dizzy. Mu Zitong kept taking deep breaths, feeling a bit exhausted. Yunluohe quickly pulled out some gold-quality food from his backpack, and after they ate, they finally felt better and quickened their pace. As they neared the oasis, Yunluohe paused and suddenly grabbed Mu Zitong, stopping him from moving forward. A bolt of lightning struck from the sky, striking half a meter in front of them. If they hadn't stopped, they would have been struck. Mu Zitong, pale and still in shock, said, "That was a close call." Yunluohe narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on the depression in the sand dune 100 meters ahead. A charred figure lay there. The figure was frail, perhaps another player struck by lightning while exploring the desert. "Do you want to go check it out?" Mu Zitong asked quietly, having clearly spotted the man. "Let's go check it out. Maybe there's still hope." Yunluohe quickened his pace. The two of them quickly reached the unconscious man. Yunluohe knelt down to help him up and noticed a backpack lying beside him. It was tattered, with many tools and parts spilling out. The backpack was still bulging, so it must have contained quite a bit of stuff. Chapter 147. Looks like he was struck by lightning. His condition is quite serious. I give him a shot of lightning potion first. Yunluohe pulled an injection from his backpack and plunged it into the man's neck without hesitation. The moment the injection was injected, the man's body reacted, twitching slightly. It looked like he could still be saved. Next, Yunluohe took out some coolant and carefully applied it to his burned skin. The moment the coolant touched his skin, a puff of white mist rose. Mu Zitong fanned him to cool him down. He pulled out several ice packs from his backpack and placed them under his armpits and neck. Finally, the man's condition seemed to improve considerably. At least his skin color had returned to normal. Determined to save him to the very end, Yunluohe also took out a bottle of cool drinking water and fed it to him bit by bit. She had intended to leave once she felt better after drinking the water. After all, she had other things to do and couldn't afford to waste time caring for others. "Let's get some supplies too. We leave in a few minutes." As soon as the words left her mouth, the man lying on the ground's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was a bit vacant, and it took a moment for him to focus on Yunluohe's face. Thank you." The man's voice was hoarse and almost inaudible, and his lips were chapped, blood streaking through them. "Yunluohe, I'm glad you're okay. Which district are you from? Go back as soon as you wake up. Returning to the reef would be more comfortable than here." But the man looked bewildered at Yunluohe's words, his lips moving. "What district? Back to where?" Yunluohe was also stunned. "Don't understand? Is this person not a player? Or was he struck by lightning and became insane, losing his memory? Do you remember where you're from? How did you end up here?" "My name is Lu Xiaoluo, and I'm going to the desert to search for the secret realm." Yunluohe, shock. It's like searching for gold in vain, yet finding it effortlessly. So she found her quest target. Excited, she quickly asked, "You're Lu Xiaoluo, so Lu Matzi is your brother, right?" You know my brother?" "Yes, he and I are friends." With so much favorability, they were naturally friends. Yunluohe smiled and pulled a token from her backpack. "This is what your brother asked me to give you." The bronze pendant that Lu Matzi had asked her to pass on had been in her backpack. Seeing the token, Lu Xiaoluo's eyes changed. "Since my brother is giving this to you, he must be very confident in you." Yunluohe nodded yes. She quickly pressed the pendant into Lu Xiaoluo's hands. "Now that we found you, we should return it to its rightful owner." Quest completed. Desert Traveler's Token. Quest reward. Desert Teleportation Array Blueprint X1. I didn't expect this. The reward for this quest is actually this. Yunluohe's lips curled up in a smile. But now wasn't the time to examine the blueprint. She saw the token gleaming in Lu Xiaoluo's hand and asked curiously, "This thing must be very important. Does it have any special function?" Lu Xiaoluo clearly considered Yunluohe one of his own. After all, she was his savior and his brother's friend, so naturally, he would share everything he knew. "This is the key to the secret desert realm. With it, I can enter it." "What secret desert realm are you talking about?" Yunluohe only knew about the desert ruins. Could there be some connection between the two? The desert had been closed for a few days due to problems, and it was said to be related to the explosion at the desert ruins. A secret realm is a secret realm. You can only know what it is once you enter it. Lu Xiaoluo's words were somewhat mysterious. In that case, Yunluo definitely had to go and see. Maybe there would be some adventure, and she had a hunch that going there would give her a chance to earn points. Do you know how to get there? Can you take me with you? There's no map. I can only sense it when we're nearby. Then, using this pendant, I can open the passage to the secret realm. Lu Xiaoluo finished, glancing at Mu Zitong. The secret realm can't be known to too many people. I can only take you alone. After all, you saved me and are my brother's friend. I understand. Without Yunluo having to ask, Mu Zitong tactfully said, Sister Yun, I still have to go to the oasis. You go ahead. I just leave first. It's getting late. Although he was also very interested in the so-called secret realm, he was no fool. Since they had said they wouldn't take him, there was no need for him to keep pestering them. He might as well do something else, earn some points, and help his team climb the rankings. After Mu Zitong left, Yunluo gave Lu Xiaoluo a cooling drink and a bottle of coolant. Lu Xiaoluo, no merit, no reward. You saved me, and I haven't repaid you yet, so how can I take your things for free? Yunluo, what's the big deal? We're friends. It's so hot now, so please accept it. Otherwise, we might not be able to reach the secret realm safely. Lu Xiaoluo hesitated for a moment, then pulled a few items from his backpack. Then I trade these with you. Yunluo's eyes lit up. Gained, Ancient Civilization Slate X1, Bag of Star Sand, Bronze Gears X5. Ha ha ha. Yunluo was delighted. She knew the NPCs would never let her down. Today was full of surprises. And just like that, she had obtained another Ancient Civilization Slate. The two of them walked through the desert, directionless. Lu Xiaoluo himself had no idea where to go, so he just searched aimlessly, relying on his intuition and intuition. But Yunluo remained confident. Following Lu Xiaoluo's search was definitely more reliable than searching on her own. So, despite the heat and sun nearly dehydrating her, she didn't stop. Instead, she quietly took out her coolant to cool herself down. Walking like this in the desert for a long time would be unbearable for a normal person, and Yunluo had to use the coolant. Her time in the desert was dwindling. Yunluo thought, perhaps she wouldn't be able to find him today. She wondered if Lu Xiaoluo would still be there when she teleported over tomorrow. If not, where would she find him? Just then, Lu Xiaoluo suddenly squatted down. His fingers gently caressed the sand, then he suddenly pulled out his tools and began digging vigorously. It's right here, he exclaimed as he dug. His voice was filled with unconcealed excitement. Yunluo hurriedly squatted down and dug with him. Even through her gloves, the scorching yellow sand still felt painfully hot, but it wasn't completely unbearable. Soon, after their diligent digging, they finally uncovered something with a metallic sheen. Found it. Lu Xiaoluo's Adam's apple rolled, and he held his breath. This is the door to the secret realm. Here? Yunluo stared at the metal plate, feeling incredulous. At this moment, Lu Xiaoluo took out another bag of star sand and sprinkled it on the metal plate. The star sand resonated with it, and the sand beneath it suddenly began to boil. A sizzling sound echoed, and the ground trembled. The sand seemed to be sinking. Yunluo also noticed that the entire sand was vibrating slightly. This is the call of the secret realm. Lu Xiaoluo took out the bronze pendant and held it up to the sunlight. The pendant, illuminated by the sunlight, shimmered with a faint blue light. The blue flames ignited, and the amber on it actually melted. A small key appeared within the amber. The key had intricate patterns on it. When he placed the key on the metal plate, a sudden change occurred. Golden runes appeared in the air, the words flickering and growing larger and larger as if alive. A massive vortex had formed on the ground. The sand sank deeper and deeper, as if falling into a bottomless pit. The hot desert wind suddenly blew fiercely. Yunluo heard Lu Xiaoluo suddenly yell, "Get back!" Lu Xiaoluo threw the key into the center of the vortex, and immediately pulled her away. In an instant, the world turned upside down. Yunluo felt a powerful suction, as if she were being sucked into a blender. The yellow sand enveloped her, tearing at her like a knife. She frowned, suppressing the pain, her consciousness fading. An unknown amount of time passed before Yunluo finally opened her eyes again. Welcome to the Desert Secret Realm. Secret Realm Rewards. Crystals X100, Star Sand X100, Bronze Gears X100. So many? Yunluo hadn't expected so many rewards just from entering. She looked around and realized Lu Xiaoluo was gone. She wondered if they'd been separated during the vortex, or if they teleported to different locations. However, Yunluoha couldn't bother looking for Lu Xiaolu right now, because this secret realm was overflowing with supplies. She only had half an hour left before leaving the desert. She had to hurry and pick up supplies. Bronze Gear X1. Blue Crystal or X1. Mutated Sandworm Shell X1. Crystal X1. Besides the supplies above ground, there were also goodies to be found underground. Yunluoha activated her scanning eye, located the area with supplies, and wielded her shovel, digging. Soon, Yunluoha discovered that there was an endless supply of star sand beneath the ground. Besides the star sand, she could also find crystals and blue crystal ore. It was a treasure trove of high-quality resources. She had thought this was already a delight, but she kept digging, and an hour had already passed, and the system hadn't forced her to leave. What was going on? Yunluoha opened the light curtain and found that time had seemingly stopped here. No, not stopped, but rather slowed down. The flow of time here was abnormal, unlike outside. She had glanced at the time when she entered. At least an hour had passed, but only 2 minutes had passed. This meant she could stay here for another 10 hours. However, she couldn't communicate with the outside world. She couldn't send messages, and she couldn't see the chat channel or friends' messages. What she didn't know was that the team group was bustling with activity, and the entire zone's chat channel was buzzing with excitement, all discussing Yunluoha's group, whose points had suddenly skyrocketed. What on earth did that Zone 2 team do? How did they gain 500 points in just a few minutes, instantly surpassing the second place? They're still gaining points, so they're probably in line for first place. No way. Did they find a treasure in the desert ruins? Did they blow up the entire sandworm nest with a high-level bomb? Anyway, if this keeps up, Zone 2 will definitely take first place. I'm so disappointed. We in Zone 1 were sure to win. Who could have guessed that? What on earth did Yunluoha and the others do? I'm so curious. Is anyone from Yunluoha's team here to share? What outsiders didn't know was that the rest of the team couldn't contact Yunluoha, and they wanted to know what had happened more than anyone else. Yunluoha couldn't stop now. She ate food that boosted her speed and stamina, and frantically collected supplies. She kept digging, then automatically picked up items. Her backpack was already overflowing, and now she had both the crocodile and sharkskin backpacks open to fill them simultaneously. 10 hours would be enough for her to fill her backpacks. This time, she truly made a fortune. With so many supplies, she had to carefully plan how to use them. Hundreds of kilograms of star sand. If she took them back to the trading center, I'm afraid the entire second district would go crazy. And there were hundreds of crystals. Yunluoha herself was practically going crazy. The most incredible thing was that she had found a map to the Desert Teleportation Array's center. If she could find the center before the desert event ended tomorrow and gather all the materials for the Desert Teleportation Array, she could build it. She opened the blueprint for the Desert Teleportation Array and looked at what she still needed. The blueprint densely listed the required materials: 50 star sand, 50 crystals, 100 bronze gears, 100 blue crystal ore, 1 ancient civilization slate, 500 desert fragments. That was about it. The only thing missing was the desert fragments. She had previously thought the desert fragments were useless, and had exchanged them all for oasis coordinates. Now she had to start all over again, which was definitely not going to work. She had no way of communicating with the outside world, let alone using the trading center. She'd think about it tomorrow. Yunluoha put away the blueprint and continued digging in the secret realm. She slowly delved deeper into the heart of the secret realm. The surrounding landscape became increasingly bizarre. The sand was no longer the usual yellow, but glowed with blue or red. Different colored areas yielded different resources. Both the blue and red areas contained special resources. Yunluoha's teammates were now extremely anxious. Mu Zitong kept sending messages in the team chat, but received no response from Yunluoha. What happened to Sister Yun? Is she safe? Don't scare yourself. Luoha will be fine. But this point increase is so strange. If she was okay, why didn't she contact us sooner? When I separated from her, she was with an NPC. Could they have been in danger? The points are still increasing, so it means she's fine. Where did Sister Yun go? How's the situation over there? I killed a lot of sandworms, but they only dropped a bunch of sandworm shells and desert fragments. The desert fragments are probably useless, but I keep them for now. In the secret realm, Yunluoha had been digging for 8 hours. Her backpack was nearly bursting, but she didn't stop to rest. She had time to rest back then, and she couldn't bear to waste a few minutes now, which would mean throwing away a lot of supplies. She had no choice but to work hard. Suddenly, her scanning eye spotted a large golden object. It was undoubtedly a treasure. Yun Luoha, delighted, dug faster. Finally, he unearthed something. It was a golden chest. Golden treasure chest. Requires a high-level key to open. Chapter 148. Back at the reef, Yun Luoha checked the time, and it was just as she guessed. 6:34 p.m. She'd been inside the secret realm for over 10 hours, but only half an hour had passed outside. Her notifications were ringing non-stop, so she quickly replied to each one. Looking at the desert activity leaderboard, her team was already in first place. They were a few hundred points ahead of the second-place team. If nothing unexpected happened, there was a good chance they'd take first place tomorrow. It was getting late, so Yun Luoha prepared to get some food and sort out all the supplies. The evening's work schedule was simple. Take any and use supplies she obtained in the desert and exchange them for upgrades and necessary materials. The most needed items right now were sapphire fragments, teleportation array materials, radiation shielding materials, and a set of reef construction equipment. There was no need to rush to the desert early tomorrow morning. After all, the desert activity didn't end until evening, and they only had 6 hours in the desert, so they could go in the afternoon. Yun Luoha's plan was to prepare the materials for the teleportation array before leaving tomorrow. He would then head straight to the teleportation array's center and build it, leaving everything else to be done later. The reef teleportation array didn't need to be built in a hurry, mainly because the desert activity was about to end, so he should build the desert one first. The other materials were only slightly lacking, primarily a few hundred desert fragments, which were plentiful at the trading center, making them easy to gather. While sorting through his supplies, Yun Luoha unexpectedly discovered that he already had 5 treasure map fragments. Because she had so much stuff, she divided it into several supply boxes. She even had several boxes with the same type of material, otherwise they wouldn't fit. As a result, she placed one treasure map in a separate box, leading her to believe there were only 4 treasure map fragments. Collecting 5 unlocks the map to any island's treasure cave. It seemed she needed to regularly organize her supplies. But she didn't have that much time. It would be better to quickly build the robot butler. Yun Luoha put the treasure map fragments together to create a map. Obtained, Spider Island Treasure Cave Map X1. It was Spider Island, after all. Yun Luoha smiled and looked at Yun Tun beside her. It seems I definitely have to return to your hometown later. Spider Island's terrain is complex and full of dangers. It was quite dangerous for her then. She didn't explore much during her first visit, but now it shouldn't be difficult. She met Yun Tun on Spider Island, and Yu Qinjin was also there. Now she's got the map to Spider Island's treasure cave. It seems she has a connection there. Just after midnight, a system notification arrived. Congratulations to all players for successfully surviving the last day of summer. The system will evaluate all players. The results will be announced via email tomorrow at 8 a.m. Please check back. The leaderboard will also be sent simultaneously. On the last day of summer, the disaster will intensify. Players who haven't upgraded their reefs yet should do so as soon as possible, otherwise you may not survive tomorrow. There's only 1 day left for the desert event. The desert passage will close promptly at 8 p.m. Please be mindful of the time. The comprehensive rating notice came way too late this time. She barely had time to prepare. But thinking about it, it didn't matter. Even if she'd been notified earlier, she wouldn't have had the time to care. Besides, her rating was already pretty high. She'd been completely restless lately, morning and night. At worst, she could just buy some furniture tonight. Just as she was thinking about it, she received a message from Lin Zhu. Lin Zhu hadn't been in touch with her much lately, occasionally asking her to buy food or trade supplies. This time, he sent a screenshot of a cookbook. It's newly opened, so I don't have much use for it. But it should be very useful to you. Take a look. Dark Cuisine Cookbook. This is a rare cookbook, and every recipe will surprise you. Recipe for each dish you make adds 300 cooking skill points. Oh! This. What a great thing. Yun Luoha was intrigued after reading the description. How do I trade? Yun Luoha got straight to the point. I need sapphires, ancient civilization slates, golden seahorses, fire dragon scales, mermaid scales, symbiotic crystals, firefly queen wings, golden royal jelly. Lin Zhu sent over a list. It was filled with rare ingredients. Supply any 3 of the above in exchange for this cookbook, but not multiples. And it's best to provide one from the first few. Isn't it too much for you to ask for 3 of these? The first few ingredients were incredibly rare, hard to come by. Yun Luoha really wanted this cookbook, It was far more advanced than the wild vegetable cookbook she gotten before. Although the description didn't reveal what dishes could be made, it was definitely impressive. Each recipe would earn her 300 cooking skill points. Her cooking skill was already difficult to improve, and at her current level, cooking barely earned any skill points. Some are indeed rare, but I have so many items on my list. I only need any 3. You can always find something of lower value. My requirement is that you only need one of the first 5. That's true. However, Yunluo still said, I need to see the recipe to determine if it's worth the money. Lin Zhu, I can guarantee that you will be satisfied with this recipe. You can't take screenshots. You even need the recipe to make the dish. Even if I copied it and gave it to you, even if you knew the ingredients and steps, you wouldn't be able to make it. Okay, but I don't have many of the items on this list. Give me some time and I figure it out. Lin Zhu, okay, as soon as possible. Yunluo actually had the items on the list, but she still had to be careful. And she had to carefully choose which 3 items to give him. For the first 5, she could give him a fire dragon scale. She had never used the 3 fire dragon scales she had obtained on Bat Island, and she still hadn't received the blueprint that required them. It looked like Lin Zhu might have more impressive blueprints to exchange for these items. The morning sun was scorching and blinding, and the temperature had been rising steadily since 5 o'clock. It was suffocatingly hot. The animals on the reef were restless, unable even to eat their food. Yunluo had no choice but to make some cooling drinks for them, and put them in the water tank, and they finally drank a little. Some players headed for the desert early in the morning, hoping to avoid the heat earlier. However, by 7 o'clock, the temperature was already over 50 degrees Celsius. It was unbearable. Many players returned immediately after arriving. This temperature is awful. Forget it, I just stay on the reef. At least I have an ice maker, and can use ice cubes to cool down the room. Who knows? We already have air conditioning. I'm not going to suffer in the desert. Isn't it better to stay in the room with the AC? Who can compare with you, a lucky guy? How can ordinary people like us level up if we don't go to the desert to get more supplies? The sea is scalding hot in this weather, and we can't even get out. The comprehensive score rankings are coming out soon. I want to see if Yunluo will take first place again. I don't think so. Someone in our association leveled up early this time, and they might have a higher score than her. So what if you leveled up? What matters is the comprehensive score. Your individual strength score can't possibly be higher than Yunluo's. At most, your reef score will be a little higher. The chat channel was buzzing with discussion. Yunluo was so busy that she forgot about the comprehensive score calculation. She left the chicken coop and went back into the barn, then worked outside for 2 hours. Finally, she harvested all the limited edition summer plants. Agave, cactus, dragon fruit, aloe vera, and other summer-specific plants are grown outdoors. These plants can withstand high temperatures and are not afraid of the heat, but tomorrow, they will all wither. Unlike greenhouse plants, they can be grown year-round, and there's no rush to harvest them. I don't know if these plants will be useful in autumn and winter, but I'm definitely going to stockpile them. At least, they will be useful for improving her culinary skills. However, these are fresh crops and not easy to store, so they need to be processed. Agave can be broken down into fibers, and cactus can be juiced to make painkillers and anti-inflammatory drugs, and can also be used in salads and stews. Aloe vera has many uses. It's primarily used for hydration and sunburn repair. Medicinally, it can be made into burn remedies and antibacterials. Aloe vera is often used in the summer. It might not be used as much in other seasons, but it's also good as a hydrating face gel. Autumn is a relatively dry season, after all. After harvesting the fruits and vegetables outdoors, Yunluo hurried inside to rest. In such hot weather, even with all the protection, she felt uncomfortable. It was still comfortable inside. She kept the air conditioner running and used a tidal generator to generate electricity, so she didn't have to worry about running out of power. The main reason was that the materials for making air conditioners were scarce. Otherwise, she would have installed them in both the barn and the chicken coop. Furthermore, with a villa this large, a small air conditioner could only power 1 or 2 rooms. She had ample resources, yet she only made 2. Most players either didn't have the blueprints or simply couldn't make them. There were players selling air conditioners at the trading center, of course, but those who could afford them could make them themselves. Yunluo took advantage of her break to eat breakfast and feed Wonton and Robao. Wonton had been eating a steady diet of crystal fragments and ore every day for the past few days. It seemed to have grown a bit, and its color was slowly changing. Yunluo suspected it was about to level up again. Robao hadn't changed much, except for its bloated belly. Yunluohe didn't think it could get any fatter. Perhaps it had stabilized. After all, while it ate a lot, it also consumed a lot, and it did a lot for Yunluohe every day. After breakfast, Yunluohe suddenly heard a system notification, and she remembered that the player comprehensive rating rankings had been released. Congratulations to the player who scored 832 points in the third overall rating, including a Reef score of 567 and a personal score of 265, ranking first in District 2. He received a deluxe gift pack, so please check it out. Many familiar names are on the District 2 overall rating leaderboard. First place, Yunluohe 832 points, Reef score 567, personal score 265. Second place, Linzhu 801 points, Reef score 561, personal score 240. Third place, Duwentian 798 points, Reef score 572, personal score 226. Fourth place, Meng 2772 points, Reef score 540, personal score 232. Fifth place, Yang Mian 758 points, Reef score 540, personal score 218. Sixth place, Mu Zitong 733 points, Reef score 530, personal score 203. Seventh place, Wu Jing 730 points, Reef score 541, personal score 189. Eighth place, Bai Yuemian. Ninth place, Cheng Xuing. Yunluohe has received many messages by now. All of them are congratulating her. She is firmly at the top of the second district with a high score advantage, several dozen points ahead of the second place. You know, the competition for second and third place was incredibly close. However, there were quite a few changes on the leaderboard this time. Shockingly, Wu Jing, the Emperor of Luck, dropped to 7th, while Mu Zitong actually made the list. Mu Zitong's fame in District 2 was comparable to Yunluohe's. He revealed his extremely low luck from the start, and how unlucky he was. The fact that he even made the list this time was simply incredible. Someone from the Emperor of Luck Association directly took to the chat channel. I'm so curious. Mu Zitong, how did you do it? How did you even manage to be so high up there? Really? But isn't Mu Zitong the president of the Mutual Aid Association? With the Mutual Aid Association being so big now, it wouldn't be surprising if he helped upgrade his reef. Yes, everyone in the Mutual Aid Association contributes a little bit of supplies, which helps him upgrade. Don't talk nonsense. Our Mutual Aid Association is about mutual aid. We don't need to hand over supplies to the president. It's all an exchange system. Then tell me, how did Mu Zitong get on the list? Mu Zitong noticed the chat channel was flooding with messages, but he didn't immediately speak out. He was in a very good mood and sent Yunluohe many messages. I didn't expect it. I even made the list. It's all thanks to my parents. I have bad luck, but my parents are incredibly lucky. Every day they open a shell and find a golden pearl. It's amazing. And to provide my parents with a good living environment and make them comfortable, I definitely have to work hard. By the way, another major contributor is you, Sister Yun. The nightingale you gave me has been a real help. With it, the animals on the reef are in a good mood, the production is high, the spawning is fast, and the plants are growing well. That's why my reef has such a high rating. I give you all the gift package rewards this time. Yunluohe, haha, no thanks, keep it for yourself. You done so much for me, and I haven't given you any benefits lately. Mu Zitong, you haven't given me any benefits yet. Damn, you given me so much. My parents tell me every day that I must repay you. I will definitely give you the gift package, so you must accept it. Yunluohe, let's talk later. If there's anything I need in the gift package, I can trade it with you. Mu Zitong, whatever you want in exchange, just take it. When are we going to the desert today? Those people in Area 1 might have already gone there to catch up with us. Yunluohe, yeah, no rush. After finishing her work, she had already exchanged enough desert fragments and had all the materials. Now she just had to discuss the arrangements with her teammates after they arrived in the desert. She planned to go it alone, letting the others earn points in the oasis while she searched for the array center. After all, finding it wasn't certain, so to avoid being overtaken by the second place team, she had to steadily earn points. Oh my god! This is bad? Sister Yun, check the leaderboard. The Yunluohe team had originally been in first place, but now it was second. The Area 1 team had suddenly gained 1,800 points, crushing the Yunluohe team. The Area 2 chat channel had been discussing the overall rankings, but the topic suddenly changed. This is too much. Is this team in Area 1 cheating? Maybe they discovered a hidden dungeon, like the desert ruins. Finding a treasure cave would definitely net them tons of points. Do you remember Yunlua's points suddenly skyrocketed yesterday? Could they be using the same method? It's possible, but then our area won't get first place. Yunlua's team's points haven't moved. Could they have left for the desert yet? They definitely haven't, but it's definitely too late to go now. With 1,800 points, and it's so hot today, there's a good chance they're out of luck. The team chat messages were buzzing non-stop. The team members were unwilling to accept the news. What should we do? How did they suddenly gain so many points? Why don't we just leave now? Chapter 149. Don't worry, wait a little longer. Seeing everyone's anxious expressions, Yunlua remained calm and composed. After sending the message, she went back to work. Before leaving, Yunlua first exchanged a recipe for dark cuisine with Lin Zhu. She gave Lin Zhu fire dragon scales and 2 bags of star sand. She had plenty of star sand now, so giving some away wasn't a problem. She still had 2 fire dragon scales left, which should be enough even if she needed them later. After all, Lin Zhu only needed 1. Lin Zhu quickly sent the dark cuisine recipe over. It was a thin, pure black cookbook. Upon opening it, it was revealed to be hand-painted, with illustrations of the recipe on each page. The text was written in black quill pen, embodying the mysterious and dark style. The contents of the recipe were even more astonishing. Spider silk frog egg porridge, sticky spider silk paired with soft, chewy frog eggs, 1 mouthful filled with goo. Ingredients: mutated frog eggs X3, silver spider silk X1, rice X1. Effects: reduces stamina by 20, increases strength by 5, and raises body temperature to 30 degrees Celsius for 10 minutes. This effect has both positive and negative effects. It seems like it burns stamina to increase body temperature, which then temporarily increases strength. And the ingredients are indeed dark. Frog eggs and spider silk. Just thinking about them makes them unpalatable. The description of the texture is also very strange. The picture also looks like a pool. She flipped through a few more pages, and they were all pretty much the same. There's only ever darker darkness. For example, there's a grilled fish made with coffee grounds, rotten fish, and garlic and cilantro. After eating it, stamina increases by 50, but sanity decreases by 30 points. This was the first time Yunlua had seen a sand value. Could it be that something that affects spirit would appear later? And caviar moss wine. Just the name made Yunlua feel a little repulsive. It was a flavor she couldn't quite grasp. Her first reaction was that this dish would have a powerful effect. Sure enough, it restored 15 stamina points per minute for 5 minutes. The maximum stamina point would also be increased to 120. The side effect was that 1 hour after eating it, she would suddenly become unconscious for half an hour. There were 20 more dark dishes to come. They were truly varied and bizarre. After looking through all the recipes, she found 3 dishes that could currently be made. The most suitable for summer: octopus tentacle mango coconut ice. This ice cream is made by blending fresh octopus tentacles with ripe mango pulp, crushed coconut, and ice to make a smoothie. Not only does it effectively reduce the heat, it also continuously increases stamina. She happened to have all the ingredients, so she just followed the recipe and made it. Successfully unlocked dark cuisine, plus 300 cooking skill proficiency. Reward: pickled radish, pickled beans, and pickled bamboo shoots set X1. With this, we shouldn't have to worry too much about heading into the desert today. Since we still had time, Yunlua simply made 5 servings in one sitting. She make one for each team member later. Yunlua closed the cookbook and decided to study it more carefully after returning from the desert, preparing all the remaining recipes. Just then, the information from the Tianji Pavilion finally arrived. Yunlua received a comprehensive desert map. Before bed last night, she had contacted someone from the Tianji Pavilion and asked them to help her organize the information. Because she had to ensure she found the array's center, a teleportation array map alone wasn't enough. So this desert intelligence was even more crucial. Now that she had the information, Yunlua studied the entire desert map and was able to roughly identify the array's center. This way, she had a direction to go when she arrived in the desert. Otherwise, without a reference point, even with a teleportation array map, she wouldn't know which direction to take. Arriving in the desert's heat, wrapped in yellow sand, lashed her face, and the wind was scorching, making her feel like she was in an oven. This is too hot. I can't stand it. Sister Yun, the food you gave me is very effective, but I can't bear to eat it. It's a bit dark, and the octopus tentacles are still moving. Although it's dark, it's effective. Eat it if you can't stand it anymore. The temperature is too extreme today, and ordinary food probably won't last long. Yes, maybe it tastes better with your eyes closed. Yun Luoha narrowed her eyes, carefully examining the comprehensive desert map again, and then prepared to split up with the others. Before leaving, Yun Luoha specifically instructed, keep in touch. If you encounter other teams, don't confront them head-on, and don't reveal our team's identity. Everyone carry flares. If you scatter and encounter danger, signal immediately. Yun Luoha was afraid that other teams, knowing they were in second place, would deliberately trip them up, sabotage their scoring attempts, or, seeing their superiority, join forces with other teams to steal their supplies. Okay, we get it. Sister Yun, you should also be careful. Yes, Luoha, be careful on your way. Yun Luoha nodded and carefully put the map away. Seeing her teammates heading off in different directions, she set out alone to find the formation center. Today's temperature was the highest ever, the sand beneath her feet tanned an orange-red, and every step required more effort than usual. The sun hung high in the sky, scorching her whole body. Yun Luoha finally couldn't bear it anymore and took out the octopus tentacle mango coconut ice cream. In this weather, there was no time to wait, she had to stuff it right in her mouth. The octopus tentacles moved in her mouth, and paired with the sweet mango, it was a bit difficult to chew, but it actually tasted quite good. It's just that the freshness of the seafood and the flavor of the fruit didn't go together. Luckily, Yun Luoha didn't care to think about the taste. After eating it, she felt incredibly comfortable. She gained a cooling effect that lasted 15 minutes, increasing her stamina by 5 points per minute for 8 minutes. As her body felt better, she moved faster. After walking for about an hour, she saw a strange array of sand sculptures. The sand sculptures varied in shape. Some resembled giant spiders, others resembled bats, sharks, mermaids, and even twisted humanoids. The surface was covered in gullies, eroded by the desert wind. Yun Luoha's mind flickered. This terrain seemed to match the ones marked on the map. It seemed she hadn't made the mistake. Yun Luoha narrowed her eyes, gazing at the sand sculptures ahead, thinking, logically, these sculptures couldn't have been formed naturally. But this was a game. Common sense wouldn't work. She repeatedly reviewed the comprehensive desert map in her hand, which highlighted some unique terrain features and locations that might hold clues. She noticed on the map that right next to this area, there was an area marked Quicksand Forbidden Land, with a large red cross around it. This seemed to indicate extreme danger. However, based on her observation of the optics, that direction seemed to be the only way to go. Yun Luoha didn't hesitate, she had to go this way. If she took another route, she might not reach her destination. So she approached the Quicksand Forbidden Land cautiously, testing the sand beneath her feet with every step to see if it was firm. Fortunately, her perception was impeccable. Every time she lifted a foot, she would sense danger and simply change her footing. Although her progress was slow, nothing went wrong. After walking for more than 10 minutes, a sudden gust of wind blew up dust and sand, blurring her vision. When the wind and sand subsided slightly, she was surprised to see a dilapidated stone tablet not far away. Carved on it were some strange symbols. This symbol is identical to the one on the ancient stone tablet. It seems we're not far away. Yun Luoha suppressed her excitement and quickened her pace. A disc made of obsidian appeared in front of her. This must be the teleportation array's core. She took out the blueprint for the desert teleportation array, and the core responded with a humming sound. Alright. Just build it here. Yun Luoha picked up the blueprint and clicked build. The materials in her backpack were deducted one by one. The core glowed golden, and a countdown appeared. 4 hours. Only 4 hours left until she left the desert. The timing was perfect. She had glanced at the time when she arrived, and it was only a second or two off. For a moment, she was unsure. What if, just a second or two off, she was forcibly teleported back to the reef before the teleportation array was complete? Wouldn't that mean her entire mission would be wasted? Yun Luoha was a little nervous. Her emotions were mixed. She asked her teammates in the group chat if they remembered the exact time. The others gave similar times, but no one knew the exact number of seconds within a minute. That was hard to say. Never mind. She couldn't just sit here and wait for 4 hours. She might as well do something else nearby, maybe dig for treasure. But she couldn't go too far. What if someone came and destroyed her array's core? That would be troublesome. She couldn't leave until the teleportation array was successfully built. So Yun Luoha activated her scanning eye to explore nearby resources. She immediately sensed a dangerous aura behind her. As she drew out her Thunder Vortex Trident, she saw 3 desert lizards, covered in earth-colored scales, break free from the ground. Their scales blended seamlessly with the sand, so Yunluoha hadn't noticed them approaching. If she hadn't activated her scanning eyes, she wouldn't have noticed until they attacked her. These creatures were surprisingly able to conceal their presence, so Yunluoha hadn't sensed them immediately. They stared at her intently with their crimson pupils, a very ominous feeling. These lizards were half a man's height, their exposed teeth a dark green, clearly poisonous. But this also reminded Yunluoha of the dark cuisine recipe for lizard fang soup, which required mutant lizard fangs and desert cactus juice. And this dish's main function was to protect against radiation. Not bad. What is a crisis? It's that danger often accompanies opportunity. These guys arrived just in time. Yunluoha curled her lips, dodging the lizard's attack. The Thunder Vortex Trident stabbed the nearest lizard's head. Although the Thunder Vortex Trident was more suited to dealing with marine life, it was also very effective against non-boss monsters like these. With a single strike, it killed one. It truly was a high-level weapon. The fangs of each lizard fell off. Yunluoha turned to look at the other two. They were quite clever, attacking her from the front and back. One of them suddenly opened its maw and spewed out a highly corrosive venom. Yunluoha rolled on the ground to avoid the venom. The venom dripped onto the sand, instantly sending up a puff of white smoke. It was quite toxic. She had just killed a lizard, and besides the fangs, it also dropped some mutant lizard meat. Killing 2 more would be a good idea. She could take some back and roast the lizard meat. Yunluoha leaped behind the lizard, then placed the Thunder Vortex Trident upright on the sand, leaped into the air, and slammed it down hard. After killing 3 lizards, Yunluoha checked her points. Up 50 points. That's quite a bit. These mutant lizards are much more valuable than sandworms and sand scorpions. But when she opened the leaderboard again, she found that the top-ranked team still had 1,000 points more than hers. Even though her teammates were working hard to gain points, as could be seen from the rapid increase in points, it was a shame that the team in Area 1, for some unknown reason, was also surging in points. She couldn't put all her hopes on the teleportation array, she had to make a sprint as well. Whether she could get first place or not, she had to give it her all. Yunluoha looked around. Would she find more of these mutant lizards? Killing 3 would only add 50 points, but what if she could kill 100? Yunluoha thought. If only there were a lizard's nest nearby. Perhaps she could look for it. Yunluoha activated her scanning eye. This time, she maximized the range of her scanning eye and scanned a wide area, finding nothing. But then she thought again and tried a different approach, scanning deeper. Chapter 150. Yunluoha closed her eyes, concentrated, and shifted her scanning eye's perception from horizontal to vertical. The desert surface sand became transparent and clear in her mind, and everything fell into her sight. Finally, 3 meters below the center of the formation, she spotted a massive creature. It was a giant lizard. 10 times the size of the 3 lizards. Yunluoha suddenly opened her eyes. This lizard was enormous. It looked like a boss-level creature. But it lay motionless underground. Why didn't it come out? It should have come out when she approached the center of the formation. Now Yunluoha had already built the teleportation array and even killed 3 mutant lizards, causing such a commotion. So Yunluoha carefully observed the giant lizard hiding underground. Soon, Yunluoha realized what was happening. The lizard was laying eggs, and steam was rising from its body. Yunluoha saw numerous lizard eggs through his scanning eye. And nearby, there was even a live baby lizard. This type of lizard can lay eggs and give birth simultaneously. Yunluoha counted them, 28 lizard eggs in total. The eggs were steaming red from the intense heat. Just then, the giant lizard seemed to sense something and shifted its body, shielding the eggs beneath it. This seemed to be why it hadn't come out to cause trouble for Yunluoha. But it was also because of its shift that Yunluoha saw the cave behind it. A cave half a meter in diameter appeared before Yunluoha's eyes. Although the scanning eye couldn't see clearly what was inside, it was obvious that this kind of cave must contain valuables. It looked like she really had to go down. However, if she continued like this, she didn't know if the giant lizard would think she was coming to harm its children. It would probably attack her. But she couldn't just give up on the cave. So, without hesitation, Yunluoha quickly took out her tools and began digging. 3 meters wasn't a deep hole, so Yunluoha quickly dug to the giant lizard's location. A mixed, fishy smell hit her face. The lizard had bony spikes on its back, and the protruding fleshy crest on its head was purple, giving it a distinctive appearance. Yunluoha didn't want to provoke it. After all, her only target was the cave behind it. As long as it gave way, she could completely ignore its intentions. So Yunluoha tried to communicate with it. She used the animal language of the pet taming skill, communicating with it through hand gestures. She told it that she had no ill intentions and only wanted to go inside. Of course, it's also possible that the lizard was guarding the cave. If it refused to let her in, she had no choice but to take action. Yun Luoha kept a close eye on the giant lizard, ready to attack preemptively with her Thunder Vortex Trident if it made the slightest movement. But the lizard, seemingly understanding Yun Luoha's words, simply gave her a deep look, then shifted its rear, revealing a hole in the cave. It carried the newly born lizard to the other side, then turned its head and closed its eyes. It seemed it was leaving her alone. Yun Luoha breathed a sigh of relief. This was the best possible outcome. She took a deep breath and cautiously made her way into the cave. The cave was pitch black, and Yun Luoha took out the fluorite lantern for illumination. It glowed continuously in the darkness. The darker the area, the brighter it became. As she entered the cave, she felt a sudden collapse beneath her feet. Instinctively, she leaped up, using her dagger to pierce the cave wall, steadying herself. When she took in everything, her expression suddenly darkened. Inside the cave, there was a larger lizard. The one outside was a female, and this one was a male. He looked menacing, his cold, vertical pupils gazing at her with hostility. Yun Luoha's knuckles turned white from the pressure she applied on the dagger. Granite rustled from the cave wall. The cave was large, but the male lizard's massive body practically occupied the entire passage. The dark green scales shimmered eerily in the light of the fluorite lantern. A low growl emanated from its throat, and the air was filled with a stench even stronger than outside. It looked like a troublesome creature. Yun Luoha finally understood why the female lizard had let him go so easily. It was a complete trap. The female lizards outside were busy laying eggs, leaving the responsibility of guarding the cave to this male lizard. Yun Luoha had actually thought the male lizard had given way to her out of the way because he sensed her goodwill. But killing you would probably earn me a lot of points. As soon as Yun Luoha finished speaking, the male lizard launched the first attack. It opened its bloody maw and lunged at Yun Luoha. Yun Luoha reacted incredibly quickly, using the cave wall to push hard, her body retreating like an arrow. At the same time, she quickly drew her Thunder Vortex Trident. With a bang, a bolt of lightning shot out from the tip, piercing the male lizard. This was the Thunder Vortex Trident's unique skill. Vortex piercing. The male lizard's evasive movements were naturally no match for the lightning. The moment it was struck by the thunder, it let out a painful roar. Its massive body tumbled through the cave, sending the wall shattering into rubble. Huh? It seems there's a damage bonus. The Thunder Vortex Trident deals an additional 200 damage to aquatic creatures and adds a lightning stun effect. This lizard isn't a marine creature, so why would it also stun? Yun Luoha was puzzled. Could this lizard have some connection to marine life? But then he thought about marine iguanas, which also frequent the seashore. And mosasaurs are also distant relatives of lizards. But the mutant lizards outside didn't have this, perhaps because they were a different species. While Yun Luoha was lost in thought, the male lizard had already recovered. After being injured by Yun Luoha, its eyes became even more ferocious. It swung its thick tail like a giant steel whip, sweeping towards Yun Luoha. Yun Luoha used the cave wall for leverage, dodging the tail's attacks several times. Yun Luoha attempted to strike with the Thunder Vortex Trident several times, but was always blocked. Furthermore, the male lizard, knowing the Thunder Vortex Trident's power, was adept at deflecting it with its tail. Its tail wasn't vulnerable to the trident, and its scales were tough, so the vortex-piercing attack wasn't always possible. Using the Thunder Vortex Trident was extremely exhausting. A quick victory was necessary. They had to find its weakness first. While engaging the male lizard, Yun Luoha used his scanning eye to observe its anatomy, eventually noting that its belly scales were relatively thin. Now is the time. Yun Luoha seized the opportunity. When the male lizard lunged again, she leaped up and thrust the Thunder Vortex Trident straight into its abdomen. She unleashed the vortex-piercing attack once more. With a shriek, the tip of the trident pierced its scales. The male lizard let out a shrill cry, and blood spurted out. But it didn't collapse. Instead, the excruciating pain intensified its frenzy. It twisted its body, trying to throw Yun Luoha off. Yun Luoha held the trident tightly, repeatedly striking its abdomen with it. The male lizard charged frantically through the cave, shaking violently as if it would collapse at any moment. Yun Luoha was dizzy from the impact, but she managed to hold on. Thankfully, the male lizard finally collapsed from the excessive blood loss. Seeing it collapse, Yun Luoha breathed a sigh of relief. I'm almost out of stamina. Yun Luoha jumped off it, panting heavily. It nearly exhausted her to death. This damn lizard, what a tenacious life force. Just then, the male lizard's corpse began to glow. After the light faded, a system notification sounded. Kill the giant lizard. Rewards: 1 sapphire, 1 blue lizard hide, 1 underwater ruins teleportation array blueprint. A click sounded from deep within the cave. A crisp sound, like some mechanism being triggered. Yunluoha stood up alertly and walked in the direction of the sound. Turning a corner, a stone platform inlaid with crystals appeared before her. On the platform lay an antique leather manual, the cover of which bore the same symbols as the stone tablet. She carefully flipped open the manual. The words were a little blurry, but still legible. It records the story of an ancient desert civilization. This desert was once a vast ocean. Yunluoha whispered the first sentence from the manual, her eyes filled with shock. She continued reading, discovering that in ancient times, a mysterious tribe of mermaids lived beneath the sea. They possessed powerful magical powers, and constructed many remarkable structures and artifacts. The mermaids constructed a teleportation array to avoid disaster, and these 2 giant lizards were the pets left here by the mermaids. The mermaids were exterminated, their civilization lost, but the lizards remained, guarding the teleportation array. The manual also stated that the mermaid ruins contained many mermaid artifacts of great use. The cave Yunluoha was currently in was one of the key entrances to the mermaid's former hiding place. The manual also included a map showing the locations of the various teleportation arrays. This mirrored the description in the teleportation array atlas obtained earlier. There are 6 teleportation array centers, located on the 4 Four Seasons Islands, the ocean floor, and the desert. Of course, this doesn't include the teleportation array Yunluoha built on her own reef. Yunluoha was overwhelmed with excitement. She hadn't expected to stumble upon such a valuable item. She flipped to the last page of the manual, which showed a picture of a volcano and several gigantic, strange-looking figures. Yunluoha was a little confused by the image, and after a moment's thought, she picked up the diagram of the teleportation array for the underwater ruins. She hadn't expected the desert to even contain clues related to mermaids. Everything connected, creating a world Yunluoha couldn't even imagine. As for the volcano and the giant, she had no idea what they meant. She opened the leaderboard to see how many points she earned for killing the giant lizard. Not bad, a 200-point increase. But their team was still in second place. But the scores for the teams in Area 1 had remained unchanged. They probably already left the desert. After all, they arrived early and left early. In that case, all she needed to do was add another 500 points to reach first place. Yunluoha looked toward the female lizard outside. But Yunluoha realized that dealing with the male lizard was already a bit of a struggle. The female lizard hadn't done anything to her, unlike the male lizard that had actively attacked her. Forget it, she better think of another way to earn points. She put away the manual and map and prepared to leave the cave. As she emerged, she noticed the female lizard outside had already finished laying eggs. It watched Yunluoha warily, but when it saw that Yunluoha didn't intend to harm its young, it relaxed its guard slightly. Seeing that it held no ill will towards her, Yunluoha gave up the idea of killing it. Even if she could eat to replenish her energy, the female lizard was clearly more intelligent than the male, as a mother is known to be strong. The fact that it knew not to become her enemy indicated that if it unleashed its full strength to protect its young, Yunluoha might not be able to easily defeat them. The most important thing was that she had just consumed too much energy and hadn't fully recovered yet. Even if she killed the female lizard, she wouldn't have enough points, and there was still a huge risk. After leaving the cave, Yunluoha checked the time. Only half an hour remained. She had no idea what was happening with the others. Yunluoha sent a message to the others. They didn't reply. They were probably still desperately trying to rack up points. Yunluoha continued to dig for treasure nearby, and did find some success. She found some electronic parts, a few metal fragments, and bronze gears. But these only gave her a few points. The countdown for the construction of the teleportation array, not far away, was only 10 minutes away. Yunluoha continued to collect what resources she could find nearby. She didn't know when she would come here again. Suddenly, a thunderstorm arrived, and the entire desert was ablaze with lightning and thunder. Yunluoha frowned at the rumbling thunder. It was the first time she had heard such a loud noise. She wondered how many players would be eliminated tonight. The sky darkened completely, but the stifling heat made it even more uncomfortable. It was like a steaming furnace here, and there was the possibility of being struck by lightning at any moment. The situation on the reef was probably similar. Only a dozen seconds remained. Perhaps she wouldn't be able to see the teleportation array successfully built. Yunluoha sighed. Finally, she put away her shovel and stowed the freshly dug supplies into her backpack. Teleportation array constructed successfully. The system's notification echoed across the desert. Area-wide announcement. Player Yunluoha successfully activated the desert teleportation array. Area-wide announcement. Player Yunluoha successfully activated the desert teleportation array. This message echoed 3 times. Not only Yunluoha, but all players heard it. At the same time, her team also earned 2,000 points, having taken first place at the last second before Yunluoha left the desert. Back to the reef. Yunluoha returned to the reef and heard the familiar sound of waves again. Watching the waves crash against the shore and then turn into steam, one could tell how hot the rock beneath was. The scorching sea breeze blew against her face, seemingly tinged with dried sea salt. Yunluoha, weary yet excited, opened the leaderboard. Already first place, but the previous announcement was too exaggerated. Now everyone knows she's built a desert teleportation array and can go to the desert at any time. I don't know if this is good or bad. The desert event doesn't end until 8 p.m. I wonder what the rewards will be when the final tally is drawn. But first place is definitely going to be pretty good. Yunluoha returned to her room to rest. Hearing the thunder and lightning outside, her mood darkened again. Summer was over, and autumn was about to arrive. I'm afraid new disasters and trials wouldn't make it easy for players like them. For the time being, Yunluoha planned to first open the deluxe gift packs awarded for her overall score, then open shells, organize her supplies, and finally, prepare all the other possible dishes in the dark cuisine recipe book. The deluxe gift packs were the reward for being the top player in Zone 2, so naturally, they were very generous. Upon opening, you discover a treasure trove of rare and high-end items. Open the deluxe gift pack. Receive 1 random high-end suit blueprint, 1 high-end designated island landing token, 1 sobering mint bomb recipe, 1 reef upgrade set, 1 random top-tier furniture blueprint, and 1 mutated resin recipe. Sobering mint bomb recipe. A refreshing and cooling mint bomb that instantly clears your mind. It's refreshing and soothing. Increases spirit by 2 points and stamina by 1 point per second for half a minute. Crafting materials. 1 mutated mint, 1 moonlight lotus dew, 1 edible beeswax, 1 mugwort. Reef upgrade set. Contains 2 high-end reef upgrades, 1 automated irrigation system, and 1 geothermal heating core. The automated irrigation system is a set of blue glowing mechanical pipes that deploy and automatically slot into the crevices of the reef, absorbing seawater for purification and irrigation without human intervention. The geothermal heating core is a fist-sized lava crystal, the instructions indicate, which converts the reef's underground heat into heating and electricity. These 2 items have numerous uses, one for planting, the other for heating and insulating the reef. However, this is just a heating core and appears to require a device to function. It's currently unusable. Mutated resin, a rare material with numerous uses. High-grade resin comes from agarwood and dragon's blood trees, and both are required to create it. Production method. After obtaining the high-grade resin, fuse it with fragments of the symbiotic crystal, bury them, and ferment them at high temperatures. Previously, many things required mutant resin, and Yunluoha had no idea where to get it. Now, she finally had the blueprints. However, she had never seen agarwood or dragon's blood trees before, so she had to find a way to obtain them. Next, there was the high-grade designated island landing card, which was even more useful than she had imagined. She could freely choose to travel to any of the major islands, ignoring seasonal restrictions. This meant she could return to the spring and summer limited islands. She could even go to the winter limited island early simply by knowing its name. This was simply incredible. Items like this were unimaginable before. Yunluoha then began opening these random items. Opening a random high-level set blueprint revealed the heart of the Tide Pendant blueprint. This was a blueprint for one of the deep sea set items. Yunluoha was incredibly excited. She already owns 2 deep sea sets. Getting another one this time is like adding wings to a tiger's tail. Heart of the Tide Pendant, deep sea set. Wearing this creates a shield underwater, increasing defense by 30, and granting a 40% chance to avoid attacks from marine life. Wearing 3 of these pendants activates tidal force, causing attacks to inflict a wave of shockwaves and a chance to knock enemies away. Crafting materials. Sapphire X1, Deep Sea Black Iron X1, Mermaid Tear Crystal X3, Blue Lizard Skin X1. She already has several of these items, so it seems the chances of crafting this equipment are quite high. Yunluoha couldn't hide her smile. Finally, she randomly opened a blueprint for a Star Sea observatory from a top-level furniture project. Crafting materials: Olympus Iron X8, Crystal X15, Black Iron Gear X20, High-Grade Hardwood X100, Copper Ingot X10, and Iron Ingot X10. Once completed, it will monitor the weather in real time, probabilistically predicting the weather and wind direction for the next 24 hours, as well as special weather conditions, like meteor showers and thunderstorms. We already had a weather monitor, so this one didn't have much use beyond predicting meteor showers. Then Yunluohe began opening shells. Ro Bao placed the shells he had collected in a designated area, so she could see how many there were each day. Today, there were 3. Opening each, he obtained 2 white pearls and 1 gray pearl. The items he opened were unremarkable, consisting of daily necessities and basic materials. However, because the previous gift packs had yielded such impressive results, Yunluohe wasn't too disappointed when the pearls weren't very impressive. She placed the broken ones in the trash for recycling and upgrading. After accumulating 50 times, I clicked on the lottery. Winning the lottery, I received Sawmill Blueprint X1. Sawmill, a tool that automatically turns wood into planks. Crafting materials: Iron Ingots X5, Deep Sea Flint X10, Refined Steel X2, Obsidian X5. This is a great tool for increasing efficiency. Before, I could only chop wood and then use a workbench to make planks, but now I can saw it directly, which is much faster. After packing up most of my supplies, Yunluohe finally opened the screen. She then saw that many people had sent her messages. Sister Yun is amazing. At the last moment, I thought we only get second place. Luohe, thanks to you, we finally made it. Can you share the information about your teleportation array? It's paid. Just tell me what you want. Luohe, you're famous throughout the district now. Yunluohe was overwhelmed. Even the chat channel was completely occupied with her. She was truly famous now. She casually flipped through the chat channel, feeling nothing exciting. Instead, she felt that people fear fame, just as pigs fear weight. The desert event has officially ended. Settlement will begin at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Rewards will be sent via email at that time, so please check your emails. Tomorrow is the first day of autumn, and all regions will be merged. The forums will be merged first, and the entire region will be merged starting tomorrow. 10 days later, the trading centers will be merged. The thunderstorm will last until 8 a.m. tomorrow. Players who survive will receive a survival gift pack from the system. Chapter 151. A thunderstorm struck the reefs of many players who hadn't yet leveled up. The number of online players continued to decrease. At this point, most players were busy in their houses, and few people were talking in the chat channel. Everyone knew that the most brutal moment had arrived again. It was unknown how many people in each zone would survive, and it was unclear what would happen tomorrow. Yunluohe opened her eyes early in the morning. She hadn't slept much the previous night, busy collecting materials late into the night. The constant thunder and lightning made it difficult to fall asleep. However, she was so sleepy in the second half of the night that she managed to get a few hours of sleep. With so many things on her mind, she woke naturally at 7 o'clock. It wasn't even 8 o'clock yet, and the thunderstorm was still going on, but the sky was slowly calming. The morning mist was pouring out, shrouding the entire reef in fog. This was the same for all the reefs. The thunderstorm tore through the sky, but the sea was remarkably calm. And compared to last night, the temperature this morning was uncomfortably low. The first day of autumn. Overcast, temperature, 16 degrees Celsius. The gray-blue fog deepened. Originally a different color than the ocean, it gradually dissolved into the water, staining the entire sea. The ocean's color took on a strange hue, giving people a strong sense of unease. Yunluohe stood by the window, not rushing out, but carefully observing the changes outside through the window. The bleak autumn wind blew the plants on the reef yellow. Besides the withered plants, the grass outside was also dyed golden. Autumn had finally arrived, but things didn't look good. Under the influence of the strange mist, the plants began to change. At 8 o'clock, the system's voice arrived as promised. Congratulations to the player who successfully survived until autumn, and received a survival gift pack. Congratulations to player Yunluohe for achieving the highest total points in the 5-person team during the summer desert event, and for making the greatest individual contribution. Rewards: Desert Eye X1, Desert Rose Stone X1, Blue Crystal or X50, Desert Teleportation Array Blueprint X1, Seed Maker Blueprint X1, Desert Map X1, Ostrich Eggs X5, Cactus Seed X1. Desert Eye opens the door to the desert secret realm. Isn't this the amber pendant Yunluohe gave Lu Xiaoluo as a token of his love? Lu Xiaoluo previously used this to open the secret realm, and Yunluo had obtained many valuable items there. Desert Rose Stone, a masterpiece of nature's craftsmanship, used to craft high-end decorations and improve reef ratings. Seed Maker, place mature crops in the seed maker to create the corresponding seeds. Accept mushrooms and fruit from fruit trees. Crafting materials: Sapphire Fragment X1, Kyanite X10, Star Sand X10, Symbiotic Crystal Fragment X1. Yunluo planned to ask his friends if they had any extra desert teleportation array blueprints. Presumably, there's more than one array center in the desert, so even if Yunluo had already built one, there would still be new blueprints. Yunluo opened the Autumn Survival Gift Pack again. It contained some basic survival supplies, an immunity pill, and a bottle of antidote. Immunity pill immunizes the radiation mist for 5 hours after taking it. Antidote removes 80% of the radiation from the blood, increasing your spirit points by 20. After putting away the contents of the gift pack, Yunluo opened the chat channel. Has anyone gone out? Is this fog poisonous? It looks weird. Definitely. I don't dare go out anyway. Are we going to stay inside all day? Maybe it'd be better after dark. We can make some tools inside during the day. You guys are too scared. You can't die the moment you go outside. The game isn't that perverted. That's true. I'm going to go out and take a look. Oh my god, my sanity is dropping. Yunluo opened her character information. Name, Yunluo. Gender, female. Age, 26. Zone, Zone 2. HP, 100. Stamina, 100. Sanity, 88. Strength, 85, upgradable. Agility, 78, upgradable. Luck, 40, upgradable traits. Perception plus 18. There's an extra sanity value. It's not the maximum value. It's only 88 even without her going out. If she had gone out, wouldn't it have dropped even faster? I wonder what effect a low san value will have on a player. Yunluo pondered this and decided to go out and take a look. He had a bottle of antidote, so he couldn't just sit there and waste his time. Don't go near the thickest areas of radiation fog. One breath, and your san value drops by 20 points. Damn, my scalp tingles. What happens if your san value drops too low? Does anyone know? Hallucinations, lethargy, and general weakness. Don't ask me how I know. At what point does the above symptoms occur? 40, and it's still dropping. I took the antidote, and it slowly recovered. So, stay away from areas with thick fog. No way. This fog senses living things and actively approaches. I just came out, and the fog that was originally gathering at the edge of the reef suddenly moved towards me. Didn't I tell you guys not to wear masks when you go out? Yunluo didn't see the message at the end of the chat channel. She had already left, donning a diatom filtering respirator mask, leaving only her eyes exposed. Only when she emerged did she realize the fog was a different color: white, gray-blue, fluorescent green. She couldn't tell what the different colors represented. Yunluo observed carefully. Soon, as if aware of something, the fog quickly surged towards her, quickly surrounding her. Even though she was wearing a mask, some of the fog still managed to get through, and she inevitably inhaled a little. Yunluo opened her profile. Her sanity value was slowly decreasing. Very slowly. For a short while, she felt nothing. Robao and Wonton, following her without any protective gear, were also affected. Robao meowed first. Meow. Headache. Meow. I breathed it in. Robao clutched his head, suddenly furious, digging at the ground with his claws, his nails extended, and the hair on his back bristled. Yunluo quickly put him in the pet bag. It seemed the radiation fog was having a significant impact on pets. After putting Robao in the pet bag, Yunluo turned his gaze to Wonton. He seemed fine, showing no signs of discomfort. Are you okay, Wonton baby? Yes, I'm fine. I'm not feeling unwell. That's good, but you should go in first. Yunluo wasn't entirely reassured. Wonton nodded obediently, and was quickly tucked into Yunluo's bag. Having dealt with the pet issue, Yunluo returned her attention to the surrounding fog. At this point, fog of varying colors intertwined, enveloping her like a vast, eerie web. She moved cautiously, trying to find an area with less fog. However, the fog seemed to have a life of its own, following her steps closely, constantly surrounding her. As she slowly moved, Yunluo noticed that the gray fog seemed relatively thinner and had a lesser effect on her sanity. The other colors had a greater impact. So, she tried to avoid the other colors, using various common sense methods to combat them. But even water and fire were useless. After studying for a while, Yunluoha came to no conclusion, so she went to the barn and chicken coop to see if her animals were affected. To her surprise, fog had also entered. All the chickens in the coop collapsed to the ground, nearly dead. Yunluoha's face grimaced as she squatted down to check on them. Each one was emitting a green glow and gray smoke. They looked like they were severely poisoned. The animals in the barn were no exception, they were all infected. Damn it. This radioactive fog wasn't just harmful to the players, it was also harmful to the animals. She had to find a solution quickly. She used all the radiation-resistant supplies she obtained on them later. The situation was urgent, so Yunluoha diluted the antidote in water and fed some to the animals. The effect was remarkable. Within minutes, the gray smoke surrounding them disappeared, though they continued to emit a green glow, clearly still affected by the radiation. Besides the animals, the trees on the reef were also undergoing even more bizarre changes under the erosion of the fog. Black spots began to appear on their previously yellow leaves, as if they were diseased. The ground had also undergone a strange transformation. Its color was off, it looked dirty, and it was also emitting gray smoke. Fearing that the recently planted star-wishing tree had been affected, Yunluoha hurried over to check. Seeing that the star-wishing tree had remained intact, she breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the star-wishing tree wasn't a high-end species susceptible to radiation, but the ordinary plants on the reef were all wilting. I'm afraid that over time, they will all wither. Back at the house, Yunluoha didn't remove her protective mask as she opened her profile panel. By this time, her sanity score had dropped to 78. While the rate of decline wasn't particularly rapid, even players wearing radiation masks would experience a drop in sanity, not to mention those without them. She couldn't be out for too long. It would drop by over 10 points in half an hour. If she stayed out for several hours, it could easily drop below 60, or even 40. She began to think about countermeasures. Since she couldn't avoid contact with the radiation fog, she had to find a way to increase her sanity score or counteract its effects. She had previously acquired quite a few radiation-resistant supplies. She had organized them into a supply box, filled with radiation-related items, which she would study carefully later. In the afternoon, Yunluoha received the intelligence compiled by the Tianji Pavilion, as well as some of the conclusions from Si-Chi's experiments. Of the 4 colors of fog, only white was safe. The other 3 colors represented different concentrations of radiation. Gray fog, low-level radiation slowly reduces sanity, decreases by 1 per minute, obscuring vision to within 5 meters. Blue mist, intermediate radiation inhalation causes a continuous decrease in sanity, decrease by 2 per second, and will actively entangle, requiring an antidote to dispel. Fluorescent green mist, deep radiation touching it causes a decrease in sanity, with severe cases resulting in a decrease of 8 per second. Excessive inhalation can cause damage to the body and brain. Si-Chi concluded that the radiation fog affects players, plants, animals, and water sources. Consuming irradiated crops and water sources also affects players, ranging from a decrease in sanity to a reduction in stamina and life points. All of this information was shared for free on the player forums. Now that the forums have merged, it's a great opportunity for Tianji Pavilion to gain recognition. Chapter 152. Latest intelligence on the radiation fog. Area 2, Tianji Pavilion. 1. The lethality of fog color. White fog is safe, but may change color if affected by other colors of radiation fog. Gray fog, SAN decreases by 1 per minute, requires a diatom filter respirator for protection. Blue fog, SAN decreases by 2 per second, can be detoxified by immediate use of an antidote upon contact. Fluorescent green fog, SAN decreases by 8 per second, requires more advanced defensive equipment, which is currently unavailable. Stay away immediately if you encounter it. 2. SAN value mechanism. When the SAN value is less than 60, hallucinations occur, accompanied by loss of stamina. Taking an antidote or immunity pills can improve the condition. When the SAN value is less than 40, there is a chance of self-harm or active harm. Antidotes are slow to take effect, and recovery may take a long time. In severe cases, a state of insanity may occur. In just half an hour, the number of replies to this post exceeded 5,000. Why does my SAN value, when it's below 40, look a bit like a zombie? A more rational version of a zombie? Does anyone know what happens below 20? If my SAN value is in the single digits, I'm afraid to turn into a mindless, man-eating zombie. Damn, it's okay if I live alone, but it would be troublesome if there were multiple people on the reef. Don't forget that livestock will be affected by radiation too. What if zombie sheep or zombie cows appear? And what about pets? If they're irradiated, don't let them out. Why isn't anyone selling antidotes at the trading center? There's only one bottle in the system gift pack, and it's not going to be enough. This Tianji Pavilion is pretty impressive. They got these data in such a short time. Is it accurate? It doesn't seem like a scam. Many players in District 2 say the Tianji Pavilion is a formidable intelligence organization. If you're looking for intel, go to the Tianji Pavilion. It's a sure thing. Just as this post was rapidly gaining popularity, another one about ranking the top players in each district was also gaining popularity. Players from all districts were leaving comments on it. It wouldn't be long before the top 10 players in each district were ranked. Yun Luoha had also seen this post, and many people had signed up. Her team won first place in the multiplayer team competition during this desert event, making her famous across the districts. You have to know that multiplayer team competitions are much more competitive than single and double point competitions. There are rarely any lone wolf experts in desert events. After all, exploring desert ruins and oases is more than one person can handle. Yun Luoha also noticed that the top scorer in the individual competition was Yu Qinjin. I don't know what became of him later, but since he took first place, he must have had a good harvest. I just don't know what adventures he's had. After turning off the light screen, Yun Luoha began crafting various radiation protection supplies. The most important was her exclusive formula. The Clear Mint Cream. Clear Mint Cream. A refreshing and cooling mint cream that instantly clears your mind. It's refreshing. It increases your mental capacity by 2 points and your physical capacity by 1 point per second for half a minute. Ingredients: Mutated Mint X1, Moonlight Lotus Dew X1, Edible Beeswax X1, Mugwort X1. Currently, antidotes are more common, and few people are willing to trade them at the trading center. A formula like the one Yun Luoha has is currently the most effective sanity restoring product. It's just that the necessary materials are difficult to obtain. The main ingredients are all there, but the mutant mint needs to be processed with ordinary mint. According to Siqi's research, to transform ordinary mint into mutant mint, special treatment is required before planting. Thankfully, mint has a short growth cycle and grows quickly. With the addition of growth hormones and fertilizer, it can be harvested in just 3 days. Siqi has already developed a method. Yun Luoha only needs to plant the mint seeds according to her instructions. 3 more days. During these 3 days, she needs to gather more other materials. Moonlight Lotus Dew can be collected from the lotus plants she planted every night. This is thanks to her desire for everything she saw on Lotus Island, bringing back a large amount of lotus roots, lotus seeds, and lotus flowers, planting a full pond. Later, when the seasons were about to change, she planted them in a large earthen pot in a greenhouse. So, even in autumn, there are still lotus flowers in bloom. The greenhouse has a glass roof, which absorbs the essence of moonlight, and the resulting moonlight lotus dew is quite good. Edible beeswax and mugwort are even easier to obtain. Beehives contain not only honey but also beeswax, though it takes time to remove them. Yun Luoha had just purchased 50 beehives from the trading center and planned to build a beehive on the reef to house the hives. This would ensure he would never be short of honey and beeswax. He had found some mugwort in the wild last time, and someone was selling it at the trading center. Yun Luoha would buy up all he could and then build a greenhouse to grow mutant mint, mugwort, and other medicinal plants. The greenhouse is currently only growing vegetables, leaving no room for anything else. Next, Yun Luoha searched for radiation-related materials among all the materials he had previously obtained. He found the blood crystal core, which has a radiation catalytic effect. Survival watch, integrated radiation detection, compass, and body temperature monitoring functions. Ice crystal moss, a material unique to Thunder Island. Grind it into a powder and mixed with special radiation-resistant plants, it can be made into an anti-radiation potion. Sandworm meat skewers, provides temporary protection against the effects of radiation after consumption, lasting for 2 hours. Lizard fang soup, increases the body's radiation resistance for 1 hour. Long-term use may lead to the development of antibodies. It's currently unknown how the catalytic effect of the blood crystal core can be applied in practice. As for the ice crystal moss, we need to obtain the corresponding formula, or give it to Siqi to research and see if a specific medicine can be made. The other items can be used directly. After wearing the survival watch, you can see the surrounding radiation intensity and detect the radiation risk level in different areas. Although the color of the radiation fog can also indicate the toxicity level, this watch provides more accurate data. The sandworm skewers take effect as soon as they're eaten. The most amazing thing is the lizard fang soup. Yun Luoha is already preparing it. The pot of greasy green soup looks completely unappetizing and smells like rotten earth. It has no color, flavor, or aroma, and is even disgusting. Even if it's a dark dish, can't there be something that looks terrible but actually tastes delicious? This thing has rare ingredients and is difficult to prepare. The smell is really unpleasant, and the preparation process is a torture, without any of the enjoyment of making delicious food before. Perhaps this is a test of your cooking skills. So the added proficiency is quite high. Successfully unlocked dark cuisine, plus 300 cooking proficiency. Reward, 1 cold sautéed hautuinia cordata. Cold sautéed hautuinia cordata. This special dish has a refreshing taste and a unique aroma that becomes increasingly fragrant with each chew, making it irresistible. After consuming it, your SAN value increases by 0.5 per second, lasting for 1 minute. Hilarious. Cold sautéed hautuinia cordata. Yun Luoha had the pleasure of trying some hautuinia cordata before, but the first time she tried it, she really couldn't get used to it. But Yun Luoha wouldn't trade something this good. At this time, anything that increases SAN value is priceless. She bought a large quantity of sandworm skewers, and they all come in handy. She have to make some skewers before she goes shellfishing. If she's busy, she can give Robao a skewer too, and they can take turns shellfishing without worrying about Robao getting irradiated. I can't stay home just for fear of radiation. I still have to collect shells, and I don't know what new supplies will be available for fall. At night, Yun Luoha emerged from the barn. Thanks to her treatment, the animals have recovered. She used a diluted antidote and some water from a desert spring. The water from the desert spring seems to be effective in mitigating the effects of radiation. Yun Luoha shared this information with the group chat, asking everyone to use spring water to feed the animals. At the same time, Mu Zitong sent a message. He said he had collected a lot of new fall garbage today and asked if she had time to collect it. Yun Luoha, okay, I prepared 2 boxes. You can send them over. The new autumn trash was quite interesting. She went to the workbench, made 2 large boxes, and took them to the storage room. The storage room was now filled with boxes, all categorized and labeled with their categories, making them easy to find. About 10 minutes later, Yun Luoha had received hundreds of supplies. Rotten maple leaves, chestnut shells, rotten woven bags, straw hats, delivery boxes, transit boxes, leather jackets with holes in them, torn windbreakers, soaked tobacco, expired tea leaves, rotten pumpkins, loofahs, hollow gourds, straw ash, corn cobs, corn leaves, crab shells, pickled radishes, cabbage stalks. It was truly a mix of everything. But most of it was the typical kitchen waste of autumn. Just throw it all in the trash can for recycling and upgrading. Yun Luoha threw everything into the trash can. Some were thrown in individually, some in groups, depending on her mood. Soon, she had a collection of wonderful items. Maple leaf bookmarks, chestnut shell anti-inflammatory medicine, transfer box fish tank, pumpkin seeds, jasmine tea aromatherapy, cigars, dishcloths, corn feed, gourd kettle, a treasure porridge, sauerkraut jar, straw paper, wood ash, insecticide. Not bad, lots of daily necessities. By the way, I enter a lottery. Win the lottery and get a loom blueprint. Loom, an important production tool, capable of processing wool or silk into high-quality fabric. Crafting materials: 5 high-quality hardwood planks, 2 iron ingots, 2 copper ingots, 10 deep-sea flints. We accumulated a lot of wool, and finally got the loom blueprint. And the silkworms I raised earlier have all formed cocoons, and the silk needs to be processed to make silk cloth. If she herself wasn't available, she could always ask someone else to help. Just give them some benefits when the time comes. Yun Luoha hurriedly prepared the materials. First, she made planks of high-quality hardwood, then used the furnace to smelt iron and copper ingots. Finally, she placed the blueprint and materials on the workbench and began crafting. She could make more looms. She needed at least 3 for herself, shared some with her friends, and traded the extras for other valuables. After placing the materials, Yun Luoha saw that it was getting late and took the 3 shells she had fished up today. After opening the shells, she planned to explore the seabed. It had been a long time since she explored the seabed. She wondered what changes had taken place under the sea in autumn. She had recently gained many clues about underwater ruins, and last time she killed the giant lizard, she had obtained a blueprint for the underwater ruins teleportation array. She had to go look for them. Plus, the materials she needed to craft the Heart of the Tide were clearly on the seabed. Heart of the Tide pendant. Deep Sea said wearing this pendant creates a shield underwater, increasing defense by 30, and granting a 40% chance to avoid attacks from marine life. Wearing 3 of these pendants activates the power of the tide, inflicting a wave of shockwaves on attacks with a chance to knock enemies away. Crafting materials: 1 sapphire, 1 deep sea iron, 3 mermaid tear crystals, 1 blue lizard skin. Obtaining the Heart of the Tide is crucial for her right now. Gathering all 3 pieces of the deep sea set will significantly increase her strength. She must search the ocean floor to find deep sea iron and mermaid tear crystals. They're likely to be found in underwater ruins. But let's not dwell on that for now. Let's open the shell first. Another exciting episode. Open the shell. The first one is a gray pearl. It's ordinary stuff, but it opened up a few new autumn seeds. Open the gray pearl and get Medieval Style Sideboard Blueprint X1, European Style Bedside Table Blueprint X1, Rock Sugar Snow Pear Soup X1, Maple Tree Seed X1, Pumpkin Seed X1, Peanut Seed X1, Stinky Duck Egg X1, Beer Bottle X1. The second one is also a great pearl. Get Potato Pancake X1, Broken Kayak X1, Plastic Bottle X1, Moisturizing Spray X1, Blind Box of Dolls X1, Cat Toy X1, Kitten Milk Cake X1, Hop Seed X1, Grape Seed X1, Pickled Pepper Chicken Feet X1, Discarded Wire X1. Yunluoha thought. The third one is probably still a great pearl. But when she opened the third shell, she saw a flash of golden light. Opening the golden pearl, she obtained Shipping Box Blueprint X1, Mango Tree X1, Durian Seed X1, Mini Refrigerator X1, Coffee Maker X1, Brewing Workshop Blueprint X1, Stone Grinder X1, Preserved Egg Recipe X1, Advanced Sprinkler Blueprint X1, Insect Lantern Blueprint X1, Crystals X2, Treasure Map Fragment X1. There were even durian seeds. Ha ha ha. It seems she can grow durian now, but she doesn't know when she harvests them. This isn't durian season, so they probably have to be grown in a greenhouse. Yunluoha was only interested in the durian, but the blueprints were the most important. She took out the blueprints she had opened and examined them one by one. This was actually the function of the shipping box. Yunluoha was surprised. Shipping box. Used to trade with the system for sea coins. Drop items you want to sell into the shipping box, and receive sea coins the next day. Crafting materials. Blue shard X1, crystal stone X10, iron ingot X10, blue crystal ingot X2. Being able to trade with the system is quite unexpected. But what can you do with sea coins? They seem similar to sand coins, one for use in the desert, the other at sea. The only difference is that sand coins are used at the desert night market. Could there be a night market under the sea? Yunluoha was very curious and quickly went to the Tianji Pavilion to search for relevant information. But she found nothing. There was no information about sea coins at all, but many players had obtained the shipping box blueprints or even directly fished out the shipping box today. The chat channels and forums were buzzing with discussion about this. Yunluoha checked the forums, but there were a lot of different opinions, no definitive information. There was no point in dwelling on it anyway. She would first prepare the materials and build the shipping box. Crafting blue crystal ingots requires an advanced furnace. Ordinary furnaces can only smelt iron and copper ingots. Yunluoha bought a high-level furnace from someone at the trading center. Although it was expensive, she had to buy it. Smelting a blue crystal ingot requires 5 blue crystal ores. This was a piece of cake for her. However, although there was a good amount of blue crystal ores, she couldn't use them carelessly, as she still needed to grind the blue crystal ores to obtain sapphire fragments and sapphires. The brewery can brew a variety of alcoholic beverages, such as beer, rice wine, and grape wine. Once built, simply add the corresponding raw materials to produce alcoholic beverages, but the production process is quite long, ranging from a week to half a month. The purpose of the alcoholic beverage is currently unknown, but it must be good if it takes this long to produce. Yunluoha had all the building materials, so she chose a good location and built the brewery first. Of the remaining blueprints, the most useful was the one for the insect-attracting lantern. This lantern attracted fireflies. It required mutant vines, sugarcane juice, and honey. Fireflies were one of the ingredients for the Starry Sky rattan sofa, and they were needed in large quantities, so she had to make this lantern quickly. Mutated vines, right? She had to find a way to make them quickly. After the shipping crate was finished, Yunluoha thought for a moment and put some vegetables and food in it. She'd sell a few for now, and see how much sea coin she could earn tomorrow. She'd see if selling the raw materials or the finished food was more cost-effective. After all, her food could fetch good supplies at the trading center, but selling it to the system wasn't always so easy. No one knew the system's valuation standards. Yun Luoha was about to enter the water when she noticed the sea was covered in radioactive fog. She was stunned. It seemed the water might also be affected by the radiation. Going underwater like this might have adverse effects on her health. So she first tied an earthworm with a string and threw it in. The earthworm immediately began to wriggle as it came into contact with the seawater, its color gradually changing. Looks like we can't go in the water easily. Yun Luoha opened the management trainee chat and asked everyone, "Is anyone going in the sea today? The seawater seems a little off, it must be irradiated." Someone tried. Some people went in this morning, but not this afternoon. The radioactive fog has covered the surface of the sea. The bottom might be okay, but going in the water requires contact with the surface. We should probably wait for radiation-proof diving suits. Right now, we can only collect shells and fish. Going in the sea is out of the question. But someone has already obtained the blueprints for a radiation-proof diving suit. I saw it too. It's being auctioned at the trading center. I haven't seen the items I'm looking for. I think they're rare materials. Yun Luoha, with a sudden thought, opened the trading center to check. Oh, an old friend. It was Wu Jing auctioning. He had just made 2 radiation-proof diving suits that afternoon, one for his own use, and the other he wanted to trade for supplies. No one in the group had the supplies he wanted, so he had to list them on the trading platform. Yun Luoha privately messaged Wu Jing. "I want a radiation-proof diving suit. Can I trade it for what you want?" Wu Jing wanted a golden seahorse and mother-of-pearl. Yun Luoha didn't have any golden seahorses, the few she had already used to make a lucky necklace. As for the mother-of-pearl, she didn't want to give it away, after all, she needed some herself. What for? Wu Jing didn't refuse seeing it was Yun Luoha asking him. If it had been anyone else, he would have definitely said no. Chapter 153. Yun Luoha traded 5 dark dishes for a radiation-proof diving suit. This was something she hadn't expected. She showed Wu Jing a variety of tradable items, but he showed no interest, even dismissing them. His luck was exceptional, and he was a leader in the European Emperor Association. He received numerous high-end items daily, never lacking in equipment or weapons. Yun Luoha was reluctant to part with the items he listed. No one else in the European Emperor Association was willing to trade either. The more advanced players become, the more discerning they are. Only some less advanced players, knowing they wouldn't be able to put much use into their items, lacking blueprints or other materials, simply traded them for what they needed immediately. Even so, Wu Jing hadn't found anyone to trade with. Yun Luoha tried several times, but he kept saying no. She had no idea what he could possibly be interested in. She opened her backpack and saw the dark dish she had just made, thinking, "You're so picky. You say you have everything, but you probably don't have this one." So she sent him a screenshot of the dark dish's details. "Would you like this? Top-notch radiation-proof cuisine." Wu Jing, "Let me see." "Not bad. Anything else?" "Hilarious." He actually liked it. Yun Luoha, "There are some, but they're different in effect and price. Can I exchange them for your radiation-proof diving suit?" "Then give me 10. 10 won't do. That's too much. I can only give you 5. Yun Luoha could see he had taken a fancy. Wu Jing, "Okay, then show me something else and I choose." Currently, Yun Luoha can craft the following dark dishes: octopus tentacle mango coconut ice, lizard fong soup, scarlet frosting cake, and coffee garlic grilled fish. Yun Luoha has already made the first 2, which offer cooling effects and increasing sanity, respectively. I prioritize making them because they're readily available. However, eating scarlet frosting cake will make you feel extremely hungry, significantly increasing your hunger and reducing your stamina, thereby increasing your health and strength. The ingredients are honey, red mushrooms, scarlet moss, and golden eggs. It's highly effective and particularly suited for combat. In the hands of a player with weaker martial arts skills, like Wu Jing, it can be incredibly effective. As for the coffee garlic grilled fish, it's different. This coffee and garlic flavored grilled fish smells fragrant, but tastes bitter. Eating it increases your stamina by 50 and decreases your sanity by 30, making it unsuitable for this season. Yun Luoha didn't plan to make more. "I just make 1 portion to increase my proficiency." After she made the remaining dark dishes, she unlocked 2 more illustrated books and received rewards: bitter melon tea and mint candy. Both foods increase sanity. Yun Luoha gathered 5 dark dishes and gave them to Wu Jing, quickly exchanging them for a radiation-proof diving suit. The materials needed for the suit weren't many, but now, scarcity makes them valuable. Only Wu Jing had the schematics and materials. After a while, as more people obtained the schematics, the price would become affordable. After changing into the diving suit, Yunluoha prepared to go to the sea. It was getting late. She first donned her pearl scale armor, grabbed her vortex trident, donned her lucky seahorse necklace, and wore shark pearls, along with other suitable equipment for use in the sea. She traded 2 bottles of night vision potion from Sea Chi. She could now produce it, though the quantity wasn't large, but if Yunluoha wanted it, she could definitely supply it. Everything was ready, and Yunluoha used an advanced diving card and jumped into the sea. With the arrival of autumn, the temperature difference between day and night was drastic. The daytime temperature was nearly 30 degrees Celsius, while the nighttime water temperature was only around 10 degrees Celsius. After entering the water, she felt uncomfortable for a while, and her hands and feet felt cold. It took a long swim to recover. Thankfully, the anti-radiation diving suit fit snugly against her skin, shielding her from the radiation threat. She turned on her survival watch, and the constantly fluctuating radiation readings on the screen made her frown slightly. The already volatile seabed had become even more dangerous and unpredictable due to the radiation fog. Yunluoha slowly moved forward through the murky waters. The seabed had undergone a dramatic change. The autumn seabed was much more desolate than the summer. The once vibrant coral reefs were shrouded in an eerie gray mist. Many corals had bleached and died, leaving only jagged skeletons. The seaweed had also faded. Most of the fish had lost their former agility, some twisting and turning, swimming unsteadily, and occasionally bumping into rocks. This was most likely due to the effects of radiation. Yunluoha gripped the vortex trident tightly, observing her surroundings with vigilance, not daring to be careless. She had come down to search for new supplies and explore other underwater ruins. So far, she had only found 3, leaving 7 to go. Suddenly, a faint blue light flashed in the water ahead. Yunluoha's heart tightened, and she subconsciously became more alert. As she approached, she discovered a group of jellyfish emitting a blue glow. Their bodies were more than twice the size of ordinary jellyfish, and their tentacles flickered with strange electric currents. If you weren't careful, you'd be entangled in their tentacles and receive an electric shock. Just as Yunluoha was about to dodge the jellyfish, she saw a flash of blue light. Thinking it was some dangerous creature, she waited a moment and took a closer look. It turned out to be a group of whales. To be more precise, a group of fleeing whales. They swam as fast as they could toward the depths of the sea, trying to escape the fluorescent green mist behind them. A large cloud of green mist followed them. It was the most radioactive and toxic fluorescent green mist. It spread rapidly, enveloping a large area of the surrounding sea in an instant. However, the approach of the green mist also made Yunluoha feel her sanity rapidly decreasing. She felt dizzy and her vision began to blur and distort. It seemed that the anti-radiation diving suit couldn't completely block the radioactive green mist. It could only block the gray and blue mist. She hurriedly pulled the mint bomb from her backpack and rubbed it on her temples and philtrum. The cool sensation cleared her consciousness slightly, and her sanity level decreased at a slower rate. Yunluoha joined the fleeing whales. In the chase against the fluorescent green mist, some of the whales had drifted away from the group, clearly affected by the radiation. Yunluoha swam forward faster and rubbed the mint bomb on the whales. She thought this would help them too. Sure enough, some of the whales treated with the mint bomb gradually regained some energy, their tail fins moving more vigorously. Yunluoha breathed a sigh of relief and continued swimming forward with the whales, applying the mint bomb to any whales that lagged behind. But the crisis wasn't over yet. The fluorescent green mist pursued her relentlessly, as if alive. As time went on, the surrounding fog moved inward, becoming even thicker. Yunluoha felt it was becoming difficult to breathe. Her sanity value continued to drop. This couldn't go on. She couldn't let it drop below 60. Her mental strength was damaged, her perception had weakened considerably, and she couldn't even use her scanning eyes. She frowned and gave herself a shot of potion. After clearing the negative effects, she felt refreshed and her mind cleared. Just then, the whale suddenly changed direction, swimming towards a massive fissure in the seafloor. Without time to think, Yunluoha could only follow the whales into the fissure. The fissure was pitch black, and the survival watch's light had a limited range, barely illuminating a few meters ahead. But Yunluoha had used the night vision potion, so everything was clear. The cold water, carrying fine seabed sand and gravel, continuously buffeted her body. Although the radiation-proof diving suit could protect her from radiation, it still made her feel strained in this turbulent environment. The cracks twisted and turned, like the ripped open maw of a monster, evoking an inexplicable sense of unease. After swimming for an unknown amount of time, the horizon suddenly opened up, and a strange blue light poured out from the depths. As if drawn by some force, the whale swam towards the blue light. Yunluoha sensed a mysterious presence ahead and quickly followed. As she drew closer, she could clearly see a massive blue vortex. It was 100 meters in diameter, and countless dark blue crystals hovered in the center, slowly spinning. With every rotation of the vortex, a soft blue light spread. Wherever it passed, the murky waters became crystal clear. Even the seaweed and fish, warped by radiation, regained a touch of life under the blue light. Is this the automatic purification function of the seabed? Yes. If the seawater couldn't be purified, wouldn't all underwater life die? This thing is like a high-performance water purifier. Yunluoha muttered to herself, glancing at her survival watch. The radiation readings on it dropped significantly as she approached the blue crystal vortex. But just as she marveled at this miraculous sight, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Not good. Yunluoha turned immediately, ready for battle. Dozens of octopuses, glowing with an eerie glow, scurried out from the shadows. Oh my, Yunluoha's eyes widened. So many. These octopuses were over twice the size of ordinary octopuses, their 8 tentacles covered in glowing spots. She remembered that fluorescent octopus larvae were sold at the desert night market for 5,000 sand dollars. They said they could be used for underwater illumination and to repel enemies when they grow up. The problem was, these weren't juveniles, they were all large, not raised from childhood. Instead of being used to repel enemies, they became a threat to her. The dozens of fluorescent octopuses were eerie, their bodies flashing green, emitting a deadly aura of danger. When they saw Yunluoha, they all danced their tentacles, a dense mass of tentacles that pounced on her, a chilling sensation. The octopus closest to her was the first to spray a cloud of fluorescent ink, which drew a black arc through the air, shooting directly towards Yunluoha. Yunluoha quickly dodged to the side, but then the other octopuses followed suit. This was fatal. She couldn't dodge at all, and the ink still rubbed her arm. A piercing chill instantly spread throughout her body, and the sanity value on her survival watch plummeted at a visible rate, decreasing by 8 points per second. Oh no! She cursed inwardly and raised the Thunder Vortex Trident. This weapon was effective against marine creatures, so she had to act quickly and eliminate them immediately, or the consequences would be disastrous. If her sanity value dropped too quickly, it wouldn't take long for Yunluoha's body to be affected. She swung the trident, and a blue blade of light shot out from the tip, slashing at the nearest fluorescent octopus. The fluorescent octopuses, under attack, sprayed more ink, waving their tentacles towards Yunluoha. Yunluoha nimbly moved between the gaps in the ink, each swing of the trident accurately piercing the octopus's vital points. However, the octopuses were simply too numerous, and their attack speed was incredibly fast, causing her sanity to steadily decline. Yunluoha quickly took out the mint ointment and applied it to her face and temples. The coolness of the mint temporarily alleviated the mental impact of the fluorescent ink. The rate of sanity's decline slowed slightly. With a moment to breathe, Yunluoha began to consider how to deal with these octopuses. She used her scanning eye to carefully observe the giant octopuses, noting a faint green mist swirling around them. Could their aggressiveness be attributed to the effects of radiation? The whales had escaped harm earlier, but these giant octopuses had been affected. Otherwise, why would they be so mad? Even after being wounded by her Thunder Vortex Trident, they still rushed forward. Regardless, their ink gone, yet they continued to puff out ink. Even though they couldn't spurt out ink, they still tried hard. It was a bit funny, but Yunluoha couldn't laugh at that moment. Chapter 154. Yunluoha decided to change her tactics. She wanted to use the Blue Vortex's ability to purify the seawater, to lure the octopuses closer. She wanted to see if she could also cleanse the radiation from them. Yunluoha plunged her trident into one of the octopus's bodies, and, with a powerful, rapid spin, entangled its tentacles with those of several others. After being exposed to radiation, the octopus's intelligence had likely decreased, and they foolishly let her drag them along. Anyone present at this moment would be shocked to see this scene. Yunluoha held a glowing halberd, and a dozen giant octopuses followed closely behind her. She pierced one of them, and the inky black ink continued to stain the seawater around her, creating a spectacular and eerie scene. When the fluorescent octopuses entered the blue light range, their movements became noticeably slower, and the glowing spots dimmed. Taking advantage of their dazed state, Yunluoha launched an all-out attack. The Thunder Vortex Trident in her hand flashed like a swift blue lightning, continuously harvesting the octopus's lives. One by one, the fluorescent octopuses were slain, their bodies dissipating into wisps of light, dropping fluorescent ink sacs. The last fluorescent octopus was finally destroyed. Yunluoha panted heavily and checked her sand value. It had dropped to a perilous 55. She hurriedly pulled a bottle of sand value boosting bitter melon tea from her backpack and gulped it down. A bitter taste spread in her mouth. Too bitter. It was indescribable, a bit unpalatable, but afterward, it felt refreshing. Seeing her sand value slowly recover, Yunluoha breathed a sigh of relief. This ink sac looks like a cuttlefish ink sac. Could they have the same function? Yunluoha examined the octopus ink sac. It turns out they're different. They just look alike, but there's still a difference. The cuttlefish ink sac is used to repair the mermaid's radiant crown, while the octopus ink sac is a key ingredient in crafting the night vision potion. After a short rest, Yunluoha continued exploring the sea. She discovered that the water around the blue vortex had been purified, and many fish and shrimp were hiding there. The whales were also resting near the vortex. There was also plenty of seaweed and shells. Yunluoha spotted something familiar and rushed over. It was mother of pearl. I didn't expect to find it here. Great. She was desperately short of mother of pearl. She needed it for many things, such as repairing the mermaid's radiant crown and building a teleportation array. But after searching extensively, she only found 3. Never mind, don't be greedy. Something's better than nothing. Yunluoha also collected other pearl oysters and snails, putting them all into her backpack. Just as she was concentrating on collecting resources, a disembodied song suddenly emanated from the distance. The song was melodious, yet tinged with a hint of sorrow, as if it came from another world. Yunluoha looked in the direction of the song and saw a translucent figure floating around the periphery of the underwater ruins. The figure had a human upper body and a fish tail. A mermaid? No, something seemed off. The moment Yunluoha's eyes met the mermaid's spirit, she felt a strong sense of dizziness, and her sanity began to drop again. She quickly closed her eyes, not daring to look directly at it. What's going on? What's so strange about this mermaid? Is it also irradiated? It's not likely that just one glance would have such a significant effect. It's even scarier than the green fog. But seeing a mermaid here is definitely a clue, and there's a high chance we find the underwater ruins. We can't just let this clue slip away. So Yunluoha gritted her teeth and decided to take the risk and follow it. Yunluoha opened one eye and observed carefully. The mermaid's body was surprisingly transparent, swimming back and forth, searching everywhere. Yunluoha's sanity level would drop if she looked at her for too long. No! It's dropping too fast. What's going on? Yunluoha checked her watch. No, there's no radiation here. What could be the reason? Yunluoha was increasingly confused. But she watched for a long time, and the mermaid didn't move at all. It seemed as if it didn't see her, swimming past her without reacting. Yunluoha, The mermaid didn't react, but her sand value had already dropped to 60. Her sand value dropped another 2 points. Yunluoha was about to take something to eat when she heard a voice. Who are you? The mermaid looked at her suddenly, made a beautiful sound, and swam towards her. Triggered quest, mermaid's heart. The mermaid spirit is wandering here because she lost the necklace given to her by her beloved. She hopes you can help her find it. Quest reward, unknown. Yunluoha suddenly realized. So the sand value dropped because she saw a ghost. It was both understandable and unexpected. And her sand value had to fall below the critical point for the mermaid spirit to see her, triggering the quest. After accepting the mission, Yunluoha followed the mermaid spirit, but she tried to avoid looking directly at it, to prevent her sand value from dropping too much. The mermaid spirit continued to sing a mournful song, leading her deeper into the sea. All the way, it sang stories of itself and its beloved. As Yunluoha listened to her song, her sand value continued to decline. She could only occasionally take sand value boosting foods and apply mint ointment to maintain it. She couldn't let her sand value rise above 60, otherwise the mermaid wouldn't be able to see her, potentially affecting the mission. It was too difficult. By then, they had already left the blue vortex, meaning they were far away from the underwater water purifier. The radioactive fog was returning, and the mermaid spirit led Yunluoha to a larger rift. The fluorescent green fog behind them was now close at hand. Yunluoha plunged into the rift without hesitation. The scene inside the rift was eye-opening. This place seemed like a separate, small world. Countless luminescent seaweed grew along the sides of the crack, forming a dazzling passage. The mermaid spirit had truly led her to a new underwater ruin. And this one was even larger than any she had seen before. Based on her observations, it looked like it had existed for a very long time. Strange runes were carved into the ancient stone pillars in the distance. The runes had dimmed, but a faint, powerful aura still emanated. Yun Luoha was overwhelmed by the sight. But after a moment's pause, she lost sight of the significant drop in her sanity. Suddenly, a splitting headache ripped through her head, and her vision blurred. Yun Luoha fought back the dizziness and quickly took out the mint ointment and applied a generous amount. She didn't dare stop, following the mermaid's spirit through the passageway made of glowing seaweed. When she stepped inside, her body seemed to be repelled by the place. If it weren't for the mermaid's spirit leading the way, she probably wouldn't have been able to get in. And Yun Luoha also sensed a dangerous aura. She gripped her trident tightly and moved cautiously. Soon, Yun Luoha saw the familiar giant clam. Haha, wherever there's an underwater ruin, there's a giant clam. The mermaids must consider this a sacred object, so every place has it as a symbolic item. This giant clam was made of pearl, shimmering with a brilliant white luster, and was incredibly exquisite. Yun Luoha had no interest in admiring it, she just wanted to open it, and see what goodies lay within. But she also knew that there must be guardians around the giant clam. Sure enough, as she approached, a crack suddenly opened in the ground, and dozens of green sea snakes emerged from the sand. They had tumors on their heads, opened their mouths, hissed, and spitted out their tongues, spraying highly corrosive venom. Yun Luoha rolled sideways to avoid the venom, and used her trident to sever 2 sea snakes in half. Strike the snake at its weakest point. That should be right. However, the severed sea snakes weren't dead. New bodies quickly grew from the broken ends, splitting into 2 smaller ones to continue their attacks. She then realized that these sea snakes could break off and regenerate. This was troublesome. The more they cut off, the more they would be. Yun Luoha dodged the attacks while scanning for the sea snake's weaknesses. Luckily, she noticed that whenever a sea snake attacked, the tumor on its head would glow, as if it were its energy source. Yun Luoha seized the opportunity and plunged the trident into one of the sea snake's heads, puncturing its tumor. With a shrill scream, the sea snake's body seemed to have corroded, its flesh shrunken away, shrinking into a single piece of snake skin. This snake skin must be something valuable. Take it, take it. After dispatching the sea snake, Yun Luoha continued to approach the giant clam. However, upon opening it, he found no treasure, only a passage. The mermaid's spirit entered first, as if summoned by some kind of summons. Yun Luoha followed it. Passing through the passage, Yun Luoha saw an ancient building standing not far away. Its surface was intricately carved, emitting a faint blue glow. It looked like an underwater temple. The massive dome, though dilapidated, still revealed its former grandeur. It seemed this place had once been the residence of a large mermaid clan. A temple must contain sacred mermaid artifacts. High-quality goods have arrived. Passing through a corridor covered in golden runes, a massive altar appeared before his eyes. A fist-sized transparent crystal hovered in the center of the altar, seemingly sealed within it. But the altar was surrounded by 9 chains formed from condensed water, connected to the mermaid statues at the 4 corners. It seems this is the mermaid tear crystal. Yun Luoha wasn't sure. She didn't sense any danger, so she walked over to pick up the crystal, only to be knocked away by a powerful force. The system's voice rang out. The altar has been sealed, requiring the use of a mermaid token. Chapter 155. The altar seal requires 3 tokens: the black conch, the mermaid tear, and ambergris. 3 tokens are needed. This presents a problem. However, she wonders if this mermaid tear is actually the mermaid pearl. She had obtained one before, and originally thought it was used to build a teleportation array for the underwater ruins. Once she finds the other 2 tokens, she tries using the mermaid pearl. Perhaps it will work. The diving card's time is almost up, and Yun Luoha doesn't hesitate to use these stones to extend it. The most frustrating thing right now is that she has no idea what these things are. Where can she find them? Just as she was at her wit's end, a faint glow caught her attention. Following the direction of the glow, she spotted a school of small, glowing fish. These fish gathered together, seemingly guarding something. Yun Luoha approached cautiously, startling the fish away. After the small fish dispersed, a glowing coral reef emerged. It was obvious that something was inside, but it couldn't be opened. As Yun Luoha approached, she heard a system notification. Mother of Pearl is needed to repair the damage. It seemed there must be something valuable inside. Yun Luoha removed the Mother of Pearl and placed it in the inlay. A gurgling sound was heard, and the coral was enveloped in a ball of light. It was quickly repaired. An entrance appeared in the middle of the coral, just wide enough for a person to enter sideways. Yun Luoha carefully observed it, making sure it was safe, and then slowly squeezed in. Sure enough, she found 2 large black conch shells inside. The conch shells were as black as ink, large and round. She had no idea how long they had been inside, but they had grown to enormous proportions, almost as big as her head. Yunluo waited as she picked it up, thinking, this must weigh 3 or 4 pounds. Who knows what a conch this big tastes like? Only one is needed to open the altar seal, and she can keep one to take back. Although she only found one of the tokens, Yunluo wasn't in a rush. She figured she'd search for another 2 hours, and if nothing worked, she'd just go back. She opened the light screen and sent a message to Mu Zitong, asking him to help her find clues about the ambergris. The Tianji Pavilion's intelligence organization was growing larger, and after the forum merger, they could access information from other forums. Now, looking for clues was incredibly convenient. She didn't stare at the light screen for any messages, but continued her search nearby. After all, the quest with the mermaid spirit wasn't yet complete, and she still had a lot of work to do here. Plus, the mermaid spirit's constant singing was causing Yunluo's sanity to drop steadily, and she already consumed a lot of san-boosting foods. She had to complete the quest quickly and get the mermaid spirit to leave. She searched around and discovered several hidden underwater caves. She thought there might be a surprise inside. But upon entering, she found only red mushrooms. The bright red caps and blue stems looked beautiful. It was quite unusual for red mushrooms to grow on the seabed. Yunluo plucked one and examined it. Red mushrooms, special ingredients from the seabed, useful in making special dishes, only found in underwater caves. Yes, they should be quite useful. She picked every red mushroom in the cave, leaving no one behind. She would take them back and research what dishes they could be used to make. Besides the red mushrooms, they also found some seaweed and kelp. The quantity was small, but according to the detailed description, they were all radiation-resistant supplies, so Yunluo naturally wanted to take them all. She searched the nearby seas, cutting and storing any seaweed and kelp she saw in her backpack. An hour later, she had harvested more than a dozen of each. She opened the light screen and saw that Mu Zitong had already replied to her message. Ambergris is a product of whales, and can only be obtained by seeking out whales. You only need to give a squid ink sac to a whale to receive the ambergris. Whales love to eat squid, but squid have a hard skull that whales cannot digest and excrete. However, after being processed by the whale's intestines, the skull becomes coated with a special secretion, resulting in ambergris. So, giving a squid ink sac to a whale has a chance of obtaining ambergris. Of course, there's also a chance of obtaining ambergris by giving them other items, depending on whether the whale likes it. Yunluo did have a squid ink sac in her backpack, so she immediately went looking for the whales. Thankfully, they weren't far away, so she quickly found them. After avoiding the radiation fog, the whales swam leisurely around the blue vortex. Their massive bodies were like moving hills, and every swing of their tails stirred up a small ripple of water. Yunluo could still hear their calls, cheerful and melodious. Their calls grew even louder upon seeing Yunluo. They still remembered how Yunluo had helped them with the mint ointment. So, upon seeing her, they acted very friendly and circled around her. Yunluo pulled the squid ink sac from her backpack and swam towards the nearest whale. It was a medium-sized whale with a gentle gaze, seemingly filled with curiosity. When Yunluo handed the squid ink sac over, the whale opened its massive mouth and swallowed it without hesitation. Then, with a merrily waving tail, it flipped over in the water, its massive tail fin slapping a large splash. After waiting for several minutes, the whale suddenly let out a deep cry, and then a white, lumpy object slowly emerged from its mouth. Yunluo's eyes lit up, and she swam forward and caught the object. The system notification chimed in. Received ambergris X1. Okay, the second token is in hand. Yunluo replenished her stamina and sanity points, and prepared to return to the altar to break the seal. Arriving at the temple's perimeter, she observed everything again, and noticed some strange signs. A closer look revealed a red crab lying in the sand on the seafloor. She smiled and swam over, intending to capture the crab. But the crab, sensing danger, immediately emerged and fled. Yunluo followed it to a hidden cave. Could this be its nest? Wouldn't that be full of crabs? Yunluo crouched down to investigate, and noticed a faint glow emanating from the cave. Something glowing. Could it be a mutant crab? Yunluo blinked, readying herself with her spear gun. But when she crouched down and saw the scene inside, she was shocked. The cave was indeed home to a colony of mutant crabs, their shells gleaming with a metallic sheen. But that wasn't what excited her most. What excited her most was that one of the large crabs had a crystal-clear necklace dangling from its head. The necklace consisted of a string of shimmering pearls, with a blue gem in the center. The gem emitted a glow similar to the azure vortex. Amazing! This crab is wearing a necklace too. Could this be the necklace I'm looking for in the mermaid quest? Yunluoha reached out to take it, but the mutant crabs clearly wouldn't let her take the necklace easily. They waved their huge claws, making a clicking sound, as if threatening her to stay away. Yunluoha smiled and aimed her spear gun at one of them, intending to shoot right through its body. But the spear gun had no effect on them. Their shells were as hard as iron, and the spearhead made a thud, unable to penetrate. Yunluoha smiled faintly. I guess I can't underestimate you. She raised her trident, but the crabs were agile, and even tried to attack. However, Yunluoha used her scanning eye to discover the crab's weak point was the connection between their abdomens. She found the perfect moment, and stabbed them hard with her trident. After the mutant crabs died, they dropped a number of claws. Yunluoha picked them all up. But the most important thing was the necklace. Yunluoha had just picked up the necklace when he heard a familiar song coming from outside the cave. It was the mermaid spirit. The mermaid spirit had also sensed the necklace's location and swam over to Yunluoha. The moment it caught sight of the necklace, its body became even more transparent, radiating a brilliant light. It let out a cry of mixed joy and sorrow. Then it let out a whimpering sound, a wail that filled the ears with sorrow. The surrounding water began to surge violently. The fish surrounding the temple were startled and swam away. The mutant crabs hiding nearby also fled in panic. Yunluoha reached out and handed the necklace over. The mermaid spirit waved gently, and the necklace flew automatically into its hands. After receiving the necklace, the mermaid's soul became transparent and light. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst out from the necklace, and the mermaid's soul gradually became clearer, transforming into a beautiful mermaid girl. A screen of light appeared before Yunluoha, and a memory flashed across it. A mermaid girl fell in love with a human man, who gave her this necklace as a token of their love. The necklace could protect the mermaid girl, but later, the mermaids faced a crisis, and in the chaos, the necklace was accidentally lost. The mermaid girl ultimately died searching for the necklace, but her soul lingered there, unwilling to leave. Thank you, the mermaid girl said with a smile. In return, I will grant you the mermaid's blessing. As soon as she finished speaking, Yunluoha felt a mysterious power surge from the necklace and into her body. The mermaid's spirit nodded slightly at Yunluoha, tears welling in its eyes. Drop by drop, they transformed into crystal-clear beads. She pressed the necklace against her chest, her body gradually dissipating in the light. A system notification chimed in. Mission completed. Receive gifts from the mermaids. 1 deep-sea map, plus 5 luck, 1 sapphire, 10 mother-of-pearl oysters, 10 mermaid tears. Yunluoha picked up the map and saw that it showed the 4 underwater ruins she had found, as well as locations marked with shell icons. The shell icons shimmered, indicating that there were treasures to be found there. Yunluoha was overjoyed. Not only had she completed the mission, but she had also received such a generous reward. Moreover, the mermaid's soul shed 10 tears just now. She is really rich now. Soon, Yunluoha arrived at the altar again. She took a deep breath and placed the black conch, ambergris, and mermaid teardrops into their corresponding grooves on the altar. Instantly, the altar shone brightly, the chains atop it vibrated, and the altar emitted a resounding sound. As the light grew stronger, the chains broke one by one, and the mermaid teardrops suspended in the center of the altar slowly descended. The system prompt sounded again, successfully unsealed the altar, obtaining 1 mermaid teardrop and 1 tidal purifier blueprint. Activating the temple's secret chamber. A rumbling sound echoed, and the ground not far away gave way, revealing a tunnel. Yunluoha didn't rush into the secret passage, but first went to retrieve the tokens from the altar. As expected, the secret passage wouldn't disappear even after taking these things down. The reward was already in her possession. Otherwise, she wouldn't know where the secret passage led to, and if she didn't return, it would be difficult to take the items with her. This way, the token can be put to other uses. Yunluoha nodded with satisfaction, examining the details of the supplies as he entered the secret room. There's a significant difference between mermaid teardrops and mermaid tear crystals. The former, formed naturally when a mermaid cries, has numerous uses, including repairing altars and creating special fertilizers. Consuming them directly increases sanity. There are other uses that need to be explored. However, mermaid tear crystals are even more powerful. They are the core material for crafting the deep sea set's tidal heart, and the energy core for the tidal water purifier. In comparison, mermaid tear crystals are much harder to come by. Tidal purifier, effect 1, forms a purification barrier, Immunity to green mist radiation damage within a 30-meter radius. 2. Absorb crop radiation. Absorbs radiation from crops within a 30-meter radius and converts it into nutrients. Required materials: Mermaid Tear Crystal X1, Deep Sea Black Iron X5, Sapphire Fragments X5, Nether Black Snake Skin X2, Mother of Pearl X10. After reviewing the tidal purifier's blueprints, Yun Luoha immediately decided to create this device as soon as possible. This was likely the most important device of the entire autumn. Yun Luoha stepped into the secret chamber's tunnel. The damp stone walls were inlaid with luminous corals. The dim blue light barely illuminated the path ahead. The secret passage was a narrow passage, barely wide enough for one person to pass sideways. She descended and soon reached the end. The scene before her was magnificent. On the ceiling of the chamber was a starry sky map, corresponding to the 12 constellations. Inside, there happened to be 12 planter boxes. The boxes were filled with the radiation-resistant kelp, also known as starlight kelp, that Yun Luoha had just found outside. In the corner stood a dusty stone table, covered in some basic tools, and 2 sheets of parchment. Yun Luoha walked over quickly, swept all the tools into his backpack, then picked up the parchment and examined it. Plant box planting record. Comp communicator diagram. The plant box planting record detailed the frequency and quantity of starlight kelp harvested in the planter. Starlight kelp seeds germinate in 48 hours, and can be harvested after another 24 hours. Each mature kelp plant yields 3 units of starlight kelp, with a chance of yielding golden starlight kelp. Consuming 10 units of golden starlight kelp increases the permanent sanity limit by 5 points. Ordinary starlight kelp can also be crafted into food to increase sanity. A large amount of starlight kelp can be made into kelp essence, a core ingredient in advanced recovery potions. As for the Conch Communicator Blueprint, it's a magical communication device crafted by mermaid priests from black conch shells, enabling cross-region communication. On the second day of autumn, Yun Luoha received her system settlement statement early in the morning. The supplies placed in the shipping box yesterday had been settled, and she had been paid a total of over 300 C coins. The settlement list detailed the price of each item sold. Yun Luoha sent her settlement statement to Mu Zitong, who had agreed to send it yesterday, so he could compile information about the shipping box. About half an hour later, Mu Zitong sent him a list of shipping box standards. The Mutual Aid Association currently has 500 members, and 18 of them have received shipping boxes. Combined with the information Tianji Pavilion acquired from other players who received shipping boxes, a rough standard for shipping has been established. Yun Luoha can now ship according to this standard. Common, unprocessed basic ingredients, such as pumpkins and potatoes, exchange 5 C coins for 1 pumpkin and 3 C coins for 1 potato. Processed foods with basic processing attributes, such as grilled fish and bread, are worth about 10 to 25 C coins. However, complex processing, such as honey bread and garlic grilled fish, can earn more C coins. Rare dishes with special effects, such as the mint bomb, can be exchanged for 75 C coins. Mutated items, such as fluorescent moss and mutant mint, can be exchanged for 20 to 30 C coins. Gold quality items, or food can be exchanged for even more C coins. Yun Luoha can earn over 300 C coins primarily based on the quality of gold quality food. Currently, the most common items that can be exchanged for C coins are rare gold species. Someone exchanged a gold quality bluefin tuna for 100 C coins. After carefully studying the information about the shipping crates, Yun Luoha secretly plotted his next move. At the same time, the Tianji Pavilion officially posted information about the shipping crate information on the forum. As soon as the announcement was made, the forum instantly became lively, with players from other zones flooding the thread. The comment section was filled with inquiries about the price and the level of detail. The chat channel in Zone 2 was also bustling. The Tianji Pavilion is making a big move again. Shipping crate information? We have to get it now. I don't know the price, but I hope it's not too expensive. This C coin will definitely be very useful later, so be sure to save it early. The shipping crates just came out yesterday, right? Tianji Pavilion is selling the information so soon. Is it accurate? Don't waste money on something that ends up being useless. Soon, the Tianji Pavilion announced the specific sales plan. The standard version of the information will be priced at 50 C coins, including the price range and distribution pattern of basic supplies. The advanced version of intelligence costs 200 C coins. Besides detailed exchange rates for various item categories, it also provides tips for increasing shipping profits and forecasts for the most in-demand items. Everyone said it was too expensive. Mu Zitong appeared in the chat channel. This package is only available to S-level members, but it's a special offer for players in District 2 during the autumn sale, and no other districts can enjoy it. 200 C coins won't buy you any loss or deception. You earn it back in a day. Despite the high price of the advanced version, many players with deep pockets and eager to gain an advantage in the shipping box gameplay still bought it. In just a few hours, TNG Pavilion earned tens of thousands of C coins from selling intelligence. Due to information confidentiality regulations and system oversight, players will not share information privately. So this information is enough for the TNG Pavilion to make a fortune. These C coins will be distributed to each TNG Pavilion member, with 1/3 going to each member, the remaining 2/10 going to Mu Zitong, and the rest going to Yunluohe. After the establishment of the Mutual Aid Association, Mu Zitong has been in charge of the TNG Pavilion. Now, Yunluohe barely has to manage anything, yet still reaps such a significant share of the benefits. Before, she received a large amount of supplies, free intelligence, and various high-level professionals to assist her. Now, there's another huge amount of C coins. At first, Yunluohe had never anticipated the Mutual Aid Association would grow to this point. She received several thousand C coins from Mu Zitong. Although she didn't know where she would spend them yet, at least she was ahead in District 2. She just didn't know how the players in other districts were faring. Perhaps there were other players who, like her, had formed organizations from the very beginning. However, Yunluohe's joy at receiving so much C coins didn't last long. She still had much work to do. Yesterday, she found a large amount of supplies underwater, but she returned too late last night to sort them out. She harvested over 30 starlight kelp from the planter in the secret room, 3 of which were gold quality. She also obtained starlight kelp seeds, but unfortunately, they must be grown in the planter. But the planter in the secret room can't be taken away, and starlight kelp requires a special environment to grow, so she can only harvest it every few days. After sorting out the supplies, Yunluohe had to go underwater again to search for deep-sea black iron. She had to build the tidal purifier within the next few days. The radiation on the reef was getting worse, and she had to deal with it quickly, otherwise the plants and animals would die. Chapter 156. Following the markings on the deep-sea map, and using several previously discovered deep-sea ruins as coordinate references, Yunluohe explored a total of 3 shell-shaped locations. Finally, at the last shell-shaped location, she discovered an underwater volcano. According to the information provided by the TNG Pavilion, underwater volcanoes can be found in deep-sea basalt or veins. At this moment, gray-black smoke was slowly rising from the crater, casting a dark red glow over the surrounding waters. This area was unaffected by the radiation, perhaps because the radiation fog was afraid of the high temperatures. Magma flickered in the cracks of the volcanic rock, occasionally emitting sparks, and illuminating the surrounding area with a flickering light. The scorching magma collided with the cold water, creating a sizzling sound and sending up a large amount of white steam, filling the area with fog and making visibility extremely low. Yunluohe swam cautiously towards the volcano, constantly scanning the surroundings with her scanning eye as she advanced. The surface of the volcanic rock here is incredibly rough, easily scratching the skin. Furthermore, if accidentally injured by the volcanic gases, the body would immediately suffer burns and ulcers. Carefully avoiding sharp rocks and carefully observing the surroundings, Yunluohe finally discovered some shimmering metallic minerals in a depression within the volcanic rock. But surprisingly, there were many hideous, strange fish swimming up from the volcano's base. They were crimson-colored, with sharp teeth, unfazed by the heat. Each one had a spike on its head. Once they spotted Yunluohe, they nimbly swarmed around her, surrounding her and attempting to bite her. Yunluohe wasn't afraid of the fish at all. She simply swung her trident, killing several with a single sweep. But the fish were so numerous that destroying them all took a significant amount of her stamina. Furthermore, the fish's meat was inedible, so killing them was a waste, which annoyed Yunluohe. After defeating the fish, Yunluohe didn't even bother to rest. She immediately began collecting the surrounding deep-sea pyroclastic iron ore. The deep-sea pyroclastic iron ore was incredibly hard, coated in a thick layer of volcanic rock, making it impossible to mine with ordinary tools. Yunluohe tried several tools, but to no avail. Finally, she asked Yang Mian to make a pickaxe out of blue crystal ore, and finally managed to break through the rock. Each piece of ore cost her 10 stamina points, a significant drain. Nevertheless, Yunluohe had to mine every pyroclastic iron ore in the area. Because the ore she mined was primarily iron and copper ore, the amount of deep-sea pyroclastic iron was very low. Deep-sea black iron only appears in ores that shimmer with a bluish-purple glow, and the chances of finding one are extremely low. However, each piece of deep-sea black iron unearthed increases mining proficiency by 20 points. After 3 hours of digging, Yun Luoha was exhausted. Eating in the sea was difficult. Every time she ran out of energy, she had to surface to replenish her stamina. Although she ate golden food, which continuously increased her stamina points and provided a buff to her mining, she couldn't stand the prolonged time spent underwater, so a single serving only lasted half an hour. However, during the digging process, the volcano continued to shake violently. Lava continued to erupt from the crater. The magma formed streams of fiery lava, heating the surrounding seawater to an extremely high temperature. Yun Luoha felt as if she were trapped in a giant steamer. 3 hours had already passed, and her stomach was bulging, so she decided to return to the reef. Just then, the volcano began to stir. Yun Luoha quickly put the deep-sea magma ore she had collected into her backpack and began to swim away from the volcano. If she surfaced at that moment, she would be buffeted by the erupting magma gases, so she had no choice but to swim away before returning. Wherever the lava flowed, the sea instantly boiled. Thankfully, Yun Luoha was extremely fast, and her deep-sea suit also increased her speed in the water, so there was no danger. Late into the night, Yun Luoha finally returned to the reef. This trip to the sea had yielded only 3 pieces of deep-sea magma and hundreds of pieces of iron and copper ore. While the amount of deep-sea magma was small, it was enough to meet her immediate needs. Both the Heart of the Tide and the Tide Purifier required mermaid tier crystals, but the Tide Purifier was more important, requiring only 1. She decided to craft the Tide Purifier tonight. She placed the materials on the workbench, and a countdown soon appeared. The Tide Purifier would take 4 hours to craft, so Yun Luoha decided to go to bed and collect her supplies early tomorrow morning. Another night passed. In the morning, the entire reef was shrouded in a thick fog, its color growing darker. The center of the reef was almost devoid of white fog, with only patches of white visible at the edges, gradually becoming contaminated by other colors. In just a few days, the surrounding seawater and soil had been irradiated, and ordinary crops could no longer grow. Flowers, plants, and trees were all showing signs of decay. A fishy smell wafted from the sea. Clearly, many fish had been killed by the radiation, floating on the surface, leaving the water stinking. Even with a seawater purifier, it was impossible to obtain pure, drinkable water. Yun Luoha first went to the workbench to retrieve the tidal purifier. Place it at the entrance of the villa. This will gradually purify the air around the villa, allowing wonton and meat bun to come out at any time. Otherwise, even staying on the reef would be unsafe. The current radiation impact is too great. Recently, Yun Luoha had seen in the chat channel that many players were experiencing various physical changes after being exposed to radiation. When the sanity value remains below 40 for a long period of time, they will transform into zombies. The manifestations of zombies are loss of sanity and aggression. Even if they subsequently take radiation-eliminating potions, their brains have already been damaged, and all physical attributes will be reduced. The same applies to pets. Even ordinary plants can mutate after prolonged exposure to radiation. Now, with this purifier, at least the area surrounding Yun Luoha's villa is safe. After Yun Luoha put the purifier away, she announced to her friends in the group chat that she would help them build a tidal purifier, as long as they provided the raw materials. She thought, if she could exchange it for more mermaid tier crystals, she might as well help others build it. So she opened a forum and posted a thread, pasting the details of the tidal purifier's blueprints. Paid tidal purifier help. I have the blueprints for the tidal purifier. If you need help building it, please reply below. Provide the materials yourself. If you need a commensurate reward, I contact you. Players in District 2 can trade now, while players in other districts will need to wait until the trading centers are merged. In a week, all district trading centers will be merged. Yun Luoha wants to earn high-level supplies, and this is an opportunity. She can also make friends with high-level players from other districts. Leveling up becomes increasingly difficult as time passes, requiring more advanced equipment. She can no longer accomplish this on her own. Even with the help of the Mutual Aid Association and the Tianji Pavilion, many supplies are not readily available. After all, there aren't many high-level players in the Mutual Aid Association. Everyone needs to focus on leveling up first. This post quickly became a hot topic, drawing many replies. However, Yun Luoha wasn't in a rush. After all, how many people could actually gather the materials now? She could wait until tonight to check for replies. Then Yun Luoha checked the shipping box's statement. Yesterday, she had put in a lot of her own supplies. Things she couldn't even afford. They were all supplies she salvaged from the trash can. They were useless to begin with, so she threw them into the shipping bin to see how many sea coins they could fetch. It turned out that each item wasn't worth much, but the sheer quantity was a plus. Yunluo had previously accumulated 2 or 3 boxes of miscellaneous items that had no use, but she couldn't bear to throw them away. Last night, she dumped them all into the shipping bin and sold them. Over 1,000 items, and surprisingly, they fetched 800 sea coins. Yunluo happily put the sea coins away. It seemed that collecting trash from the trash can every day and selling it to the system was a good way to make money. Today, Yunluo planned to create a few new recipes using some of her newfound ingredients. For example, red mushrooms, starlight kelp, mutant crab claws. Tomorrow, she was going to the island, so she could make some extra radiation-resistant food today. The treasure map fragments on my phone had been combined into a treasure map. Once I arrived on the island, I simply used the map to find the treasure cave, and the treasure chest inside was as easy as pie. The supplies in the treasure chests never disappoint. You might even find high-level radiation protection supplies. In the afternoon, Yunluo created 2 dishes that were quite effective. Garlic-flavored grilled fish with red mushrooms and starlight kelp soup. The former quickly increases sanity, while the latter provides short-term immunity to radiation damage. Increasing stamina points is just a bonus. The main benefit is its radiation protection. Yunluo used up all his red mushrooms and starlight kelp, creating over a dozen dishes. Now, he didn't have to worry about landing on the island tomorrow. According to intelligence from the past few days, the fog on the island was thicker than on the reef, making it impossible to reach the island without adequate preparation. After clearing the clutter from the cooking table and disposing of the food waste in the biogas tank, Yunluo returned to the workshop to harvest. The tofu workshop, pickling workshop, earthenware kiln workshop, and herbal medicine workshop all had a significant daily output. Part of the harvest was kept for use, part was given to members of the Mutual Aid Association for exchange, and the excess could be sold to the system for sea coins. But every day, she had to place various raw materials and collect the finished produce into the supply box. Previously, Yunluo would do this herself when she had time, and ask Robo and Wonton to do it when she didn't. But now, she was very busy, and it was inconvenient for her pets to be out, so if she forgot to harvest or replenish the materials in time, she felt she had missed out. Now, Yunluo hurriedly put all the harvest into the supply box at the workshop entrance, and then took the corresponding materials from the supply box next to it, and put them in. However, the newly built brewery wasn't operational yet, so she needed to research it today. Since the reef was upgraded, the workshops have also gained levels. The more items you craft, the more experience you gain, leading to levels. Although all workshops are currently at level 1, the herb workshop and the tofu workshop are close to upgrading. Upgrading will increase production, and new products may appear. Yunluo entered the brewery. It was filled with oak barrels, an insulated roof, and a specially designed chimney. The entrance was an open-air fermentation tank, and the aroma of wine was overwhelming. According to the instructions, only 2 types of beer can be made at the moment: malt beer and glutinous rice wine. Malt beer is made from hops, wheat, and water. It takes 10 days to brew. After drinking, it increases your sanity by 0.2 points per second, lasting for 10 minutes, and increases your fishing success rate by 15%. Glutinous rice wine is made from glutinous rice, water, and sugar. It takes 7 days to brew. After drinking, it increases stamina recovery by 30%, and can also be used in cooking to remove fishy smells and enhance flavor. Yunluo had just recently obtained hop seeds and hadn't harvested them yet, so she couldn't make malt beer. Although she hadn't grown glutinous rice yet, it was readily available at the trading center, so she could start making some. Yunluo simply bought 100 kilograms of glutinous rice, which would make 40 kilograms of glutinous rice wine. This wine needed to be packaged in ceramic jars, 1 jar holding 1 kilogram. This was a simple process, and the earthen kiln workshop could make dozens a day. By the time the wine was brewed, there would be no shortage of ceramic jars. After a busy evening, Yunluo enjoyed a seafood feast and prepared to go fishing. Autumn-limited fish species had appeared in the sea. When she opened the fishing encyclopedia to check what species could be caught in autumn, the system suddenly issued a new notification. In a week, the trading centers of each district will merge, unlocking them all and allowing sea coins to be used there. Starting tomorrow, sea merchants will randomly visit players' reefs. Chapter 157. There are 3 sea merchants: Old Captain Hilko, the Villa, and Sister Tauzi. They will randomly visit player reefs. Each merchant has different preferences and brings a variety of goods. Players can trade with them, potentially earning a large sum of sea coins or purchasing items they desire. Of course, if the merchants dislike you, they may not return. In short, whether you can keep them depends on your performance. System notifications are sent to the player's inbox via email. Yunluoha carefully read them. She thought, a new NPC is about to appear. She was a little excited. It seemed that sea coins could be used not only to purchase goods in the mall, but also to buy rare items from sea merchants. At this time, the players were discussing the arrival of the sea merchants in the chat channel. If they could gather first-hand intelligence, they would surely make a fortune. No one knew when the sea merchants would appear, so they had to be prepared. But since there were 3 sea merchants, it meant that the goods they were purchasing would definitely be different. Yunluoha thought to himself, I need to prepare all the supplies ahead of time. I understand the merchant's personality and preferences before making any deals. But for now, let's go fishing. Yunluoha flipped through the fishing guide. He quickly found the high-quality fish species found in autumn. They were bluefin tuna, giant humphead wrasse, and phantom octopus. Bluefin tuna. Found in deep-sea crevices. Fishing conditions: 12 a.m. to 3 a.m., requiring a high-quality alloy fishing rod. Characteristics: covered in blue-gold scales, with a warning when they appear. Effect: after canning the fish, its satiety is restored by 100%. Can be used to make the golden dish, golden grilled tuna. Giant Napoleon wrasse. Found in coral islands, giant clam reefs, undersea palace ruins. Catching conditions: low tide, using mother of pearl to attract it. Distinguishing features: its crown-like head emits sound waves. Earplugs are required, otherwise, its sanity will be reduced by 50 points. Effect: its bones can be crafted into the high-level armor, Napoleon heart armor, and its flesh can be crafted into the golden dish, coral jade fish soup. Shadow octopus. Found in undersea ruins maze zone. Catching conditions: unknown. Distinguishing features: its tentacles regenerate infinitely, making it extremely aggressive. Effect: its ink creates a 10-meter radius confusion zone, reducing its sanity. Can be used to make the golden dish, barbecue feast. All 3 fish are difficult to obtain. But the bluefin tuna is currently the most likely to be caught. Yunluoha had already found the deep-sea rift last time. Now all she needed to do was get the alloy fishing rod. She opened the trading center and started searching, messaging her friends, asking for clues about the alloy fishing rod. At the same time, the fishing net beeped, signaling a shell had been caught. She quickly pulled the net up. There was still time before nightfall, so she could open the shells first and dispose of them in the trash before going fishing. Her luck was average today. All 3 shells she had caught yielded gray pearls. However, gray pearls could also hold surprises. For example, some discarded garbage or old blueprints could be turned into treasure in the trash, giving her what she needed. For example, today she had found a broken screwdriver and a rusty horn, along with a broken electrical cord. Throwing them together in the trash, they combine to create a smart feeder. It can be used to feed pets on a regular basis. But this is more suitable for cats and dogs. It's not suitable for Yunluoha's pets at home. She has too many chickens, cows, and sheep, and such a small feeder can't feed them all, so this item is quite useless to her. But it can be sold in the shipping box. I wonder how much sea coins this special equipment will fetch. There are also 2 damaged blueprints, which can be combined to form a blueprint for a radiation-proof hat. After sorting out the supplies, Yunluoha also received information about the alloy fishing rod. A player wanted to exchange the alloy fishing rod for 10 high-end radiation-resistant dishes. Since it was a high-end dish, sandworm skewers didn't count. Yunluoha thought about it and realized she didn't have many high-end radiation-resistant dishes, but in order to catch bluefin tuna, she immediately sent a private message to the other party. After bargaining, the other party agreed to let her trade 6 high-end dishes. After all, the effects of Yunluoha's food were different from others. Not only did it protect against radiation, it also had other bonuses. By this time, darkness had completely enveloped the sea, leaving it pitch black. The radioactive fog outside was less active at night. Instead, the fog within the sea was surging, following the movements of the fish. If it weren't for a massive purifier on the seabed, the entire fish population would have perished. Yunluoha used up the remaining ingredients and cooked a dozen radiation-resistant dishes. She kept half for herself and traded them for an alloy fishing rod. She would first take a small boat to the vicinity of the deep-sea rift, then fish with the alloy fishing rod after midnight. But the journey was not smooth. The radioactive fog was thick on the sea surface, and the pitch-black darkness made it difficult for her to determine her direction. She kept her flashlight on along the way, relying on her intuition to find it. But she couldn't see it from the surface. A few times, feeling she was almost there, she jumped down to check, only to find it wasn't there. She also encountered numerous schools of mutant fish, clearly affected by radiation. Their bodies had taken on a strange coloration, and their eyes glowed a bloodthirsty red. Noticing Yunluaha's approach, they quickly surrounded her and attacked. But Yunluaha had the Thunder Vortex Trident, so dealing with them was easy. Finally found it. Yunluaha's eyes lit up. The eerie outline was unmistakable. The water around the rift was a strange deep blue, with undercurrents surging from time to time. The underwater purifier was right below. Once they reached this point, the mutant fish were gone. But time was running out. There was only an hour left until 3 in the morning. Yunluaha took a deep breath and returned to the boat. She hooked the bait and cast it into the water. She stared intently at the surface, not missing a single movement. Yet, time slipped by, and the water remained calm. She felt a surge of anxiety, constantly adjusting the position of her bait and the depth of her line. Just a quarter before 3 in the morning, a sudden ripple appeared on the surface of the water, and then a blue-gold figure flashed beneath the surface. Yunluaha's spirits lifted. Here it comes. She held her breath, gripping the rod tightly, waiting for the perfect moment to reel it in. In the flashlight, she could see a bluefin tuna swimming near the bait, seemingly testing the water. At first, it didn't bite, swimming back and forth, making it hard to predict when it would finally take the bait. In a flash, it suddenly opened its mouth and took the bait. But Yunluaha, quick-witted, didn't miss the opportunity and yanked up the rod. However, the bluefin tuna's strength was incredible. Sensing resistance, it struggled violently, dragging the rod with it through the water at high speed. Yunluaha held the rod tightly, leaning back, trying to pull the fish up. Man and fish were locked in a stalemate in the water. Yunluaha's arms gradually went numb, and his strength was rapidly draining. The bluefin tuna kept splashing the water with its tail and lunging forward, trying to break free from the hook. It rushed too far, and Yunluaha was afraid it would escape. He quickly increased his strength, but he lost control, and the fish slipped free. With a sudden flick of its head, the hook flew free from its mouth. The bluefin tuna disappeared into the deep-sea crevice like an arrow from a bow. Yunluaha gazed at the empty water and sighed helplessly. It was already past 3 in the morning. The bluefin tuna season had passed, and she knew there was no chance of catching one today. She would return empty-handed tonight. Never mind, she would be more prepared next time. Her previous 2 successes had convinced her that catching high-end fish wasn't difficult. She should go back to bed early. Tomorrow was a busy day. The next morning, the clouds were low, and the sea breeze, carrying a damp air, blew across her face. Yunluaha was gathering the supplies she had processed yesterday in the workshop. Over 10 pounds of tofu were ready. The herbal medicine workshop had made a lot of stamina-boosting potions, and the other workshops had also yielded a good harvest. Just as Yunluaha finished harvesting, and was about to depart for the island, she heard the melodious sound of wind chimes approaching from afar. Looking up, a strangely shaped ship was slowly approaching the reef. A beautiful dining car, painted white, had wheels made of giant shells. As the ship approached, a strong aroma could be smelled. The radioactive fog didn't approach the ship, but instead automatically moved away. Yunluaha stared at the words on the sail in surprise. Sister Tauzi's dining car. Freshly cooked delicacies. Don't miss them if you pass by. A crisp voice rang out from the ship. An idea struck Yunluaha, and he hurried over. The cabin door slowly opened, revealing a woman with a ponytail, a sweet smile, and an intellectually stylish outfit. She wore an apron, with a seafood noodle pattern, and held a plate of tempting seafood fried rice. Hello, guest of the reef. I'm Tauzi. Would you like to try my cooking? Yunluaha's eyes were drawn to the dining car. What can I have? Sister Tauzi gently placed the seafood fried rice on the table. This is today's limited edition. It's fresh from the oven. Golden rice made with deep-sea lobster roe and mutant seaweed. Eating it will increase your fishing success rate by 10% within 2 hours. She blinked, her voice soft and sweet. Yunluaha, sounds good. Anything else? This is today's menu. Would you like to see it? Yunluaha nodded, and soon saw an exclamation point appear on the food cart. She clicked it, and the transaction interface appeared before her. There were 4 options below. I want to sell something. I want to buy something. I want to talk to you. I'm fine. A thought struck Yunluaha, thinking, should I talk to her first, then, By catering to their needs and selling the items, you might be able to fetch a high price. Yun Luoha selected the option, I want to talk to you, and the transaction interface immediately switched to a chat window. Sister Tauzi took off her apron, moored the boat, and stepped directly onto the reef, approaching her. She said with a smile, You want to chat with me? That's interesting. Tell me, what do you want to talk about? Yun Luoha, I also love cooking. I happen to have some special ingredients I'm not sure how to prepare, so I'd like to ask you for advice. Sister Tauzi's expression changed, and she immediately piqued her interest. Oh! What special ingredients? Let me see. Yun Luoha thought to herself, this seems to be useful. Maybe she can get some advanced recipes from Sister Tauzi. She thought for a moment, and pulled a piece of golden starlight kelp from her backpack. This is it. Sister Tauzi's eyes lit up. So that's what it is. This is a great thing. Do you know how to make a delicious and practical dish out of it? Of course, this is starlight kelp. It can be used to make a pork rib and kelp soup. It's nutritious and incredibly effective. And since it's gold quality, if you control the heat and season it properly, it might even have special buffs. Yun Luoha was overjoyed. She had asked the right question. I see. I just don't know what ingredients are needed. My cooking level is only level 6, and I'm not sure if I can make the most of the ingredients. Level 6. Not bad. Sister Tauzi looked at Yun Luoha with a hint of admiration. If you can find the ingredients, I wouldn't mind helping you. After that, Sister Tauzi raised her hand and produced a recipe. Chapter 158. Here, let me show you. Yun Luoha took the recipe from Sister Tauzi with anticipation. It was an illustrated recipe, featuring a hand-drawn illustration of kelp soup. It also included detailed cooking steps and precautions. In addition to starlight kelp, the recipe called for wild boar ribs, fine salt, white pepper, and other ingredients and seasonings. The steps were simple, but the cooking utensils required a cast iron pot. The cast iron pot is key to cooking this soup. If you don't have one, you can use a regular pot, but the results won't be as good. I have a cast iron pot, and I have all the ingredients. Yun Luoha had previously caught several wild boars, so he naturally had no shortage of wild boar bones. That's great. We can get started now. Sister Tauzi turned on the stove on the dining cart. Okay, wait a moment. Yun Luoha quickly ran back to his room, found the ingredients and cast iron pot, and then ran back. She rolled up her sleeves and rinsed the wild boar ribs repeatedly in clean water, her movements quick and efficient. The ribs need to be blanched first to remove the fishy smell. While preparing the ribs, Yun Luoha prepared the ingredients. A cast iron pot filled with water was brought to a boil over the flame. Yun Luoha had already chopped the ginger and cleaned the kelp, shredded it, and placed it on a plate. The golden ingredients looked different from ordinary ingredients. The kelp shreds were added to the pot, and cooked for a short time, the broth suddenly turning white. Cooking on Sister Tauzi's food truck took much less time. Food that would normally take at least half an hour to cook was cooked through in just a few minutes. The food was glowing. Sister Tauzi clapped her hands in delight. Great! Golden ingredients really do trigger special reactions, something ordinary kelp doesn't have. Of course, your cooking is excellent too. Simmering slowly, the broth gradually thickened, a fine golden foam rising to the surface. Yun Luoha, following the recipe's instructions, sprinkled a pinch of white pepper at the end. Instantly, the entire pot of broth glowed softly, and system notifications chimed in. Successfully crafted rare dish, starlight kelp soup. Special effects. Continuously restores health and stamina, immunity to radiation damage for 30 minutes. Cooking proficiency increased by 388. Yun Luoha was instantly overjoyed. At this moment, Sister Tauzi picked up a spoonful of soup. The thick white broth, tinged with a hint of oil, shimmered in the sunlight, its aroma filling the air. The mere smell of the steaming hot broth was a comforting delight. She took a sip, her pupils dilating, her cheeks flushed with excitement. This familiar taste. The perfect control of heat, the perfect balance of seasonings, even I can't find a single flaw. She put down the spoon and solemnly shook Yun Luoha's hand. You're definitely one of the most talented chefs I ever met. Very good, this soup is definitely worthy of being added to my food truck's special menu. The ingredients are a bit rare, but if you're willing to supply them, it'd be a good idea. Yun Luoha thought, this pot of soup could be divided into several portions. She might as well take the opportunity to sell it to Sister Tauzi. No, she could also give it to her first, maybe it would improve her favorability. She had previously improved Lu Matz's favorability, and she had gained quite a few benefits later. Yun Luoha took out a few bowls, and divided the entire pot of soup into 10 portions. Sister Towsy, since you like it, I give it to you to enjoy slowly. Give it to me? Forget it. I can buy this starlight kelp soup for a high price. Yun Luoha blinked. Besides the kelp soup, is there anything else you want? She clicked on the option, I want to sell something. She soon saw the list of today's high-priced purchases. Golden starlight kelp, 300 C coins. Mother of pearl, 500 C coins. Squid ink sack, 280 C coins. Bluefin tuna roe, 320 C coins. To be honest, Yun Luoha didn't have many of these things herself, so she was a little reluctant to sell them. Because mother of pearl and squid ink sacks are very useful. After all, she wasn't short of C coins herself, but trading more with Sister Towsy might be beneficial. Yun Luoha's intuition told her to cultivate good relations with the sea merchants. If she didn't sell, she should at least buy something. Let's just see what goodies we can buy. I want to buy something. Just saying this triggers the product list. Product list, seafood fried rice, today's limited 180 C coins. Special effect, increases fishing success rate by 10%, 2 hours, coconut golden cake, permanent 150 C coins. Special effect, increases radiation resistance by 15%, 1 hour, sea mist truffle roll, permanent 100 C coins. Sanity recovery by 3 per second, 30 minutes, lava seaweed crisp bread, permanent 100 C coins. Underwater mining efficiency by 40%. Starlight kelp soup, today's limited 600. Night vision by 50%, radiation immune, sanity by 2 per second, all effects last for 30 minutes. Yun Luoha couldn't contain his excitement after reading this. If not, then when? Aside from the starlight kelp soup, Yun Luoha bought several servings of everything else. Especially the seafood fried rice, which increased her fishing success rate, significantly increasing her chances of catching bluefin tuna. The transaction interface flickered rapidly. Transaction completed, received 3 servings of seafood fried rice. Transaction completed, received 2 golden coconut cakes. Transaction completed, received 2 seaweed lava crisps. Sister Towsy was clearly pleased with Yun Luoha. As she packaged the dishes, she smiled and introduced each one. This is a cookie made with royal jelly and honey, and this is a coconut cake made with golden coconut flesh. You have good taste. The villa also likes my crisps. Sister Towsy waved goodbye from the boat. There's going to be an autumn cooking competition soon. I hope you can participate. If your cooking level is up next time I come, I bring you a gift. Her boat slowly sailed away. Yun Luoha checked the time, 2 hours had already passed. It seems a little late for her to land on the island now. Why not stay on the reef and cook more food, and try to upgrade her cooking skills as quickly as possible? Maybe Sister Towsy will come back soon. The chat channel was filled with news about the sea merchants. Sister Towsy came to my reef, but left after just a few minutes. I didn't buy anything. What the hell? I bought at least 2 items. She said I insulted her with junk food? The problem is I didn't. I was chatting with her, and she asked if I had any good dishes. I gave her an apple pie, and then I got scolded. Haha, you're not so bad. She scolded me even worse. She asked, have your taste buds been gnawed by radiation? Then she started the dining car and sailed off. Did you all meet Sister Towsy? Why did I meet the old captain? He's so grumpy, barely speaks to me, and has very little food. I met the villa. She asked me if I had any moonlight blue butterflies or 7-spotted ladybugs. I said no and she left. Luckily I sold a lot of supplies yesterday, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to buy anything today without C coins. Yun Luoha watched the complaints and exclamations echoing through the chat channel, and suddenly had an idea. She put the newly purchased dishes in her backpack, and put them away. Perhaps she could find a way to collect the ingredients for them in bulk. Even if she didn't know the recipes, she could guess 1 or 2 based on the names. These were all high-end dishes. Next time Sister Towsy came, if she had the ingredients, maybe she could ask her to teach her how to make them. Wouldn't she be able to produce and sell them herself? Of course, maybe once her cooking level rose, she'd be able to obtain the recipes herself. In short, the more of these ingredients the better. The more I think about it, the more feasible this idea seems. Sister Towsy just mentioned 2 ingredients, such as golden coconut meat and royal jelly. Other ingredients should include truffles, seaweed, and various high-quality seafood. The starlight kelp, squid ink sacks, and mother-of-pearl oysters that Sister Towsy purchased at a high price can also allow the previous diving team to continue collecting them underwater. The demand for mother-of-pearl oysters is currently high, And Yunluoha doesn't even have enough on his own. Although the players in the Mutual Aid Association have had bad luck, there's strength in numbers, and they can always find some. Chapter 159. After careful consideration, Yunluoha decided to join the senior member group of the Mutual Aid Association. This group, established in the fall, has over 100 members. The majority are veteran members, who have accompanied the Mutual Aid Association from its inception to the present. Some are senior professionals. While not as highly regarded as the members of the management trainee group, they are currently doing quite well. Yunluoha's joining this group is tantamount to publicly acknowledging her role as the behind-the-scenes leader of the Mutual Aid Association. While this isn't the best time, Yunluoha believes it's time. With the entire game imminently merging, the association needs stronger cohesion. Her public disclosure of her identity is a shot in the arm for the members, giving them greater confidence in their survival. She will also make greater efforts to help everyone, not just by providing exchangeable supplies within the association as before. She will lead everyone to greater development and a better life beyond survival. Mu Zitong was also thrilled to learn that Yunluoha was joining the association's larger group. Several messages were sent to the senior members group, announcing that a prominent figure would be joining. This whetted everyone's appetite. Of course, many players could guess that this prominent figure was likely Yunluoha. But when Yunluoha made his grand entrance, everyone still erupted in screams. Soon, under Yunluoha's leadership, hundreds of people signed up to join the diving team. Almost everyone in the group wanted to join. However, the diving team had limited spots, and those who wanted to join now had to pass an assessment. This diving team was actually Yunluoha's personal team. She wanted a powerful team capable of unleashing maximum power underwater. There were 20 of them in total. First, she would equip each person with a piece of pearl scale armor. She would also provide them with advanced diving suits, radiation shields, night vision potions, and other supplies. In addition, Yunluoha would provide all the food and drink. In other words, Yunluoha would provide all the supplies, giving them the utmost support to explore the sea and ensure the safety of every member of the diving team. All they needed was to find as many supplies as possible on the checklist and explore as many underwater ruins as possible. Members could keep a quarter of the supplies they found, and the rest would be handed over to Yunluoha. Members could keep the remaining supplies for themselves or trade them with Yunluoha for supplies they needed. Agreeing players must sign an agreement with Yunluoha. If they breach the agreement, they must pay Yunluoha an equivalent amount of upgrade supplies. Otherwise, the system will deduct the equivalent amount from their inventory. If their inventory is insufficient, the reef's level will be downgraded. Therefore, once the agreement was signed, players wouldn't easily break it. Yunluoha assigned the task of assessing the diving team members to Cheng Xuening. Over 100 players signed up, and each had to undergo an interview. The requirements for the diving team members were good water skills, quick reflexes, awakened traits, and luck 60+. Luck alone eliminated half the candidates. Yunluoha herself had bad luck, so her underwater explorations were often unrewarding. Compared to those with better luck, most of her supplies came from trading, system rewards, and recycling. Since the diving team was formed to retrieve supplies, players with good luck were definitely the ones to go. Cheng Xuening spent a day finally selecting the right person. As a token of gratitude, Yunluoha gave Cheng Xuening 10 radiation-resistant golden dishes. With these dishes, Cheng Xuening would be more confident about landing on the island tomorrow. Like Yunluoha, she planned to explore the island over the next 2 days. As the second batch of new players to enter the game, Cheng Xuening's leveling speed was already very fast. In a short period of time, she had already reached the bottom of the top 10 in the overall rating rankings, becoming a well-known figure among new players. Another reason for her visit to the island this time was to find upgrade materials for her pet tree monkey. Tree monkeys have extremely high IQs and are relatively difficult to level up, but Cheng Xuening had obtained a guidebook that explained how to quickly level up her monkey pets, requiring a rare material, an emerald tree heart. She had already collected 2, but still needed 2 more. Yunluoha had seen Yu Qingjin take out this item when he first met him, but Yunluoha himself had never obtained it. According to the information obtained by the Tianji Pavilion, emerald tree hearts currently only appear on Rainforest Island and Ancient Tree Island. Rainforest Island is one of the 4 major islands in spring. If players are lucky enough to encounter a 1,000-year-old banyan tree and chop it down, there's a chance they obtain an emerald tree heart. Ancient Tree Island, on the other hand, only appeared in autumn. Obtaining an emerald tree heart there is more difficult, requiring a sacrifice of over 100 resins to the giant ancient tree in the island's center for it to drop. The Tianji Pavilion obtained this information from players in other zones on the forums. The reliability of the information remains to be verified. But Cheng Xuening had no choice but to go and look, even at the cost of a designated island landing pass. At first, Yun Luohe wanted to persuade her to wait until the others in Area 2 had reached Ancient Tree Island and verified the information before going. But after learning that the tree monkey could instantly level up and gain 2 special skills by consuming 4 emerald tree hearts, her attitude changed. The tree monkey's self-healing speed increased by 50%, and it could summon tree vines to bind enemies. Once these 2 skills were acquired, the tree monkey's combat effectiveness would be greatly increased. No wonder Cheng Xuening was reluctant to wait. If it were Yun Luohe, she would have rushed over eagerly. Ro Bao and Wanton hadn't leveled up in a long time. Wanton had leveled up several times before, but Ro Bao was very difficult to level up. The main reason was that they didn't know the method. Back to the point, after the diving team was organized, Yun Luohe spent half a day distributing supplies to the 20 members. Crafting the pearl scale armor alone consumed a considerable amount of Yun Luohe's time, energy, and supplies. Fortunately, she had a large pearl reserve. The pearl oysters she previously raised were still producing pearls. Even after crafting these 20 pieces of pearl armor, she still had over 1,000 pearls left in her chest. As for radiation-resistant ingredients, Yun Luohe primarily provided sandworm clusters and ordinary starlight kelp soup. Ordinary starlight kelp can be used to make a radiation-resistant soup. While not as effective as starlight kelp soup, it's still half as effective. Add to that the complete information Yun Luohe provided them regarding several underwater ruins and deep-sea maps, making it easy for these 20 people to find supplies on the seabed. After a night of hard work, they had truly gained quite a bit. Yun Luohe woke up early the next morning and checked the dive team's group messages. Undersea Team 21. Su Highway. Captain Yun, we found supplies. Mother of Pearl Oyster X1, Starlight Kelp X14, Red Mushroom X4, Golden Starlight Kelp X2, Mutated Seaweed X2, Mutated Coral X4. Ming Xiao Yuan. We found Mother of Pearl Oyster X2, Mermaid Tear Crystal X1, Black Conch X1, Golden Seahorse X1, Squid Ink Sac X1. Jai Rui. Netherworld Black Snake Skin X2, Blue Crystal Fragment X2, Starlight Kelp X4, Black Conch X2. Li Jiayan. I only got 1 giant jellyfish capsule. Everyone found quite a bit. They took a quarter for themselves, and the rest was submitted to the group chat, specifically for Yun Luohe to claim. Yun Luohe clicked to receive each item, then spent 10 minutes sorting it out. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing your child. Yesterday, I invested heavily, and today, I made at least half of it back. We got so many high-quality underwater supplies in one go. Many things can be crafted now. Yun Luohe, not caring about anything else, quickly retrieved the blueprints she had collected. Broken Mermaid Flowing Light Crown. After repair, it increases underwater vision by 50 meters, granting night vision. Repair materials. Mother of Pearl X20, Obsidian X10, Fluorescent Squid Ink Sac X5. Finally, having gathered enough Mother of Pearl, Yun Luohe added the materials and repaired the crown in one go. The newly repaired Mermaid Flowing Light Crown shimmered with a faint blue light, its Mother of Pearl shimmering with a warm luster. It felt cool to the touch. She tried it on her head first. Nothing special happened. It probably wouldn't work until she was underwater or at night. She then took out the broken pearl blue sea belt. After repair, it could hold up to 80 kilograms and had a freshness-preserving function. Repair materials. Giant Jellyfish Capsule X1, Blood Crystal X10, Crystal Stone X5. The repaired belt is embedded with a fist-sized blood crystal in the center, presumably the energy source for preservation. The pearl blue sea belt functions similarly to the portable preservation ring Yun Luohe previously obtained, but instead of occupying slots, it's calculated by weight. This means it can hold a lot of food. From now on, she can simply place her food inside. Prepared meals can be stored in the portable preservation ring, organized and conveniently accessible. The Conch Communicator blueprint is also available for crafting. Conch Communicator uses 2 conch shells to establish one-to-one conversations. 3 calls can be made daily, each lasting up to half an hour. It consumes 10 deep-sea flint. Crafting materials. Black conch shells X2, copper ingots X2, wire X2, Mother of Pearl X1. Yun Luohe had acquired a number of black conch shells, and since she was no longer short of Mother of Pearl, she crafted 2 sets of communicators, each using 4 conch shells. As she simultaneously picked up 2 conch communicators in her left and right hands, the conch suddenly hummed and then began to sing. A blue light flickered from its mouth, and a pattern resembling a telephone receiver appeared on the screen. Haha, quite interesting, just like making a phone call. Because it's a one-on-one communication system, each conch is unique. So she kept 2 for herself, and gave the remaining 2 to Mu Zitong and Cheng Xuening. She could call them anytime from now on. By making more communicators later, the diving team members would be able to stay in touch at all times while exploring the seabed, greatly improving safety and exploration efficiency. Besides, the black conch has no other use right now, so if I get it, I just use it to make a communicator. Mu Zitong and Cheng Xuening were delighted after receiving the conch communicator, and Mu Zitong even called her directly. Sister Yuan. This thing is amazing, but it's a shame you can only use it 3 times a day. How many more do you want to call? I'm busy, and I can't keep chatting with you on the phone. Haha, I know. If you have something to say, just call me with the conch, and I get to it right away. Otherwise, I won't get the message in time. 3 times is enough. It's usually nothing urgent. Just after she finished chatting with Mu Zitong, Cheng Xuening called. Luohe, I'm about to leave for Ancient Tree Island. Do you want to come with me? The resources there are quite good. Are you interested? Yun Luohe hesitated for a moment, but then declined. Although she was indeed curious about the Ancient Tree Island, and according to intelligence, it was very mysterious and rich in resources, and with luck, she could find some rare tree species, she decided to go to Spider Island again. And no matter how rare a tree species is, it's certainly not as good as the star-wishing tree. She already has the star-wishing tree, so going to Ancient Tree Island now is obviously pointless. She has a map to the treasure cave on Spider Island, so going there would undoubtedly be the most rewarding. Spider Island is Wonton's hometown, and taking it back might even help Wonton level up. She still has many areas on Spider Island that she hasn't fully explored. The advanced designated landing card allows her to return to the spring and summer limited islands. She also happened to have some uncollected spring supplies, such as the picnic recipes she had obtained earlier. Picnic recipes. A complete guide to outdoor picnic recipes, using only common edible wild plants to create delicious meals. The effects are comparable to those of high-end dishes, and each recipe you create increases your cooking skill by 200 points. The main ingredients are wild vegetables, which are most abundant in spring. To quickly upgrade her cooking skills, she now needs to complete more dishes from the picnic recipes and dark cuisine cookbooks. I have other plans. You go ahead. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. I bring the conch with me. It's still early. Yun Luohe first watered the Star Wish tree with golden nutrient solution, then fed Robao some radiation-resistant food, telling him to stay on the reef and help her with chores. The food she gave him was enough to keep him safe from radiation for about an hour and a half, enough for odd jobs, but not enough to collect shells. The radiation fog was thickest at the edge of the reef, and Yun Luohe couldn't let Robao risk shellfishing. After all, she wasn't home, and if something happened to Robao, the risk wouldn't be worth it. So, she preferred not to. After completing all preparations, Yun Luohe took out the advanced designated island landing card and clicked to use it. When selecting the island, she typed in Spider Island. Soon, she boarded a small boat and headed for Spider Island. This time, she brought a lot of supplies. Thinking back to her first trip to Spider Island, it was around the 10th day of spring. Back then, her equipment and supplies were far less complete than they are now, and Spider Island was still quite dangerous for her. This time, with the assistance of Yunton, the advanced mutant wolf spider, she should be able to easily explore the entire Spider Island. It didn't take long for the Spider Island she hadn't seen for so long to appear before her eyes. This was the Spring Limited Edition Island. But things weren't stagnant in spring. It wasn't what Yun Luohe had imagined. Welcome to Spider Island. Originally, the island was covered in a lavender mist, but now it had transformed into a thick green fog. Clearly, it was enveloped by radiation, and the level of radiation was extremely high. Yun Luohe's face changed, and she felt a sense of foreboding. She frowned, hesitant about whether to release Yunton now. Although this was its home, the mist could still harm it. Stepping into the forest. The towering trees had taken on a strange color, their brown trunks black, their leaves glowing purple. The treetops were still covered in spiderwebs, but now they were green, like sticky, disgusting snot clinging to the branches. Chapter 160. The entire forest was almost devoid of daylight. The giant trees that blocked out the sun were covered in spider silk like curtains. Silver-speckled spider silk, as thick as bowls, intertwined, forming a dense dome that enveloped the entire sky. The tiny beams of light, that slipped through the cracks were obscured by the vines on the trees. As a result, even though it was daytime, entering the forest felt pitch black, requiring a lantern to illuminate the way. The originally white mycelium now glowed an eerie gray-green. Its surface clung to fine black droplets. It felt soft and slippery underfoot, making it incredibly difficult to walk. The energy consumed by walking on it was twice that of ordinary roads. In addition, visibility here was extremely low, requiring mycelium fuel to see the scenery clearly. Yun Luoha squatted down and collected a large amount of mycelium. Only a small amount remained from her previous acquisition on Spider Island, and she had brought some with her this time, stowed in her backpack. Mycelium, a material that counteracts toxic fog and can be made into fuel with special properties. This mycelium was previously used to make mycelial charcoal or other incendiary materials, effectively burning toxic fog. But the mycelium collected this time was different. Mutated mycelium. Mycelium that has undergone a radioactive mutation can be made into fuel to dispel toxic fog, and the volatile gases it emits also have special properties. On a sudden impulse, Yun Luoha quickly sent a portion of the mycelium he had just collected to Si Chi, asking her to study it. Before setting off, Yun Luoha had contacted Si Chi. Her research team always had personnel on standby, so as soon as Yun Luoha's message and supplies were sent, someone immediately began researching and producing. Half an hour later, Yun Luoha had collected 183 pieces of mycelium, and Si Chi's research had yielded new results. These mycelium had undergone subtle changes under the influence of radiation, allowing them to not only burn and dispel the toxic fog, but also be used to make radiation-resistant fuel. The smoke emitted by the combustion effectively reduced the concentration of radiation. Si Chi, Sister Yun, would you like to collect more? They're very useful. I made some mycelium torches for you to use. Mycelium torches are made from dried mycelium wrapped around a layer of mutated resin, resulting in a long burning time and a large flame. Yun Luoha looked at the mycelium scattered across the ground and smiled. Okay, as much as you want. But even if she kept collecting mycelium here, she wouldn't be able to remove all of it alone. It would be best to find 2 more helpers. Yun Luoha thought of the teleportation card. The teleportation card. Use it to teleport to a friend's location, or to teleport a friend to your location. She had obtained this card a long time ago, and had never used it. Thinking it might be useful in a critical moment, perhaps it could save a life. Forget it, let's get Yuntin to help. The teleportation card can only transport 1 person. Even if we send another, it won't be much more. Besides, with Spider Island in its current state, the danger level is likely to increase. Sending someone to help would also require me to consider their safety. It would be more convenient to act on my own. Yun Luoha first gave the over 100 pieces of mycelium he had just obtained to Si Chi, asking her to start production immediately. He then lit the radiation-resistant mycelium torch he had just made and aimed it at the thickest part of the fog. But the thick fog here, contaminated by the radiation fog, was no longer easily dispelled. The torch, with its combined radiation protection and fog-repelling properties, barely cleared a path for Yun Luoha to pass through. She released Wonton and carefully held the mycelium torch, burning away some of the surrounding radioactive fog. Even though Wonton was a mutant wolf spider, she couldn't let him be exposed to radiation. Even if it didn't harm him physically, Yun Luoha would regret it if the radiation altered his personality. Upon emerging, Wonton glanced around, stunned for a few seconds, then began to cry out excitedly. Wonton baby, can you feel it? This is where I found you, back when you were a spider egg. Wonton, hiss, I smell a familiar smell, but it's different. The spider webs here are so ugly. Eat this first, and the radiation won't harm you. Yun Luoha fed him a bowl of starlight kelp soup. Although Wonton didn't like this kind of human food, it felt good after eating it, so it wasn't averse to it. The spider web's discoloration is due to the radiation. Many spiders may have mutated due to the radiation. We need to be careful later. Wonton jumped and said, don't worry, hee. I protect you. You don't have to be afraid here. Yun Luoha, okay, and please help me collect all the mycelium on the ground. The more the better. Yes, leave it to me, hee. Wonton spread his 8 claws, and began to move quickly. It spun out spider silk, quickly weaving it into a huge web on the ground. Yuntin's movements were agile, weaving back and forth through the mycelium, each movement drawing large swaths of mycelium into its web. Yun Luoha, holding a mycelium torch, took out her golden axe, and began chopping down trees, and gathering whatever she could find nearby. She remained on high alert, sensing a constant threat, but after a long scan with her scanning eyes, she saw nothing of note. She could only remain vigilant, always prepared for any potential danger. After about half an hour of stopping and starting, she and Yuntan gradually moved deeper into the forest. She vaguely remembered that it was only in the depths of the forest that she had begun to see spider marks. Here, the green slime seemed even more numerous. Yunluoha held her breath, listening carefully to the sounds around her, afraid to miss a single movement. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the distance. Although the sound was far away, it quickly became apparent as it gradually approached. Yunluoha immediately gripped the torch tightly. Something's coming! Finally. Yunluoha was excited at this moment, for she had known something was coming. She had waited so long, and now it was finally here. She felt relieved. Otherwise, the constant tension would have made it even more uncomfortable. A gigantic, mutant spider slowly emerged from the ground. Its shell was dark green, its leg joints had sharp bone spurs, and its abdomen was covered in dense red spots. What kind of spider was this? Yunluoha had never seen it before. Previously, the island was more common with silverback spiders and golden-shelled spiders. This spider was completely different. Even more bizarre, several mushrooms were parasitic on its back. The lush green mushrooms looked poisonous. Wonton, forget about the mycelium. Come here. Yunluoha didn't call out to Wonton right away because she thought she could handle this one spider on her own. The next second, more and more of these spiders emerged, all emerging from the ground. Are spiders actually able to live underground? Wonton, hiss. How did you become like this? It quickly stopped collecting mycelium and stared at the mutated spiders, a look of confusion in its eyes. It tried to communicate in spider language, but was ignored. The spiders ignored it completely, not even reacting. They don't seem to be spiders anymore, Wonton said hesitantly. Spiders have their own voices, or perhaps a kind of mental sound wave. But these spiders didn't. Since they weren't of the same species, Wonton showed no mercy. Its body arched slightly, ready to attack. The mutant spiders let out a sharp hiss and launched the first attack. They rushed towards Yunluoha at a breakneck speed, spraying a ball of silk stained with green slime from their mouths. Yunluoha dodged to the side, and the green silk fell to the ground, instantly corroding the grass. Quite fierce. Yunluoha's face was stern. He raised a torch in one hand and grasped the thunder vortex trident in the other, swinging it at the mutant spiders. Yuntan was furious at seeing Yunluoha being attacked. He took the opportunity to circle around the mutant spider, suddenly leaped up, and stabbed its abdomen with his sharp claws. The sharp claws pierced the mutant spider's abdomen, causing thick green slime to flow out. The mutated spiders twisted their bodies wildly, then quickly lay motionless on the ground. The mushrooms on their bodies also quickly withered and dried up. Yunluoha and Yuntan worked in perfect harmony, quickly killing dozens of the green mutant spiders. She squatted down and examined them carefully. I guess they all been mutated by the radiation. Yuntan, is radiation so terrible? Yunluoha, yes, it causes people to lose their sense of self and become zombies, and animals are no exception. After that, Yunluoha took out some radiation-resistant food and shared some with Yuntan and herself. It's best to be careful not to be exploited by this radiation fog. She had originally thought that killing the radiated spider wouldn't yield any drops, but for some reason, Yunluoha picked up the mushrooms behind the spider. They had shrunk into small, dry clumps, looking inedible, but she picked them up and examined them anyway. The result was a pleasant surprise. Green bacon, a rare parasitic fungus that grows on radioactive organisms. Grind it into a powder and make immunity pills. It can be used to make immunity pills. What a great thing. Immunity pills. Immunity to the radiation mist for 5 hours after consumption. Even though Yunluoha was wealthy, he only had a few immunity pills. Now, he's found the ingredients to make them. All things interact with each other, and so does radiation. Yunluoha quickly collected all the green bacon from the dead spiders. He then gave them to Si-Chi along with the newly obtained green mycelium. The most urgent task now was to get Si-Chi to quickly develop a formula for the immunity pills. With these things, at least the association members' lack of radiation protection supplies would be solved. Since the arrival of autumn, many people have been dying daily. The main reason is the scarcity of radiation-resistant supplies, making players vulnerable to infection the moment they venture outside. But if they remain indoors, the radiation fog will destroy other creatures on the reef, and sooner or later, the entire reef ecosystem will be destroyed, leaving players stranded. After a short rest, Yunluoha and Yuntan continued collecting mycelium. As the morning wore on, Yuntan's collection of mycelium continued to grow. Yun Luoha put all the mycelium into his backpack and tallied it, totaling over 2,000. Yun Luoha estimated that the amount of mycelium collected this time was enough for Chi-Chi's research team to undertake large-scale production. Afterwards, the man and the spider replenished their stamina and continued on their journey. In addition to mycelium, they also collected a large amount of spider silk. Spider silk is also a useful material. Ordinary spider silk can be made into various threads and netting bags, while high-grade spider silk can be used to craft protective gear. For example, spider silk armor and pearl scale armor both require specialized spider silk. However, the irradiated spider silk was useless. Yun Luoha had checked and could only collect intact, unirradiated silk. Although most of it was irradiated, there was so much spider silk here that there were always some clean ones. Yun Luoha's eyes were sharp, and she could always pinpoint the clean ones, so her efficiency was pretty good. Besides, the spring vegetables she had originally hoped to find were gone. Although she could return to the spring-only island, the seasons had changed, and Spider Island was now in autumn. There were few wild vegetables, mostly fruit trees and medicinal herbs and flowers. Most of them had been spoiled by the radiation, but a few remained intact. Yun Luoha carefully collected them all. The main wild herbs were dandelion, platycodon, polygonatum, and wild chrysanthemum. Dandelion is a spring plant that blooms in spring and can be used to make tea, but the plant can also be harvested in autumn to make medicine. Its entire body is a treasure and can be used as medicine. The leaves and roots are usually dried and used to make detoxification pills. The other plants were Yun Luoha's first time collecting. Platycodon, an autumn plant, its roots can be used as medicine. Polygonatum, the rhizome can be dug up in autumn, and is a tonic herb used to make stamina pills, which greatly increase stamina points and have a chance of being used to make golden dishes that increase strength. Wild chrysanthemum blooms in autumn and can be used to make tea, increasing sanity. In addition to these, she found even more wild fruit. After all, autumn is a season of harvest, and most fruits are ripe. This time, the most abundant finds were wild hawthorn and wild grapes. There were also some sea buckthorns, which were less abundant. Fruit can be made into jam, desserts, or wine, and is sometimes used as a seasoning in cooking. It's one of Yun Luoha's favorites. The most practical of these is hawthorn. Players often need to eat when they're low on stamina or their sanity is too low. However, eating constantly can lead to a lack of appetite. If you're too full, you eat less, and your stamina won't be fully replenished. Alternatively, your stamina will be quickly depleted, making it impossible to continue eating to replenish it. Previously, there was no solution. Hawthorn is just the right solution. The hawthorn fruit is sweet and sour, making it very effective for digestion. Made into hawthorn cake, it can quickly digest the food you just ate. Once the player is full, they can simply eat a piece of hawthorn cake and continue eating. Wild grapes are primarily used for winemaking and also provide radiation protection. Yun Luoha sorted the harvest, checked the time, and took out the map of the treasure cave again. She had seen the map before arriving. The treasure cave wasn't far from the mother cave, and she still remembered the route, so after arriving on the island, she hadn't consulted the map. Now that she was near the mother cave, she took out the map and carefully examined it, figuring out which direction to go. The map outlined the terrain deep in the forest with dark red lines. At the far right end, between two peaks, a prominent cross marked the location of the treasure cave. Not far to the lower left was where Yun Luoha had found the wontons. The Spider Queen's lair was there. Yun Luoha was actually hesitant about whether to make another trip. After all, it was quite close. But she was also afraid of wasting time and affecting her subsequent trip to the treasure cave. Yun Luoha dug out the fragment of the Queen's cloak blueprint from her backpack. This had been gathering dust in her backpack for ages, but she always remembered it. Legendary equipment, even if it was just a fragment, she wouldn't treat it as worthless. Spider Queen Cloak, legendary purple armor, increases evasion by 35%, increases movement speed by 15%, and grants cloaking in poisonous fog, CD, 2 hours. Crafting materials: silver web silk X200, gold silk X200, gold shell fragment X50, obsidian X1. Requires a high-level sewing machine. This time, she definitely gathered all the materials. But she still needed to find the other fragments. Doing the Spider Queen sacrifice quest again should be quick. After all, she already done it once and was familiar with the process. Yun Luoha thought for a moment and decided to go. Besides completing the quest, she had another idea. She remembered a transparent tree in the cave, covered in spider eggs. She also found wolf spider amber there. This time, she'd taken Yuntin with her. Perhaps there would be something unexpected. Chapter 161. Yun Luoha put the map away and, relying on her memory, groped her way toward the nest cave. Along the way, she encountered several more attacks from mutant spiders, but they were no match for Yun Luoha and Yun Tun and posed no threat. She passed through the narrow cave entrance and quickly arrived at the cave's underground lake with Yun Tun. She had previously found 2 crystals there. Back then, Yun Luoha treasured crystals, but now she had them in abundance. This time, arriving at the underground lake, Yun Luoha was more interested in the water and fish. She took out 20 oversized plastic buckets, each holding 50 liters, and had Yun Tun fill them. Then she pulled her fishing rod from her backpack and prepared to cast a few. By the time Yun Tun had filled the buckets, Yun Luoha had also caught 2 fish. Lantern fish. A fish from underground lakes. Their flesh is sweet and less fishy. This fish is perfect for making pickled fish and grilled fish. One weighed about 7 or 8 pounds, was plump, and a bit ugly, so it would probably be difficult to handle. This was an underground lake. There was no radioactive fog in the cave, so the water wasn't affected by the radiation for now. Take these 20 buckets of water back home, filter it, and purify it before drinking. After crossing the underground lake, we arrived at another cave, covered in spider webs, eerie and chilly. Yun Luoha remembered that there used to be many cocoon corpses hanging on the spider webs here, and cutting them open could yield supplies. But now, it was completely different. Most of the cocoons had been cut open, and the ground was covered with a green liquid, flowing in a mess, but it hadn't dried up and remained damp. Yun Luoha studied carefully but couldn't find any clues. Perhaps someone else had come here and harvested the area, leaving behind some cocoon shells, which she decided to collect. Golden Spider Silk X14. Energy Purification X2. Golden Spider Silk. An extremely tough spider silk with exceptional strength and a luminescent effect. It's used to craft advanced armor, weapons, or as a substitute for silk thread. Energy Essence. Can be used to craft a healing potion, quickly restoring stamina and health. These were all things Yun Luoha needed. After leaving the cave, spiders appeared in droves. Countless golden-shelled and silver-backed spiders attacked her. But when Yuntin appeared, the spiders suddenly stopped and hissed, as if communicating with Yuntin. Yun Luoha could understand some of the language. They chatted for a long time, seemingly just introducing themselves. Seeing Yuntin's interest, Yun Luoha didn't interrupt them. He wasn't aggressive anymore, so she simply continued on, not wanting to waste time. Soon they arrived at the Spider Queen's cave. A familiar voice echoed again. Entering the heart of Spider Island, the Mother Cave. Mission: complete the sacrifice ritual. Another sacrifice ritual. This time, Yun Luoha had to carefully select his offering. No, let Wonton choose. Wonton preferred to sacrifice anything. It was a safer bet. I almost forgot there's a boss here. Looking back at the giant spider, Yun Luoha's lips curled up. This giant spider was different from the one Yun Luoha had seen the first time. The one before him was half a man's height, its golden carapace speckled with scarlet spots, and its 8 long legs covered in sharp bone spurs. Its abdomen swelled like a massive poison sac, dripping green venom from time to time. Before Yun Luoha could make a move, the giant spider, like an arrow from a bow, swiftly moved on its 8 legs, crawling towards her at astonishing speed. But Yun Luoha was faster than it. The giant spider, which originally required her and Yu Qinjin to work together to defeat, Yun Luoha easily killed. It took less than 10 minutes in total. Killing the giant golden shell spider. Drops: 50 golden spider silk, 10 golden shell fragments, 30 highly toxic calicity, 1 golden shell spider egg. This time, the rewards were double compared to the previous ones, and there was also a golden shell spider egg, which was probably hatchable. Just as Yun Luoha finished collecting supplies, Yun Tun returned to her side. He had just received a lot of information from the spiders. After the arrival of the radioactive fog, most of the spiders living on the island were contaminated and separated from the spider community. Those spiders, who still had some sense, could only continue to live in their caves, seemingly struggling to get by. Fortunately, they were protected by the Spider Queen and wouldn't starve to death. Spiders also had a hierarchy. Golden shell spiders and silverback spiders, like them, weren't as good as silverback wolf spiders. Silverback wolf spiders were descendants of the Spider Queen, so the other spiders had already considered Yuntin the queen's offspring. Everyone was excited when Yuntin arrived and wanted to follow him, but Yuntin, fearing trouble for Yun Luoha, stopped them and let them disperse. I got these from them. He should need them. Wonton dumped a large pile of golden and silver web spider silk on the ground. Yunluoha picked them up and took a look. The sheer number was astonishing. There were 500 of each type. They have nothing to do, so they spin webs every day. Hee, if you think it's not enough, I go get more. That's enough. That's more than enough. You have to know that both types of spider silk are considered high quality. Many people use black spider silk for fishing nets and ropes. It's already quite flexible. Stepping into the cave's lower floor. The air was different. Yunluoha smelled the fragrance of flowers, a sweet, rotting scent that was unpleasant. The enormous transparent tree was right before him. Yunluoha gripped the mycelium torch tightly, its flickering flames illuminating the surroundings. The transparent giant tree, nearly 10 feet tall, emanated a cold luster in the dark cave. The bark was as thin as a cicada's wing, yet incredibly tough. Inside, a mysterious lavender liquid flowed, circulating slowly like the tree's blood. Flowers bloomed in the treetops, emitting a sweet fragrance. The vast cavity in the center of the trunk was like the tree's womb, with hundreds of amber spider eggs suspended within. Each one contained a half-formed spiderling. This place hadn't changed at all. Yunluoha walked to the altar. Wonton baby, do you feel anything special about this place? Wonton's eyes sparkled with excitement. His, so familiar, so comfortable. At this moment, the runes engraved on the altar surface oozed a dark red liquid, like congealed blood. It was time for the sacrifice. Yunluoha pulled out a number of items from his backpack, all of which were Wonton's favorite foods, and asked him to choose his 3 favorites. Symbiotic crystal, blood crystal, obsidian, ice crystal, deep-sea black iron. She thought for a moment, and pulled out a few more special items. Because there were only a couple, they'd never been given to Yunton. For example, the fire dragon scales and the blood crystal core. It seemed Yunton hatched when the amber spider eggs came into contact with the liquid seeping from the blood crystal core. Perhaps these items held special meaning for him. Yunton glanced at the supplies before him and quickly made his choice. Symbiotic crystal, fire dragon scales, blood crystal core. Yunluoha's heart was bleeding. She really knew how to choose. They were all the rarest. Okay, I invested a fortune this time, so don't let me down. Yunluoha took the items and placed them one by one in the grooves on the altar. This time, there was a huge commotion. A blood mist suddenly drifted from the altar. Enveloping the transparent tree, the entire cave suddenly shook. The spider eggs on the tree seemed to be nourished, blooming even more brilliantly. The spider eggs grew larger, nearly bursting. The statue was enveloped in a golden glow. Yunluoha couldn't open his eyes to look directly at the statue. Yunton seemed to sense something, hissing excitedly. Yunluoha's heart grew excited as well. It felt like something was about to happen. The Spider Queen's figure slowly materialized. The sacrifice mission was complete. Congratulations to the player for achieving the sacrifice achievement. Successfully offering the 3 gifts the Spider Queen desired most. The Queen herself has arrived. Grant your wish. Yunluoha held his breath, watching the Spider Queen's shadow slowly emerge from the golden light. The figure was identical to the statue on the altar, yet it exuded an even more terrifying aura. The Spider Queen's beautiful eyes swept over Yunluoha and Yunton. Human, the offering you brought is quite to my liking. The Spider Queen's voice echoed through the cave, possessing a magical power that drew everyone's attention, unable to think. Tell me, what do you want? Power? Wealth? Or? The Queen paused. Eternal life? Numerous thoughts raced through Yunluoha's mind. Legendary equipment, more resources. For example, the complete blueprint for the Queen's cloak, Spider Island's top-tier equipment. But since he could see the Spider Queen in person, shouldn't he make a more practical wish? I wish for the power to clear radiation. Yunluoha was also gambling on the Spider Queen's abilities. If she could truly obtain this power, at least she would have less stress this autumn. The Spider Queen seemed surprised by this answer, and she let out a shrill laugh. Interesting. The radiation fog originates from a sphere of infinite energy, the source of all power. Clearing it is impossible. But Yunluoha knew there would be a but. But there are ways to control the radiation. The Spider Queen looked at Wonton. You took it from me, didn't you? The Queen pointed at Wonton. The next second, Wonton's body floated up, floating in the air, to the Queen's side. It has absorbed too many impurities, and it's no longer pure. The Queen's tone was serious, and a hint of displeasure seemed to follow. Yunluoha didn't dare to speak, thinking that it was probably because of the excessive amounts of food he had eaten, but those things also made Wonton stronger. But when it reached the Spider Queen, it became impurities. The Spider Queen placed her hand on Wonton's head and sensed it for a moment. Then a look of satisfaction returned. She then looked at Yunluoha. You won't be able to obtain the power to suppress radiation, but as my offspring, there's hope it can inherit it. Yunluoha said with delight, so will letting it obtain it. You mean you're willing to use your wish on it? Of course, it's already made a contract with me, and we won't be separated. Wonton excitedly agreed. The Spider Queen looked at Wonton and snorted, seeming somewhat dissatisfied with its closeness to humans. Wonton wasn't afraid, instead, he kept barking. The Spider Queen suddenly began to communicate with Wonton in a language Yunluoha couldn't understand. Yunluoha stood nearby, unable to understand, but unable to do anything else. After a moment, the Spider Queen set Wonton down. You little spider, you're quite opinionated. Well, since you and I share the same bloodline, I can help you evolve. But opportunities are also tests. Whether you can withstand them depends on you. With that, a golden light descended from the sky, enveloping Wonton. Wonton let out a painful yet exhilarated roar, its body beginning to transform. The originally silver-gray carapace gradually took on a brilliant golden hue. Its 8 long legs grew thicker and more powerful, its claws gleaming with a cold light. Most strikingly, a golden pattern, resembling a crown, appeared on its forehead. I thought that was the end, but the next second, a golden beam surged into Wonton's body. It let out a piercing scream, its body trembling uncontrollably. All its fur fell off, leaving it a bare, hairless spider. Its body color changed from golden to transparent, then back to golden again. The previously green, silver, and black areas gradually turned golden. This process was complex and painful. Chapter 162. Wonton's body twisted and writhed, its 8 claws entangled in agony. The golden light grew stronger, almost completely enveloping Wonton in a cocoon of light. Spider silk tangled wildly in the light, then shattered into dust by the energy. Yunluoha stared at Wonton nervously. To say she wasn't worried would be a lie, but she still believed Wonton could do it. Hold on, baby Wonton, you can do it. Yunluoha couldn't help but whisper Wonton's name. The Spider Queen stood aside, her expression calm. Only at the crucial moment did she finally narrow her eyes, as if anticipating the outcome of this evolution. Gradually, Wonton's struggle subsided, and the golden light slowly dissipated. When the light faded completely, Wonton collapsed to the ground, motionless. Its body remained completely golden, and the lines of the crown on its forehead became clearer, but its eyes were closed, its breathing was shallow, and it looked utterly frail. Hearing Yunluoha's voice, he forced his eyes open and glanced at Yunluoha, then fell back into a deep sleep. What's wrong with it? Yunluoha rushed forward, hugged Yuntun, and carefully examined its body. The Spider Queen nodded slightly. The power of evolution is too great. It managed to pull through. The Queen's tone sounded quite satisfactory. Yunluoha breathed a sigh of relief. However, it still needs time to recover. It should be fine in a few days. That's good. Yunluoha thought for a moment, and put Yuntun into the pet bag. The Spider Queen seemed displeased with Yunluoha's action, but she didn't say much. She simply frowned, thinking of Yuntun's firm statement that she wanted to stay with Yunluoha forever. She could only sigh inwardly. Yunluoha suddenly remembered the golden spider egg she obtained earlier and asked, Queen, I have another question. How do I hatch this golden spider egg? The Spider Queen's silhouette had grown faint, but she still answered the question. Place it in a clean, well-ventilated place, nourish it with a blood crystal core, and it will naturally hatch in time. However, the personality and abilities of the hatched spider are uncertain. If it does hatch, that little creature will make the most of them. Yunluoha pondered the meaning of these words. For its sake, I give you a ride. It needs rest these few days. Take good care of it. As soon as she finished speaking, the Spider Queen's figure completely vanished, and the anomaly in the cave gradually subsided. Then Yunluoha felt her body grow lighter. The scene before her suddenly shifted, and in the blink of an eye, she was in another place. She had also arrived with a treasure chest, the reward for completing the sacrifice quest. The treasure chest lay at her feet, and Yunluoha quickly opened it to examine it. Spider Queen Cloak Recipe Fragment X1, Spider Mother Ring Recipe X1, Queen's Amulet X1, Spider House Recipe X1, Purple Mithril X2. Spider Mother Ring. Can hold 500 worker spiders for immediate use. Crafting materials. Purple Mithril X5, Ruby X1, Gold Shell Fragment Powder X10, Crystal X15. Queen's Amulet. A charm blessed by the Spider Queen, capable of resisting one fatal attack. Spider House. A safe haven for spiders. Crafting materials: Golden Silk X100, Silver Web Silk X100, Luminescent Moss X50. Purple Mithril, a metal imbued with mysterious powers. Having previously split the treasure chest with Yu Qingjin, Yunluohe enjoyed it all to herself this time, which was quite satisfying. She also obtained another cloak blueprint fragment. Yunluohe took them out and put them together, realizing she was only missing one. She pinned her hopes on finding the remaining fragment in the treasure cave. Looking around, she found herself in an unfamiliar cave. It was a deep corridor, its walls covered in spider silk. Standing at the cave entrance, she could see the shimmer of minerals within, clearly indicating that this treasure cave was rich in minerals. The Spider Queen truly had a way with her. It was thanks to Yun Tun that she had been effortlessly transported to the treasure cave. Thankfully, she hadn't hesitated to go to the mother cave first. Not only did Yun Tun receive the inheritance, but she also gained a great deal. Then, Yunluohe checked the time. It was only a little after 3 o'clock, much earlier than she had expected. It seemed she could spend the rest of the day in the treasure cave and return to the classroom early tomorrow morning. There were so many spider silks on the stone wall, sticky and white, that they stuck to her hair, and she couldn't pull them all off. Yunluohe simply burned them. Many spider eggs fell, leaving tiny black specks on the ground. Yunluohe continued forward. As Yunluohe burned all the spider silks blocking her path, the unique metallic luster of the ore in the depths of the cave, illuminated by the firelight, became increasingly dazzling. She pulled her mining tools from her backpack. With the crisp sound of metal hitting the stone wall, the surface of the stone wall peeled away, revealing patches of copper ore within. You can never have too much copper ore. Upgrading the reef requires a large amount of copper and iron ore, and her current reserves were far from sufficient. The excavation lasted nearly 2 hours. Yunluohe dug through copper ore on one side of the rock wall, and then found a patch of iron ore. Just as she was about to take a break, her pickaxe suddenly struck an unusually hard object. The sound of the chiseling was completely different from the sound of the ore she had just struck. She quickly chipped away at the nearby rock. As the broken pieces rustled, a ruby the size of a pigeon egg shone brightly in the rock wall. The ruby shone like a burning flame, incredibly beautiful. Finally, a ruby. Yunluohe smiled. Upgrading the reef required 100 rubies, and this was the first ruby she had found. Yunluohe carefully put the ruby away and continued mining. Her mining level also increased with her continued mining. Mining skill upgrade. Level 4. Reward: Advanced Furnace Blueprint X1. Unlocked or refining. Reduces or smelting time by 30%. Hey, there's something under the ruby. No, it wasn't from under the ruby, but from the top. She'd been mining so loudly earlier that something had fallen from above. Yunluohe became alert and aimed her flashlight at the cave ceiling. To her surprise, she saw countless dense spider webs, covered in spider eggs. It seemed the webs she burned were only a portion, the majority were overhead. Mainly, Yunluohe hadn't sensed the danger and had overlooked it. These spider eggs looked ordinary, but Yunluohe had a strange feeling that kept her from looking away. Instead, she activated her scanning eye and scanned the eggs. Soon, she discovered some unusual spider eggs. They resembled the golden shell spider eggs she obtained earlier, a milky white color, translucent and hard. She picked them up and examined them. They were indeed unusual. Silver white spider eggs, hatchable. Yunluohe collected them, intending to hatch them alongside the golden shell spider eggs. After exploring the mine, Yunluohe entered a maze. The paths here were extremely complex. Glowing spider silk was everywhere, eliminating the need for illumination. However, the silk was poisonous, paralyzing nerves with the slightest contact. Yunluohe collected some and studied it, discovering its many uses. This spider silk web would be a great trap for hunting. It would also be a great fishing net, capable of paralyzing fish and making them easily hauled ashore. Since it was such a good thing, she decided to get more. Yunluohe casually collected hundreds of spider silks and distributed them to the Mutual Aid Association group, allowing everyone to claim them. Red envelopes can now be given in the group. The red envelopes can be of any material. The system is set up for random rostering, not based on player luck. So, luckier players don't necessarily get more items, a design that most players are happy with. The game already heavily relies on luck, and if it were to be applied to red envelopes within the group, even that little bit of hope would be lost for players with very low luck. Yunluohe had simply casually sent out a red envelope containing spider silk. It caused an uproar in the group. Holy crap! Isn't this spider silk a high-grade material? How did the guild leader send over 300 at once? Did he click the wrong number? You said that, and I don't even dare to grab it anymore. What nonsense! I saw you grab it, and you got over 30. What a stroke of luck. I only got 18. Where did Sister Yun go this time? How did she get so much spider silk? Is it Spider Island? I remember it being a spring island. Yun Luoha couldn't help but smile as he watched the messages flood the group chat. He casually sent a voice message. Everyone, don't worry about grabbing it. I'm just sharing it with everyone. It's a reward for your hard work diving lately. Early this morning, the players in the diving team had already set out to dive, and some had spent the entire night underwater. Everyone worked very hard. Although they also had resources to take home, Yun Luoha was the one who got the most benefits. As soon as the message was sent, the group chat became even more lively. The president is awesome. We're so lucky to have him. I think this spider silk can be used to make a lot of great things, like spider silk launchers, fishing nets, and even high-end bondage rope. With this spider silk, I can combine it with the materials I collected earlier to create a powerful set of hunting equipment. Yun Luoha, spider silk is a good thing, but it's poisonous. It's best to wear protective gloves when working with it to avoid direct contact with skin. As for the specific production methods, everyone can discuss them. If you come up with a good plan, please remember to share it in the group. Got it. Got it. The group responded in unison, and everyone began a new round of heated discussion about the uses of spider silk. Mu Zitong sent a private message to Yun Luoha. Sister Yun, have you been to Spider Island? How's it going? Is it still spring there? However, Yun Luoha had already turned off the light screen and didn't see his message. She continued to explore the maze, keeping a vigilant eye on her surroundings. As she went deeper, the maze's structure became increasingly complex, and the glowing spider silk grew denser. Yun Luoha carefully navigated through it, until suddenly, a fork in the road appeared ahead. Both paths were covered in glowing spider silk, making it impossible to tell the difference. She hesitated at the fork in the road, deciding to explore the left path first. After walking a short distance, she felt the temperature around her drop significantly, and a faint fishy odor filled the air. Yun Luoha slowed her pace cautiously, keeping a vigilant eye on her surroundings. Just then, there was a sudden vibration beneath her feet, and then countless tiny spiders emerged from the cracks in the ground. These spiders were only the size of a fingernail, dark red in color, their eyes flashing an eerie red light. Their combat effectiveness wasn't strong, but they were numerous and relatively small, making them difficult to deal with. They swarmed densely, seemingly trying to crawl onto Yun Luoha's body. Fortunately, Yun Luoha was dressed tightly, leaving no skin exposed, and her face was covered with a protective mask. She noticed that the spiders were gnawing furiously at her clothes. If they continued like this, all her gear would be damaged. She swept them down with her weapon and crushed them, but there were too many of them. Without Yun Tun's help, she had to find a solution on her own. She remembered the poisonous, glowing spider silk. Perhaps she could put it to good use. I gave away hundreds of the ones I just collected, leaving quite a bit for myself. Yun Luoha immediately took them out and sprinkled the spiders with silk. Sure enough, the blood-devouring spiders were instantly smitten by the glowing silk. Due to the toxicity of the silk, their bodies began to twitch, and they were soon paralyzed, losing their ability to move. Not bad. Fighting poison with poison, using spider silk against spiders is a good idea. But it's a bit of a waste to just spread these unprocessed silks out. If they were made into weapons, they would be more effective. I study them when I get back. The passage ahead became very narrow, its walls covered in damp moss, and there was some unidentified liquid on the ground. Giant spiderwebs began to appear on the walls, and within them hung the corpses of spiders, gnawed away until only their heads remained. It was an extremely unpleasant sight. Yun Luoha frowned and continued forward. Finally, she reached the end of the passage, and before her lay a vast cave. The cave was enormous, its ceiling and sides covered in thick spider silk, and the ground was littered with the remains of various monsters. Even without entering, one could sense the presence of a very dangerous creature within. Yun Luoha quickly ate to replenish his energy. Seeing that he had recovered to peak condition, he grasped his weapon and entered. Entering the blood nest spider's lair. Quest: kill the blood nest spider. Reward: 1 golden treasure chest, 1 spider breeding guide. A gigantic spider lay there, its abdomen embedded with a painfully twisted human face. Its eyes flickered an eerie red, and its 8 enormous claws lay sprawled on the ground. Behind it lay a massive, locked golden treasure chest. Needless to say, It was a top-tier treasure chest. The alien blood nest spider let out an eerie cry, like a baby crying, or a cat howling. In short, it could only be described as terrifying and terrifying. Excited upon seeing Yunluohe, it launched the first attack, opening its massive jaws, and spewing a stream of foul-smelling pus and blood at her. Yunluohe was prepared, quickly dodging to the side. The pus and blood fell to the ground with a sizzling, corrosive sound, emitting a puff of green smoke and leaving a huge crater in the ground. Yunluohe's heart tightened, thinking, this pus and blood is corrosive and extremely toxic. Even a touch of it would be fatal. She didn't rush to retaliate, but instead nimbly dodged the alien blood nest spider's attacks within the cave, all the while using her scanning eyes to search for its weaknesses. Seeing its attacks were ineffective, the alien blood nest spider grew even more enraged, waving its claws and emitting a sharp cry. Immediately, countless small spiders crawled out from every corner of the cave. These spiders were dark red in color, about the same size as the ones outside, but far more ferocious. They pounced on Yunluohe, constantly exploding. After exploding, they gushed out red pus and blood, a disgusting and terrifying sight, almost too much to handle. Seeing this, Yunluohe could only dodge, and her armor quickly broke. She kept replacing it with new armor, but it kept breaking. Yunluohe's heart bled. What a loss! This armor was worth a lot. While she could still do it, if this continued, all the armor she had brought would be destroyed, leaving her defense value at a very low level. The spiders were numerous, swarming in wave after wave. As she attacked, she retreated toward the edge of the cave, trying to distance herself from the exploding spiders. Then he pulled out the glowing spider silk, trying to contain them. Of course, the silk was effective, but the blood nest spider refused to give her a break. Its body was like a constant stream of spiders, with small spiders constantly emerging from its back. It also continuously spewed out radioactive pus and blood, which could easily catch Yunluohe if she wasn't careful. At this point, even if Yunluohe knew the blood nest spider's weakness was its eyes, she had no way to free herself to deal with it. She had to find another way out. Yunluohe retreated until she had nowhere to retreat, her body pressed against the damp stone wall. The cry from the human face on the blood nest spider's abdomen stung her eardrums, likely also a sonic attack. Her mind was racing. The attacks from the self-destructing spiders were becoming increasingly frequent, and her clothes were already tattered. As she dodged and fled, her stamina points continued to drop. But then, Yunluohe had an idea. She had previously obtained some venom essence in the hive cave. This substance is highly toxic, and can be used to make poisons and enhance weapons. She gave it to Si-Chi, who later made her several bottles of it. It's highly corrosive, and if you hit it directly on the ground, it will emit toxic gases. It's quite lethal, but wearing a protective mask will not hurt. This substance should be useful now. However, after making the potion, she never used it. Instead of storing it in her carry-on bag, she put it in her golden sharkskin backpack, which required searching for it. Yunluohe had to juggle 3 things at once. She had to avoid the self-destructing spiders, avoid the alien blood nest spiders, attack them, and distract herself from finding the enhanced poison. Under such circumstances, Yunluohe was still sprayed with pus and blood on her leg. Just as she had found the enhanced poison, she was distracted for a second and was still a step too late. Seeing Yunluohe fall injured, the blood nest spiders unleashed even more self-destructing spiders. Soon, even the cave ceiling was covered in dense strands of spider silk, a vast web of death threatening to envelop her. Yunluohe's breathing became rapid, her stamina rapidly declining, and the excruciating pain made it nearly impossible for her to hold her weapon. Her entire shoulder was numb, and the skin around the wound was festering at a visible rate. Pain spread throughout her body, and cold sweat broke out on her head. It hurt so much. Chapter 163. Yunluohe first smashed the glass bottle containing the enhanced poison onto the ground. Black smoke quickly spread, paralyzing the surrounding small poisonous spiders before they even touched it, and then slowly died. Seeing this, Yunluohe finally got a chance to catch her breath. She gritted her teeth and injected herself with an antidote and drank a potion that quickly increased her stamina. If these dead spiders weren't constantly attacking her, she could have eaten some more food to replenish her health. But this was all she could do for now. Besides, the antidote only slowed the spread of the poison, not the cure, and the wound would only worsen. To survive, she had to eliminate this blood-bearing nest spider as soon as possible, otherwise she would die. Seeing all the small spiders dead, the blood-bearing nest spider went into a rage. It attacked again, this time spewing out not pus and blood, but a thick, black mist-emitting liquid. It also saw that Yunluohe was in a bad state, and wanted to eliminate her to avoid any future worries. This nest spider was 10 times more powerful than the golden-shelled spider we encountered earlier in the mother spider's lair, and its intelligence was also remarkable. Perhaps because the spider queen wasn't that bloodthirsty. The mother spider's lair was merely a hatching site for many spider eggs, and this place was arguably the most dangerous on Spider Island. Add to that the radiation, and this nest spider's toxicity had increased. Looking at the green hue of the twisted human face on its abdomen, one could guess it was radiation-related, perhaps because some of the carcasses it consumed were irradiated. There was no time for further thought. The most important thing right now was to find a way to kill it. The black liquid fragmented in midair, scattering into countless tiny poisonous needles, which shot towards her. The amulet given by the Spider Queen was a crucial life-saving measure, and she wouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary. But now she had no choice. At the critical moment, the amulet glowed brightly in her hand, and a translucent shield instantly enveloped her. The poisonous needles struck the shield with a sharp, crackling sound. Yunluohe could feel the shield vibrating violently, as if it would shatter at any moment. She knew this was her only chance to strike back. She had to kill it before the amulet expired. While the shield was still in effect, Yunluohe took a deep breath, swallowed the pain, and gripped her weapon tightly, charging towards the blood nest spider. When she was 5 meters away, she leaped, stabbing the dagger in her hand straight at the blood nest spider's right eye. However, the blood nest spider reacted with remarkable speed, lashing out with one of its chelicerae, sending her flying. Yunluohe fell to the ground, coughing up blood. Her protective shield shattered completely at that moment. The alien blood nest spider hissed in triumph, preparing to deliver the final blow. At that moment, Yunluohe suddenly remembered the fluorescent moss she had found earlier in the maze. This moss not only glowed in the dark, but also possessed a strong adhesiveness. She quickly pulled out another bottle of enhanced poison, and hurled it at the human face within the alien blood nest spider's abdomen. A scream of pain echoed throughout the cave. Seizing this opportunity, Yunluohe charged forward again, piercing the human face with her thunder vortex trident. Thick green fluid gushed out. Yunluohe's body was nearly exhausted, her strength rapidly draining from the severity of her injuries. But she knew she couldn't stop. Gritting her teeth, she drew out the thunder vortex trident and pierced the alien blood nest spider's head once more. With a roar, the massive body of the blood nest spider finally collapsed. Congratulations to the player for completing the quest. Rewards: 1 golden treasure chest, 1 spider breeding guide. After hearing the sound, Yunluohe's expression relaxed, her body slumped, and she passed out. A few hours later, Yunluohe weakly opened her eyes. It was already past 5 in the morning. The black comp communicator she was carrying was still glowing. Mu Zitong hadn't received a response from her, and worried about her, he kept calling her. But Yunluohe was unconscious and had no idea. She was weak and speechless. If she hadn't taken the antidote beforehand to control the spread of the poison, she would have likely died. Thankfully, her physical condition was excellent, and she was still holding on. She had no idea how many hours she had slept. Yunluohe opened the light curtain to check. When the light curtain closed, the last screen appeared as the guild's chat group, so upon opening it, I saw guild members discussing spider silk. It was already late at night, and many people were still awake. I made a simple trap using spider silk and other materials, and it works pretty well. Someone posted a picture of the trap, showing a wild boar entangled in the spider silk, unable to move. Amazing! How did you make it? The group members kept asking for the recipe. It's actually very simple. I first weave spider silk with resilient vines, then use special herbs to create a stickiness enhancer and apply it to the surface. Any monster that touches it will be stuck, and the toxicity of the spider silk will temporarily disable it. Yunluohe switched to her friend messages. Seeing that both Mu Zitong and Cheng Xuening had sent numerous messages, she quickly replied. Cheng Xuening had sent even more messages than Mu Zitong. Mainly, she had gone to Ancient Tree Island today and encountered a lot. Initially, she had shared her experiences with Yunluohe, but then she hadn't replied, and Cheng Xuening grew worried. She contacted her several times via the communicator, but received no response. She told Yunluohe to reply immediately after seeing the message. Thinking that her loss of contact had caused her friends so much worry, Yunluohe didn't hesitate and quickly replied. Neither of them slept, and they replied immediately after receiving the message. Sister Yun, you finally replied. Are you okay? I called you 3 times via the communicator. Yunluohe, I'm fine now. I just had a problem. That's good. I was so worried. If anyone in the game worried Yunluohe the most, Mu Zitong would definitely be in the top 3. Cheng Xuening called directly. The communicator continued to glow, and Yunluohe quickly answered. Cheng Xuening first inquired about Yunluohe's current situation, then asked how she was doing and whether she needed to come over. Only after learning that Yunluohe had escaped danger did she breathe a sigh of relief and recount her experiences on Ancient Tree Island. Cheng Xuening's experience today was truly thrilling. She also gained a lot. Not only had her pet tree monkey upgraded and learned new skills, but her own strength had also greatly increased. She also obtained a large number of mutant vine seeds. Yunluohe had previously mentioned her need for mutant vines, so Cheng Xuening contacted her to share the news as soon as she received them. After putting away the communicator, Yunluohe ate some more food to regain her strength. She was almost rested, ready to leave. But she still had to pick up the fallen materials first. Killing the blood nest spiders dropped a lot of items. 3 rubies, 1 spider breeding crystal, 100 red blood spider eggs, 1 blood crystal core. Spider breeding crystal breeds spiderlings, controls spider swarms, and issues commands. Red blood spider eggs. Red blood spiders have highly toxic blood and are a very obedient species. The blood crystal core, which she had previously obtained on Bat Island, was very useful, stimulating trait awakening and nourishing spider eggs. Besides these items, the most important thing was the golden treasure chest. The treasure chest required a high-level key to open. Yunluohe had previously obtained a similar one in the secret realm. Now she had 2 golden treasure chests. She had to open one of them and see for herself. However, the high-level key required sapphire fragments to craft. Yunluohe planned to return to grinding the blue crystal ore, quickly gathering the sapphire fragments to craft a key. 2 days flew by in a flash. Besides exploring the sea, Yunluohe would perform routine tasks on the reef. Now, she had a few more things to do, keeping an eye on the wontons, nurturing and hatching spider eggs, and crafting various tools from the harvest from Spider Island. She was busy like a top, spinning non-stop. Last night, she finally gathered enough sapphire fragments to craft a high-level key, opening a golden treasure chest. The 2 golden treasure chests were found in different locations, so after a moment's hesitation, Yunluohe finally opened the one on Spider Island first. After all, she was eager to obtain the complete blueprint for the Queen's Cloak. Sure enough, after opening it, she found the final fragment of the blueprint inside. Yunluohe finally obtained the complete blueprint, but it required an advanced sewing machine to craft it. So last night, she spent the night gathering the necessary materials and blueprints to build the advanced sewing machine. When she woke up, the advanced sewing machine was ready to go. Now, she could finally craft the Queen's Cloak. In addition, the treasure chest contained many other high-end items. Queen's Crown Blueprint X1, Purple Mithril X2, Brooding Glove X1, Diamond Spider Silk X30, Amber Spider Eggs X30, Ruby X5, Earth Crystal X10, Crystal Stone X10. Queen's Crown. Wearing it permanently controls up to 50 worker spiders, and automatically marks 3 resource points daily, including mines and herb gathering points. Crafting materials. Purple Mithril X1, Ruby X1, Gold Shell Fragment X1, Diamond Silk X10. Nesting gloves. Wearing these allows you to touch spider eggs, accelerate the reproduction of worker spiders, and touch poisonous spider silk to collect poisonous weeds. Diamond Silk. A high-grade spider silk that is indestructible to cuts and fire, and can be crafted into high-grade armor or traps. Amber Spider Eggs, eggs from high-grade worker spiders, which can hatch into worker spiders of different types. Ruby. A rare material that upgrades the reef and increases its defense. Collecting 100 rubies upgrades the defense system, granting a chance of special effects and granting a chance of fire enchantment when embedded in weapons. Earth Crystal. A rare material that can be ground into styptic powder or used to reinforce buildings. Yunluohe has been busy hatching and cultivating these amber spider eggs for the past 2 days. The item she obtained on Spider Island will be of great use to her reef construction. As long as these spider eggs hatch, she will no longer be short of helpers. She carefully studied the spider breeding guide, which contained extensive information on raising worker spiders. The guide was essentially a training manual for the 5 major types of worker spiders. It covered training methods, daily tasks, key management points, and hatching methods for each type. They were the gem mining spider, the agronomic nani spider, the scavenger corrosive spider, the crimson blood combat spider, and the shield patrol spider. Each of them had a distinct role and could learn specialized skills. They would diligently complete any task assigned by their master. Chapter 164. Based on the images and detailed descriptions in the atlas, we can learn that gem mining spiders gleam with a metallic sheen, and their leg joints feature sharp, pickaxe-like protrusions, allowing them to precisely strike various ores. Their eyes possess a special structure, allowing them to keenly perceive the distribution of ores in dim mines. Most importantly, they can quickly locate high-level ores and gems. Not only can they mine ores, but they can also automatically sort them. A gem mining spider is equivalent to a player with a level 3 mining skill. However, they are sensitive to bright light and must work at night. Of course, they can also work during the day in the pitch-black mines. To breed a gem mining spider, it's necessary to feed the eggs a small amount of sapphire shard powder daily to stimulate their special gemstone perception. This will increase the probability of a gem mining spider hatching. After all, the type and abilities of an amber spider egg cannot be determined until it hatches. Furthermore, even after hatching, they must be exposed to different types of ores to familiarize themselves with them. Weaver spiders are relatively small. They have dense, downy hairs on their bodies that allow them to sense subtle changes in humidity and temperature. Special glands in their abdomens secrete a silk-like substance that is stronger than regular spider silk, making it ideal for weaving and repairing. To raise weaver spiders, amber eggs should be kept in a comfortable environment. After hatching, the spiderlings should be exposed to a variety of plant fibers. They are quick learners and quickly master weaving with different materials. At this time, they should also be fed some plant fibers and floral nectar. As they grow, they will not only weave cloth and make clothing, but also help with sowing, watering, harvesting, providing shade for crops, and repelling small pests. The illustrated guide states that the presence of weaver spiders increases crop yields. The other 3 types of worker spiders also have their own roles and training methods. The scavenger spider is gray-black in appearance, with sharp barbs on its legs that allow it to easily tear through decaying objects. Their mouthparts secrete a corrosive liquid that quickly decomposes various organic wastes. To cultivate scavenger spiders, prepare a breeding tank with a temperature of 30 to 35 degrees Celsius and a humidity of 70 to 80%. They prefer a humid and warm environment, and new decaying materials should be added regularly to provide sufficient nutrients for the eggs. After the spiderlings hatch, place some reef cleaning items in the tank to help them learn how to clean. Once they become familiar with the environment, they can be released. As they grow, their corrosive abilities increase, making them easily able to clear the debris, weeds, barnacles, and algae on the reef. As for the red blood combat spiders and the shielded patrol spiders, both prefer meat and high-protein foods. One is responsible for combat, the other for defense. They both require special methods for breeding and training. Yunluoha currently has a total of 50 amber spider eggs, as well as gold shell spider eggs, silver white spider eggs, and red blood spider eggs. Of these, the red blood spider eggs are the most numerous, totaling 100. If all hatched, they would form a large army. For this reason, the spider mother ring must be crafted quickly, otherwise, there would be no way to store all the spiders. With the ring, she can carry them wherever she goes, becoming her secret weapon. Although the properties of the golden-shelled and silver-white spider eggs were uncertain, they were likely primarily used for combat. Therefore, Yunluoha planned to hatch all 50 amber spider eggs into worker spiders to help with the reef's work. The reef was currently short-staffed, and the small animals in the barn and chicken coop were left free-range, with no time to care for them. The greenhouse plants had automated equipment, but seasonal crops needed to be grown outdoors, and Yunluoha didn't have the time to till, sow, or water them. Although Robao was helping, he was overwhelmed. Furthermore, due to the radiation fog, Robao could only stay outdoors for a few hours. Yunluoha also needed radiation-resistant foods, so he couldn't feed him everything. To ensure the successful hatching of these spider eggs, Yunluoha built 2 spider houses. They were placed in the shade next to the villa. With constant temperature and moisture, and self-cleaning spiders working inside, the spider houses increased the survival rate of the spiderlings by 70%. In addition, the spider breeding crystals also came in handy. However, cultivating spider eggs takes time, ranging from a week to 10 days, and the success rate isn't 100%. The first few days are crucial. So whenever Yunluoha has a bit of free time, she rushes to the spider house, placing amber spider eggs according to the species' corresponding cultivation environment, carefully observing their changes and recording every detail. During the cultivation process, she also adjusts and optimizes the cultivation environment based on the advice in the illustrated guide. Wonton was also placed here by her. The environment here is comfortable. She even spent a large sum of money to purchase several radiation-proof devices at the trading center and place them near the spider house to protect it from the radiation fog. While researching the cultivation of worker spiders, Yunluoha never stopped working on the reef. She went fishing in the deep sea rift for 2 consecutive nights. After 2 days of feasting on seafood fried rice, which increased her fishing success rate by 10%, she finally caught a bluefin tuna. She made some of the fish into sashimi and used the head to make a delicious fish soup. She also processed several high-quality canned foods. The satiety of canned tuna is incredible. Eating one can instantly restore your stamina to full. She also developed a golden dish specifically for bluefin tuna. To create the golden dish, you must use the tuna's jaw. Other parts are only high-quality dishes, with slightly less effect. After creating the golden dish, her cooking skill proficiency increased by 200 points. She was also rewarded with a large box of hot pot base, which is enough to make a small hot pot for 2 or 3 people, enough for 3 uses. Golden grilled tuna. Crafted from the most delicious parts of precious tuna from the deep sea, the skin is seared to perfection, resulting in a crispy exterior and juicy, tender flesh within. Each bite is a true indulgence. Eating increases gathering speed by 20%, with a chance to double gathering bonus, and increases luck by 5 within an hour. The effects of this dish are simply astonishing. A whole tuna weighing over 10 pounds can only yield 3 golden dishes. Yunluoha herself felt a little reluctant to eat it. She opened her character profile and checked. She discovered her cooking skill was just a hair away from leveling up. Just a little over 1,000 experience points were needed. Yunluoha simply stopped everything else she was doing and focused on leveling up her cooking skill. First, she gathered the missing ingredients from the picnic and dark cuisine recipes, then simultaneously researched new recipes. She took out the various ingredients she had brought back from Spider Island and began experimenting. She began by thinly slicing the belly of the tuna and mixing it with some of Spider Island's unique spices, attempting to create a new type of sashimi. But after taking a bite, she frowned. The spices were too strong, completely overpowering the tuna's natural flavor, and the textures weren't harmonious. Next, she tried stewing the tuna with Polygonana moderatum. She experimented numerous times, playing with different proportions and cooking times, but each time, the resulting dish only reached the advanced level, far from the golden cuisine. The broth was either too fishy, or the bitterness of the Polygonana moderatum hadn't been completely removed, making it incompatible with the flavor of the tuna. She swapped the tuna for other main ingredients, such as crocodile meat, wild boar meat, and chicken. The results were similar. Something just wasn't right. How should I combine them? Yunluoha gathered the remaining ingredients from the cooking table. She wasn't discouraged. Developing new dishes is always a long process. With so many ingredients and so few golden recipes, it's impossible to whip one up casually. But she still came up with a plan. She posted a thread on the district forum, intending to share some of her advanced recipes, hoping to attract some advanced chefs from other districts. She would then trade golden recipes with them, sharing their experiences. Not only would she be able to help others, but she would also be inspired to level up quickly. Another benefit of this approach was that she could make friends with several professional chefs. In a few days, when the trading system was upgraded, she would be able to trade with players from other districts. Knowing these people would make it easier to trade ingredients. Perhaps others might have ingredients she couldn't find. Free sharing of advanced recipes. Cooks at level 6 and above can share their experiences. Below are 10 practical recipes I compiled. You can follow these recipes to make them. Lucky eel rice, swamp thick soup, pumpkin and carrot stewed venison, honey and nut energy bars. My cooking level is level 6. Players of the same level are welcome to share their experiences and exchange recipes for equivalent dishes. As soon as the post was published, it immediately attracted the attention of many players. The comment section instantly became lively, with a constant stream of replies and likes. Wow! Boss, you're sharing so many recipes. That's so kind. Thank you. I'm stuck on leveling up my cooking skills, and I hope to learn from your experience. Thank you so much. I'm also working on new dishes, so we can discuss. These dishes aren't particularly good, and they're not even gold dishes. That's hilarious. If you can, show us a few gold recipes? They're sharing their premium dishes for free, so stop being so jealous. After posting, Yunluoha waited for a while. The post was buzzing with comments, but no level 6 chef appeared. Disappointed, Yunluoha turned off the screen and planned to continue researching recipes. She found some wild vegetables and dark cooking ingredients at the trading center, And now she can create a few new dishes. She just bought some sorrel and elderflower, so she can make the sorrel fish rolls and wild mint cold brew tea from the picnic recipe. Grilled fish rolls with sorrel. The fishy smell of the fish is completely decomposed by the sorrel, and it is full of the fragrance of fennel. It is a rare wild delicacy. Instructions. Use small fish from the stream. Stuff their bellies with sorrel, then tie them with fennel stems and slow roast over charcoal. Effect. Increases stamina by 40, increases gathering speed by 30%. Wild mint cold brew tea. Cools and relieves summer heat, fragrant and sweet, refreshing and rich in nutrients. One sip will leave you feeling refreshed. Instructions. Soak wild mint leaves and elderflowers in spring water for 3 hours, then add wild honey for flavor. Effect. Rapidly reduces body temperature, maintaining a normal body temperature for 3 hours, and increases strength by 6. After completing these 2 dishes, Yunluo gained 400 experience points in one go. Since it was autumn, cold brew tea was no longer necessary, so she made 1 batch and then stopped, instead making some more grilled fish rolls. At this moment, Cheng Xuening called via the communicator. Luo He, the mutant vines you requested have grown. Should I cut them off and send them to you now? So quickly? Yes, I knew you were in a hurry, so I used some nutrient solution and fertilizer. They've grown incredibly fast, reaching a very high point in just 2 days. Okay, how many do you have? Give me some. I just made a lot of food and will send it to you. Will 30 be enough? Cheng Xuening brought back enough seeds, so this time we have a good harvest of mutant vines. Yun Luo, he needs mutant vines to make a wicker starry sky sofa and insect trap lanterns. An insect trap lantern is essentially a lantern that attracts fireflies. It's made from mutant vines, sugarcane juice, and honey. Fireflies are also a key ingredient in making the wicker starry sky sofa. It's a little short. I need 60. If that's not enough, you can give me 20 first and return it in a few days. Cheng Xuening, okay, there are only 30 right now. I give you this much for now. You can harvest more in 2 days. They grow very fast. I guess they're like leeks, the more you harvest, the more you get. Yun Luohe, ha ha ha, that's good. Yun Luohe pulled a bunch of ingredients from her backpack and handed them to Cheng Xuening, along with a serving of grilled fish rolls she had just made. It's almost lunchtime now. Try my grilled fish rolls, they're quite good. Okay, I have something else for you. Take a look at the list I sent you. We brought back many tree species and ingredients from ancient Tree Island. I sorted them out. Take a look at what you want. Yun Luohe walked towards the workbench, checking the names of the supplies on the list. It was quite a lot. Common tree species included red maple, ginkgo, and Chinese tallow tree. 2 rare mutant tree species. For example, the luminous sycamore tree, which produces luminous fruit. Its fruit not only emits a soft glow at night, but also serves as a special light source. Planted on a reef, it would be beautiful at night. There's also a special kind of birch tree, whose bark, ground into powder, can be used to make healing medicine. There are also some ingredients. Wild chestnuts, wild hazelnuts, pyracantha berries, wild okra, purslane, wildwood ear mushrooms. These things can be made into a variety of delicious dishes. Yun Luohe already had a few good recipes in mind. But first, she had to make the insect-attracting lantern. Yun Luohe took out the blueprints for the rattan starry sky sofa and the insect-attracting lantern. A 3-seater sofa plus a single-seater sofa set, warm in winter and cool in summer, offering exceptional comfort. Using the entire starry sky furniture set increases the chance of a meteor shower by 30%. Materials: 50 mutant vines, 50 fireflies, 100 high-grade hardwood, 10 cotton. 1 mutant vine can make 1 lantern. She started by making 10 lanterns to attract fireflies. Tonight, she'd see how many fireflies she could attract with 1 lantern. After all the waiting, there was no need to rush. There should be more than 2 pieces of starry sky furniture. Right now, she only had a rattan starry sky hammock. Even if she could make a sofa, it probably wouldn't be a complete set. Yun Luohe privately messaged a member of the Tianji Pavilion intelligence team, requesting all the information regarding the meteor shower incident. Chapter 165. The complete starry sky furniture set includes a starry sky chandelier, a starry sky bed, a starry sky sofa, and a starry sky wardrobe. Once you have all of these, a meteor shower will descend on the reef. The weather tower can predict the arrival of a meteor shower. Once you have all of the furniture, you can pay close attention to the tower's forecast each day and prepare in advance. As for what will happen when a meteor shower arrives, intelligence indicates that only Wu Jing of the European Emperor Association knows. He hasn't sold this information, nor has he shared it with anyone else. It's uncertain whether his reef has already experienced a meteor shower. Yun Luoha thought, in that case, she should first find a way to obtain the Starry Sky Chandelier and Starry Sky Wardrobe. But she still asked the Tianji Pavilion to find an opportunity to contact Wu Jing again, hoping to exchange other intelligence or resources for information about the meteor shower. Perhaps he only obtained the relevant literature or illustrations, and hasn't yet assembled all of the Starry Sky furniture. So, she could still test him to see if he wanted resources like fireflies and mutant vines. If he needs more, it means he's still gathering materials. After giving the instructions, Yun Luoha began making the insect-attracting lantern. She cleaned the mutant vines Cheng Xuening had sent her, and wove them into the shape of a lantern according to the diagram. Next, she heated a mixture of sugarcane juice and honey, boiling it into a thick syrup and evenly smearing it on the inside of the lantern. While making the lantern, she opened the forum to check previous posts for any useful replies. After flipping through a few pages, she finally saw a comment from a senior chef. Tan Sohrui, Zone 3. The recipes the original poster shared are indeed very useful, especially the swamp soup recipe. The ingredients are simple and easy to obtain, and it adds a lot of stamina. I have a delicious autumn-inspired recipe to share with you. Osmanthus stuffed glutinous rice and lotus root. The main ingredient is lotus root. Glutinous rice is stuffed into the lotus root, and a secret osmanthus syrup is added, then simmered over low heat. Not only does this recipe restore significant stamina, but it also improves the quality of collected items within half an hour. Osmanthus flowers are in bloom this season, and planting a few osmanthus trees on the reefs now provides an endless supply of flowers. Osmanthus flowers are incredibly useful, not only for making osmanthus honey, but also for drying and making osmanthus tea. I have many other recipes here. If you're interested, we can exchange recipes and improve together. Xia Qing, District 9. Seeing the recipe you shared instantly gave me inspiration. I'm also a level 6 cook, but I just leveled up. I have a gold recipe I'd like to exchange with you. Zhang Xiaotu, District 8. Since you're so generous, I share a cooking tip too. I stumbled upon a seasoning called sea buckthorn powder in the desert. Adding it to your dishes creates unexpected effects. For example, fish marinated in sea buckthorn powder takes on a unique smoky flavor when grilled, and it can withstand high temperatures for a limited time. Wang Ro, District 4. I'm a level 6 cook, and I've been researching dishes that combine autumn wild fruits with meat. Today, I just made a hawthorn stewed with wild boar. I'm posting it in the comments section for free. Everyone is welcome to try it. I hope to discuss golden dishes with you. As Yun Luoha was browsing, he suddenly saw Yu Qingjin's name. Yu Qingjin, District 1. Golden dishes, frost dew golden fish soup. Dark dishes, shadow octopus ink cake. Lucky dishes, spider milk honey pudding. Lucky dishes, golden autumn chestnut stew. Advanced dishes, grape pudding yogurt jelly, cheese and durian pizza, watermelon and pineapple juice, autumn breeze tea. Sharing this with the poster. Yu Qingjin actually posted a dozen recipe lists in the comments section. The forums are all real name only, so he must have seen her as the poster and done her a favor. Perhaps he knew she was in need of recipes right now, otherwise he wouldn't have suddenly posted on the forum. Yun Luoha was grateful. It had been so long since they'd seen each other, and she hadn't expected Yu Qingjin to be so helpful without even meeting her. Where did he get all these recipes? Remember, Yu Qingjin didn't major in cooking. A huge thread of replies followed his comment. Who's this guy? So generous. It can't be a fake recipe, right? I don't even have many of the ingredients on it, and I never seen them before. I think it's fake too. Who would be so generous as to give away so many high-level recipes for free? This is from our zone, number 1 on the leaderboard. I don't have time to argue with you. Don't believe me if you don't want to. You know if it's true after trying it. Anyway, I gather the ingredients and try making them. Since your cooking level is too low, I suggest you don't try gold dishes. Players below level 5 can't make gold dishes. Just pick up a few high-level recipes and take them home. With the recipes Yu Qingjin had given her, Yun Luoha no longer needed to exchange recipes with others. But since the post was already published, she generously shared 2 gold dishes and a picnic recipe. Just consider it a benefit for other players. This post might help many players upgrade their cooking skills. It would be even better if it attracted more high-level chefs to leave comments and share their recipes. After posting, Yun Luoha decided to make a lucky dish first, golden autumn chestnut stew. She had just acquired some chestnuts, and the family had plenty of wild boar meat, along with various spices and seasonings. So Yunluoha first took out a few wild chestnuts, carefully cut open their shells with a knife, and placed them in boiling water, cooking them until they were 70% cooked. She then removed the meat and drained it. Next, she took the wild boar meat she had stored in the refrigerator, cut it into small pieces, and stir-fried it with scallions, ginger, garlic, star anise, and other spices. When the meat was golden brown, she added the chestnuts, added an appropriate amount of water, and simmered it over low heat. Her cooking skills had reached this level, and her knife skills were incredibly fast, allowing her to cook twice as fast as an average player. Her control of the heat was impeccable, so there was no need to worry about burning or undercooking. An aroma soon emanated from the stove. The wild boar meat stewed with chestnuts was already tender and flavorful. Yunluoha poured out a bowl, and the system notification chimed. Congratulations on successfully making one of our lucky dishes. Golden Autumn Chestnut Stew. Reward, 1 persimmon brie cake. Golden Autumn Chestnut Stew. Carefully prepared with autumn wild chestnuts and tender wild boar meat, it boasts a soft, glutinous, and sweet texture. Consuming this dish increases stamina by 30 and luck by 6, lasting for 2 hours. Repeated consumption does not stack with luck. Yunluoha was very pleased with the results of this dish, and decided to make more. Not only does it replenish stamina, but it also increases luck. While it doesn't stack, 6 points is still quite a bit, and it can cover a lot of ground in 2 hours. The ingredients for this dish are not difficult to obtain, but it requires a cooking level of 6 or higher to prepare. Because of the complexities of controlling the heat and preparing the ingredients, it's a truly advanced dish for chefs. The reward, the persimmon brie cake, is also a lucky recipe. It increases luck by 2 points, and best of all, it stacks with other lucky recipes. Yunluoha planned to save it for crucial moments. For example, next time he crafted a high-level key and opened a golden treasure chest. Eating several lucky recipes at once might yield a ton of goodies. Afterwards, Yunluoha cooked several different dishes. Cooking experience points skyrocketed. Cooking skill leveled up. Level 7. Reward, Chef's Apron. Cooking speed increased by 30%. Cooking skill level 7 effect. Permanently increases maximum satiety by 20%. Unlock the seasoning bottle. After collecting 10 high-level seasonings, all recipes gain a 15% bonus. Finally, he successfully leveled up. Yunluoha put on the chef's apron, walked into his room, and looked in the mirror. Looks pretty good. Now he really looks like a chef. Well, the only thing missing is a hat. As for the seasoning bottle, Yunluoha put it in her backpack. She didn't know which 10 high-level dishes she needed, but the fact that it could increase the effects of all dishes was truly incredible, and it probably wouldn't be easy to collect all of them. Time passed quickly, and the sun was about to set. Yunluoha was about to return to the house to open the shells when she heard the familiar sound of wind chimes. It was Sister Taozi's boat. Sister Taozi waved warmly upon seeing Yunluoha. A few days later, Sister Taozi was back. Yunluoha was delighted, because this time she was well prepared. Not only had she leveled up, but she also had a number of high-level dishes and golden ingredients to share with Sister Taozi to improve her favor and trade some things. She collected a fair amount of sea coins from the Mutual Aid Association over the past 2 days, and she also made a good profit selling supplies from her shipping boxes. Today, she could buy as much as she could. At night, Yunluoha hung an insect-attracting lantern on a branch outside. Soon, several fireflies, attracted by the sweet scent, circled the lantern for a moment before darting inside. A soft glow filtered through the woven patterns of the vines. All she needed was a few glass bottles to collect the fireflies. She had made 10 insect-attracting lanterns in total. At this rate, collecting 50 fireflies should only take about 2 days, and the wicker starry sky sofa would be ready soon. The Tianji Pavilion also received new intelligence from Wu Jing. He hadn't seen the meteor shower yet, so he wasn't willing to trade all the information about it to the Tianji Pavilion, lest someone else get the upper hand. However, he needed clues about the fireflies and the mutated vines. So, as long as the Tianji Pavilion could provide him with relevant intelligence, he could reveal a little about the meteor shower, but not much. This Wu Jing was quite shrewd. Who knew if the information he revealed was insignificant? If he knew how to obtain fireflies and mutant vines, he'd probably be able to complete his starry sky furniture set in no time. It's best not to tell him. Yunluoha bought several thousand sea coins worth of supplies from Sister Taozi today, gave her some golden ingredients, and even enjoyed dinner with her, significantly increasing her favorability. So, she got a few useful clues from Sister Towsy. 1. In 3 days, the system will hold a limited-time autumn cooking competition. 2. Once the sea merchant's favorability reaches a certain value, and the residency requirements are met, the sea merchant can reside permanently at the player's reef. 3. If it rains in the morning, Viviera will likely visit the player's reef, so pay close attention to the weather forecast. The system's plan to host a cooking competition is great news for her. Her skills have also been upgraded, so if she can place well in the cooking competition, she'd likely receive a good reward. She might even be able to compete with chefs from other districts and hone her skills. As for the sea merchant's permanent residency, Yunluo's most confident option right now is to have Sister Towsy stay. After all, her favorability has already increased significantly. Yunluo had previously considered the weather forecast useless, so she rarely checked the weather tower's data. It was Sister Towsy's tip that prompted her to check the tower, and it turned out to be raining tomorrow morning. There wasn't much information about Viviera. Sister Towsy had previously mentioned that she loved her cookies. Yunluo bought some. Another player had said that Vivilla had asked him for moonlight blue butterflies and 7 spotted ladybugs. While she had no idea what they were for, she'd better find some. These insects seemed to be found on the reefs. While there was still moonlight, she could quickly make a net and search for them. The moonlight blue butterflies happened to be out at night, often appearing in the woods, while the 7 spotted ladybugs were usually found in vegetable gardens. Chapter 166. Let's go to the woods and look for moonlight blue butterflies first. Yunluo called Robo over, fed him radiation-resistant food, and asked him to go with her to the woods. The moonlight blue butterfly was easy to find. Its wings reflected a faint blue fluorescence in the moonlight. Robao also knew how to catch butterflies. His agility and quick movements made it easy to snatch one. If he missed, Yunluo would immediately raise the insect net, which arced through the air, just enough to snatch it in. After capturing the moonlight blue butterfly, Yunluo rushed to the vegetable patch without stopping. The 7 spotted ladybugs were easier to find than expected. They were lying on the underside of the leaves, nibbling on the worms. These insects also needed to be caught with a net. They didn't move, making them much easier to catch than butterflies. The 7th day of autumn. Yunluo got up early. It had rained this morning. The villa was likely to appear, so she had to prepare in advance. First, go to the spider house to check on the wontons and spider eggs. Then, finish what needs to be done. Then, go harvest vegetables with Robao, feed the chickens, and feed the livestock. I didn't have time to plant seeds and trees this morning, but I have to make time for that in the evening, when the sun sets. She now has a lot of new autumn seeds and tree species, so I can't put it off any longer. The sky is wet, but the fog hasn't dissipated. But there's one good thing about rain: the fog doesn't seem to move. Even if someone approaches, it won't budge. Perhaps it's condensation. Someone has a blueprint for a fog absorber that can absorb radiation fog, but regular fog absorbers are only moderately effective, sucking up at most 2 cubes of fog at a time. The player needs to hold the fog absorber and constantly suck it up. It took at least 2 hours every day to vacuum the fog around the house. Yunluo also bought 2 fogging machines, but she didn't have time to use them herself, so she gave them to Robao to operate. Robao loved playing with them, even treating them as entertainment, and would do them without Yunluo's reward. The morning wore on, and by 11 o'clock, Yunluo, still assuming the villa wouldn't show up, decided to go back to the house to do something else. Just then, Robao's meow caught her attention. She turned her head, and saw a woman in red standing on a boat made of banana leaves, slowly approaching her. The boat was large, adorned with colorful flowers, and filled with various plants and insects in transparent boxes. It was, of course, another sea merchant, Bivilla. Guest from the reef? I heard your reef has many beautiful insects. Could you show them to me? Vivilla's boat approached the edge of the reef. Yunluo, okay, I have some beautiful insects here. I can give them to you if you need them. Vivilla smiled. Good. I like your straightforwardness. As she stepped off the boat, Yunluo could see a light screen appear beside her, with 4 options on it. I want to sell something. I want to buy something. I want to talk to you. I'm free. Yunluo, I want to talk to you. Insects are my favorite. They're the purest and most beautiful. Each one has its own unique charm. What about you? Do you like insects? Not bad. These are 2 insects I found last night. Aren't they beautiful? Yunluo took the initiative to show Vivilla the moonlight blue butterfly and the ladybug. Very nice. It seems you and I have something in common. Yunluo could see Vivilla's favorability level rising. It seemed that preparing ahead of time really paid off. She pulled the lava seaweed cookies she bought from Sister Towsy from her backpack and gave them to Vivilla. It's almost lunchtime now. You must be hungry. Here's a little snack for you. Oh! How did you know this is my favorite? Great. I was just a little hungry. I've been visiting so many customers and haven't eaten anything. Another increase in favorability. Yunluoha thought to herself, that should be enough now. She switched options. I want to buy something. Villa smiled and pulled out a box. Take a look. You can buy anything you like. Item list. Firefly lantern, permanent item 200 C coins. Automatically attracts ordinary insects at night. Queen bee contract, permanent item 500 C coins. Summons a swarm of bees to accelerate flower pollination and increase honey production. Earthworm farming tower, permanent item 500 C coins. Houses 500 earthworms and automatically produces earthworm fluid and worm feces. Butterfly pollen growth agent, today only 200 C coins. Encourages the growth of flowers and crops. Butterfly hang glider, today only 2,200 C coins. Crafted from the wings of a luminous blue butterfly, this hang glider glows at night. Yunluoha was interested in the queen bee contract and the butterfly hang glider, but since Vivira doesn't come every day, he simply bought all the items. Buying more will also increase your favorability. Vivira's items are only available for purchase once a day, unlike Sister Towsy's, where there's no limit on quantity. Buying them all is definitely worth it, just in case you need them later. After the shopping, Yunluoha asked Vivira what she wanted. This was her high-priced purchase list for the day. Moonlight blue butterfly, 320 C coins. Emerald tree heart, 1,000 C coins. Cicada wing, 300 C coins. Seven-spotted ladybug, 200 C coins. Crimson blood spider, 400 C coins. Yunluoha was stunned. Spiders are insects, so Vivira must like spiders too. She actually wanted a scarlet blood spider, and the price wasn't bad at all. Although the worker spiders hadn't hatched yet, the scarlet blood spider had hatched this morning. Isn't that a coincidence? Yunluoha said with a smile. Wait a moment. I have a lot of red blood spiders here. I go get them. Spiders can reproduce. Even if I sell some to Vivira, the remaining red blood spiders will grow up and produce spiderlings. There's no need to worry about them being lost. If Yuntin wakes up, that would be great. Vivira will definitely like it. Maybe her affection for him will increase significantly. Yunluoha took out 30 newly hatched red blood spiders from the spider house. He sold them all to Vivira. He made 12,000 C coins in one go. Vivilla's favorability instantly went from empty to full. You actually have so many red blood spiders. That's amazing. There are other spiders besides red blood spiders. Do you want to see them? Yunluoha wanted to take Vivira to the spider house. Currently, the spider house has only hatched red blood spiders. Many other spider eggs haven't hatched successfully. Perhaps Vivira has a way to get them to hatch soon. Vivilla was intrigued and agreed without hesitation. She had a keen interest in anything related to insects. Entering the spider house, Vivilla's eyes widened, her mouth slightly open. Before her, spider egg incubators were densely packed. Oh my god, this is an insect lover's paradise. Vivilla exclaimed, her steps moving involuntarily, her eyes scanning the various spider egg incubators eagerly. What kind of spider is this? I never seen one before. Yunluoha followed her, patiently explaining, these are the different types of spider eggs I collected. These are amber spider eggs, which can hatch into a variety of worker spiders. Yunluoha showed Vivilla an illustrated guide to worker spiders. After reading the illustrated book, Vivilla fell into deep thought and whispered, I never thought spiders could have so many amazing abilities. But only the red blood spider has successfully hatched so far. The others will probably take a few days to emerge. Vivilla squatted down and carefully examined the amber spider eggs. Great. I definitely come and see when the time comes. You're most welcome. Be sure to come more often when you have time. Yunluoha pointed to a spider nest in the corner. It's getting late, and I should be leaving. But since you have so many spiders, I'm sure you're an insect enthusiast like me. Vivilla pulled a yellow diagram from her herbarium folder. It was covered with densely woven spiderweb patterns. Look, this is the spider farm protection system I found in an old ship's log. Using specially designed cages to keep spiders, they become the most dedicated defenders of your farmland. This isn't going to be of much use to me, so I give it to you now, as a welcome gift. Receive Vivira's gift, Spider Farming Guide. Watching Vivira board the boat, Yunluoha said enthusiastically, You can come back next time if you need anything. Okay, I definitely come back. I want to see what the little ones look like after they hatch. After Vivira left, Yunluoha began studying the spider farming guide. It turns out that placing spider cages in vegetable plots allows spiders to watch over the fields. During the day, spiders prey on pests, reducing crop damage by 80%. At night, spider webs condense dew, increasing irrigation effectiveness by 50% the next day. Making a spider cage isn't difficult. You just need mutant vines and high-grade spider silk, and some spider favorite food. Spiders eat a wide variety of foods, but each species has its own preferences. The guide also lists several spider species, including the crimson blood spider. This meant that, until the other worker spiders were bred, she could use the red blood spiders to manage the farmland. If this proved successful, the red blood spiders would be even more useful, not only as combat spiders, but also as farm assistants. It seemed necessary to breed more red blood spiders. She wouldn't need so many herself, so she could distribute them to other members of the association. Yunluoha planned to compile the spider intelligence she knew and send it to the Tianji Pavilion. It would at least be a complete set of S-level intelligence. The Tianji Pavilion's intelligence classification was currently very good. The intelligence was divided into various categories, including islands, equipment, players, daily life, food, disasters, and underwater supplies. Over 20 types of intelligence in total. However, Yunluoha's spider intelligence package covers at least some of these species. If it were to be sold, it would have to be broken down and sold in several packages. After all, not many players possessed as many spiders as Yunluoha, and didn't need the complete set. After breaking down the information, it could be categorized according to its value. She classified the cultivation, habits, and uses of the red blood spider as A-level information, detailing its role in combat and farmland management. But if a complete spider farming guide was needed, it would cost S-level information. Some players initially only wanted to buy A-level information, but after reading the A-level information, they found it valuable and were attracted by the expanded and in-depth S-level information. Thus, they paid extra to upgrade it to S-level information. This was also a sales tactic. The Tianji Pavilion didn't initially do this, it was Mu Zitong's idea later, and it worked very well. However, the information on the silverback wolf spider was directly classified as S+. After all, only high-level players could access information on the silverback wolf spider. In addition to its appearance and attack methods, the special uses of its silk are also noted. As for the Spider Queen's intelligence, while limited, it is also classified as S+ due to its rarity and potential value. This level of intelligence cannot be sold freely. Previously, it required Yunluoha's approval, but now it's easier. The Tianji Pavilion has a team leader who can authorize this within their organization. The Tianji Pavilion pays special attention to players who purchase S+ intelligence. Currently, only a dozen or so players in District 2 have purchased S+ intelligence. Members of the European Emperor Association alone accounted for 2/3 of the total. Mu Zitong specifically instructed the members of the Tianji Pavilion that if anyone from the European Emperor Association came to buy intelligence, they must be unyielding and offer the highest price possible. They would also prevent anyone from purchasing without VIP membership. Thus, the Tianji Pavilion made a considerable profit from the European Emperor Association alone. The trading centers were about to merge, and Mu Zitong was currently planning to expand the Tianji Pavilion's intelligence shop, allowing players from all regions to trade with each other. He envisioned a grand opening sale on the day the trading centers merged, to build their reputation. So, for the past few days, he had been arranging for Tianji Pavilion members to post on the forum to establish familiarity. He also posted the prophecy Yunluoha had received about the disasters of autumn and winter. In autumn, a black sun will envelop the earth, and the wind will bring a shadow that devours everything. In winter, everything will freeze, the wind and frost will become sharp blades, and behemoths will rule the world. Although everyone knew the autumn disasters were caused by radiation, the disasters would escalate later in the season. It clearly said there would be a black sun, but no such phenomenon had occurred yet. Plus, winter hadn't arrived yet, so everyone was quite concerned about this prophecy. The post had already become a trending topic, quickly surpassing 10,000 replies. The post's popularity exploded, and the Tianji Pavilion gained enormous attention as a result. He hadn't yet decided what kind of free information to give away during the upcoming merge. So, he had been meaning to call Yunluoha to discuss it. Just then, he saw Yunluoha posting information in the Tianji Pavilion internal group chat. Knowing she was free, he called her using the communicator. Chapter 167. Yun Luoha was considering whether to take this opportunity to exit the spider ecosystem. The package included a red blood spider cage, an improved weaving machine, and a breeding manual. Sell it for a good price, and exchange it for supplies she needed. The communicator rang several times before she answered. Sister Yun, let's discuss the Tianji Pavilion's grand opening promotion. Today's the 7th day, and the trading system is about to merge. Yun Luoha, I think we should give away 3 free A-level intel. Then, those who sign up for membership on the first day will receive 3 free intel packages. Mu Zitong said excitedly, Sister Yun, your idea is similar to mine. I'm just still struggling with what kind of intel to give away. Undersea Ruins intel, Autumn Island intel, Maritime Merchant intel, Radiation-resistant potion intel. These are probably what players want most right now. Just choose from here. That makes sense. Then I have a meeting with the Tianji Pavilion's top management to select the intel from these. The best A-level intel, the kind that will make you want to buy the expansion intel pack after reading it. Great, go ahead and arrange it. I have a lot of information here that I can organize and send to the Tianji Pavilion later when I have time. Okay, Sister Yun, I just took a look at the intel you sent, and I have an idea. Since spiders are so powerful and can spin silk, why can't they spin like silkworms? Yes, they can. I get some worker spiders in a few days, including some that can spin. No, I'm asking if this red-blooded spider, or just any spider, can spin clothes or something. Yun Luoha's mind raced. It seems possible, but if spiders don't have this skill, they probably need some tools. Perhaps a professional trainer could do it? Yun Luoha slapped her thigh. Why had she forgotten about trainers? She herself had something like a spider breeding crystal that could give spiders instructions, and trainers might have similar tools. Mu Zitong had indeed given Yun Luoha some new inspiration, but she didn't have time to do it. She could leave it to professionals. There were trainers within the association, so she could let them research it. When the time came, Yun Luoha could also hand over a few dozen red blood spiders to the association's trainers for breeding. Soon, time arrived at the 9th day. Yesterday, Yun Luoha had gone down to the deep sea and discovered another underwater ruin, collecting some sapphire fragments and blue crystal ore. Today, she made a quick trip to land on an autumn island. She used a standard landing card and landed on the main autumn island, Maple Language Island. The mountains were covered in red maple leaves, their branches and leaves looming in the mist, like a breathtakingly beautiful ink painting. The autumn breeze brought a hint of coolness, and the weather was so pleasant it made one sigh in admiration. If only there weren't this ever-present radiation fog. Almost all the vegetation on the island had been affected by the radiation, turning a withered yellow. The maple trees were relatively resilient, but they had also mutated significantly, with many of the smaller trees barely growing. The maple trees secrete sap from their trunks, which can be collected using a sap collector. Yun Luoha hadn't known he would land on Maple Language Island before his arrival, but fortunately, once he arrived, purchasing a sap collector was easy. Many people at the trading center sold them, though the prices varied. She found 10 sellers and bought 50 at once. There was no other way. An island this size had at least tens of thousands of maple trees, and only 50 sap collectors were too few. If she hadn't had the time to place them one by one, she would have needed at least 100. And she didn't have the energy to sort out which of the many maple trees were uncontaminated by radiation. If it weren't for the fact that maple sap is so useful, not only for making maple syrup, but also for making potions, even 50 sap collectors would have been too many. This time on the island, Yun Luoha brought her meat bun and gave him some of the work of installing the sap collectors. A sap collector is a funnel-shaped metal device with a sealed glass bottle attached to the bottom. When attached to a maple tree, the sap flows into the bottle through a special tube. Yun Luoha took a deep breath and began to act. She chose a dense maple forest and expertly attached the collector to a thick tree trunk. Just as she was installing the 10th collector, she suddenly heard a rustling sound not far away. Looking back, she saw a radiated rabbit, its eyes flashing green as it scurried about. Unfazed by being discovered, it lunged towards Yun Luoha. Ro Bao dispatched it without Yun Luoha even having to do anything. You can't eat radiated rabbits. Yun Luoha called out to Ro Bao, who was about to devour his meal. You mutate if you eat this meat. Meow. Ro Bao was dissatisfied. The rabbit right in front of him was inedible. Can you prepare it for me? Yun Luoha thought for a moment. It seems like it's worth a try. Maybe it can be eaten after some preparation. Besides, the radiated rabbit meat could be used for research. Originally, she hadn't planned to put the rabbit away. But it was the meat bun that gave her an idea, so she grabbed a bag and packed it in her backpack. There were many irradiated animals like this on Maple Island. Soon, Yunluoha discovered another herd of irradiated deer deep in the forests of Maple Island. The mad deer had been mutated by radiation, and if their horns injure a person, they would release neurotoxins, causing a person's sanity to plummet, making it impossible to recover in a short period of time. Yunluoha knew this because she had seen many players on the island with their sanity levels so low they had lost their minds. They were probably all struck by these mad deer after landing on Maple Island today, losing consciousness. If this continued, not only would they be further contaminated by the radioactive fog, they might die on the island, not even making it to the next morning to be automatically teleported back to the reef. Yunluoha didn't ignore them when she saw them dying. She took out a box of sobering mint ointment and applied it to each of them, at least allowing them to regain consciousness temporarily, and take some self-help measures. After being rescued, several people wanted to repay her with supplies, but others not only didn't thank her, but even harbored malicious intent, attempting to steal her supplies. The latter, however, were naturally beaten up by Yunluoha and thrown into the herd of mad deer. Yunluoha killed a number of irradiated mad deer, obtaining a large amount of irradiated venison. While it looked inedible, she still planned to take it home and try to process it to see if it would improve her cooking skills. Perhaps even if it wasn't edible, cooking it might still earn her cooking experience points. After her cooking level increased, Yunluoha's demand for ingredients increased. She had basic cooking tasks to complete every day. Even if she had enough to eat, she still had to cook for an hour, otherwise her proficiency would actually decrease. This is the requirement for a high-level chef. Many players believe that reaching a certain level in one skill allows them to advance to other skills, but this isn't actually the case. Higher-level skills require constant practice, otherwise they even degrade. Or perhaps irradiated ingredients can be purified by throwing them into the trash can. After all, her trash can is pretty damn powerful. This also gives Yunluoha a clue. She hasn't even tried putting irradiated food into the trash can yet. If the trash can be purified, then she might be able to collect such radioactive materials in large quantities. While other players have no use for them, and have to throw them away, they're valuable to her. Just like when she first entered the game, she collected all the unwanted trash and recycled it. Though she's no longer the unlucky loser she was when she first entered the game, if purification were possible, then more ingredients and supplies would be a plus. Moreover, the trading center will be merging tomorrow. If this hypothesis is confirmed by you, then she have to go all out to collect radioactive materials tomorrow. She should be able to buy them at super low prices, recycle them, and then, after some simple processing, sell them at a high price. Even if she doesn't sell them at the trading center, she can still make a fortune by just selling them to the system in boxes. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Yunluoha couldn't control herself, and went on a hunting spree of radioactive animals on Maple Language Island. She killed a lot of rabbits, deer, and bears. A single bear can have 200 kilograms of meat, and a deer can have over 100 kilograms of meat, with dozens of them killed. Yunluoha's backpack was completely filled with meat, fur, and offal. When the sap collector was full, Yunluoha glanced at her backpack and said contentedly, "That's enough meat, Bun. Let's go back soon." She hurried back to the trash can to recycle the meat. Chapter 168. Thousands of pounds of radioactive meat. How can we best recycle them? Yunluoha pondered this on his way back. As soon as he reached the reef, he heard a new announcement from the system. Announcement 1. Registration for the Autumn Masters event is open and begins today. Event details have been sent via email. Please check back. Announcement 2. Tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., all regional trading centers will merge. Players will be able to trade freely. Trading rules will remain the same, but cross-region transaction fees will increase. Please see the trading center details for details. Announcement 3. In 3 days, the autumn disaster will escalate. Please upgrade your reef as soon as possible. Let's take a look at the event details first. Registration is a must. Yunluoha opened the email. This competition is quite complex. No wonder it's the Masters. It's different from the past. The cooking competition is called the Top Chef Competition. It's divided into 3 types: daily events, limited time events, and points-based competitions. Players must complete 3 challenges within 10 days: daily dish development, a limited time menu challenge, and a cooking point sprint. The daily event requires players to create a different dish each day and submit it to the system for evaluation. Submitted dishes cannot use previously used ingredients, except for seasonings. The daily dish task must be completed within 10 days. The limited time event begins in 2 days, at which point the system will send a list of dishes to participating players' email addresses. Players are required to complete the dishes on the system-provided menu within the allotted 7 days. There are a total of 50 dishes. You only need to complete 10 of the 50 dishes within 7 days and submit them. The more you complete, the higher your score. The 50 dishes vary in difficulty and are awarded varying scores. Players will be graded based on their level of completion, the difficulty of the dish, and the quality of the taste. The system will also randomly select players for a food tasting, which will also contribute to the scoring. For the points competition, you earn points by cooking during the competition period. The system will tally all points earned by contestants over the 10 days, with bonus points awarded to the top 100. At the end of the competition, the system will select the 3 highest scoring contestants for a final showdown to determine the top chef. The prizes for this competition are generous. The top 3 will each receive a golden cookbook, which contains recipes for seasonal disasters. And the first place winner will receive a mysterious grand prize. Yun Luoha, great, my goal this time is to get first place. To become a top chef. She scrolled to the end of the email and clicked to register. A light flashed across the screen. Congratulations to players for participating in the limited edition autumn event, which begins in 2 days. We detected a high cooking score for your player and will place you in the advanced tier. Diamond tier. Diamond tier cooking tasks have higher requirements. Please take them seriously. The system will also increase the score requirements based on your tier. Okay, I treat you differently. There's still the initial cooking evaluation to come. It seems there's no time to relax. Yun Luoha arrived at the trash can. She was ready to work hard all day. Tangang, it's all up to you. Yun Luoha first switched the trash can's recycling option to recycle waste into treasure. Then she took out a piece of irradiated rabbit meat and threw it in to test the water. Recycling successful, turning waste into treasure, obtaining 1 piece of ordinary rabbit meat. It really worked. Yun Luoha blinked, but just ordinary rabbit meat didn't seem like it would be enough. She wanted high-quality rabbit meat. She threw in a few more pieces to try. This time, she threw in 5 pieces at once. Recycling successful, turning waste into treasure, obtaining 1 piece of high-quality rabbit meat. Yes, it really has been upgraded. 10 more pieces, recycling successful, turning waste into treasure, obtaining 1 piece of golden rabbit meat. Yun Luoha narrowed her eyes. That was great. She had hundreds of pieces of irradiated rabbit meat in her backpack. If she recycled them all, she would get at least 30 pieces of golden rabbit meat. On top of that, there were over 1,000 kilograms of venison and bear meat. That's right. Yun Luoha immediately contacted Mu Zitong, help me collect a large amount of radioactive meat and plants. As much as you can get. Start collecting now, and continue after the merge. Mu Zitong, okay, Sister Yun, can you use the radioactive ingredients? Yes, they can be purified. Stockpile them first. Mu Zitong, that's great. I get started now. It just so happens that the ordinary members of the association don't have much to do, so I assign them all to collecting radioactive ingredients. These are things no one wants. A lot of vegetables in my own garden get radioactive every day, and I throw them into the shipping box. But 1 radioactive ingredient can only be exchanged for 1 C coin. Yun Luoha, then use 2 C coins or other supplies. Afterwards, while throwing the meat into the trash can, Yun Luoha opened the management trainee group chat. How's everyone doing lately? Have you encountered any problems? I have some free time now, so we can chat. It's almost dinner time, so I'm giving everyone a red envelope. These are all dishes I made, so grab some and try them. Yun Luoha selected a dozen high-end dishes from his backpack, placed them in red envelopes, and sent them out. The management trainees in the group are all doing very well now. They relied on the organization's support in the early stages, then helped each other, and worked hard on their own. They're all high-level players in Zone 2, each with their own unique skills. Each one has reached level 5 in 1 skill. Any player in the association who has reached level 5 in a skill can apply to join the management trainee group. Mu Zitong and Yun Luoha just need to approve. But after all these days, only 5 people have joined, and 1 member died on the mechanical island. There are currently 12 people in the group. Seeing Yun Luoha appear, the management trainee group quickly became lively. Wow, Sister Yun, you're so generous. I got lunch for today. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I got some lobster risotto. Oh, I'm so jealous. Lobster risotto boosts your combat and shield abilities. How about I trade with you for some mashed potato salad? Mu Zitong, Now that everyone has gotten something, stop talking nonsense. If you have any questions, ask them now while Sister Yun is here. Yeah, let's stop talking nonsense and get down to business. The rubies and earth crystals needed for the upgrade are so hard to find. No one's selling them at the entire trading center, and there's no information in the intelligence either. Everyone. Are there any clues? I was wondering, isn't there a cooking competition? Sister Yun will definitely be participating, right? Do I need to sign up? Yun Luoha, rubies and earth crystals are indeed difficult to obtain. I only have a few, all found on the island. But the system can't prevent us all from upgrading, so I suspect these supplies won't become available until the disaster escalates. So, while the disaster isn't escalating, it's best to gather other upgrade materials now. Rubies and earth crystals don't require many, unlike other supplies that require thousands. That's right. I haven't even gathered enough hardwood yet. I better go chop trees first. Yun Luoha, I already signed up for the cooking masters. I recommend everyone in the group sign up. There's no harm in participating anyway. Cooking one dish a day isn't difficult. Most people in the group should have cooking skills, but their levels vary. If you need ingredients, feel free to contact me or exchange them with the association. I'll be adding a new batch of ingredients to the association's exchange center soon. Currently, there are 2 players in the group with a gathering skill level of 6, each choosing the botanist and explorer career paths. Botanist increases the chance of herb quality reaching gold by 25%. Explorer increases movement speed while gathering by 20%. There are also 2 players with a mining skill level of 5. However, both chose the gem researcher career branch. Mining has 2 career branches, demolition expert and gem researcher. Besides Yun Luoha, there is one other person with a cooking skill above level 5, Yang Mian's sister, Yang Mei, who joined the management trainee group later. She didn't initially major in cooking, but after obtaining a golden recipe book, her cooking skills skyrocketed. With Yang Mian's constant support, she quickly reached level 5. Cooking professionals are a huge need in the game right now, so when she reached level 5 and asked to join the management trainee program, Yun Luoha agreed. However, she chose the survival chef branch, cooking with rotten ingredients without losing health points. This meant that no matter what ingredients she had, she could create a useful dish, even radioactive or toxic ones. Nowadays, the most popular choice for cooks is gourmet, with few choosing survival chef. Yun Luoha quite admired her. In addition, the majority of the group is composed of pharmacists, all of whom are in Si Chi's research group. They are currently a force to be reckoned with. A team composed entirely of level 5 professional alchemists. They are constantly refining, brewing, and conducting research, all thanks to them. The group's potion production is now very high, and Yun Luoha rarely has any shortage of potions. This has also benefited the players in Area 2. The potions they create are all given to Si Chi, who distributes some to the Mutual Aid Association group and auctions some off at the trading center in exchange for high-quality medicinal herbs. Many players have been saved by these potions. The pharmacist class is divided into 2 branches. The first is the poisoner. Poison duration increases by 50%. The healer. Healing potion effect x 1.5. Most players choose the healer, but only combat-focused players choose the poisoner to increase their combat power. After all, many power-focused players have also learned the alchemy skill. There are 3 blacksmiths. Yang Mian is the highest level, already at the maximum level 6, and will soon advance to level 7. In the early days, he received tremendous support from Yun Luoha. In the early days, players in the group would turn to him when they needed weapons, which helped him hone his blacksmithing skills. At the time, he had no shortage of materials, and his leveling up was rapid. The next 2 blacksmiths joined the guild after the influx of new players in the summer. They are 2 high-level players who joined the guild later, and are now both level 5 blacksmiths. The blacksmith branches include Weapon Master and Armor Master. Weapon Masters increase the critical strike rate of weapons crafted by them by 10%, while Armor Masters reduce the durability of armor equipment by 25%. Both are crucial and indispensable. Yang Mian specializes in weapons, while the other 2 are either Weapons Masters or Armor Masters. Primarily, high-level armor requires blueprints, making it difficult to advance. Yun Luoha has the blueprints herself, but she can't share the rare ones she has, so she usually makes her own armor. Finally, there's the Beast Tamer. Currently, there's only one level 6 Beast Tamer in the group. She's a young woman named Linshi, who just joined the group. Yun Luoha gave her 10 red-blooded spiders to train. How she develops them is entirely up to her. After 2 weeks, she can keep 2 of the 10 spiders and return the rest to Yunluoha. Management trainees can trade them for items if they want them. Beast tamers are even scarcer than cooks. No one knows how she reached level 6. She didn't reveal it, so no one bothered to ask. After all, Yunluoha's current beast tamer level is only level 3, even though she already has 2 high-level pets. According to information from the TNG Pavilion, there are fewer than 100 professional beast tamers in the entire district. The divisions of beast tamers are Beast Whisperer and Battle Beast Master. The former increases the amount of resources brought back by a pet. The Battle Beast Master increases the pet's combat damage. After obtaining the red blood spider, she first asked Yunluoha what he wanted to do with the spiders. Yunluoha thought for a moment, and simply showed she the spider breeding guide. You can try to teach these spiders the skills of a worker spider. She was very attentive to the spider breeding guide. She was well versed in the habits of various animals, but she had never imagined spiders could achieve this level of skill. Originally, she had little interest in breeding these spiders, but now she was instantly excited. For this purpose, she built a special training ground in her laboratory. She consulted with other players in the association and customized various materials, all according to the requirements in the illustrated manual, intending to breed these 10 red-blooded spiders into all-round spiders. However, she still needed to observe the habits and characteristics of these red-blooded spiders first, so as to prescribe the right treatment. Based on her knowledge of spiders, she already had a direction to try different methods to stimulate the red-blooded spiders and guide them to spin silk in a specific pattern. Just as Yunluoha was chatting with the management trainees, Mu Zitong sent a message. Sister Yun, we already started arranging for people to collect radioactive ingredients. We received quite a bit of radioactive vegetables so far. Meat is harder to come by. Players generally don't hunt radioactive animals because it's too dangerous. The radioactive meat we have is from our own poultry and livestock that have been killed by radiation. Yunluoha thought for a moment and replied, Hey, you mentioned in the chat that there's a limited time event at the TNG Pavilion where you can trade radioactive meat for information and share some basic information along the way. Great idea. That way, we're making a lot of radioactive ingredients without spending a penny. Yunluoha, hurry and do it. The trading center is merging tomorrow, so we have a lot to do then. Chapter 169. Soon, thanks to the efforts of the association members, a large amount of radioactive ingredients was collected and distributed to Yunluoha continuously. Various meats, vegetables, and even radioactive eggs. By evening, Yunluoha's backpack was almost entirely filled with radioactive ingredients, filling more than a dozen compartments. She packed the remaining scattered radioactive supplies into a dozen or so supply boxes, large and small. She planned to stay up all night to turn all the waste into treasure. The trash can had been in use since she returned this morning. Yunluoha was exhausted, after all, repeatedly throwing things in and picking them up, and putting them back in her backpack was a tiring task. With each flash of light, more high-quality ingredients were produced. But because this process was too tedious, she began to try new recycling combinations. She found many surprises. For example, placing radioactive rabbit meat and radioactive maple leaves in the trash can together yielded rabbit meat with the fragrance of maple leaves. This rabbit meat was not only of higher quality, but also had a unique flavor. But only rabbit meat and maple leaves have this effect, other meats don't. Yunluoha tried many combinations. While most failed, some succeeded, like bear meat with a pine cone aroma, and wild boar meat dyed with kale. It's so fun. In short, taking out garbage is tiring yet enjoyable. It's all worth it. After constantly recycling radioactive ingredients, she also unlocked several achievements. They are: Trash to Treasure Expert, recycle 10,000 times. Reward: 5 fruit seeds. Efficient Recycler, dispose of 100 pieces of garbage within 30 minutes. Reward: High Temperature Compost Bucket X1. Garbage Genius, dispense 15 different types of garbage at once. Reward: Garbage Cart X1. Even if all of it was recycled, Yunluoha's backpack currently contained thousands of gold ingredients, thousands of premium ingredients, and hundreds of special ingredients. That was awesome. But there was a problem. She couldn't carry all of this stuff in her backpack constantly, and each slot in her portable preservation ring could only hold no more than 10 ingredients. So, the portable preservation ring could only hold a few hundred. She had to find a way to store all that extra food, or it would spoil quickly. Putting it in her backpack for now was fine, but if she was going to an island or explore the sea, she couldn't leave it there taking up slots. Switching it back and forth was a hassle, so it was best to dispose of it quickly. There were a few options. One was to make it into jerky, or canned food to extend its shelf life. Or, she could sell it directly, either at the trading center or directly in a shipping container, and sell it to the system. She keeps some for cooking, after all, she couldn't possibly consume so much food in such a short time. Selling it would probably yield a greater profit. The Cooking Masters competition was coming up soon. Everyone in the game would surely need a lot of food. Yunluo's eyes lit up. She could make a fortune just selling food. Perhaps selling these ingredients would yield enough upgrade materials. Rubies and earth crystals would be difficult to obtain, but the others should be easy. She couldn't sleep anyway. Yunluo decided to work on it a little longer. First, they split into 2 groups. Each would fill their own rings with food. Then, they divide the remaining ingredients into portions. Half would be made into jerky and canned food for easy storage, and the other half would be sorted into 3 categories based on quality, ready to be sold at the trading center tomorrow. The pickling workshop can make salted fish. First, put the fish into the supply box at the workshop entrance. A batch can be made every few hours. Put 1 batch in now, collect it tomorrow morning, and put another batch in. In a day, they should be able to make 200 kilograms of salted fish. She remembered that Qin Cici seemed to have a canning workshop. So she gave Qin Cici 200 kilograms of beef to help can it. She also gave her an extra 30 kilograms of high-quality beef as compensation. The remaining rabbit, bear, venison, chicken, and pork also needed to be processed. Yunluo built a high-temperature smokehouse overnight. Using several hundred kilograms of pine wood and pine cones, they could dry over 100 kilograms of meat overnight. But it still wasn't enough. She still had room for some meat in her cellar, but she needed to add the remaining cryolite to it so that the meat could be frozen and preserved for at least another month. Yunluo then asked in the group chat, who has a meat processing workshop. By Yuemian, I have a cat food workshop, is that okay? I can make baked cat food. Rabbit, venison, chicken, beef, anything. Yunluo, sure. It had to be done. Cat food should fetch a good price, right? It seems many players in the game have felines as pets, and Robao seems to enjoy cat food too. Worst case scenario, if I can't sell it, I just give it all to Robao. Yunluo directly sent by Yuemian 300 kilograms of meat. What do you need? I pay you first. By Yuemian, I want the radiation-proof dishes that the boss made, okay? Sure, wait a minute. Yunluo took a screenshot and sent her the details of the radiation-proof dishes he currently had. Which ones do you want? Pick 20. 20 servings. Bai Yuemian was thrilled. After landing on Strawberry Island with Yunluo last time, she joined the Mutual Aid Association and then joined the Management Trainee Program. Since joining, she's progressed rapidly, befriending key figures like Si Qi, Yang Mian, and Cheng Xiwening, while also working even harder to become stronger. In her heart, she still admired Yunluo the most. Of course, she still missed Yunluo's delicious dishes. In fact, she later bought some high-end dishes from Yang Mei, but the taste wasn't quite up to par. Bai Yuemian was the first to respond, and the others followed suit. I have a bacon workshop. I have a smoking workshop here, so we can process any meat. I have an oil press, so we can process fatty pork. After processing the meat, Yunluo breathed a sigh of relief. But she couldn't stop yet, because there was still a large amount of fruits and vegetables to process. Fruits and vegetables are even more perishable than meat, and have a shorter shelf life. Because they can't be frozen, they can only be refrigerated for a week. They had to be processed quickly. Fortunately, most of the members of the management trainee group have their own fruit processing workshops. With everyone's help, she can turn all the fruits and vegetables into finished products. Yunluo planned to sort out the fruits first. Fruits can be made into jams, dried fruits, preserves, vinegar. Most importantly, they can be used to make wine. Yunluo's winery also needs to be upgraded by producing more wine. This food processing also gave Yunluo a larger supply of fresh ingredients. Preparing for the cooking competition, she had little pressure in the early stages. As the merger of the trading centers approached, Yunluo began preparing for the sale of the ingredients. Yunluo set different prices based on the rarity and quality of the ingredients. She offered higher prices for gold-quality meats. After deciding the price, Yunluo opened the forum and edited a post. Pre-sale of premium ingredients, to be sold tomorrow after the trading center merges. Don't miss out if you're passing by. High-quality ingredients are key to success in the upcoming Cooking Masters competition. We're offering over 1,000 premium ingredients for sale. The prices are as follows. If you're interested, take a look. Premium wild boar, 40 high-quality hardwood/tin iron or/tin copper ore. Premium vegetables. 20 high-quality hardwood/3 iron or/3 copper ore. Premium chicken thigh. 30 high-quality hardwood/8 iron or/8 copper ore. Golden deer meat. 100 high-quality hardwood/30 iron or/30 copper ore. After the merge tomorrow morning, search for Yun Luoha's Rich Woman's Shop in Area 2 to purchase. The post immediately attracted the attention of many players. Thousands? Did you write that correctly? Oh my god, this is real, right? So many high-quality ingredients for sale? Can I pre-order them? I want 20. I want 50. How do I order? Can I order them here? Why don't I believe it? You can really come up with so many ingredients? Where did all that come from? It doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right either. Are you using spoiled meat or fake meat? Yun Luoha was prepared for the doubts and questions from the forum players. After all, she had so many ingredients. It was understandable that people didn't believe her. But what they didn't know was that this was only a quarter of Yun Luoha's entire inventory. After posting the post, she took out several hundred ingredients and posted them in the association's internal exchange group. Let everyone redeem them. They were also exchangeable for upgrade materials, but the prices were lower than those listed on the forum, as a bonus for association members. Then, she calmly posted a few screenshots and photos below the post. The screenshots showed a detailed view of her backpack, with a description of the ingredients in the system. The photos showed the ingredients in Yun Luoha's cellar, workshop, and refrigerator. Everything proved that her ingredients were all the freshest, highest quality. See? These are all high-quality ingredients. Yun Luoha is a well-known expert in our District 2. How could he be so deceptive? Players in District 2 were the first to speak out in the comments section to defend Yun Luoha. Isn't this the senior chef who shared her recipe last time? I trust her. All I want now is for the server merger to happen quickly, so I can buy some ingredients. The Cooking Masters is coming up, so stocking up on ingredients is a good idea. I'm just worried there will be too many people, and I won't be able to buy enough. Is over 1,000 portions a lot? Not at all. There are tens of thousands of people in one server. The name Yun Luoha sounds familiar. Wasn't she the captain who won first place in the desert event? I think she also came in first in the ratings once. Are all the players in server 2 so wealthy? They can easily trade so many ingredients. I really want to see which server has the best supplies at tomorrow's trading center. Our TNG Pavilion will give new members 3 pieces of intelligence for free tomorrow. Everyone is welcome to learn about the membership rules. TNG Pavilion. The most powerful intelligence organization. You're trustworthy. Chapter 170. The countdown to the trading center's merger ticked on the interface, but Yun Luoha woke up even earlier than her alarm clock. At 7 in the morning, the reef was shrouded in mist, the air thick with moisture, the waves surging, the tide crashing against the rocks at the reef's edge. Yun Luoha woke up early to put ingredients on the shelves at 8 o'clock. Besides ingredients, she also had to check out the supplies in other districts when the trading center merged, to see if there were any good bargains to be found. Having spent so much time in District 2, she had a pretty good idea of what supplies were available there. Because the Mutual Aid Association collected trash could be exchanged for supplies at the District 2 Trading Center. Broken blueprints or discarded electronic parts could also be exchanged for some materials. However, it was different in other districts. Perhaps no one would want such items in other districts. Yun Luoha could easily exchange a small amount of trash for a large amount of trash. To others, trash was useless, but to her, it was a treasure with unlimited potential. However, it would be difficult for her to snag every bargain on her own. Mu Zitong found a dozen or so helpers at the Mutual Aid Association. They would buy all the cheap junk and broken items for her at 8 o'clock. Yun Luoha had given the order. If it was a damaged blueprint, they would take it as long as the price was right. Hearing the noise inside, Robao left his sleep, opened the door with his head, and walked in. Yun Luoha smiled and said, "Robao, since you're here, help me with some work. When I'm done, I make you a roasted rabbit feast." "Meow, what do you want me to do again?" Robao wagged his fluffy tail. He had lost a lot of weight recently, and wasn't as fat anymore. Thanks to Yun Luoha's improved diet, Robao now eats healthy ingredients, rarely feeding it carbohydrates and sugary, oily mixtures. As a result, Robao's posture has become more agile, and his fur is shiny and sleek, making him quite beautiful. "Help me collect some shells, and bring me any unopened ones." Yun Luoha hadn't opened shells in the past few days, so she had a lot accumulated. Plus, she probably wouldn't have time to open them today. Since she was almost done organizing the ingredients for the shells, she wanted to open them before 8 o'clock. You still have to ask me to do such a trivial thing? Muttering, Robal went about his business with a steady gait. We agreed to roast rabbit. I wanted cumin and spicy. Yun Luaha, no problem. Time passed, and the chat channel began to buzz. 10 minutes left. My hands are already ready to grab some. No one should be sleeping in today, I think. The forums are pretty busy right now. I heard there's a cooking enthusiast in District 1 who's also stocking up. I wonder if I can snag Yun Luaha's golden ingredients. There are only a little over 1,000 ingredients total, and a few hundred golden ones. I think it'd be a bit challenging. It all depend on hand speed and luck. Yun Luaha was halfway through opening her shell when she checked the time. Only 2 minutes were left. She quickly stopped and stared at the screen. With all the districts merging, could players now communicate across regions? If she could get in touch with Yu Qinjin, she planned to send him some dishes. Oh, by the way, the diving team has found a lot of black conchs lately. We could make a few more conch communicators, and give one to Yu Qinjin. Maybe they could even make calls across regions. At 8 o'clock sharp, the trading center merged its zones. Yun Luaha's rich woman's shop. As soon as it appeared in the search bar, it was instantly flooded with purchase requests. The golden venison sold out in 3 seconds, the special flavored meats were gone in 10, and even the slightly more expensive, high-quality vegetables were bought up in bulk. Her trading alert flashed frantically, and the materials stored in the trading center soared at a visible rate. In just 1 minute, the shelves at Rich Woman's shop were empty. That's outrageous. Yun Luaha refreshed her screen, and saw it was indeed sold out. And the private messages from the shop suddenly flooded with 999 plus, and countless friend requests popped up from players in every zone. I'm a level 5 chef from District 3. Let's meet and research recipes together. Can you pre-order the next batch of ingredients? The price is up to you. Our Arc Guild would like to partner with you long-term and purchase large quantities of ingredients. Hello, I'm a level 6 chef from District 8. I'm planning to create a chef's association and would like you to join. Could you please help me with the cooking? The compensation is negotiable. There were so many friend requests that Yun Luaha couldn't keep up. She wasn't sure whether to add them. Although some of them had something she was interested in, she wasn't familiar with the outside districts, and there were so many people trying to get her started at once, so she simply didn't add any of them. She'd wait and see. However, she did consider contacting Yu Qinjin. It wasn't a difficult task. She could just leave it to the Tianji Pavilion. As long as they knew Yu Qinjin was in District 1, given his skills, he was definitely not an unknown figure and should be easy to find. But there was no rush. After all, every member of the Tianji Pavilion was very busy today. The Tianji Pavilion's intelligence shop had been expanded and upgraded, making the information more detailed and comprehensive. Preparatory activities had begun several days in advance, and discussions about the Tianji Pavilion on the forums were heated. Today's grand opening promotion had already attracted countless players' attention. Free A-level intelligence and discounted intelligence packages were given away, and as soon as 8 a.m. arrived, players were scrambling to buy them. The number of new members was increasing by the minute. With so many players contacting, Mu Zitong had to work as a customer service representative. Thankfully, 50 people had been selected from the Mutual Aid Association to join the Tianji Pavilion in advance, otherwise they would have been overwhelmed. The day passed quickly. Yun Luaha was so busy that his head was spinning. Now that the Mutual Aid Association was on track, a large portion of the supplies exchanged by the association, the equipment produced by the management trainee group, and the supplies harvested by the diving team on the seabed would be distributed to Yun Luaha. Plus, Mu Zitong arranged for someone to help him buy damaged materials at the trading center. Tonight, she received a record amount of supplies. She roughly calculated it to be over 5,000. Thankfully, the supplies were already sorted, so she didn't have to process them one by one. They could be put into the corresponding supply boxes in bulk. I can't collect them all anyway, so I take a break and continue tomorrow. Yun Luaha stretched and looked at the shells at her feet. There were still 5 shells left unopened today. 3 of them were freshly fished out of the sea by Robao. Robao yawned. Meow, time for bed. Yun Luaha rubbed his head. Go to sleep. I got a lot more to do. She had to check out the spider house. Wanton hadn't awakened in such a long time, and she was getting worried again. Arriving at the spider house, Yun Luaha was pleasantly surprised to discover that the amber spider eggs had changed. Cracks had appeared on the eggs, and liquid had seeped out of the blood crystal core, seeping into the eggs and emitting a red glow. It seemed the worker spiders had awakened. Now all she had to do was follow the instructions in the spider breeding guide to obtain the corresponding worker spiders. Yun Luoha carefully removed the spider eggs and placed them in the spider houses she had prepared long ago. Each spider house was designed for a different type of worker spider. The weaver spiders lived in a soft, dry little house with a mat made of plant fiber. The scavenger spiders lived in a damp, warm pool filled with decaying matter and gravel. Yun Luoha planned to breed more weaver spiders, so she placed 20 spider eggs in the pool. The remaining worker spiders would be divided equally among themselves. After she had placed the different spider eggs, she went to check on Wonton. Wonton was placed alone in the soft spider nest. When she first entered, she saw that Wonton was sleeping peacefully. Who knew that as soon as she stood up, Wonton suddenly underwent a strange transformation. Wonton's body radiated a golden light, and the crown pattern on its head shimmered. Wonton! Yun Luoha ran forward quickly. Seeing Wonton move, she tried to pick him up, but the next second, his spider shell cracked. The sudden change startled Yun Luoha. The cracked spider shell fell into the nest, and Wonton's body became transparent, the light even more dazzling. Illuminated by this light, Wonton finally slowly opened his eyes. Hee hee. Its voice had changed subtly. Before, it was soft, like a 3 or 4-year-old child, but now it had the voice of a young girl. Though still soft, it seemed to have grown up a lot. However, Wonton's voice was filled with attachment to her. Have I slept for a long time? Wonton rolled into Yun Luoha's arms. Yun Luoha held Wonton tightly, stroking its fur. Its color had changed from transparent to a gold and silver color, its back silver, its body a light gold, and its fur a white gold. It felt even more delicate and soft than before, like touching a flowing mist of light. There were round spots on its belly. Yes, you slept for a long time. I was so worried. Don't worry, I'll always be with you. You seem to have leveled up again. How do you feel? Yun Luoha opened Wonton's message. With the help of the Spider Queen, it had leveled up several more times. It was now a level 7 adult spider. It won't be long before it reaches level 8 and can begin giving birth. Mutated wolf spider. Name, Silverback wolf spider. Complete form, appearance, adult. A mutant creature from Spider Island. A fusion of the Queen's bloodline and ancient spider lineage. Its carapace has a metallic sheen, its back marked by a silver stripe, and its abdomen gradually develops a blood-red pattern. Basic skills: Devour, Silk Entanglement, Venom Spray, Vine Symbiosis, Thorn Web. New skill: Venom Gland Sniper, unlocked at level 5, discharges a paralyzing venom with a range of 10 meters. The venom has a continuous health damaging effect. Silver Armor Shield, unlocked at level 6, when the silver armor on the back is combined, defense is increased by 100, negating most weapon damage for 5 seconds. Queen's Pressure, unlocked at level 7, releases pheromones that render all spiders within a 10-meter radius obedient, and paralyzes non-spider insects for 5 seconds. Baby Wonton, you're so powerful now. Yun Luoha was envious after reading its skill description. So powerful. Wonton is now a deadly weapon. With it, I rarely have to fight myself anymore. Destroying prey will be a piece of cake, effortless. However, Wonton can't move freely underwater, but it's much harder to find an opponent on land. I want to protect Hee, so of course I have to become even more powerful. Wonton was also excited, waving his claws. Yun Luoha checked the bond value between it and himself. It's now 120. The maximum value is only 150, which is already very high. By the way, Yunton, look at these spider eggs. They're about to hatch, and they stay here and live with us. Her gaze fell on the soon-to-hatch eggs. This is the spider house. They live here, and they can help me with things. What do you think? Yeah, as long as Hee is happy, I help Hee with the work. Yun Luoha, don't worry, you're certainly my good helper, but I still need your help taking care of them. After all, you're the big sister, and I have to trouble you to look after these little ones. Yunton tilted her head and looked at the spider eggs. Yeah. I'm going to teach them how to do things, and have them do the most useful things for Hee. Yun Luoha couldn't help but laugh. As they were talking, Yun Luoha's communicator rang. It was Mu Zitong calling. Sister Yun, I need to talk to you. Are you free now? Go ahead. Someone just posted on the forum saying the meat you sell is irradiated meat, and that you used a special method to turn it into edible meat. Eating it is harmful to the body. A player happened to buy your meat, cooked it, and then had a problem. Their sanity level keeps dropping. Chapter 171. Yun Luoha frowned slightly. She had just been excited about Wonton's awakening, but this sudden incident was like a bucket of cold water being poured down on her. What exactly happened? Yun Luoha remained calm, asking in a composed tone. Mu Zitong's voice was tinged with suppressed anger. Sister Yun, I already arranged for someone from the Tianji Pavilion to investigate. You should check it out too. The discussion on the forum about this matter has skyrocketed, with more and more negative comments. I feel like someone is manipulating it. Yun Luoha listened as she opened the forum through the screen and quickly saw the post. It was a recent post, but it was already quite popular. The title was quite eye-catching. The high-end ingredients in Area 2's rich woman's shop were actually radioactive meat in disguise. Eating them would cause a sharp drop in your sanity. It gave people an uneasy feeling. If someone had just experienced a health problem after eating something, they should have contacted her or posted on the forum to clarify the situation, instead of coming right up and complaining in this way. There's been a huge uproar down there, with many questioning you. Of course, there are also those who defend you, but those who do are being labeled as insiders of the Mutual Aid Association. I don't know how people from outside the district learned about your relationship with the Mutual Aid Association so quickly. Now, a lot of idiots are taking the opportunity to smear you and the Mutual Aid Association. Mu Zitong spoke rapidly. Even as Yun Luoha pondered, the comments on the post continued to pile up. Soon, there were over 1,000 comments. The content of the post, like the title, was extremely exaggerated and inflammatory. The comment section was flooded with comments. I was wondering, how could there be so many high-end ingredients? It turns out it's actually radioactive meat in disguise. How heartless. How could people in District 2 be like this? No way. I just snagged a portion of golden bear meat yesterday. I haven't eaten it yet. What do I do now? Can I return it? I'm contacting the system right now. At Yun Luoha, come out and give an explanation. Selling radioactive meat is like trying to kill people. Scammers from District 2, get out of the trading center. Haha, the cooking competition hasn't even started yet, and someone's already resorting to shady tactics? Aren't these methods too lowbrow? I bought it too, and it tasted great. It tasted great. Maybe there's something wrong with the cooking method, or maybe they added the wrong ingredients. I'm from District 3. I just bought it. It tasted great. I didn't have any complaints. Is there something wrong with the cooking method? Other buyers can also provide feedback to see if there's really a problem. You're trying to clean up the mess? The evidence is all over your face. The sanity reduction is fake? Yun Luoha sneered after reading it. The pictures posted in the post prove nothing. Even if the drop in sanity is real, how can we prove it was caused by eating ingredients she bought? Even in the real world, allergies require identifying the allergen, and food poisoning is even more difficult to diagnose, given the vast variety of food choices. How could this person be so sure that everything else he ate was fine, and only hers was problematic? He only posted a picture of a pot of food, which did contain venison, but there was no cooking process, and no evidence proving he only ate that and nothing else. The ingredients she prepared were purified by trash cans, so the radiation level was absolutely zero. She knew this better than anyone else. The only possible problem is that the ingredients were maliciously swapped or contaminated. The player's own faults, such as eating something else or being affected by another debuff, or being damaged by the radiation fog, will also cause the player's sanity to continue to drop. These actions could also be malicious, purely to frame her. This happened right after the merge. It seems she's messed with someone else's cake, or affected people in other zones. She acted really quickly, making a move before the first day was even over. Since that's the case, Yun Luoha didn't mind taking the challenge. In the apocalypse, it's not just natural disasters that are cruel, it's also a test of human nature. There was a moment of silence. Mu Zitong continued to chatter away, but Yun Luoha had already thought of a response plan. I need you to do a few things for me now. Sister Yun, tell me. Mu Zitong's serious tone immediately tensed up. First, have the Tianji Pavilion quickly investigate who's behind this. It's probably an organization from another district. One player wouldn't make such a fuss against me. And the comments below clearly indicate someone is deliberately trying to discredit me. The forum is real name based, and the primary district to be investigated is District 8. I've seen many District 8 players commenting. Second, contact the player who posted this. You can do this in the name of the Tianji Pavilion, but remain neutral and pretend that you're a District 2 organization that wants to investigate this matter. Ask him for details about the cooking process, how much he consumed, and if he consumed anything else. Okay, I keep that in mind. Anything else? Yun Luoha thought for a moment. That's it for now. I handle the rest myself. I might ask for your cooperation later. Okay. By the way, you asked me to find someone to investigate Yu Qingjin. I already done that. Can I send you the information now? No need. Once you're done with these things, go to bed early, and we talk tomorrow. Okay. Mu Zitong responded immediately. I do it right away. Sister Yun, don't worry. If someone dares to cause trouble for you, we have so many people in our association, we're not afraid, and we definitely make sure he gets away with it. Yun Luohe, I'm not worried. This incident won't have any impact on me. After hanging up the communicator, the spider house suddenly fell silent. Wonton whispered, Hee, is someone bullying you? I helped you poison him. Wonton's voice was soft and sweet like a girl yet fierce. It's okay, it's nothing. Yun Luohe smiled and put Wonton down, letting him rest. Wonton, I have to take care of some things. You stay here and take care of the unhatched spider eggs. Wonton nodded sensibly. Don't worry, Hee, go ahead. I take care of this place. Yun Luohe quickly left the spider house, unpacking her backpack and the protective ring she carried with her. She had a large stockpile of ingredients, most of which were high quality and gold. With the Cooking Masters competition approaching, these ingredients were extremely attractive to players. Tianji Pavilion was extremely efficient, posting a message at midnight that same night. Investigation into the incident involving the radioactive meat found at the rich woman's shop in District 2. This concerns the credibility of players in District 2, and the Tianji Pavilion immediately launched an investigation. Preliminary investigation has revealed numerous suspicious points. It's understood that at least 800 players purchased ingredients from the rich woman's shop, and no one else has reported purchasing radioactive meat. Most of the feedback has been positive. An in-depth investigation is underway. Please refrain from spreading unverified information. Tianji Pavilion will continue to monitor the situation, and will promptly notify everyone of any further developments. Many players, who had been manipulated by the rhetoric, calmed down considerably after seeing this post. While the statement didn't temporarily suppress the overwhelming wave of doubts, it did lead some rational players to choose to wait and see. Many people knew about Yun Luohe's relationship with the Mutual Aid Association, and it was clear that Tianji Pavilion was run by Mu Zitong of the Mutual Aid Association. Even though Tianji Pavilion was speaking up for Yun Luohe, some still questioned their intentions, accusing them of shielding her. But those who said this weren't all players from District 2. Prosperity is shared by all, and disgrace is shared by all. After all, Yun Luohe was District 2's #1, its pride. If she were spurned by other districts, wouldn't that ruin District 2's reputation? So, at this point, all the players in District 2 were united in their hatred of Yun Luohe, and whether they believed it or not, they all stood up for Yun Luohe. No one would expose the Tianji Pavilion's nepotism with Yun Luohe. By then, if players in other districts knew about this, they would have surely investigated it. It would be easy to suspect intelligence organizations in other districts. Before bed, Yun Luohe finally finished editing the post, posted it, and then went to sleep, no longer concerned with the matter. Rich Lady's Shop, Phase 2 Pre-Sale. I and Rich Lady's Shop guarantee that the ingredients sold are safe and radiation-free, and their quality can withstand any scrutiny. The innocent will be cleared, and time will tell. Regarding the pre-sale, given the approaching Cooking Masters, the surge in market demand, and the increased costs and risks of handling top-quality ingredients, including the increased costs of dealing with malicious competition, prices will be adjusted. It is hereby decided that Rich Lady's Shop will be available for pre-sale at 8 a.m., the day after tomorrow, on the 12th day of autumn. The second round of pre-sales for premium ingredients has begun. This pre-sale includes 300 servings of premium meats, venison, bear, rabbit, and wild boar. 150 servings of gold-quality meats, venison, bear, and chicken. 50 servings each of special flavored meats, maple-flavored rabbit, pinecone bear, and cabbage-flavored wild boar. 200 servings of premium vegetable combo packs. Premium meat, 60 high-grade hardwood/15 iron or /15 copper, or original price, October 10th, 40, golden meat, 150 high-grade hardwood/45 iron or /45 copper or 1 ruby/1 earth crystal, original price, 100/30/30, special flavor meat, auction mode, reserve price. 200 high-grade hardwood or an equivalent rare material, highest bidder wins, premium vegetables, 30 high-grade hardwood/5 iron or /5 copper, or original price, 20/3/3, special note, to thank our new and existing customers for their trust, purchase 5 or more of any ingredients, and receive a complimentary serving of my specially crafted energetic pork jerky. Energetic pork jerky. Made with air-dried pork, it lasts for a month and is seasoned with spicy oil. Consuming it increases your stamina by 20 points. Regarding the radiation meat controversy, Yun Luoha didn't even offer much defense, simply saying, innocent people will be innocent. Despite being at the center of the controversy, she didn't shy away from the spotlight. Instead, she announced that she would resume selling the meat the day after tomorrow. It seems the supply is still plentiful. Let those who claim she uses radiation meat say what they want. After all, everyone is clamoring for her ingredients. She even raised the price by 50% or more. Most impressively, she even listed the original price, telling everyone it was already cheaper before. This post was like a depth charge. Late in the night, it stirred up waves in every district, and all the chat channels were buzzing with discussion regarding this incident. Yun Luoha became a household name throughout the district. Holy crap! Late at night, I actually saw him respond. So domineering. A price increase. I love it. Awesome. Raising the price in the middle of this storm. Either he's got the guts, or he's crazy. I bet on the former. Special flavor meat auction? I don't know what it fetch, but I really want it. Just hearing about maple-flavored rabbit meat makes me drool. That's a fantastic response. He doesn't even bother to argue with those haters. He just goes right in with his actions. Free jerky. Yun Luoha's cooking is always excellent. I'm going to grab this one just for the sake of it. I'm from District 2. I can prove it. Wait until the day after tomorrow. I refuse to believe it. I have a healthy physique, so I'm going to buy it. Chapter 172. By daytime, the post had gone viral. Of course, doubts and insults still existed, but they were drowned out by the voices of those eager to see the show, eager to buy, and eager to show support. At the same time, Yun Luoha instructed the Tianji Pavilion to strengthen its information gathering on other districts. Since District 2 had organizations like the Mutual Aid Association, the European Emperor Association, and the Tianji Pavilion, other districts were sure to have them as well. Mu Zitong was extremely efficient, and the results were swift. Sister Yun. The Tianji Pavilion intelligence team has been working overtime, combining public forum information with leads provided by new members, and spending a considerable amount of money on trading supplies. We compile preliminary intelligence on the major organizations in each district. I send you the detailed information right away. Yun Luoha was watering the Star Wish tree with nutrient solution when she received the message. She paused and set the watering can aside. Okay, send it over. District organization details. Art Chamber of Commerce. District 1. This is a vast organization, boasting powerful players and abundant supplies, especially weapons, high-end materials, and medicines. The trading center boasts several ARC branches, offering a wide variety of goods, each specializing in a specific specialty. Regeneration Association. District 3. This is a professional team of alchemists and medical professionals, led by several doctors and researchers. Association members specialize in crafting special potions that increase stamina, radiation protection, and purification. The shop stocks dozens of radiation protection products. Mechanics Guild. District 5 specializes in repairing and reusing electronic equipment, manufacturing precision tools, and small machines, such as mini-submarines, drones, and improved fishing gear. This group has a huge demand for electronic components, damaged technical blueprints, and rare metals. Since the district merger, they have been collecting large quantities of electronic products. Deep Sea Brotherhood. District 7. They possess elite divers and modified vessels, specializing in deep-sea ruin exploration. They possess abundant resources, and possess the most comprehensive knowledge of these ruins in the district. They have already contacted the Mechanics Union to discuss cooperation. The organizations mentioned in the intelligence are roughly comparable in strength to the Mutual Aid Association. They possess a certain influence in each district, their reputations commensurate with their strength. In addition, there are several smaller associations, similar to the European Emperor Association. While they possess a wealth of talent, their overall strength is weaker, focusing more on improving individual strength and teamwork. In addition to the organizational intelligence, the Tianji Pavilion also compiled a list of the top 100 players and sent it to Yun Luoha. This list ranks the strongest players in the district, in no particular order. It is merely a rough ranking. Specific strengths and weaknesses are currently unknown. Yun Luoha's name was naturally among them. She also saw Yu Chenjin's name. Yu Chenjin, a high-level player in Area 1, with excellent physical fitness and traits related to physical enhancement. His weapon is a Zen staff. He has no pets, prefers to be alone, and has not joined any associations or organizations. His strength is unfathomable. To find him, Yunluohe must first locate his personal shop on the trading center. The Tianji Pavilion has also investigated this. Yu Qinjin's shop is called Ash's Shop. Yunluohe found it quickly. Though his shop doesn't have many items, they are all very special. Items in Ash's shop: training clothes X7, high-grade hardwood X20. Monk's clothes X12, high-grade hardwood X30. Red sandalwood wooden fish X1, high-grade hardwood X20. Mahogany wooden fish X2, high-grade hardwood X10. Mulberry wood wooden fish X1, high-grade hardwood X15. Agarwood Buddhist beads X2, high-grade hardwood X50. Coral Buddhist beads X1, high-grade hardwood X80. Yunluohe couldn't help but laugh. This guy actually sells this kind of stuff. And it's so cheap, you could buy it with just some hardwood. It's a shame he took the time to make it. However, the information from the Tianji Pavilion indicates that his shop only sells monk supplies, all handmade. When he makes something for himself, he makes extra and sells it in the shop. After all, there are monks who are being pulled into the game. Because it's so cheap, some ordinary players want to buy it for fun, but they can't because he requires seller confirmation before placing an order. Yu Qinjin only sells to monks after confirming their identities. He won't sell casually, claiming he only sells to monks. Additionally, his listing times are erratic, and the quantities are random, so sales are low. But having this shop also makes it easier for Yunluohe to contact Yu Qinjin. Yunluohe's rich woman shop receives so many inquiries every day that it's impossible for her to check every single one to see if there's anyone she knows. She immediately contacted him through Huijin's shop. She also took a liking to the Buddhist beads made by Yu Qinjin. This Buddhist rosary is made of 108 natural coral beads. While vibrant in color, it possesses a remarkable luster. As the saying goes, 1,000-year-old coral remains red for 10,000 years. These coral beads not only symbolize good fortune and peace, but in Buddhism, they also protect the body and purify the mind. I wonder if Yu Qinjin would be willing to sell them to her. After all, she's not a monk. Yunluohe's message was quickly responded to. Yu Qinjin, long time no see. Yunluohe, yes, I haven't heard from you since we parted ways in the desert. How have you been lately? Yu Qinjin, not bad. Yunluohe, haha, that's good. Your shop sells quite interesting items. Do you make them all yourself? Yu Qinjin, well, when I have nothing to do, I do something to relax and unwind. Yunluohe secretly sighed. This guy actually had some free time, while she was always busy. It seemed she was still too demanding of herself. After chatting with Yu Qinjin for a while, Yunluohe almost forgot that she still had a lot of things to do. She quickly sent Yu Qinjin a conch shell communicator. I'm going to be busy now. Here's this. Call me if you need anything. With that, Yunluohe turned off the screen. A few minutes later, Yu Qinjin called. Huh? Calling so soon? What's going on? Yunluohe muttered as she answered the call. You want red coral Buddhist beads, right? Yunluohe suddenly realized that this was the reason. Oh well, I just thought it looked pretty, so I clicked on it. But are they only available to monks? I don't meet the requirements. No, anyone with a predestined relationship can buy them. Yu Qinjin paused. I process them for you and send them to you. Yunluohe, process? They're already beautiful, what else do you need to process? Yu Qinjin, I give them to you tonight. Go ahead and get busy. Yunluohe was stunned for a moment. The other party had already hung up. She smiled. So she called just to talk about this. Okay. After many attempts and failures, she finally found an effective method. She used a special sound wave frequency that caused the red-blooded spiders to spin silk in a rhythmic pattern upon hearing the sound. She combined this sound wave with a loom and successfully made the red-blooded spiders weave a small piece of fabric on the loom. Although this piece of fabric is rough in texture, it's incredibly tough. She immediately tried to get the red-blood spiders to mass-produce the fabric, but the results weren't ideal. This was likely due to the red-blood spiders being too small, or perhaps because they lacked a contract, weren't considered pets, and couldn't level up, resulting in their weak abilities. This morning, she sent the fabric and test results to Yunluohe. This batch of fabric has significant radiation resistance. Yunluohe plans to temporarily send her remaining red-blood spiders to she for training to produce more spider silk fabric. Now, she must immediately organize players with sewing machines and armor masters in the association to further process and improve the fabric. The goal is to produce radiation-resistant armor and clothing as soon as possible, and to continue breeding red blood spiders. Currently, the number of red blood spiders is too small, and the amount of fabric they can make is limited. The best approach is to find a way to continue breeding the red blood spiders. We need to find a way to expand the red blood spider breeding system, obtain more red blood spiders, and then recruit more trainers. Those whose pet taming skills haven't reached level 5 are responsible for raising and caring for the spiders. Professional pet tamers can train the spiders, helping them acquire more skills. These red blood spiders can be distributed to players in the guild or released to the market. Yun Luoha will keep a portion of the superior varieties for himself. Once the worker spiders in Yun Luoha's spider house are fully grown, they will surely be more powerful than the red blood spiders. Yun Luoha visited the spider house this morning. The worker spiders have already hatched and are now small, the size of rice grains. Each one looks different and is incredibly adorable. Yun Luoha even gave each one a name. The one with spots is called a pear. The one with a round belly is called a watermelon. The one with a big head is called a winter melon. The one with red markings is called a lychee. The names are very memorable. You know who they are the moment you see them. However, once the red blood spiders multiply, a new problem will arise. We need to solve the food supply for the red blood spiders. Research shows that red blood spiders prefer insect eggs and small mosquitoes. We need to collect a variety of insect eggs suitable for red blood spiders. Lin Chi suggested creating a dedicated breeding area on the reef. For example, an insect farm. This is a good idea. Establishing an insect farm would not only solve the red blood spider's food problem, but also bring in additional revenue. Excess insects can be sold to other players for pet feeding or farm pest control. Plus, the sea merchant Vivira loves insects. Raising large quantities of insects can be sold to Vivira for a high profit. If Vivilla could be permanently stationed on the reef, the insect farm could be handed over to her management. So this was an excellent idea, and Yun Luoha immediately took action, selecting a good location to build an insect farm. It took her an hour to define an area in a sheltered, sunny, and relatively humid corner of the reef. Under Lin Chi's guidance, Yun Luoha used insect-proof mesh to create a fence, dividing the interior into several areas. One was used to breed basic insects such as mealworms and crickets, another simulated a small ecological zone to cultivate mosquito and fly eggs, and another was specifically used to store and hatch collected specialized insect eggs. The bottom was covered with humus soil and fallen leaves to maintain humidity. The construction process wasn't complicated. Fortunately, Yun Luoha had all the necessary materials, and soon, a fairly large insect farm was established. Yun Luoha used some moldy grains and rotten fruit cores she had received as basic feed. She also bought a batch of common insect eggs as a starting stock, and that was it. The worker spiders in the spider house also had a supply of food. In the evening, Yun Luoha emerged from the insect farm, preparing to make dinner. Passing the star-wishing tree, she paused. Her expression changed, her heart sank, and she rushed over. That morning, while watering the trees with nutrient solution, she noticed the leaves were slightly yellowing and wilting. However, it wasn't a serious problem at the time, so she didn't think much of it, assuming she overdosed on the nutrient solution and burned the seedlings, so she decided to water them less. The leaves had only been slightly yellow that morning, but now the situation had taken a sharp turn for the worse. What's going on? What went wrong? Yun Luoha muttered to herself as she carefully examined the star-wishing tree. She truly couldn't understand why this had happened. She watered the tree with golden nutrient solution every day, diligently and conscientiously, never slacking off. The star-wishing tree had grown from a seedling into a full-grown tree, from its sapling stage to its mature stage, with wishing runes appearing on its trunk. It was about to become a full-grown tree, but at this critical juncture, it had contracted a disease. Swarms of insects swarmed the tree, its leaves wilted, its young branches withered, and its trunk began to turn black. Dark brown patches spread across the root area, dotted with large and small black spots. The tree exuded a faint odor of decay. Yun Luoha immediately went to her room to find the star-wishing tree illustrated guide, and quickly flipped through it. The illustrated guide does indeed provide a corresponding situation and solution. Based on the star-wish tree's condition, it can be determined that it has contracted a severe blight, a disease common to star-wish trees, with numerous causes. The precise cause remains unidentified. Once infected with blight, the star-wish tree's vitality rapidly declines, its root system becomes less active, and its photosynthetic efficiency drops by 95%. It will completely wither after 3 days. Adding powdered emerald heart to a golden nutrient solution can temporarily delay the blight, but this method can only be used once. To eradicate the problem, the pure sap of the Millennium Emerald Giant Tree must be used to completely eliminate the disease and repair the damage, restoring the Star Wish Tree's vitality. The sap of the Millennium Giant Tree possesses powerful purifying and life-nourishing properties, something Yun Luoha had previously read about in the Ancient Tree Island Intelligence. Yun Luoha stared at the Star Wish Tree and immediately made a decision to go to the Ancient Tree Island tomorrow. She then contacted the Heavenly Secret Pavilion to obtain the latest Ancient Tree Island Intelligence package. Although she had already visited it a few days ago, information about islands is constantly updated, especially for autumn islands, like Ancient Tree Island, which is yet to be fully explored by many. New information is available daily. She needed to be fully prepared for her trip this time. In a previous conversation with Chung Xiuening had told her about her experience on Ancient Tree Island. It was incredibly dangerous. Even simply offering resin sacrifices around the perimeter of the 1,000-year-old tree was fraught with difficulty. This time, she was going to obtain the sap from the tree's heart, which made the task even more challenging. Yun Luoha soon received the latest information about Ancient Tree Island. But she hadn't had time to examine it in detail. The communicator rang again. She received a call from Yu Qinjin. I remade the Buddhist beads for you, adding some materials to suit you better. The trading center popped up a notification, revealing a Buddhist bracelet sent from Yu Qinjin across regions. The beads were stunningly beautiful, even better than the picture she'd seen on the trading center. Made of red coral, they were vibrant, and their texture was incredibly fine. Red coral is considered a gemstone, so these beads possessed a jade-like luster, framing her fair, radiant skin. She didn't know what Yu Qinjin had adjusted, but the moment she picked up the beads, she felt a sense of extraordinary peace and comfort. She loved them. Thank you, they're beautiful. I can't take them for free. I owe you a lot. I send you whatever you need. The beads only cost 80 hardwoods. Just give me that. Yun Luoha laughed. You're really running a losing business. She reluctantly selected some radiation-resistant equipment and various golden dishes from her backpack and gave them to Yu Qinjin. By the way, Wonton is already level 7. You get his baby soon. Really? Looks like he's got a good chance, faster than I thought. Yeah, I went to Spider Island again and received the Spider Queen's inheritance. Are you lucky enough to have reserved his baby in advance? Otherwise, I wouldn't have been willing to part with it. Indeed. After chatting with Yu Qinjin for a while, Yun Luoha felt much more relaxed. Perhaps it was because he received such a wonderful gift of Buddhist beads. It's getting late. I need to go prepare supplies for tomorrow's landing on the island. I won't chat with you for now. Which island are you going to? Ancient Tree Island. Yun Luoha suddenly remembered that Yu Qinjin seemed to have an emerald tree heart. He's seen him take it out before on Spider Island. By the way, do you still have an emerald tree heart? The next second, Yu Qinjin sent it to him through the trading center. I have one left. Take it. Yun Luoha had even considered trading supplies with him, but he simply gave it to him. This man was as generous as ever. Unable to take advantage, Yun Luoha picked through his backpack and simply gave him a piece of pearl scale armor. I go to Ancient Tree Island with you. Yun Luoha was stunned. Why? Do you need supplies on Ancient Tree Island? It's dangerous there. Well, sort of. My trade has leveled up again, and since I have nothing else to do, I could go and gain some experience. Yun Luoha felt a little envious. Yu Qinjin's trade had been upgraded again, presumably making him much stronger. Her own trait, however, remained relatively unchanged. That was understandable, considering her perception trait had already been upgraded twice before. She only upgraded now if she was on the verge of death, but with Yun Luoha's strength, such a time was unlikely. Yu Qinjin's trait was physical enhancement, so upgrading it again must have taken a lot of effort. Since that's the case, let's go together. She didn't make any pretentious excuses. Time was running out, and a powerful helper meant more hope. Ancient Tree Island was dangerous, but with that came more resources and opportunities. Just finding the 1,000-year-old tree would yield a wealth of high-quality supplies. There were countless other resources as well. But the Cooking Masters competition starts tomorrow. Is that okay with you? It's okay. I can cook in the wild, so it won't affect anything. Yun Luoha paused. I just received information from the Tianji Pavilion. I give you a copy. Get ready. We leave early tomorrow morning. Is 7 o'clock okay? Okay, see you tomorrow. I come directly to Ancient Tree Island to find you. Information about Ancient Tree Island, Ancient Tree Island is covered in pristine rainforest, with extremely dense and tall vegetation. The light is dim, and a radioactive mist permeates the air. The core area is surrounded by a circle of giant trees emitting a luminescent emerald light, with the center resting on the body of the 1,000-year-old emerald tree. Giant, irradiated, poisonous insects abound on the island, primarily centipedes, spiders, and scorpions. There are also irradiated, mutated carnivorous plants that spray corrosive liquids. Giant tree pythons appear around the ancient trees. Their bodies change color, blending in with the surroundings and becoming difficult to detect. They devour animals and humans. Inside the island, there are numerous highly intelligent, aggressive, mutated golden-faced monkeys. Additionally, the island is home to numerous mutant flowers that produce hallucinogenic pollen, causing hallucinations and a sharp drop in sanity. There are also mutated vines that are adept at hiding and extremely aggressive, with their varied forms making them difficult to guard against. The sap of the emerald tree is found in the tree's inner core. It is extremely difficult to obtain, requiring the tree's bark to be cut at a specific location. The sap must be collected in a special container, a ruby bottle, as soon as it flows out. Once the sap leaves the tree's core, its activity rapidly deteriorates and must be used within 20 hours. However, cutting the bark instantly enrages the tree. The tree will harbor extreme hostility towards the player, prompting surrounding trees to violently attack it. After reading the intelligence, Yunluohe felt a mix of emotions. This is truly troublesome. If Yu Qingjin hadn't agreed to go, she would have needed help. But since she already decided to go, there was nothing to fear. She quickly returned to her room, ate a quick meal, and then began packing. This time, she needed to bring more weapons and armor. Whether it was melee weapons, ranged attacks, or hidden weapons, they all needed to be prepared. She needed to bring several sets of armor to prevent damage and loss of durability, leaving her without replacements. She also needed the latest radiation-resistant leather armor, and a high-level gas mask. She also needed various fast recovery potions, high-level antidotes, insect repellent, and climbing ropes for rock climbing and tree climbing. She also needed to make a special bottle out of rubies to hold tree sap. Secondly, she needed to prepare more food to replenish her stamina and sanity. Ideally, she also needed special dishes that boosted her gathering, luck, and strength. This way, she could always replenish her stats. It's best to bring a copy of these items for Yu Qingjin as well. Prepare 2 extra sets of conch communicators, and give them both to Yu Qingjin. In case the 2 of them get separated, and the conch communicator's 3 communication slots are used up, it acts as a backup phone. Also take the Coral Buddhist beads bracelet Yu Qingjin gave you. Yunluohe just researched it, and discovered that wearing these beads steadily increases her sanity. Although the recovery is slow, wearing them regularly will ensure her sanity never drops too low. It's a very powerful piece of equipment. I wonder how Yu Qingjin made it. If we get this thing out, I'm sure all the high-level players in the zone will be vying for it. Yunluohe was still hesitant about whether to take it with her, as Yuntan had just woken up. Apparently, it sensed her thoughts and immediately volunteered. I want to go with you, hee hee. Take me with you. I heard you talking. I want to go too. I'm strong now, and can definitely protect you. Yunluohe smiled. Then show me how you recovered? There was still time, so Yunluohe brought Yuntan to the reef forest. Use your skills to capture 50 insects for me, but don't harm them. That's easy. Watch me. Yuntan's body grew larger, instantly unleashing the queen's pressure. The spiders in the nearby spider house fell to the ground, trembling. The forest suddenly became utterly silent. The nearby insects seemed frozen in place, unable to move. The next second, Yuntan spun out silk, accurately locating all the surrounding insects and easily catching them in front of Yunluohe. Chapter 173. The next morning, Yunluohe rose at 6. She hadn't slept well the previous night, and had been thinking about today's events. But she was full of energy, not a hint of lethargy. Before setting off, Yunluohe carefully mixed the emerald heart powder Yu Qingjin had given her into the golden nutrient solution, and gently watered the roots of the Star Wish tree. A faint wave of vitality flashed through her, and the spread of the black spots and black dots on the tree's trunk visibly slowed, but the decayed aura and languor remained unchanged. The cooking competition didn't start until 8 o'clock, so it seemed she would have to finish the dishes on the island. But this wasn't a difficult task for her. She took out her designated landing card and selected Ancient Tree Island as her destination. Soon, a small boat carried Yunluohe to the island. The closer they got to the island, the more noticeable the change in the air. The scent of damp earth mingled with the fragrance of leaves, flowers, and fruits, a refreshing aroma. From afar, the sky was obscured by the crowns of the island's towering trees, but Ancient Tree Island seemed to have become a hotbed of radioactive fog. Thick fog could be seen on the sea even before reaching it. The entire island was enveloped in radioactive fog. Welcome to Ancient Tree Island. Accompanied by a familiar voice, Yunluoha landed on the beach of Ancient Tree Island. Yu Qingjin stood not far away. He wore a gray monk's robe, the staff he held seemed to have been upgraded, and he exuded an aura of keep away from strangers. Yunluoha's senses suddenly gave off a warning, not because of danger, but because she sensed the formidable strength of the man before her, forcing her to prepare. Both of them wore radiation masks, unable to see each other's faces. According to intelligence, we need to penetrate deep into the heart of Ancient Tree Island to find the 1,000-year-old tree. My friend went there once before, and only saw the ancient tree offering resin from a distance. He never actually got close, but he did know its approximate location. Yunluoha said softly. Yu Qingjin, well, from what I understand, the roots of the ancient emerald tree are so intricate that they practically cover the entire forest. Ancient Tree Island itself is a vast forest, so once we enter, we should be within the ancient tree's surveillance range. Yunluoha, in short, be extremely careful. I lead the way. Yu Qingjin's voice came through his mask, deep and clear. He walked in front, holding a Zen staff, the tip of which could also be used to scout the way. Within 10 minutes of entering the forest, the two of them had a deep understanding of the dangers of Ancient Tree Island. Had they come a few days earlier, it wouldn't have been so dangerous. Now the radiation is too severe. Irradiated, mutated creatures are everywhere. Underneath a huge, fallen, rotten log, lay a thick layer of black substance, like sticky asphalt. A closer look revealed a dense mass of insect eggs, piled up into a small hill. Each egg was the size of a baby's fist, its skin transparent, allowing the larvae within to be vaguely seen. Yu Qingjin, walking ahead, saw this and abruptly stopped. He pulled a bottle from his backpack and poured it over the eggs. With a sizzling sound, the eggs melted, transforming into a pool of water that soaked into the soil. But this didn't resolve the crisis. Yunluoha's expression changed slightly, and he whispered, "There's more." Hundreds of newly hatched larvae crawled out from beneath the surrounding dead leaves. These larvae had barely hatched from their eggs, but they were already palm-sized. They emitted high-pitched squeaking sounds, like rats, and swarmed towards Yunluoha and Yu Qingjin like a tide. The sight was terrifying. But before Yunluoha could make a move, Yu Qingjin pulled out a long stick and smashed the insects to pieces. As he crushed the insects, a thick liquid sprayed out, easily smearing onto his weapon. In fact, it would have been much easier to let Yuntun take action to eliminate the insects. But they had only just entered the forest, and Yunluoha didn't want to release Yuntun so soon. She and Yu Qingjin could still handle the situation. Under no proper radiation protection equipment, Yuntun could only rely on medication to avoid radiation exposure, but that had a time limit, so Yunluoha wouldn't let him out until it was crucial. This was just the beginning. Deepening into the forest, Yunluoha discovered that the situation was even more dire than the intelligence had predicted. The effects of radiation were pervasive, spawning all sorts of terrifying mutant creatures. Although radioactive materials could be purified by dumping them in the trash, Yunluoha didn't want to take them back because the radiation levels were so high. This was just on the outskirts of the forest. The venomous moths, gleaming with a faint blue phosphorescence, were covered in a highly toxic scale powder. Even the slightest contact would paralyze the entire body. Yunluoha and Yu Qingjin worked together to quickly shoot down a number of the venomous moths. Initially, they didn't realize the phosphorus powder was toxic. Fortunately, the scale powder only stained their armor. Seeing the armor's durability drop, Yunluoha became even more cautious in his avoidance. Yu Qingjin swung his staff, and the metal on it emitted waves of sound, disorienting the approaching venomous moths and sending them plummeting. Later, the two encountered an area covered in vibrant flowers. This was probably the area the intelligence had mentioned, where pollen could cause hallucinations. The air was thick with the sickly sweetness of the pollen, and Yunluoha immediately held her breath. She turned to look at Yu Qingjin, and seeing that he was fine, she felt relieved and continued on her way. If one hadn't been informed in advance, accidentally inhaling the pollen would cause hallucinations. The longer one stayed there, the more pollen they inhaled, and if they remained awake for too long, their sanity would drop completely. But the two had been prepared and quickly passed through this area. Slowly deepening into the forest, the two fought their way through the thorns, working in perfect harmony. Finally, they encountered the camouflaged giant python. The python was hiding in the trees. If Yunluoha hadn't sensed something was wrong, she would have been ambushed by it. But she was prepared. When the giant python suddenly attacked from the treetops overhead, Yunluoha and Yu Qinjin seemed to have eyes on their backs and suddenly climbed up the tree to hide. The giant python opened its bloody jaws, ready to bite, but in the blink of an eye, it lost sight of its target. As it searched, a Zen staff swooped down, striking the python precisely within 7 inches. Followed by this, Yunluoha's Thunder Vortex Trident unleashed a bolt of lightning, striking the python's head. The two men attacked fiercely, without stopping for a moment. The giant python's skin was thick and tough, making it incredibly resistant to blows, and it proved difficult to kill it immediately. The two of them made a tremendous noise, knocking down all the surrounding trees. Yunluoha also took the opportunity to collect some special tree species. These species hadn't been irradiated, so they could be planted back home. She also found some clean baobab, banana, and palm trees. Thinking she'd wait until she finished with the python, she picked some to use in her cooking. Half an hour later, the python finally fell limply to the ground, half dead, twitching a few times before moving. Yunluoha went over to take a look. The python was so large, if it were dissected, there would be at least 100 pieces of meat. It would be a waste to throw it away, and the radiation wasn't too serious, so she took it back and decontaminated it in the trash. She looked at Yu Qinjin. Do you want this snake meat? I take it, and make you some cooked food later. Yu Qinjin, sure. So Yunluoha unceremoniously beheaded the snake, severing its head and dissecting it. She checked the time. They had been on the island for over an hour, but their destination was still a long way off. After the constant fighting, their stamina points had dropped considerably. They had to stop to replenish their stamina, but the radioactive fog was everywhere, making it impossible to remove their masks to eat. Fortunately, Yunluoha had been prepared. Yunluoha quickly deployed her radiation-proof tent, made from scarlet spider silk, on a relatively dry patch of ground she had cleared. It would provide a temporary refuge for them to eat. She had it made specifically before she arrived. Because they needed it urgently, and the materials were scarce, she only made one tent. It was a bit tight for 2 people, but there was no point in being picky at this point. A little squeezing wouldn't be a big deal. Yunluoha informed Yu Qinjin of the situation, and he naturally didn't mind. Soon, the tent was set up. You go in and rest and eat. I just saw a lot of trees over there. I go gather some supplies. Yunluoha brushed the dust off his palms and looked around. Although the python is dead, this place isn't safe either. I go with you. Yunluoha pondered for a few seconds. Okay, let's go together. 2 people will be more efficient. I go pick all the fruit from that baobab tree. Yu Qinjin spoke succinctly, his gaze fixed on the large tree not far away, laden with hard fruit. Okay, I go chop down those banana trees and the palm trees. Banana trees have bananas, and their heartwood is edible. Yunluoha planned to take everything she could get. After chopping down the banana trees, she wouldn't miss the nearby palm trees either. Palm tree hardwood is also a delicious ingredient. The cooking competition had already begun, and Yunluoha had to stock up on any delicious ingredients. After all, she never knew when she would encounter them again. Yunluoha quickly walked towards the banana trees, activating her scanning eye to check the area's safety. Yunluoha pulled out a large machete. With a flash of cold light, it struck the trunk of the banana tree. She struck several times, and the tree snapped, revealing the milky white, sweet-smelling heart within. The heart is juicy and sweet, and can be eaten cooked or raw. Yunluoha moved swiftly, quickly collecting the edible hearts and unripe bunches of bananas into her portable ring. She didn't waste the fallen banana trunks and leaves, storing them all in her backpack. These materials are good for making paper or rope. A few tree species also fell on the ground, and these were also placed in Yunluoha's backpack. Elsewhere, Yu Qinjin's movements were equally agile. Faced with the iron-hard baobab fruit, he didn't smash it hard. Instead, he thrust the sharp end of his staff into the joint between the fruit stems and gently pried it loose. He quickly collected all the baobab fruits from the tree. Next, Yunluoha turned to the palm trees. The palm heart is crispy, tender, and slightly sweet, making it a perfectly edible vegetable, perfect for stews or stir-fries. Yunluoha had already conjured up several delicious recipes. She carefully peeled back the outer layer of the palm tree, revealing the tender core. All right, Yunluoha removed the intact heart. Then, he packed up the palm tree leaves and bark and placed them in his backpack. After gathering their supplies, both men felt their stamina drop significantly. The constant high-intensity vigilance and fighting had taken a toll. They both crawled into the tent and closed the specially designed airtight zipper to prevent the radioactive fog from seeping in. The tent was small, barely enough for 2 people to squeeze in. Yun Luoha checked her survival watch, confirming the radiation level inside the tent was within normal limits before she confidently removed her mask. It's safe here now. Take off your mask too, and get some fresh air. Wearing a mask constantly was incredibly stuffy, and they'd been traveling and fighting all this time, making it quite uncomfortable. Huh? Yun Luoha also removed her mask, and took a deep breath of the relatively clean air inside the tent. While it still smelled of earth, it was much better than outside. She was also a little tired, a hint of fatigue on her face, but her eyes remained bright and clear. She first took out 2 bottles of water, handed one to Yu Qinjin, and drank a few sips herself. Then she took out the dish she had prepared long ago. Starlight kelp soup. This quickly restores sand points and increases stamina. A large pot of soup, enough for 2 people to drink to their heart's content. There were also 2 braised pork rolls, wrapped in a thin layer of dough, containing juicy braised meat, bean curd, lotus root strips, and lettuce. The wrappers were lightly smeared with chili oil. The fragrant braised pork rolls were appetizing just by smell. Here, replenish your stamina. She handed one to Yu Qinjin. The braised pork rolls weren't gold grade, but they were still high quality. Eating them not only increased stamina points significantly, but also increased acceleration and strength. The effects were no less than those of gold-grade dishes. It was a snack Yun Luoha had created, recreating and improving upon a braised pork roll she had eaten at school. The cooking competition has already begun. When will you be cooking today's dish? Although Yu Qinjin hadn't signed up for the cooking competition, he had familiarized himself with the rules, and knew that there was a requirement to develop a new dish every day. Yun Luoha would likely be on Ancient Tree Island all day today, so she couldn't hope to return and cook. It would be best to find time to prepare the dish and submit it when it was safe. Let's do it later. Once we get the sap, we cook it when it's safe. Yun Luoha thought for a moment. If she wanted to be safe, she could do it now, but if she couldn't even get the tree heart safely back, what did it matter whether she completed the competition mission or not? After all, in a place like this, they wouldn't stand a chance of winning by night. It would be best to hurry and get the sap during the day, not wasting too much time on cooking. Knowing that time was running out, they both took the opportunity to eat and rest. Afterward, Yun Luoha couldn't help but touch the Buddhist beads on her wrist. With it, her emotions and mind felt more stable. Curiously, he asked, "How are these Buddhist beads made to continuously increase your sand points? You're giving me such a precious gift like that?" Yu Qinjin calmly replied, "Don't worry about it." He then took out a piece of paper, wiped the corner of his mouth, and handed a new one to Yun Luoha. "Let's get going." Yun Luoha was about to ask something else, but after being interrupted, she gave up. After replenishing their energy, the 2 put on their masks again, packed up the tent, and set out again. This time, they were even more cautious, knowing that the closer they got to the center of the island, the more dangerous it would become. After walking for a while, Yun Luoha couldn't help but frown. The forest was unusually silent. Even the chirping of insects had disappeared, leaving only the sound of dead branches and leaves crunching underfoot. It was unsettling, but her perception skills weren't quite as effective at this moment. The sense of danger was everywhere, as if nowhere was safe. This made it difficult to discern where the specific danger might arise. However, she had a scanning eye, which allowed her to clearly see everything within a few dozen meters. As they advanced, they had to constantly watch their feet and observe the sky. The tree roots in the soil resembled coiled dragons, most of them exposed, their tangled webs tangled together. The surface was covered with a thick layer of dead leaves, but beneath them lay many deep holes, forming a natural trap that could easily lead to a false step. While falling in wouldn't kill them, getting out would be a struggle. This was where Cheng Xuing had suffered a setback before, having fallen into a tree hole and finally managed to get out. Yun Luoha had checked his watch. The radiation reading in the air was erratic, fluctuating. It seemed the radiation wasn't very strong here, largely blocked by the surrounding trees. Only a few areas were thick with green mist. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing roar echoed from the treetops overhead. Yun Luoha had anticipated this, so she wasn't terribly surprised. The animals that arrived were exactly what she expected. A dozen golden-faced monkeys leaped and clambered through the trees, their speed exceeding, swooping down from the dense branches. From their perch, they gazed at them hostilely. These were the mutated golden-faced monkeys mentioned in the intelligence. They were larger than ordinary monkeys, their golden skin like a metal mask, their fangs exposed, and their claws incredibly sharp, giving them a terrifying appearance. It felt like one scratch from them would snatch a piece of flesh. Thinking there were only a dozen or so, Yunluoha remained calm. But gradually, more and more monkeys arrived. Yunluoha was stunned. The trees overhead were densely packed with golden-faced monkeys, young and old, as if their entire clan had been mobilized. That couldn't be further from the truth. There were nearly 100 monkeys. That was too many. Yunluoha forced a wry smile and looked at Yu Qingjin. A few impatient monkeys had already jumped down to provoke him. Yu Qingjin gripped his staff tightly and, with a sweep, sent several of the leading monkeys flying. But this only infuriated the monkeys. The pack was large and cunning. They were skilled climbers and skilled teamwork, exploiting complex terrain to attack from all sides. Some even attempted sneak attacks from behind, a dozen or so attempting to surround him, and a few swooped down from the sky. It was impossible to defend against them. It was time to release Yuntan. Yunluoha unhesitatingly took out the pet bag. "It's your turn, Wonton," Yunluoha called out inwardly. If Yu Qingjin hadn't been there, she might have shouted, but being overheard would have sounded too childish, so Yunluoha restrained herself. After all, Wonton was in tune with her and could hear her. "Hee, I'm coming. Watch me defeat them all," Wonton hissed excitedly. This was its first real battle since inheriting the Spider Queen's legacy. Last night, it had only tried its hand at a few tricks, not unleashing its full potential. Now, finally, its chance. It desperately wanted to show Yunluoha how much stronger it had become after upgrading. That way, Yunluoha would know it was capable of protecting her, and she could carry it with her in peace from now on. The moment Wonton landed, its body grew from tiny to half a man's height. It wanted to grow even larger, but soon realized it was too large for easy movement, so it shrank back a bit. Its 8 claws moved, making a mechanical sound. Yunluoha and Yu Qingjin were shielded by it. Just watch. Leave it to me." The blood-red pattern on its abdomen rose and fell slightly with its breathing, indicating it had entered combat mode. Yunluoha smiled. "Don't underestimate the enemy. First, use spider silk to restrict their movements." Wonton spurted out dozens of silver spider silk threads, wrapping them all around. This way, the golden-faced monkeys couldn't suddenly charge forward. Any attempt to get forward would be blocked by the spider silk. Then, it spit out more spider silk, flexibly entangling the nearest golden-faced monkey, then retracting the silk to bind them to the tree trunk. The spider silk tightened, already as tough as steel, and it actually sliced through the golden-faced monkeys' bodies, drawing blood as the silk cut into their flesh. The golden-faced monkeys let out miserable cries. Some of the other golden-faced monkeys seemed frightened and remained motionless for a moment. But a few braver golden-faced monkeys roared in anger and leaped down from the treetops. Judging by their size, these monkeys were stronger and more powerful than the ones that had jumped down earlier. Their claws were already glowing red, suggesting they were adult monkeys. Wonton, however, remained calm. His venom gland sniper skill activated instantly, and 10 streams of pale green venom shot out, accurately targeting every monkey within a 10-meter radius. The venom immediately erupted into white smoke as it landed on their fur. The monkeys' movements became noticeably slower, and painful whimpers emanated from their throats. "Wonton is amazing!" Yunluoha couldn't help but exclaim in praise. Her praise was the perfect reward for Wonton, making it spit out even more venom with even greater joy. Hiss, hiss, hiss. It continued to challenge the monkeys, jumping back and forth, begging them to come again. Just then, 7 or 8 exceptionally sturdy golden-faced monkeys leaped down. They were the leaders of the group, clearly visible. The golden hair on their foreheads had darkened, thicker and thicker. They surrounded Wonton, their bodies bent, warily watching its mouthparts. When Wonton released venom, they would quickly run away, then attack before it could spit again. Seeing this, Wonton's silver stripes on his back suddenly lit up. He also had a silver armor shield, making him invulnerable to weapons and weapons. The monkey's claws couldn't possibly harm him. He didn't even try to dodge or evade, but charged at the golden-faced monkey in front. With a crisp sound, the Monkey King's sharp claws streaked a trail of sparks across Wonton's back. Wonton cried out excitedly. The monkeys glanced at each other, and several of them leaped forward like mad, grabbing Wonton's claws and pulling hard. They were indeed quite intelligent. Seeing that Wonton had spider silk, a ranged attack capability, venom, and armor, they planned to use brute force to rip its claws free, then find a vulnerable spot and attack it through the wound. Wonton had indeed underestimated his foe, and let his claws slip. He tried to break free, but the golden-faced monkeys were surprisingly strong, clinging to his claws tightly. Yun Luoha instinctively wanted to help, but then she thought, even if she helped Wonton escape danger, Wonton might not be happy. So she quickly said to him, Wonton, use your queenly power. Chapter 174. Wonton responded immediately upon hearing Yun Luoha's words. While its shield lasted 5 seconds, the blood-red pattern on its abdomen suddenly expanded, and an invisible pheromone spread. As soon as the queen's pressure skill was unleashed, the golden-faced monkeys within a 10-meter radius froze. A brief flash of fear flashed across their eyes. Although they weren't arachnids, the deep-seated fear of the queen's pressure clung to their blood, causing their bodies to freeze, unable to move. This state lasted for an unbearable 5 seconds. Seizing this 5-second window, Yun Luoha and Yu Qingjin were no pushovers. Yu Qingjin leaped first, swinging his staff and knocking down all the frozen monkeys nearby. Yun Luoha fired several arrows, killing the distant golden-faced monkeys. Then, raising his trident, he pierced the chests of the nearest leading monkeys. Then he directed Yunton to spit out thorny spiderwebs. These spike webs wove into an impenetrable web in the air, trapping the remaining monkeys. The barbs on the webs continuously secreted a paralyzing venom. Soon, all the golden-faced monkeys were subdued. Yunton cried out excitedly, hiss, hiss, hiss. It shrank into a ball and leaped onto Yun Luoha, rubbing against him. Yun Luoha petted it. Well done, Yunton. You're the best. Hiss. Yunton wiggled its claws happily. Seeing the time was almost up, Yun Luoha put it back into the pet bag to protect it from the radiation. After dealing with the monkeys, the two continued on their way. As they continued on, the light in the forest dimmed, the branches of the towering ancient trees almost obscuring the sky. Suddenly, a fluorescent swamp appeared ahead. On the mound in the center of the swamp, the outline of a massive ancient tree could be vaguely seen. Although it was far away, the tree was immense, thick, and sturdy, almost occupying the entire area, so they could still see it. It's the ancient emerald tree. Yun Luoha's eyes lit up. Yu Qingjin, it shouldn't be far, but getting there is a bit tricky. Yun Luoha stared at the swamp below. The black water in the swamp was bubbling, and from time to time, something stirred underwater, creating ripples. Yu Qingjin picked up a stone and threw it over. As soon as the stone touched the water, it startled something within. A splash of water appeared, and a dark shadow swam past. There's something underwater, Yu Qingjin said in a deep voice, and there's more than one. Yun Luoha immediately scanned the swamp for anything and discovered several long, black eels. Eels are ferocious and powerful, typical carnivorous fish. With so many of these creatures underwater, anyone else would have struggled to deal with them. But Yun Luoha had the Thunder Vortex Trident, so she easily dispatched them. Yun Luoha gripped the Thunder Vortex Trident tightly and plunged it into the water, stirring up a burst of lightning. The lightning exploded, scattering the water like a fish fry, exploding dozens of eels. Yun Luoha smiled as she picked them all up and put them in her backpack. Although she had an automatic pickup ring, it was usually kept closed. Otherwise, when she landed on the island, all sorts of random things would end up in her backpack, filling up one by one, requiring her to carefully check and manually remove items, which was a hassle and not a hassle. So, after that, they basically just looked carefully before picking up anything with a single click. Yun Luoha acted swiftly and quickly, clearing the swamp of eels. The mutated eel meat was saved for processing back home. The two of them donned special boots and laid wooden planks across the swamp. After some effort, they finally made it safely across. They encountered a few more obstacles, but they overcame them all without incident. It wasn't until dusk. The two finally arrived in front of the giant tree, less than 50 meters away. The sight before them was astonishing. Dozens of trees, hundreds of meters tall, formed a vast ring, and the one in the center was even more majestic. It was a true 1,000-year-old emerald tree. The air was filled with a rich, refreshing aroma, similar to the freshness of a forest after rain. The bark of this towering tree glowed with an emerald-colored light, illuminating the dim rainforest with its radiant light. Beneath the mottled shadows of the trees lay soft soil. This soil was the perfect humus, soft and nutritious, perfect for improving the soil. With every step Yun Luoha and Yu Qingjin took, they felt themselves sinking deeper and deeper. A deathly silence fell around them. Not even the chirping of insects could be heard. The moment they entered the giant tree's confines, the surrounding forest seemed to come alive. Countless thick vines swarmed from all sides, encircling them. Yun Luoha acted decisively and released Yun Tun. Yun Tun suppressed those vines. These mutated vines, previously hidden somewhere, now entwined themselves around the giant tree, attacking recklessly. Yun Tun had just emerged, but he moved swiftly. Upon hearing Yunluohe's command, he spun out several strands of spider silk. Yunluohe, regardless of the loss of stamina, fully activated her perception trait. It was getting late, and she couldn't wait until nightfall. The environment was already dimming, and if the sun completely set, the entire forest would become even more dangerous. Wonton's mouthparts spun countless tough spider silks, instantly entangling several of the thickest vines. The silk was inherently strong, and with Wonton's relentless pulling, the vines couldn't even get close to Yunluohe. The vines twisted wildly, swirling through the air. Some still managed to escape and pounce on Yunluohe, but with Yu Qingjin at her side, Yunluohe was in no danger. Yunluohe's attention was completely focused on the vines, and sweat began to form on her forehead. But now the world in her field of vision slowed down, as her speed increased tremendously. The vines flying around her all slowed down. Behind, Yunluohe whispered to Yu Qingjin. With her warning, Yu Qingjin didn't have to worry about a sneak attack from behind. Without even turning back, he swung his knife, and the vines snapped. The two of them worked in perfect harmony, understanding each other's intentions without words. Together, their fighting power reached its full potential, and they had nothing to fear from the vines. 1-2. Yunluohe swung his weapon continuously, severing dozens of vines in a single stroke. After falling to the ground, the vines would tremble, then become completely still. Green smoke would rise from the severed areas, drifting towards the people. But they were all wearing radiation masks, so they wouldn't be affected. They were also well protected, so there was nothing to worry about. Soon, escorted by Yun Tun and Yu Qingjin, Yunluohe arrived beneath the giant tree in the center. Yunluohe took a deep breath. Finally, they arrived. Her stamina is almost exhausted, but she's holding on for a bit. As soon as she gets the sap, she have to evacuate immediately. It's a pity to waste the other supplies here. Anything from this tree would probably be high quality. Yunluohe's gaze fell on the trunk of the giant tree, searching for a spot to harvest sap. Hee, be careful! Wonton called out, sensing something deep within the bark. Even without Yutun telling her, Yunluohe felt it herself. But it wasn't a living thing. It was the sap flowing through the tree. It's okay. You rest first. Wonton couldn't stay out for too long. Now that she didn't need his help, she quickly let him go back to rest. Now she just had to find the weakest spot in the tree's core, cut through the bark, and get the sap. This was Yunluohe's strength. But there was still a problem. She had just checked her stamina points. Only 20 points were left, and that was after she'd been saving them. She was afraid that after she got the sap, the few remaining points wouldn't be enough to escape the forest. And Yunton couldn't stay out there forever, it had no armor, and the radiation fog here would harm it. She had no choice but to look at Yu Qingjin. I'm running low on stamina. I might need you later. Don't worry. Then I consider this a debt. When we get back, feel free to ask for anything. Don't worry about that for now. Let's get the sap first. Yu Qingjin glanced at the vines that were swirling around him again. I help you climb the tree. Yu Qingjin half-crouched, letting Yunluohe step on him to get up. The trunk of the giant emerald tree had few tractions at the bottom, making it difficult to climb. Once at the top, it would be much easier. This approach was also meant to save Yunluohe some energy and save time. Knowing his good intentions, Yunluohe didn't hesitate and stepped forward. Yu Qingjin then stood slightly, supported her legs, and with a single powerful lift, he lifted her onto the 2 to 3 meter high tree trunk. Using climbing tools, Yunluohe quickly climbed up, using her scanning eye to observe every part of the trunk. But the bark seemed made of steel, seemingly uniform and unremarkable. Where exactly was it? Even in this most urgent moment, Yunluohe tried to calm herself. No rush. Search slowly. You find it eventually. She took a deep breath and simply closed her eyes. Since her eyes couldn't see, she might as well use other means to sense it. Her senses were far superior to her eyes. What her scanning eye couldn't see, she could use her heart to feel the flow of sap beneath the bark. Time slipped by, the sun already halfway down, the sky gray and hazy, even looking like it might rain. Finally, Yunluohe opened her eyes. I see, it's right there. There was a different sound, as if a lot of sap had gathered there. She quickly ascended, exerting her strength with both hands and feet. Finally, she reached the spot and, taking a closer look, saw something wrong beneath the bark. It was a darker color. Yunluohe pulled a dagger from her backpack and stabbed hard, the tough jade bark, with all her might, finally managed to carve a slit, about an inch long. A thick liquid, emitting an intoxicating fragrance of life, gushed out. The liquid was emerald green, like liquid jade. Yun Luoha peeled the bark with a dagger in her right hand, while holding the ruby bottle she had prepared in her left hand. She quickly connected it below. She didn't dare delay even a moment. As soon as the bottle was full, she sealed it tightly. As soon as she stopped cutting at the bark, the wound began to heal at a visible speed. The sap immediately flowed away. A few seconds later, there was no sap left beneath the bark. The heart of the tree had shifted. This meant she would have to find the heart of the tree all over again. Yun Luoha's expression changed, and without stopping, she slid down quickly, descending the tree before the sun had completely set. "Let's go!" Yun Luoha shouted to Yu Qinjin. Yu Qinjin had been still dealing with the remaining vines, but seeing her success, he gave up the fight and caught Yun Luoha as she fell. Yun Luoha was exhausted, her face pale, and she looked very weak. Anyone else would have collapsed long before this. Her physical fitness was superior to that of an average person, and her strength was high, so she was able to complete all these tasks after an entire afternoon of trekking and continuous fighting. But she couldn't compare to Yu Qinjin, whose strength lay in his body. Mainly, he had to wear a radiation mask the entire time, preventing him from eating, though he could have replenished his energy with a little food. Luckily, Yu Qinjin's stamina points hadn't been depleted much, so he barely needed to eat. Seeing her distress, Yu Qinjin simply didn't put her down and carried her out. He waited until they were safe to let her down, saving her energy. Yun Luoha was embarrassed at first, but when she saw she only had 10 stamina points left, she kept quiet. If she insisted on getting down and walking on her own, she'd probably run out of stamina and faint, becoming a burden. It was getting dark soon, and if she fainted here, it would be troublesome. However, Yu Qinjin was incredibly capable. He carried Yun Luoha and ran without stopping, not even pausing for breath. It had taken him 3 or 4 hours to get in, but he managed to get out in just 1. Just as the two were preparing to set up tent and rest, the system's announcement arrived. The autumn disaster was about to escalate. Chapter 175. Yu Qinjin, carrying the exhausted Yun Luoha, rushed out of the core area of Ancient Tree Island and finally found a relatively open area in the woods. Here, sheltered from the wind, the radioactive fog was slightly lighter. Just as the two were about to set up their tent, they heard a system announcement. Area-wide announcement. Autumn disaster escalation. Players are requested to upgrade their reefs within 3 days and take protective measures. The system had already warned of the escalating disaster, but no one knew what it would entail. Yun Luoha took off her mask, her face pale. After escaping danger, her first priority was to replenish her energy. Now it was dark, and the two had finally achieved their goal of landing on the island today. They could now think about other things. With the sap in hand, the star-wishing tree's crisis was averted. But with the autumn disaster escalation, there was no telling what would happen tonight. Yun Luoha had originally planned to gather other materials on the edge of Ancient Tree Island after finding the sap. There were many dangers here, but also many resources. There were many valuable treasures hidden throughout the forest. Besides the various plants and trees, there are also numerous mineral veins underground. Intelligence indicates that players have discovered numerous earth crystals here. If they can find some, the harvest will be even greater. Yu Qinjin had been quite helpful in obtaining the sap, and Yun Luoha didn't want him to return empty-handed. However, it was getting late, so Yun Luoha planned to make something to eat first, completing the daily tasks for the Cooking Masters competition and filling their stomachs at the same time. His stamina points were slowly recovering from the effects of high-quality food, so Yun Luoha pulled ingredients from his backpack and began to prepare. Yu Qinjin also sat nearby, resting and recovering. His expression remained unchanged as he quietly watched Yun Luoha remove a portable purification stove and a set of cooking utensils from her backpack. The tent was cramped, but Yun Luoha's movements were deft, having already planned the food she was going to cook. She took out the banana hearts she had gathered on the island and a few fresh stone fish. Stone fish, also known as stone fish, live beneath reefs. Because of their proximity to the reef, they are easily irradiated. Many players who find them are afraid to eat them. Yun Luoha happened to have found a lot of them while collecting irradiated ingredients, storing them all in her portable preservation ring and bringing them with her this time. This fish is highly nutritious and makes a delicious soup. For easier storage, the fish was pre-prepared, which made things easier. She marinated it with ginger and salt for a while, then heated the pot and poured in some rapeseed oil. Yun Luoha planned to fry it first, then stew it. When the soup turned white, she added the sliced banana hearts and simmered it over low heat. Banana hearts are naturally sweet, and when stewed with the sweet and juicy shijuku, the broth thickens. After 40 minutes, the hearts are thoroughly cooked, and the nutrients in the fish are fully released. After a simple seasoning, Yunluohe adds a little pepper and herbs before removing the pot from the heat. And that's it. The broth is an alluring, rich, milky white. The sliced banana hearts have been stewed to a near translucent state, absorbing the essence of the broth. A few shajuga fish lay at the bottom of the pot, their flesh white and firm, still tender despite being thoroughly cooked. Yunluohe named this soup banana and fresh fish soup. She scooped out a full bowl of soup, opened the cooking competition interface, and clicked submit. I handed over the bowl of soup. The pot was still half full, ready for Yunluohe and Yu Qingjin's dinner. A comforting, rich aroma filled the tent. Yunluohe took out 2 sets of bowls, chopsticks, and spoons and began to serve the soup. It's ready, let's eat. Yunluohe handed a steaming bowl of banana and fish soup to Yu Qingjin, eagerly picking up her own bowl. The sweet aroma that filled her nostrils made her mouth water. Yunluohe carefully blew away the heat and took a sip. The broth was rich and smooth, with just the right amount of viscosity. The banana heart melted in her mouth, and the tender fish flesh spread in her mouth with a gentle sip. The delicious flavor of the sea fish and the sweetness of the banana heart blended perfectly. Wow! Delicious! Yunluohe sighed with satisfaction. Hurry up! Her stamina points quickly refilled, and her sanity level was also rising. She was in a good mood. She took another sip, savoring her own cooking. She looked at Yu Qingjin, who was also savoring his food intently. Yunluohe suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. Didn't you say you don't eat meat? She had almost forgotten that this soup was fish soup, and it also contained meat. Yu Qingjin had previously said he didn't eat meat. Yu Qingjin, it's okay to try it once in a while. I should definitely try what you made. Yunluohe, you're not a monk, so it's not considered breaking the precepts. Yu Qingjin didn't comment, just smiled. There's still plenty left. Let's finish it. Just as the two were enjoying the fish soup, Yunluohe's Cooking Master's interface popped up automatically, and the system notification chimed. Cooking Master's daily mission completed. Submitted dish. Banana fish soup. System evaluation. The broth is rich and mellow, with distinct layers of freshness and sweetness. The sweetness of the banana heart neutralizes the slight fishy taste of the fish, and the cooking time is precisely controlled. Not only does it satisfy your taste buds, it also continuously restores your physical strength and mental energy. System rating, A+. Points earned, 100. Special note. This recipe will be included as one of the high-end dishes in this cooking competition. A flicker of joy flashed in Yunluohe's eyes. For food cooked in the wild to receive such high praise was truly remarkable. After eating and drinking, and with their strength mostly restored, the two decided to leave the tent to explore and search for supplies. They had previously feared the dark because the area around the 1,000-year-old tree was too dangerous. But now that they were outside the tree's core and on the periphery, any danger could be easily dealt with. All they needed to do was take precautions, bring lighting, and gather supplies at night. Besides, it wasn't yet time for them to sleep, and they couldn't waste the energy they had just gained from eating. But upon leaving the tent, they both stopped. The scene outside was terrifying. The radioactive fog seemed to have grown thicker, shimmering with an ominous green glow. The ground was covered with countless grayish-white insect eggs, the size of rice grains. More were emerging at a visible rate from the moist soil, from beneath decaying leaves, and from the cracks in damp tree trunks. They were everywhere, seemingly bursting from anything. Suddenly, a sound was heard. Yunluohe turned her head and shone her flashlight in the direction. She saw a bird fluttering a few times on a tree branch before falling down, landing right in front of her to the right. She pointed her flashlight at the bird. Her face suddenly turned pale. A dense swarm of tiny black flies enveloped the bird and rapidly devoured its body, leaving even its feathers untouched. They devoured the bird completely, looking as if not even a bone would be left. Yunluohe and Yu Qingjin's expressions grew increasingly grim. The instant the eggs came into contact with the dense fog, their shells quickly turned black and hardened, then began to wriggle violently, some even swelling. The eggs hatched incredibly quickly. In just a dozen minutes, the ground around the tent was like a black insect carpet. They took a deep breath, quickly packed up their tent, and prepared to leave. If they slept here tonight, they would be covered in insects. Even more terrifying was the discovery of similar insect eggs infesting the remains of some of the mutant creatures killed during the day. It was as if these corpses had become a breeding ground for insect eggs. Yunluohe, the disaster is escalating. Could it be that the radiation fog is carrying only radioactive insect eggs? Yu Qingjin, Do you remember the prophecy? Yunluoha frowned. The shadow that devours everything. Could this be the insect eggs that are burgeoning like crazy? Seeing this scene, the two of them had no time to look for supplies. At night, Ancient Tree Island seemed like a haven for insects. Dense swarms of insect eggs were hatching everywhere. Once they emerged, they devoured all manner of animals. If there were no living things, they would devour trees. Everywhere was a tingling rustling and gnawing sound. Some of the insects even had wings. They surged through the thick fog like a black tide, flying back and forth, carrying the radioactive fog with them as they devoured living things. Yunluoha and Yuqinjin held torches and burned many insect eggs, but this was a forest, and if they were not careful, they might burn down the entire forest. The place where the insect eggs gathered happened to be the mineral vein. They had intended to mine, but instead, they were met with nothing but insects. Yunluoha was completely bewildered. We can't wait until daybreak. Yunluoha acted decisively. If we stay any longer, the insects will only increase in number. These insects can't do anything to us now, but if they multiply by the tens of thousands, we'd be completely surrounded and difficult to deal with. Yuqinjin nodded without hesitation. The reefs are dangerous too. Let's go now. Yes. The two immediately headed for the beach. Yuqinjin led the way, using his Zen staff to scatter the larvae and newly hatched flying insects that swarmed along the path. Yunluoha followed closely behind, her perception trait boosted to its maximum, prompting Yuqinjin to avoid the traps beneath his feet. Her thunder vortex trident also struck at the right moment, destroying every insect egg she saw. The forest was shrouded in thick fog, carrying countless insect eggs with it. In just a few hours, the entire forest had transformed into a vast insect nest. The low-hanging branches of the trees were covered in slime and wriggling larvae. The ground was barely visible in its original color, only a relentless black swarm of insects. The air was filled with the humming and gnawing of wings. Some larger radioactive insects, resembling a cross between cockroaches and beetles, had already begun trying to stop them. After seeing these insects, both of them felt their spirits plummet, despite their radiation masks. She clearly didn't have trypophobia, but the sight of so many insect eggs gave her the creeps. It would be strange if her spirits didn't drop. The situation on the island was dire, and it was likely that the reef would sooner or later become like this. By late night, the outer reaches of the forest had been overrun by insect hordes, leaving only the area within the 1,000-year-old trees relatively safe. The vines had all twisted together, forming a solid, plant-based barrier that kept everything out. Only the smallest insects could get through, or even enter through the soil. Yunluoha thought, if we had arrived any later, we might not have been able to enter Ancient Tree Island at all. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Yunluoha and Yuqinjin finally broke through the insect swarm and reached the beach. Yuqinjin solemnly said, "Be careful when you get back, and keep in touch." "Yeah, you too." On his way back, Yunluoha posted photos of the insect eggs and flying insect swarms he had seen on Ancient Tree Island to the chat channel and forum. The players had been discussing what changes would occur after the disaster upgrade. Because everyone's reef homes had radiation shielding near them, the insect eggs weren't everywhere like they were on Ancient Tree Island. They could only breed in the forest farther from their homes. But no one went to check late at night, and even fewer were still on the island in the middle of the night, so the players were unaware of the Zerg swarm. Most players had gone to bed, leaving only a few night owls still browsing the chat channel. And then, the photo Yunluoha posted stunned everyone. The chat channel, previously quiet, suddenly exploded with messages rapidly refreshing. Holy crap! What is this? Trypophobia is killing me. Where is this? Are there Zerg invasions? The system announcement says the reefs need to be upgraded. I'm afraid it's not just to protect against radiation, but to protect against these bugs. Ordinary reefs can't stop their gnawing, so they must be reinforced with special materials. So the all-devouring shadow is referring to bugs. The radioactive fog hatches bug eggs, and now the disaster has escalated. The fog is full of bug eggs. A black sun envelopes the world. The all-devouring shadow has arrived. This is terrifying. It scared me out of my slumber. What do we do next? Chapter 176. As Yunluoha reached shore, the scene before her made her heart sink. As expected, the reef had also undergone drastic changes. Radioactive mist drifted everywhere, and the insect eggs within it were wriggling, enveloping the seaweed, flowers, plants, and trees along the reef's edge. Hatching there, Yunluoha hurried back to the house. After a long day of tossing and turning, and no sleep, she was exhausted, but there was no time for sleep now. A lot of things awaited her, and the most crucial thing had yet to be done. She hurried to the star-wishing tree. By now, the tree was extremely withered, its leaves withered and fallen, and the black spots on the trunk were almost continuous. A stench of decay was palpable. She took out the bottle of emerald sap. According to the instructions in the illustrated guide, she mixed the sap with the highest concentration of golden nutrient solution, and then poured the mixture over the star-wishing tree's roots. After the mixture seeped into the soil, the entire tree trunk seemed to be coated in a shimmering emerald glow, the sap flowing from the roots up the trunk. The dark spots gradually faded. The odor of decay was replaced by a fresh, grassy fragrance. Yun Luoha observed carefully, even using his scanning eye, and discovered a faint but tenacious vitality emerging from the trunk of the star-wishing tree. Yun Luoha breathed a sigh of relief, his tense nerves finally relaxing. The star-wishing tree's crisis was finally averted. Soon, Yun Luoha noticed that the runes on the star-wishing tree had changed. Looking closer, Yun Luoha saw that the runes had become clearer. Each rune could be opened to view detailed text. The pattern of stars surrounding a crown represented a lucky wish. A golden pearl would appear every 2 days. Offerings: Mother of Pearl X10, Golden Seahorse X5, Lucky 4-Leaf Clover X3. Wheat Ear and Fruit Interwoven Totem, Harvest Wish, increase all crop yields by 50%. Offerings: Emerald Sap X50 ml, Golden Royal Jelly X2, Symbiotic Crystal X1. Shield and Thorn Totem, Defense Wish, form a protective barrier around the reef, blocking 80% of incoming attacks. Offerings: Lava Turtle Shell X5, Deep Sea Black Iron X20, Gold Shell Fragment X10. Tree of Life and Entangling Healing Vine Totem, Health Wish, increase the health of the reef's flora and fauna by 80%, significantly reducing illness. Offerings: Emerald Sap X50 ml, Symbiotic Crystal X2, Sapphire X2. Forest and Running Sika Deer Totem, Nature Wish, accelerate the reef's ecological development, nurturing a variety of wildlife. Offerings: Deer Antlers X2, Ox Horns X2, Crocodile Hides X5, Shark Hides X5. In addition, there was a countdown, Star Wish Tree Maturity Countdown, 5 days. A halo of fruit-like shapes loomed faintly on the tree's trunk. No need to guess, that was the soon-to-ripen Star Wish fruit. Yun Luoha hadn't decided what wish to make before. Now she had an idea. The autumn disaster was escalating, and an insect plague was about to strike, attacking the flora and fauna on the reef. She planned to wish for health, which would protect at least 80% of the animals and plants. And this wish could be exchanged. After this insect crisis was over, she could make another wish. After daybreak, the sky was no longer blue, but completely covered by thick clouds. The clouds were so low that the sunlight seemed unable to penetrate, creating a dim, oppressive atmosphere. The reef, once lush with shrubs and trees, now appeared withered and drooping. The leaves were covered with insect eggs, and clusters of black, cotton-like eggs had appeared on the barns and chicken coops. Even more disturbing was the presence of dead fish and shrimp scattered on the beach near the ceiling. These dead fish and shrimp also became a favorite habitat for the insect eggs. From a distance, the sea surface was covered in this mess, a truly disgusting sight. My vegetable patch is full of bugs. I'm going to throw up. I worked so hard growing these vegetables. It's horrible. I went to the forest, and it's full of insect eggs. What should I do? I feel like my reef will be overrun by bugs once they grow up. Some of the bugs are already grown and can fly and swim. Insecticides are helpful, but they only work against some small bugs. Some big ones are completely invulnerable. The system wants us to upgrade our reef in 3 days? What can we use? Does the system want us to die? Look at the trading center. The insect repellent is sold out. Yun Luoha rested in bed for a few hours before getting up. Before the eggs fully hatched, she still had a lot of remedial and preventative work to do. At least she had to protect the flora and fauna on the reef for the next few days, until the Star Wish tree matured. Although the animals were kept in barns and chicken coops, these bugs could destroy the houses. They could chew through stone, let alone wood. Yun Luoha planned to reinforce the entire house first, then use the existing radiation-resistant seeds to build a protective wall around the reef. Adding wonton's high-toughness spider silk, he created a sticky trap on the protective wall. When the insects pounced, they would be caught in the trap. Spiders are natural enemies of bugs, so this could be put to good use. She has plenty of spider silk, which could be put to good use. Seeing the chat messages, she knew most players were panicking, some even giving up, saying they couldn't survive this plague. Yun Luoha thought for a moment, and sent a few messages. We still have time. The hatching of the eggs is just the beginning of the disaster. It will take at least 2 or 3 days for them to hatch and grow. During this time, there's a lot we can do. Even if we can't upgrade the reef, at least reinforce the house and stockpile food. There must be a way to survive. In fact, Yunluo's early warning last night was enough. Players who stayed awake late at night discovered countless unhatched eggs on the reef and tried to burn them. At the same time, organizations and players in each zone were trying to find the bug swarm's weaknesses. At this time, Mu Zitong also sent a message. Everyone must persevere. The Tianji Pavilion is also collecting intelligence on the insect eggs. We plan to compile a comprehensive report and distribute it free of charge to all players in the zone so that everyone can survive the insect plague as safely as possible. But there are too many of these insects. It's impossible to prevent them all. We don't have the weapons to kill so many of them at once, right? When the locusts pass through, not a blade of grass will grow. Even humans will be eaten alive. Alas, I have trypophobia. Seeing so many insect eggs makes my hands and legs tremble. We said we all overcome this together. If we want to survive, we have to persevere and find a way. Now that I feel certain death is inevitable, there's no need to say anything. I just wait for death. I made it this far. I don't care what you say. I'm going to survive. What does an insect plague matter? It's the end of the world, and insects are food. Yeah, what does an insect plague matter? Just then, Siqi shared the results of her research. To be honest, the results weren't very extensive, but to give everyone some confidence, she posted them early. Last night, after seeing Yunluo's message, she went to collect various insect eggs for research. Preliminary findings suggest that high-frequency sound waves can disrupt some insects, and that flames are effective against concentrated insect swarms. This way, they can place sonic repellent towers in farmland, woods, and on the edge of reefs, along with flame traps, to more or less deal with insect swarms. With these resources, players can simply reinforce their homes and have a good chance of survival. The chat room finally shifted from sighs and complaints to high morale and enthusiasm. Yunluo breathed a sigh of relief and decided to seal all the cracks in the villa. She carefully studied her building materials and planned to seal them with spider silk mixed with clay, which should be foolproof. The doors and windows would also need multiple layers of protection, and important items, such as trash cans and supply boxes, would be stored in the cellar. Once the villa was reinforced, she would begin to reinforce the greenhouse. This was a sealed glass house, so insect eggs hadn't gotten in yet. Fresh vegetables and medicinal plants were grown inside, and if the greenhouse collapsed, the damage would be devastating. Some players used outdoor water storage systems, but now they were filled with insect eggs and were completely unusable. Fortunately, Yunluo had a large water supply stored in buckets, so there was no need to worry about contamination. They'd be able to get through this autumn without any problems. Then, Yunluo and Robao went to harvest all the mature crops in the fields. As for the unripe areas, they quickly built a temporary roof with canvas and wooden planks, and covered them with a layer of fine red blood spider silk to keep the insects out. 10 sonic insect repellent devices were built and placed in the fields, farms, and the area around the villa. This ensured that most insects wouldn't swarm these areas. Once the worker spiders were grown, she wouldn't have to do all the work herself. There was no way around it yet. The worker spiders were still in the incubation stage, and would probably be ready for another 3 to 5 days. Yunluo had no choice but to make her own fuel traps and set up defenses. She spent a day setting up the defenses, and another half making various tools. Then she began training the spiders in the spider house. She would use these spiders to deal with the insects. The red blood spider and the golden shell spider had all grown up, with some remaining worker spiders. Yunluo handed the task of training them to Yun Tun. Yun Tun had fought alongside Yunluo in many battles, and with his abilities, he was more than capable of training these spiders. Leave the training to Yun Tun, and he could rest assured. That evening, Yunluo contacted Yang Mian. She wanted to craft some new weapons. What kind of weapons do you want? Yang Mian hadn't received the materials Yunluo had sent him, so he didn't know what kind of weapons she wanted. I plan to coat my melee weapons with a potent insecticide. It would be best if I could also make some bombs that could fire the insecticide, emitting insecticide smoke when burned. I'm afraid I can't do this alone. I need some chemicals and fuel. I told Siqi to have her research team assist you, and we need to contact players in other districts. The entire district is currently facing the challenge of dealing with the Zerg swarm, and discussions are ongoing on the forums. Yunluo plans to contact organizations in other districts for cooperation. In the face of such a devastating disaster, they don't need to fight alone. Since the system has allowed them to merge, they must take advantage of this advantage. Now, through the trading center and forums, they can connect with organizations in other districts. Yunluohe wants to seek trade or alliances, and also share Zerg's swarm weaknesses and effective defenses. She's very efficient, and with the assistance of the Tianji Pavilion, the leaders of organizations in each district have become members of the Tianji Pavilion. That evening, Yunluohe and Mu Zitong purchased anti-radiation potions and antidotes from the Regeneration Association. They also bought blueprints for fortifications and sonic weapons from the Mechanics Union. Mu Zitong also contacted the president of the Arc Chamber of Commerce and gave him several communicators for communication. Yunluohe arranged for Ziqi's research team to collaborate with the Regeneration Association on a drug to combat the insect swarm. Although the insect repellent hadn't yielded any results yet, their collaborative efforts had resulted in an upgrade to the radiation-resistant drug. On the morning of the 15th day, after 2 days, the first larvae, nourished by the radioactive fog, continuously devoured various organisms for nutrients, completing their development at an astonishing rate, even devouring each other. They grew rapidly and became enormous in size. The insect plague had truly arrived. Countless flying insects with hard shells, of all kinds, including giant radiant moths, poisonous locusts, and cockroaches wielding long scythes, all gathered together. Above each player's reef, there would be huge black clouds. These black clouds were filled with insects. If the flowers with insect eggs weren't cleared early on, the clouds would be even more numerous. If they were cleared early on, there would only be 1 or 2 clouds. Overcrowded clouds would obscure the sky. Their wings frantically vibrated, and the buzzing sound they made might sound insignificant individually, but when combined, it became a deafening sound wave, enough to cause a person's sanity to plummet continuously. Excessive exposure could lead to mental breakdown. Like the radioactive fog, these clouds devoured all living things. Wherever they passed, vegetation was gnawed away, even the bark was stripped away, and the food was completely consumed. Players who witnessed this scene from inside their houses would not dare to leave, fearing that if they did, the clouds would treat them as food and devour them to the very bone. If a barn or chicken coop isn't properly protected and a hole is gnawed through, once bugs get inside, all the animals will suffer. Many players' reefs are filled with the cries of animals. These are just the bugs flying in the air. The bugs on the ground are also rapidly developing. Once the centipedes, scorpions, and other reptiles reach adulthood, the situation will be even more terrifying. Chapter 177. This was the most terrifying Doomsday game ever. A cloud of insects, covering the sky and the sun, descended, leaving no blade of grass in its path. On the ground, reptiles swarmed, like a black torrent capable of devouring everything. A chilling gnawing sound emanated. Stone, metal, wood, nothing could stop them. Instead, they became their food. Some insects even burrowed into the ground, leaving behind a trail of radioactive mucus. This mucus not only polluted the environment, but also affected the players' morale. But it wasn't impossible to deal with. After the initial chaos, players in each zone worked tirelessly to upgrade their defenses. The major organizations in Zone 2, led by the Mutual Aid Association, led the players in an early campaign to protect the reef. This time, the European Emperor Association wasn't solely concerned with its own survival. They brought out a wealth of advanced equipment. With their deep pockets, they had long ago constructed a massive wall of metal plates and concrete, sprayed it liberally with expensive insect repellent, and erected numerous defenses. The results were remarkable, quickly keeping small insect swarms at bay. However, this defensive measure was resource-intensive, costing ordinary players no money at all. Most players exhausted their previously stored supplies to barely make it. In collaboration with the District 3 Regeneration Association, Ziqi's research team, leveraging their medical expertise, developed a paralysis spray and insecticide bomb specifically for insect swarms, effectively destroying smaller ones. Linchi also developed a specific sound wave that attracted insect swarms. By presetting numerous traps, they could eliminate them in a concentrated manner. However, this method only addressed the symptoms, not the root cause. A vast swarm of insects couldn't be completely eliminated by a few traps. Even with the concerted efforts of the entire district, many players lacked organization and resources, leaving them helpless in the face of the sudden insect swarm. For players on low-level reefs, their houses were as defenseless as paper. On the 15th day of autumn, the elimination rate for all players in the district was the highest ever. However, compared to other districts, District 2 had the lowest elimination rate. On the morning of the 16th day, Vivilla returned to Yunluo's reef. This time, Vivilla did not look happy. The arrival of the insect swarm deeply troubled her, an insect lover. She loved insects, but she did not want tens of thousands of pests and poisonous insects to devastate the ecosystem. In the past 2 days, every reef she visited had been ravaged by insects. Vivilla's usual composure was gone, replaced by a deep worry. As she spoke, her tone was filled with sorrow. Vivira, I have to do something. I can't let the situation get any worse. Yunluo had thought Vivira was here to buy or sell supplies again, but it wasn't. Without the familiar options, she could only watch Vivira mutter to herself, lamenting the passing of autumn. She waited for a moment until Vivira finally finished her line. Vivilla, you protected your reef well. It seems you have the power to save us all. This gift is for you. Receive Vivira's gift. A recipe for powerful insecticide spray. After giving the gift, Vivira left. Yunluo had checked the chat channel. Vivira had visited not only her reef, but also many other players' reefs. For those reefs at higher levels with less damage, she would give them insecticide spray or insect repellent formulas. If it was a reef that had suffered heavy losses, her gift would be the recipe for a herbal ointment that increases sand value. Yunluo didn't need to make a large quantity of insecticide spray. She simply gave the recipe to the Mutual Aid Association and asked them to do it. The association had someone in charge of this task, someone dedicated to making insecticide spray, capable of producing hundreds of bottles a day. Association members could then trade other supplies for the spray. This way, everyone could get the supplies they needed, and the player wouldn't be unable to level up because they didn't have time to acquire upgrade materials. After Vivilla left, Yunluo entered the spider house. For the past few days, Yuntun had been diligently training the spiderlings. The worker spiders had already mastered various skills, and today they were finally able to go out and work. Yunluo called them the Spider Army. This was her carefully cultivated trump card. Yunluo had already placed hundreds of spiders into the newly crafted Spider Mother ring, with Yuntun standing on her shoulders. Yunluo whispered, Wonton, are you ready? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Hee hee, just wait and see. I won't let you down. At that moment, Yunluo unleashed all the spiders. The scene was quite spectacular. Hundreds of spiders stood in formation, lying on the ground, awaiting Yunluo's orders. On the outskirts of the reef, countless insects had finally swarmed beneath Yunluo's recently constructed protective wall. With a terrifying rustling sound, the insects attempted to destroy the entire wall. Wonton, it's up to you, Yunluo said in a deep voice. Hiss. Wonton let out a short cry, issuing a precise command to the other spiders. Under Wonton's leadership, each spider species had a different role. The worker spiders were primarily bred into weaver nurse spiders and scavenger corrosive spiders. The red blood spiders were multi-purpose spiders, primarily offensive, trained to master various offensive tactics. The golden shell spiders focused on defense, forming an armored squad. Leading the charge was a team of red blood spiders, whose venom glands had been enhanced. Like snipers, they could control their venom, delivering long range and strong penetration. Their primary targets were the particularly large insects in the insect swarm, such as giant radiated centipedes and armored cockroaches. These insects were highly damaging and relatively easy to aim, making them typically single-shot kills. The silk they sprayed was also highly corrosive, quickly dissolving the carapaces of small and medium-sized insects. The venom glands on the red blood spider's abdomen suddenly contracted, releasing streams of deep purple venom at extremely high speeds, precisely targeting their targets. With a whirring sound, a small hole was instantly corroded through the giant insect's hard carapace. Most of the giant insects were centipedes and cockroaches. When their massive bodies collapsed, they also brought harm to the smaller insects around them. The giant insects knocked over a swarm of surrounding insects, causing a sharp cry and disrupting the swarm. After dealing with the giant insects first, they set their sights on the large, flying locusts. A continuous stream of venom sprayed out like stingers, piercing the locusts. As they fell, they were immediately overwhelmed by the swarm of insects, devouring them without distinguishing friend from foe. These insects were completely indifferent to food, devouring anything that came within their reach. So Yunluo also threw some rotten wood, which was highly toxic, for them to eat, which also had a very good effect. Next, it was the worker spider's turn. 30 amber spider eggs evolved into 10 weaver spiders and 10 scavenger spiders. Of the remaining 10, 2 failed to hatch, and the remaining 8 consisted of 6 gem mining spiders and 2 armored patrol spiders. The weaver spider's role wasn't just to spin silk and weave webs. Under Wonton's command, They worked together like the most sophisticated weavers, rapidly weaving more webs in the cracks and damaged areas of the building. These webs were highly sticky and resilient, offering some resistance to the acidic corrosion of the radiozoans. They could repair structures and prevent the insects from entering. The most developed weaver spiders were pear and watermelon. The silk they spun was thick and long, while the others were less so. The insects gnawed furiously, spewing mucus that corroded the buildings, putting the chicken coop and barn in imminent danger. The animals inside sensed the danger and cried out, further irritating the insects. The sturdy walls began to fray, the roof planks gnawed through, and a swarm of insects seemed poised to burst in. Pear, watermelon! Block that place. Wonton could telepathically communicate her commands to the worker spiders. The queen's commanding presence quickly compelled all spiders to obey. Two relatively slender, yet incredibly agile, weaver spiders scurried toward the damaged area. Pear spurted forth a stream of crystal clear, resilient, silver-white silk. Watermelon wove, weaving its silk together, layer upon layer, quickly sealing the hole, patching the damaged area and preventing insects from entering. The remaining weaver spiders then covered the damaged area with several layers of even finer, more sticky web. These patches acted like fly traps, not only sealing the gaps but also trapping any incoming insects. However, a large number of insects still managed to break through the defenses, especially the smaller and more swift termites, aphids, and lice. They could squeeze through even the smallest cracks. So, Donghua, led by the scavenger corrosive spiders, was dispatched. I had assumed the scavenger corrosive spiders were only useful for clearing out debris and dissolving corrosive materials, but when dealing with insects, they revealed surprising abilities. They were sleek and relatively slow-moving, yet they could spray a wide range of highly corrosive mucus, like a high-pressure water cannon, directly targeting the insect swarm. Wherever they passed, both living and dead insects sizzled and turned to pus, or even melted, transforming into fertilizing water that directly nourished the soil. As expected of scavengers, they not only efficiently cleaned but also decomposed waste. The accumulated insect carcasses were broken down and liquefied by this powerful cleaning agent, transforming into pools of dark brown liquid. Although extremely smelly, it effectively cleaned up the pollution source and the pile of insect carcasses. No further radiation contamination would occur. The gem-mine spiders were of little use, so Yunluoha kept them in the spider house to prevent them from escaping and dying, waiting for an opportunity to use them again. There were only 2 shield patrol spiders, patrolling the waters near the reefs. They could sound an early warning if an insect swarm approached. As for the golden shell spiders, they were relatively small, but their carapaces were extremely hard, so they were simply assigned to protect the red blood spiders. After all, the red blood spiders were the main combat force, but they had little defense. If approached by insects, they could easily be eaten. With protection, they could slaughter the insect swarm with confidence. Just then, a black mass of locusts swooped down. Mahua, potato chips. Stop them. Wonton gave another order, calling out to the golden-shelled spiders. The golden-shelled spiders, already on standby, immediately formed a small square formation, positioning themselves to protect the red-blooded spiders. They were not afraid of the locust's bites, and their extremely sharp claws could handle them. With a mere snapping sound, they slashed through countless locusts. Under Wonton's precise command, they were deployed to various locations on the reef. The insect swarms attacked wave after wave, but Yunluoha's spider army not only didn't slack off and retreat, but fought even harder. What surprised Yunluoha even more was that the insect tide was a feast for her spider army. The endless stream of insects was the spider's best food. The red blood spider's venom is highly effective in killing prey. The scavenger corrosive spider's mucus can disintegrate insect carcasses, and the Nani spider can also prey on small flying insects. Under the command of Yunluoha and Yunton, the spiders fought and feasted frantically. Once a wave of insects had been dealt with, the spider's revelry began. The red blood spider gleefully used its chelicerae to drag back the corpse of the giant insect it had poisoned. After disintegrating the insect swarm with its mucus, the scavenger corrosive spider slowly crawled to the puddle of pus and sucked it up with its mouthparts, as if enjoying a delicious broth. The weaver Nani spider surrounded the small flying insects stuck in its web, devouring them bite by bite. The golden shell spider was more aggressive, using its chelicerae to dismember the beetle and immediately embarking on a feast, chewing loudly and consuming the delicious food. As the spiders devoured the insect flesh, their transformation became visible to the naked eye. The crimson blood spider's carapace gleamed metallically, a layer of golden lines emerging. Their venom glands were also more developed, giving them a longer range and greater power. The scavenger corrosive spider's body expanded, its abdomen bulging like a small green ball. The mucus it sprayed was more corrosive, and had a wider range. The weaver Nani spider's silk was even tougher, and the golden shell spider's carapace grew thicker, significantly strengthening its defense. Wonton also didn't forget the gem miner spiders hiding in the spider house, and brought them some insects for them to enjoy. In just 2 days of intense fighting and feeding, many worker spiders had increased their levels by 2. The maturity period, which used to take weeks, was greatly shortened after consuming large amounts of insects. After observing the changes in the spider army, Yunluohe had an idea. This idea excited her greatly. According to the spider breeding manual, spiders can reproduce when they reach a certain level. The same was true for Yunsen, but Yunsen was a mutant wolf spider, so breeding was extremely difficult, requiring him to reach level 8. These spiders didn't require that. They could start breeding as soon as they reached level 3 or 4. She had already witnessed the power of her spider army over the past 2 days. If she could breed more spiders, she wouldn't have to fear the insect swarm at all. She could even sell some to other players to fight the insect plague. Yunluohe thought for a moment and recorded the scene of her spider army fighting the insect swarm, then captured a portion and posted it directly on the forum. Although this would reveal her large spider inventory, she didn't reveal the full capabilities of her worker spiders, only posting a few images of the red blood spiders in action. Once this post is posted, it will undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the entire zone. Even a fool can see that spiders are the ultimate killer of the insect plague. And if these spiders are cultivated well, they can do so much more. She can use this opportunity to sell spiders in exchange for a large amount of upgrade materials from high-level players in various zones. She's currently still quite short of upgrade materials. If successful, not only will she be able to quickly level up herself, but she also be able to stockpile a large amount of high-level materials. Selling spiders will also help some players fight the insect plague. If the subsequent insect swarm is under control, she can focus on other things. As expected, within a minute of posting, the entire zone was in an uproar. Amazing! Spiders are absolute bug killers. If I known, I would have gotten some spider eggs and raised them. Now, right now! I want to buy spiders. Yunluohe, get them on the shelves. Where did all those spiders come from? Is it too late to go to Spider Island and catch them now? Spider Island is extremely dangerous, and it's a spring-only island, so we can't go there. There's a way. You can use a high-level designated island entry pass, but going to Spider Island now is a gamble. I'm afraid I'd be torn apart by bugs before I bring back the spiders. Yunluohe must have posted this to sell spiders. I guess they're going to be auctioned at a high price, so only high-level players can afford them. Several people in the management trainee group have several red blood spiders, which played a huge role in fighting the insect swarm. The same goes for Mu Zitong. Without these spiders, he wouldn't be able to guarantee his parents' safety. He also wants to get more spiders to protect the reef. Seeing Yunluohe's post, he immediately guessed she had a way to get more spiders. So he quickly called Yunluohe via the communicator. Sister Yun, are you selling spiders? It's not a large quantity. If not, we can keep them internally. We're sure everyone can afford whatever supplies we need. Yunluohe said calmly, yes, we are. We're selling them to other districts to make a profit. If we're keeping them internally, you can breed them yourself, but it'd be slower. Mu Zitong's eyes lit up. Breed them yourself? Can spiders give birth to baby spiders? As long as they're at a high enough level, Yunluohe explained simply. The red blood spiders you have will almost reach breeding stage in 2 days. I give you some tips to ensure their survival rate. Mu Zitong breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help but ask, what about the spiders we're selling to other districts? How many do you plan to sell them for? And how do you calculate the price? It depends on the species. Yunluohe looked at the spiders in the spider house that had already undergone metamorphosis. Most of the spiders had not only surged in level, but also grown in size, their bellies bulging as they rested contentedly after a full meal. Most importantly, several spiders had noticeably bulged their abdomens. Thanks to the watermelon and winter melon they eaten the most. It looked like they entered their breeding season. Yunluohe's lips curled up. The red blood spiders are for attack, the golden shell spiders for defense, and the weaver spiders and scavengers. They're not for sale for now. I need to reconsider the pricing. The worker spiders were Yunluohe's trump card. There was no need to sell them. Just after hanging up Mu Zitong's call, several intercoms started ringing simultaneously. The heads of the District 3 Regeneration Association and the Arc Chamber of Commerce in District 1. Yunluohe had previously given them conch intercoms to keep in touch, And now they were all trying to contact her to place orders for spiders. But spider breeding still takes time. At the earliest, it would take a day. Yun Luoha was still debating whether to sell the spider eggs first, or wait until the eggs were successfully bred and trained before selling them. But that would take even longer. Yun Luoha instructed Yun Tun, "These spiders are about to give birth, and we need your help." Yun Tun, "Yes, I know what to do." Yun Luoha took out the spider breeding crystal. The spider breeding crystal nurtures spiderlings, controls the spider swarm, and issues commands. She used it to control the spider swarm, directing the spider's actions alongside Yun Tun, and now she can also use the spider breeding crystal to help the spiders reproduce. Now that Yun Tun has acquired the Queen's Pressure ability, she also possesses the abilities of a spider mother. It emits a unique spider pheromone, stimulating spiders that have reached a certain level to enter the breeding period quickly, and also soothing them. Chapter 178. Thanks to the high-protein, nutritious meal provided by the insect swarm, the spiders' physiques were greatly strengthened. Wonton used the Queen's Pressure, enveloping the pregnant spiders with an invisible, majestic aura. Yun Luoha also produced the spider breeding crystal. The crystal emitted a soft blue light, gently stimulating the mother spider's reproductive instincts. Under the dual catalysis of Wonton's pressure and the spider breeding crystal, Shigua, Donghua, and several other qualified red blood spiders and golden shell spiders began laying eggs almost simultaneously. The crystal clear, mucus-coated eggs quickly emerged from their stomachs. Wonton alone laid over 20 eggs in a single batch. Wonton, not to be outdone, laid over a dozen eggs with a distinctive green sheen. The worker spider's egg-laying efficiency exceeded the standards specified in the spider breeding guide. Furthermore, with the assistance of Wonton, the mother spider, the first batch of over 40 spider eggs was laid in just half a day. At this rate, there would be at least 100 spider eggs every day for the next few days. Yun Luoha carefully collected the spider eggs and then used crystals to upgrade the spider house. He built a new incubator and installed some temperature and humidity control devices made from repurposed egg incubators. He placed the spider eggs inside and carefully cared for them. After the upgrade, the spider house expanded several times in size and was divided into sections, with dedicated areas for hatching, nurturing, and training. When the spiderlings grew up, they were separated by species. Each species of spider had a different spider house. Over the next 2 days, Yun Luoha's reef became an efficient spider breeding and processing center. Wonton commanded the battle spiders to hunt the insect swarms, while the scavenger corrosive spiders cleaned the battlefield and decomposed some of the insect carcasses to provide nutrients for the spiders, ensuring they were well fed. The weaver nurse spiders and scavenger corrosive spiders were also tasked with clearing debris from the reef and repairing it. A steady supply of insect flesh and nutrients was brought back, prioritized for the spiders preparing to give birth and raising their young. The spiders' frenzied feeding naturally enabled them to reproduce efficiently. The newly laid eggs, nourished by sufficient nutrition and Wonton's spiritual stimulant, hatched at a much faster rate. The first batch of eggs began to hatch after just 1 day and 1 night. Densely packed, rice-sized spiderlings emerged from the eggs. Yun Luoha planned to sell some of these spiders and raise the rest until they were fully grown and ready to fight. Once they had their fill of insects, they would continue breeding. To lower the barrier to entry for spider owners, Yun Luoha developed a feeding plan that required buyers to feed the newly hatched spiders with specific food. For example, feeding the red blood spiders giant insects containing toxins, and the golden shell spiders shell fragments can stimulate their growth and help them accept their new owners more quickly. This way, the spiders will obey simple instructions given by the players who purchase them. After a while, they will be able to work according to the player's wishes. After everything was ready, Yun Luoha posted a new, extremely concise trading post on the forum. He clearly listed the abilities and prices of all the spiders, and set the auction time for the sale at 8 p.m. tonight. Quantities are limited, so they sell out while supplies last. In the auction mode, upgrade materials will be traded first. Within 10 minutes, the highest bidder will win the bid. Tonight, there are 3 sets of spiders up for auction, each with 10 spiders. New ones are added daily, but the sooner you get them, the sooner you can use them. The trading post quickly flooded the Doomsday Game's entire chat channel. Players from all regions flooded the post with comments. Can you skip the auction? I just buy them. Red blood spiders and golden shell spiders, as many as you can get. The price is negotiable. I have both rare materials and high-end supplies. If you're selling them, why not just list the price? Why hold an auction? You're just profiting from the disaster. What are you being so sarcastic about? If you have the guts, go sell spiders too. You can tell me it's a loss, but there are plenty of buyers anyway. You'd be happy if Yunluoha stopped selling them, right? Is there no one else besides Yunluoha who can offer spiders? Cheaper ones? My reef's almost been eaten up, and I'm really out of high-end materials. Where does Yunluoha get all those spiders? Is there something wrong? The others' doubts and praise had no effect on Yunluoha. By the time the star wishing tree matured, Yunluoha had gathered enough materials for the upgrade. She had also raised the reef's rating to 1,000. She prioritized upgrading the reef, then offered sufficient sacrifices and made a wish for health. The fruit of the star wishing tree blossomed with a dazzling light. The sacrifices were completely absorbed, vanishing into thin air. The wish was granted. Health wish. Increase the health of the reef's flora and fauna by 80%, significantly reducing disease. Star wishing tree cooldown period, 15 days. Renewing a wish requires a 15-day wait. After the system notification, the reef seemed unchanged. But Yunluoha keenly sensed that something was different. She walked around, observing carefully. She soon noticed that the surviving plants and trees were glowing with aura, shrouded in light. The radioactive green mist no longer approached them. The animals had also become quieter. Having suffered from the insect infestation for days, their condition had been poor, but now they were perky and began to eat their food. As for the spiders in the spider house, they were also full of energy, as if ready for another big fight. Yunluoha was relieved. Her hard work had finally paid off. With less than 2 weeks left in autumn, with the star wishing tree and the spider army protecting her reef would likely be safe from further problems. The next step was to rapidly expand and upgrade the reef. Wait for winter to arrive. At this point, the reef upgrade countdown was still 25 hours. At the same time, the management trainee group and others in the Mutual Aid Association began experimenting with small-scale spider breeding. Although their scale, efficiency, and spider quality were far inferior to Yunluoha's, they still managed to obtain some spider eggs. These spider eggs were not circulated outside the area, but were circulated within District 2. As a result, players in District 2 had the highest survival rate during this insect swarm. Organizations in other districts purchased spiders at all costs, but without the means to breed them, most of them failed, unless they spent a large sum to purchase the complete spider breeding guide from the TNG Pavilion. Within the countdown to the upgrade, the insect infestation on Yunluoha's reef was under control. She simply lent her spider army to friends, letting them use it to combat the infestation and return it when they were done. This method can only be used with trusted individuals, such as Mu Zitong, Cheng Xuening, and Yu Qingjin. Yunluoha was the first to lend his armies to Cheng Xuening. The insect infestation on her reef was particularly severe, and she was alone on her reef. Her strength was uneven, making it more difficult for her to handle the insect swarm than for others. 3 spider teams were dispatched. The first, the powerful red blood spiders, headed to Cheng Xuening's reef and began their killing spree. When they had nearly finished, a team of 50 weaver and Nani spiders, led by Shigua, arrived. They were truly diligent worker spiders, and they worked furiously from the moment they arrived. They spun countless silvery white silk threads, quickly repairing the debris on the reef and reinforcing the damaged walls and roof. The huge hole was covered with layers of dense spider webs, keeping the surging insect swarm out. The next cleanup team, composed of scavenger and corrosive spiders, arrived. 30 scavenger corrosive spiders formed a cleaning brigade, corroding and dissolving the numerous insect corpses. These 3 spider teams went to Cheng Xuening and Mu Zitong's locations, each taking half a day to quickly resolve the situation. Afterwards, Yunluoha contacted Yu Qingjin, offering to lend him his spider team the next day. But Yu Qingjin seemed to have already dealt with the insect infestation and only needed the Nani spiders and corrosive spiders to help clean up the mess. Mu Zitong, Sister Yun, thank you so much. The insect mountain outside my house is finally gone. Even if I killed all the insects, the sight of their corpses would still cause my sanity to drop, and my parents were practically dying from the stink of all the dead bugs. Now it's finally resolved. Cheng Xuening, Luoha, thanks to you this time. Your spider workers are truly amazing. I'm thinking of raising a few more. I used to be a bit afraid of these crawling insects, but now I find them adorable. Originally, Yunluoha had intended to lend them out for free, but when they returned them, they gave her a large amount of extra supplies, including a large number of high-quality ingredients and food materials. Since Yunluoha had no shortage of ordinary ingredients, they found ways to acquire a variety of rare ingredients and spices. It just so happened that Yunluoha was collecting seasonings. Her seasoning bottle quest required her to obtain 10 high-quality seasonings to create dishes and unlock the seasoning bottle. She immediately took inventory. Chung Xuening gave her snow pepper powder, a ground variant of a chili pepper. It has a special spicy energy that quickly activates taste buds, dispels chilliness, and boosts spirits. And there was emerald vine pepper, a green pepper grown on a mutant vine. It exudes a rich, refreshing fragrance and a numbing aroma. When crushed, it exudes a fragrant numbing aroma and imparts a unique flavor to food. Both of these spices were obtained by Chung Xuening upon landing on the island. Mu Zitong found her obsidian salt crystals. This is a type of black mineral sea salt. It has a unique mineral flavor that can enhance the natural flavors of ingredients. Long-term consumption can also increase strength. Also, there's purple cinnamon oil, which exudes a warm and spicy aroma and is an excellent sweetener and spice, perfect for baking beverages. Yu Qinjin found 2 even rarer spices. For example, dragon's blood resin. The concentrated resin of the dragon's blood tree is deep red and has a thick, viscous texture. It has an extremely complex flavor, blending smoky, fruity notes with a hint of exotic fruit. It's a top-tier flavoring and seasoning. Foods made with it can maximize the player's traits and amplify their potential. Yun Luohe had previously obtained the recipe for mutant resin, but this dragon's blood resin is naturally formed. You might not find a single piece of dragon's blood resin even among dozens of dragon's blood trees. Yu Qinjin only has 1. But even so, a single piece of resin can be ground into over a dozen grams of seasoning. In addition to dragon's blood resin, there's also a special black truffle. Its aroma is complex and extremely rich, smelling like a blend of nuts and chocolate. Its unique fragrance and active ingredients play a significant role in regulating metabolism and nerves. So, using it to make food can significantly increase sanity and stamina. Of the 6 seasonings, 5 meet the requirements for unlocking the seasoning bottle. To determine if a seasoning is required for a quest, simply try placing it into the seasoning bottle. If it does, you succeeded. After trying, only the emerald peppercorn didn't meet the requirements. The quest requires a high-grade seasoning, and it seems that while the emerald peppercorn is rare, its quality is still a bit off. However, obtaining 5 high-end seasonings at once, snow pepper powder, obsidian salt crystals, purple oil cinnamon, dragon's blood resin, and black truffle, is quite impressive. Yun Luohe learned that these seasonings all came from various islands. While Mu Zitong had obtained the seasonings from players in other zones, they also came from the islands. Thus, Yun Luohe's next goal was to lead the spider army to the various islands of Autumn. According to current intelligence, the Autumn Islands are rich in rare herbs, highly toxic insects, and a variety of wild fruits and vegetables. Now that all the bugs on the reef have been eaten, breeding spiders will require a large number of bugs to feed them. Now that the bugs are gone, we can take our spider army elsewhere for a feast. Yun Luohe requested information from the Four Seasons main island atlas, Autumn volume from the Tianji Pavilion. Autumn Islands. Limited main island, 50% landing probability rich in resources, high risk. Maple Island, Ancient Tree Island. Limited resource island, 32% single resource, medium risk. Insect Nest Island, Chestnut Island, Poison Ivy Island, Mushroom Island, Golden Fruit Island, Hawthorn Island, Wild Goose Island, Ginkgo Island. For Seasons Island, 15% rich and diverse resources, holding various opportunities, but extremely high risk, Spider Island, Bat Island, Volcano Island, Mechanical Island. Unknown Deserted Island, 3% very few resources, but may contain hidden blueprints. Yun Luohe requested information on various islands again. She had visited all the main Autumn Islands. This time, I just used the random island landing card. It doesn't matter where I go, there's no need to waste a designated island landing card. However, before going, I still need to thoroughly research the information on each island to avoid last-minute cramming. A quick look ahead will allow me to be fully prepared. But with so many islands, there's a lot of information. Yun Luohe has to review it while preparing the ingredients for today's cooking. The cooking competition has been going on for a few days. Besides completing the daily cooking tasks, she also has to create dishes specifically for the menu. The menu was sent a long time ago. It has a total of 50 dishes. All she needs to do is prepare 10 of the 50 dishes and submit them within 7 days. The more she completes, the higher her score. Of course, Yun Luohe wants to complete as many as possible. After all, now that she has the help of the worker spiders, she has more time. Her own creative dish was a Provençal venison stew. As for the dishes on the menu, Yunluoha also chose venison, spicy venison stew. This would save her trouble, as she could prepare the venison all at once. Yunluoha cut half the cleaned venison into large chunks, and blanched them in a clay pot. She also added some bay leaves and ginger slices to remove the fishy smell. Oh right. Yunluoha thought of the freshly brewed wine from the winery, and hurried to get it, planning to add it to the dish later to remove the fishy smell and enhance the flavor. While waiting, she read the island introduction. The boiling water simmered, foaming with blood, but the bay leaves and ginger slices suppressed the meaty flavor. Yunluoha skimmed off the foam. When it was almost done, Yunluoha took out a flat cast iron pan and prepared to fry the spices before searing the venison. Add some homemade corn oil, and you soon smell a fragrant aroma, accompanied by a sizzling sound. Then add the rock sugar and spices. Bao arrives at the scent. With Spider dealing with insects these days, it's had a lot of free time, just collecting shells. Though it doesn't do any physical work, it still jumps over when it sees something delicious. Meow. Leave some for me too. Yunluoha said with a smile, okay, I'm going out tomorrow, so I have to trouble you to look after the house again. Meow. Although Bao was used to it, he still looked at her with a sullen expression. Don't worry, I saved some for you from tonight's food. The venison in the other clay pot was already blanched. Yunluoha removed the meat, drained it, and tossed it in the freshly sautéed spices. The fat coated the spices, forming a bright red crust on the meat. Yunluoha nodded. It looked delicious. Now it just needed to be stewed until it was flavorful. After reviewing the island information, the dishes were ready. Yunluoha submitted both dishes to the Culinary Master's system for evaluation. Cooking Master's daily mission completed. Submitted dish. Provençal venison stew. System evaluation in progress. Cooking Master's advanced dish completed. Submitted dish. Spicy venison stew. Players were randomly selected for tasting. Waiting. Chapter 179. Una is a level 8 reef player. Her primary skill is gathering, with cooking as her secondary skill. As a new player in the second wave of players to join the game, she has been working very hard since entering. Fortunately, she has good luck and strength, especially her word spirit trait, which is combined with her gathering skill, is incredible. Every day, she can randomly choose a word to form a phrase, and her fortune for the day will be the same as that word. Now, Una has become a leader among the new players, and has gained a certain reputation in District 8. She has also signed up for this cooking competition. Later, she saw that she could become a judge and taste other players' creations for free, so she signed up as well. However, the dishes she tasted were from players in other districts. She didn't know who prepared the food. According to the system requirements, after tasting the dishes, she had to give a 100-word honest review, commenting on the appearance, aroma, taste, and effect. The system will assign a score based on the player's comments. Una has already tasted the dishes twice. Honestly, while the food tasted good, it didn't exactly wow her. It wasn't much better than her own cooking. Hence, her previous reviews were mediocre. She had just finished dinner today, and thought she might not be drawn. Then the system notification chimed. Hello, you have a new cooking contest dish to try. The dish will be delivered in 1 minute. Ouch. I just finished dinner. What a coincidence. Una muttered, hoping for something a little more delicious, something that wouldn't fill me up too much. Ideally, a few desserts or light meals from the menu would be the best. The screen flickered twice, revealing the name of a hearty dish. Spicy braised venison. TSK, the ingredients are good, but a large piece of venison is too filling. Una sighed before even seeing the food. She wasn't one of those players who struggled with food and drink. On the contrary, she had no worries about food and ate her fill every day. The system usually chose people like her when selecting judges. After all, when people are hungry, their food reviews are inevitably less objective. Una thought, guess I can only eat a little and comment on it. As the light from the screen faded, a burst of fragrance filled her nostrils. The rich aroma of meat, mixed with the scent of chili oil. Una's sigh was still lingering on her lips, when the aroma overwhelmingly rushed into her nostrils. It made her mouth salivate. The spicy aroma was so alluring. Even though she was already full, the mere smell of it whetted her appetite. This smells so good. What's in that? Una's eyes widened as she stared at the bowl of spicy venison stew that had been brought to her. The broth was glistening, and the venison chunks were evenly sized, their surface glistening with oil. It was generously peppered with chilies, and garnished with a few chopped spices. It looked quite good, too. Una had forgotten what she said before. At that moment, her appetite was flailing, and she just wanted to pick up her chopsticks and dig in. She carefully picked up a piece of venison. The meat was perfectly stewed, and a gentle flick of her chopsticks softened it. She placed it in her mouth. So soft. So tender. Delicious. So delicious. Her hands and mouth couldn't stop. With barely a flick of her teeth, the venison melted on her tongue. The flavor practically exploded in her mouth, tender and juicy, followed by a spicy kick that instantly ignited her taste buds. Additional spices were added to enhance the meat's natural flavor. It was so fragrant. The more she ate, the more she wanted. She simply couldn't stop. One piece too. Completely forgetting her previous declaration of fullness. Every bite was a supreme indulgence, each one bringing both physical and mental satisfaction. Before she knew it, she had devoured the entire plate of venison. The final flavor lingered on her tongue and in her nose, leaving a lasting aftertaste. Spicy, fresh, fragrant, sweet, and smooth. It was perfect. The fatigue from a hard day's work instantly vanished, replaced by a slow surge of strength. My sanity level instantly recharged, and my stamina points increased by 10 points per minute for 5 minutes. The effect was quite good, especially because it tasted so delicious. Una leaned back contentedly. Comfortable, she could still work for another 8 hours without a break. Without hesitation, she opened the review interface and scribbled a comment of over 100 words. I really want to know who made this, but unfortunately I have to wait until the Cooking Masters competition is over. Recipes with high scores in the daily cooking tasks will be included in the Cooking Masters competition's premium dishes. But these are just dishes from the system-generated menu. The top 3 dishes will be announced based on their scores. The next day, Yunluoha placed 50 spiders into the spider mother ring, while Wonton and Robao remained on the island. Robao was responsible for collecting shells and handling miscellaneous tasks, while Wonton managed the remaining spiders on the reef and stayed in the spider house, overseeing the hatching and training of the other spiderlings. Yunluoha led the small spider army to the island alone. The members of the spider army she led out included watermelons, winter melons, apples, and pears that had already laid eggs. They had given birth to many babies and had now fully recovered. Welcome to Golden Fruit Island. So it was Golden Fruit Island. Yunluoha immediately recalled the information about this place. Golden Fruit Island's specialties: golden seeds. When planted, they produce high-calorie fruit that maintains full stamina for 2 hours. Resin amber can be used to make a natural preservative, extending the shelf life of food. Resources: the giant nut forest is rich in various nuts. Deep within the island, agarwood trees and dragon blood trees can be found, and high-quality resins for making mutant resins can be found from these 2 trees. The main dangers on the island come from the swamps and wood mazes, as well as the squirrels and macaws that inhabit the woods. According to intelligence, the squirrels will attack players who come to pick nuts, and will also bury golden seeds. To obtain these supplies, you must confront swarms of squirrels. Most of them have been irradiated and are highly aggressive. Some that haven't been irradiated are high-level species and can be captured as pets. Macaws are also high-level pets with special abilities, but they have a particular peculiarity. They have a foul mouth and are known to curse, often with profanity. Macaws have a close relationship with the squirrels. If a player enters the forests of Golden Fruit Island, they will warn the squirrels and help them drive the player away, even stealing their supplies. The S-level intelligence for Golden Fruit Island also contains another piece of information. Deep in the Golden Fruit Forest lies a group of monkeys. Feeding the leader monkey with golden seeds will grant you good luck. Players' luck will have a chance to increase. Golden Fruit Island is fraught with danger, but it's also rich in resources and opportunities, making it a popular destination in autumn. If it weren't for the insect infestation, which kept players away from the island, there would likely be many people arriving daily. Unlike now, when Yunluoha arrived, there were only a few other players on the island besides her. Now that she's on Golden Fruit Island, she must find a way to find the monkeys deep in the forest. Yunluoha will never miss an opportunity to increase her luck. The air on Golden Fruit Island is filled with the sweet aroma of rotting fruit and the pungent smell of earth. Across the beach lies the mangroves, which are swamped with mud. Even beyond the mangroves, a swamp opens into view. In the distance, a forest of mutant beech trees can be seen, blocking out the sun. The shrill squeaking of squirrels and the cacophony of birds can be faintly heard. On the outskirts of the island, a large swarm of irradiated insects, such as giant poisonous flies and armored cockroaches, lurks. Upon noticing Yunluoha's presence, the swarm surged forward like a black tide, making a rustling sound that made one's scalp tingle. They were incredibly fast. Yunluoha, however, was delighted to see them. Babies, it's time to eat. The insects on the reef had been eaten up in the past few days, and the spiders at home were starving. What followed was a one-sided massacre. The red blood spider squad was like a cold-blooded sniper, targeting the large cockroaches with venom, killing dozens with a few puffs, with astonishing efficiency. Great job, watermelon babies! Yunluoha stood not far away, cheering them on. Eat more later. The golden shell spiders were led by Mahua and Potato Chips. The golden shell spiders, led by them, formed a solid defensive line, half blocking Yunluoha's way, the other half protecting the red blood spiders. Their hard shells withstood the bites and impacts of the insect swarm, and their claws slashed, shredding any approaching insects. They were like a fortress, providing the red blood spiders with a perfect environment for attack. Mahua, well done! Yunluoha clapped his hands, praising Mahua's graceful move of severing two large insects with a single swing of her claws. Once they had finished slaying the nearby insects, the scavenger corrosive spiders took action. They sprayed a potent corrosive mucus, decomposing and liquefying the insect carcasses, then collected them to take back. This was their delicious nutrient solution. They were going to take it back to share with their sisters on the reef. Arriving at the edge of the swamp, it was the turn of the Weaver Nani spiders. They swiftly moved between several large beech trees near the swamp's edge. Spewing out vast quantities of spider silk, they continuously wove and reinforced it. Then, several meters above the ground, they constructed a bridge made of spider silk. With this bridge, Yunluoha could walk directly across. The spider silk formed a thick web, wide and thick, layered one upon the other. Yunluoha walked on it with perfect stability. The weaver babies had thoughtfully used anti-slip silk to prevent Yunluoha from falling. Yunluoha showered them with praise, giving the spider babies plenty of emotional value. With the spider's help, the perilous swamp was safely crossed, saving Yunluoha considerable time. Entering the outer forest of Golden Fruit Island, the air felt much fresher. Here, a variety of fruit trees grew. The chestnut trees were covered with thorny green cones. The hawthorn trees were laden with bright red hawthorns, exuding a sweet and sour fragrance. There were also wild persimmon trees, their branches weighed down by the weight of their fruit. These fruit trees were numerous, with a few pomegranate and peach trees interspersed among them. Yunluoha was a little excited. This entire patch of fruit trees was hers. With the spider's help, harvesting all the fruit trees would be a piece of cake. Babies, get to work collecting. Yunluoha commanded. The spiders hissed, and excitedly rushed forward to get to work. Some of them wrapped their silk around the chestnut tree's thorn balls and pulled hard, while others simply used their caliceri to chop down the trunk, sending the chestnuts raining down. The golden shell spiders used their caliceri to open the thorn shells and remove the chestnuts inside. The weaver spider wove a web of silk, wrapping it around a large bunch of hawthorns. Then, it retracted, plucking dozens of them all at once. The same thing happened with other fruits. The spider's swift movements swept through a vast expanse of fruit trees, as if they were accelerating. Swish, swish, swish. All the fruit was plucked clean. Yunluoha was also gathering, but her pace was much slower. After she climbed up the tree, leaping up and down, and plucking all the persimmons from a single tree, she looked back. The surrounding fruit trees were all bare, with only leaves and a few small, unripe fruits. As Yunluoha had instructed, only ripe, attractive, large fruits were needed. Seeing this, Yunluoha couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Awesome, little ones. You're truly the spider army. After finishing the fruit forest, it was time to enter the nut forest. While they were picking fruit, the macaws had already noticed what was happening, and had already informed the squirrels. Before Yunluoha even entered, she heard the cries of the pine trees. She listened carefully, and could make out the squirrels' protests and cries. The trees in the nut forest were tall and dense, and huge hazelnuts gleamed at the tops of the high treetops, their golden quality evident. There were many large ones among the pines. They were about the size of wildcats. They leaped from branch to branch, climbing and descending with astonishing speed. They would attack from all sides, employing guerrilla tactics, one popping out here to harass, another scurrying down there. In short, they were extremely annoying. The squirrel attacks were a minor issue. The most outrageous thing was the macaws actually cursing from their perch. Get out of here, you ugly creatures. Ugly, ugly. A fat, black spider with so many legs, it's hideous. These parrots were brightly colored, large, and sported beautiful crests. The most eye-catching one was a pink parrot. Its entire body was a darker pink, with a lighter pink crest and neck. Its voice was sweet, but its voice was exceptionally loud, and its curses were particularly harsh. Yunluoha recognized it as a pink cockatoo, a rare species known from information about Golden Fruit Island. It was a very difficult parrot, and quite intelligent. The squirrels were numerous and agile, and combined with the parrot's harassment, they were impossible to ignore. If they wanted to pick the nuts, they had to be dealt with first. Chapter 180. Yunluoha looked up at the pink-crested cockatoo that had been cursing the loudest. Noticing Yunluoha was looking at it, it cursed even more fiercely. Its voice was sweet and piercing, yet powerful. Fruit thief! Shameless! What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I peck you to death. Ugly creature! Chirp! Yunluoha crossed his arms and said with a smile, You parrot, your little mouth is quite skillful. I show you how powerful it is later. The parrot wasn't afraid at all, and even mimicked Yunluoha's voice, chirping even more cheerfully. Chirp, let's see who's the boss. Who do you think you are? It cried, and the other parrots followed suit, feeling extremely proud and arrogant. Just as it finished, several shrill screams suddenly rang out from the treetops. It turned out that the watermelons had succeeded. Several of the largest squirrel leaders had been struck by the venom and fell from the tree. Just as the parrots were getting carried away, Yunluoha had already instructed the spiders to quietly move out. The squirrels were already panicking, their attacks becoming chaotic. The spiders on the ground seized the opportunity to climb the trees. The weaver spiders used their silk to weave a web, trapping the squirrels above and below the trees. The golden shell spiders waved their claws, intercepting each squirrel that tried to escape. Though the squirrels were agile, they couldn't find a way through the impenetrable defense, and many fell into the spider webs. The macaw in the tree, seeing the situation was dire, flapped its wings to escape, but its claws were entangled in the silk of the waiting weaver spider. Almost simultaneously, the branch it had been resting on was also broken by the spiders. It lost its footing and immediately lost its balance. It flapped its wings to fly, but the spider silk entangled it and pulled it down, causing it to fall screaming. Chirp, chirp, let me go. Damn it! It tried to peck at the silk with its sharp beak, but the weaver spider silk was incredibly tough, and with its claws bound to it, it would hurt itself if it pecked too hard. The pink cockatoo cursed in frustration. You damned spiders! Ugly! Yunluoha, quick-witted and quick-handed, darted forward and grabbed the parrot's wings before it landed. She smiled and said, with such a chattering mouth, its tongue must be quite nimble. Pull it off, and feed it to the spider. How dare you! You stupid human! Let me go now, or I make you pay. Its wings were still flapping furiously, sending pink feathers flying everywhere. Your mouth stinks. I have to discipline you. Yunluoha pulled out a sharp dagger. At the sight of the dagger, the pink cockatoo froze, its mouth shut in fear, staring at her in terror, its round eyes darting. What's wrong? You don't dare to curse anymore? Yunluoha's dagger grazed its neck. The parrot closed its eyes in fear. Yunluoha chuckled softly, pinched the base of the longest flight feathers on its wings, and cut them off directly. Ah! My feathers! My beautiful feathers! Gone! The pink parrot screamed in agony, and as it watched the falling feathers, tears as big as beans fell. It actually cried. You damned woman! You want to compensate me for my feathers? You human, you have such a vicious mind. Really? Then I should cut your tail feathers too, leaving you a bald chicken. Yunluoha's voice was calm and steady. The pink parrot's curses were instantly cut off. It glanced at the feathers on the ground, and its voice completely withered. It shrank its neck, trembling, and dared not cry again. Now, can you speak properly? Yunluoha stroked the feathers on its head. If you pluck the hair here, you could make several quills. The pink parrot shuddered and chirped in a flattering voice, Chirp. You're a beautiful and kind girl. You would never do this to me, would you? What do you want? I obey. Finfin? Yunluoha laughed. You have a name, right? The pink parrot almost burst into laughter, but held back. Of course I have a name. Finfin suits me so well. It rubbed Yunluoha's hand with its bald wing. Yunluoha hummed. Stay here. Take me to the monkeys deep in the forest. If you find them, I won't cut your hair. If I don't. Yunluoha shook the dagger in his hand. The pink parrot trembled. I know, those monkeys are behind the waterfall. I lead the way. I promise we find them soon. Seeing Pinky get caught, the other parrots hid far away, not daring to come near. Many squirrels were caught in the net, and those that escaped could only watch from afar. Yunluoha didn't kill them all. As long as they didn't cause trouble, she let them be. After all, she had already caught a few squirrels and parrots. Next, she had important things to do. Yunluoha gave the order, and the spiders began gathering nuts. When she had been picking fruit earlier, she had noticed her efficiency was too low, but to gain some experience points in her gathering skill, she joined the spiders. The golden shell spider used its claws to pick the huge nuts one by one, while the weaver spider wove a large web with its silk, neatly storing the nuts inside. The red blood spider also spun silk, wrapped it around the branch, and shook it wildly, shaking all the nuts off the tree. The pink parrot sighed, as they watched them carry off all the nuts. Yunluoha wanted to laugh. "What's wrong? You seem to have a problem?" Finfin raised her wings. "No, I don't have any at all. By the way, I heard you buried a lot of golden seeds." "Finfin, how did you know?" After saying that, she covered her mouth. "Ah! How could I not know?" Yunluoha smiled and lifted her up, waving the dagger in front of her. "Finfin, chirp! I remember now, completely." Finfin's little head spun rapidly, her round eyes filled with the desire to survive. "The golden seeds are under the roots of the old oak tree ahead. There's a hole in the tree. There's a few hidden inside. Then you lead the way. If you try to play tricks, you lose your tail." Finfin nodded vigorously. Soon, he led Yunluoha to an old oak tree so large it took 3 people to hug it. "It's in the hollow of this tree, but it'd take a while to find it." Yunluoha asked the golden spider to investigate, and sure enough, it soon emerged clutching 3 clay pots. Finfin's face turned pale when she saw all 3 pots had been dug out. It had hidden them so deeply, she expected only one to be found. Yunluoha heard it sigh again, and naturally guessed what it was thinking. The pot was ochre in color. Upon opening it, it was filled with golden seeds, shaped like corn kernels, but slightly larger. "Are these golden seeds?" Yunluoha picked up one and weighed it in his hand. It felt heavy. It tastes sweet, but a little hard." The 3 ceramic jars contained over 100 golden seeds, a considerable accumulation. In addition to the golden seeds, they also harvested a large number of macadamia nuts, walnuts, pecans, almonds, hazelnuts, cashews. Yunluoha placed the mountain of nuts in his backpack, surveyed the contents, and nodded with satisfaction. These nuts could not only be eaten, but also used to make various snacks. After gathering the nuts, Yunluoha led the spider army deeper into the forest. And there was this pink parrot. Yunluoha planned to take it back to the reef and sell it for a good price. Despite its foul mouth and harsh words, it was truly beautiful when it closed its mouth. Even more beautiful and adorable than the nightingale we had earlier. It just couldn't open its mouth. It didn't dare speak at the moment, fearing Yunluoha would pluck out all its remaining feathers. Furthermore, its legs were bound in spider silk, making it impossible to escape. So it stayed quietly on Yunluoha's shoulder, a delight to watch. After walking for about half an hour, the faint sound of water crashing against rocks could be heard. Finfin flapped her wings excitedly. "We're almost there. The waterfall is in the canyon ahead. Those monkeys bathe in the pool below it every day, so they must be there now." With the savvy pink parrot leading the way, Yunluoha easily arrived at a waterfall. A massive waterfall, about 10 meters wide, cascaded down from a 100-meter-high cliff. Water splashed against the boulders at the bottom, creating a mist that reflected a rainbow in the sunlight. Just as before, as with the swamp crossing, the weaver spider quickly wove a long rope, allowing Yunluoha to swing directly into the water. Yunluoha first placed the spiders into the spider mother's ring, then strapped the parrot to her body in a bag. The waterfall's water had a powerful impact, and Yunluoha felt immense pressure as she passed through it, but it didn't affect her much. She simply got soaked. She planned to find a place to change clothes when she saw dozens of golden-haired monkeys squatting on the rocks not far from the pool. Some were picking lice from each other, others were chewing wild fruit with relish, and a few playful little monkeys were chasing and playing on the rocks at the edge of the waterfall. Tall trees surrounded the pool, and the air was filled with a strange fragrance. Yunluoha had never seen them before. After some thought, Yunluoha was almost certain they were dragon blood trees or agarwood trees. The agarwood tree's trunk is covered in cracks, emitting a rich fragrance. The dragon blood tree's trunk is dark red, and the resin it exudes is as bright red as blood. The tree before her certainly met these characteristics. "I'm suffocating. Let me out!" Finfin cried from inside the bag. Yunluoha untied the bag and let her out. "That's them." Finfin poked her head out, also soaked. "The leader is that old monkey with the red bottom. Look, its bottom is like a ball of fire." Yunluoha followed its gaze, and saw an old monkey, much larger than the others, sitting on a huge rock in the middle of the pool. Its bottom was indeed as red as a flame. It was combing its shiny golden fur with its paws, its eyes scanning the surroundings warily. It was clearly the leader of the group. The leading monkey noticed her, bared its teeth warily, and let out a low growl. "Don't be afraid, I mean no harm. I brought you something." Yunluohe slowly approached the monkey group, trying to appear gentle and harmless, then held out a few gleaming golden seeds. The old monkey's attention was drawn to the seeds. Yunluohe tossed one over first. The old monkey caught it steadily, sniffed it, a look of satisfaction flashing in its eyes. It chirped a few times, exchanged a few words with the other monkeys, and then approached. Yunluohe handed the golden seeds over. The old monkey carefully took the seeds, held them to its nose, sniffed them, and then swallowed them in one gulp. Not long after, a faint golden glow emanated from the leading monkey, and it narrowed its eyes in comfort. The look it gave Yunluohe became friendly. Then the old monkey called all the other monkeys over. Instantly, more than a dozen monkeys, large and small, gathered around Yunluohe, surrounding him. They stared at him curiously. Yunluohe thought for a moment, realizing that there was gain only when there was sacrifice. So she grabbed a handful of golden seeds and shared them with the monkeys, who ate them with relish. The old monkey looked at her with considerable satisfaction. He extended a finger toward her. Yunluohe, sensing something, extended her own finger and touched it. The next second, a warm current surged through Yunluohe's body. It was a wonderful feeling. Receive the blessing of the Monkey King of Golden Fruit Island. Luck value increased by 10. It worked. Yunluohe was delighted. 10 points, more than she had expected. Besides, the other monkeys were also scratching their heads and jumping around excitedly. A few monkeys ran away, and soon returned with a large amount of resin amber and some golden nuts. It seemed that this was the monkey's return gift to her. Chapter 181. Looking at the piles of resin amber the monkeys had laid before them, Yunluohe felt a surge of joy, her lips curling up. This amber, with its mellow color, looked beautiful. It could be used to make preservatives. Yunluohe had previously bought a pet snack called resin amber candy. Perhaps it would be used in the recipe. I didn't expect these little guys to be so generous. After all, I heard of monkeys grabbing things before, but it was rare to find monkeys with such good natures. Yunluohe smiled as she put the amber into her backpack. After a moment's thought, she pulled out more golden seeds and distributed them to the surrounding monkeys. They immediately stuffed the seeds into their mouths, chewing them with relish. A few of the little monkeys ate so hastily that golden crumbs clung to the corners of their furry mouths, making one laugh. Fonfin watched from the side, beating her chest and stamping her feet. Her wings flapped as she whispered, "Chew chew, stop giving. We saved for years to get this much. If you give any more, it'd be gone." As soon as she said that, Yunluohe glanced at her. She immediately shrank her neck and looked at him aggrievedly. "I just think it's a shame. I might as well keep it for myself. I'm saving it for you, I guess." "Fonfin, I didn't say that." Yunluohe didn't give much, only a little over 20 pills from the 2 large jars. Seeing Fonfin's distress, she didn't take it seriously, but she didn't give any more to the monkey. She looked at the towering trees by the pond, which exuded a strange fragrance, and released the spider army again, giving them orders. She instructed them to help her collect resin. The trunks of agarwood trees naturally crack, exuding a dark brown or black glossy paste. This is resin. Weaver spiders first climb the tree, and then use their fine silk threads to gently scrape the solidified agarwood resin from the surface. The spider's movements are gentle, leaving the trunk intact. The resin in the crevices of the trunk can be collected using their chelicerae. This resin has a rich, mellow flavor with a sweet aroma. The trunks of dragon blood trees, on the other hand, need to be cut open to release the blood-red resin. This is the freshest resin and is still relatively moist. A few dragon blood trees have their bark pierced by monkeys climbing, causing the resin to dry out and become a sticky solid. This quality is lower. This type of resin requires the golden shell spiders to use their chelicerae to scrape the blood scab-like resin off the bark. The fresh resin that oozes out from the cut is then channeled into a container using a bamboo tube. The collection process went smoothly, and the monkeys didn't disrupt the process. Yunluohe had collected hundreds of resins, and it was getting late. It was getting dark, and Yunluohe planned to return to the reef tonight, so she had to head back. But returning would require crossing the waterfall, and Yunluohe suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She looked behind the waterfall and saw something behind it. Her intuition was always right. So Yunluohe hurried over to investigate. Behind the waterfall, vines entangled the rock face, and a dark cave entrance was faintly visible, obscured by the waterfall's current, making it impossible to spot without careful observation. Yunluo swung across using a spider silk rope, crossed the waterfall's current, and then pushed aside the vines that blocked her path. A rich fragrance immediately filled her face, 10 times more intense than the scent of the agarwood tree she smelled by the pond. The cave entrance wasn't wide, barely wide enough for one person to pass through while bending over. After a few steps inside, Yunluo heard a notification chime. "Congratulations, player, you found the treasure cave on Golden Fruit Island." Yunluo's eyes lit up. Another unexpected surprise. I actually found a treasure cave. And, if she wasn't mistaken, it was actually a mine. I struck gold. Yunluo exclaimed happily. Lucky blessings were truly powerful. She had never found a treasure cave on her own before. Today, she finally gotten what she wanted. Great. Yunluo didn't hesitate, and pulled out a gem mining spider from the spider mother's ring. Gem mining spiders were few in number, relatively fragile, and unable to defend themselves, so Yunluo wouldn't take them out easily. Following this, Yunluo issued a mental command, ordering the spiders to mine. 6 gemstone spiders hissed excitedly. This was their first time seeing a mine, and they were incredibly eager. Without waiting for Yunluo, they plunged into the cave entrance. Their eyes glowed faintly in the darkness, demonstrating their innate sensitivity to mineral energy. Watching the spiders excitedly delve deeper into the cave, Yunluo donned his miner's lamp and cautiously followed. The cave grew wider as he went deeper. A rhythmic sound emanated from the depths. It was the spiders using their claws to chip away at the ore. The spiders dug swiftly. Their hard claws, like picks and chisels, were perfectly suited for working within the veins. They could quickly locate ore and gemstones, and could discern distinct ores. Suddenly, the mining spiders ahead stopped. Several of them gathered in a circle, hissing excitedly at the rock. Yunluo stepped forward, shone his lantern, and discovered a massive ruby. Finfin followed suit, her heartbroken feelings for the gold seeds forgotten. She fluttered her wings and circled above the gold mine, excitedly exclaiming, "Chirp! It's a gem, a beautiful gem, I love it." "Yunluo, it's no use liking it, I won't give it to you." Finfin hummed twice. Yunluo instructed the mining spiders to continue digging, making sure not to damage the ruby. If this ruby were to be taken back and broken down, there was no telling how many parts it would be able to break down. Even rubies. This cave's resources are truly impressive. Soon, the mining spiders found a significant number of geocrystals. The mining spiders had a clear division of labor. Some specialized in copper, or others in ruby mining. Others carefully explored the rock walls, occasionally tapping the rocks with their claws to identify hidden mineral veins. Yunluo gathered his harvest and continued deeper into the cave. Since this was a treasure cave, there must be a treasure chest. But where there was a treasure chest, there was also a boss guarding it. But so far, there had been no movement, and he had no idea what was going on. Yunluo turned sharply, and saw 2 faint green lights slowly approaching from the shadows deep in the cave. The ground shook slightly, with the sound of heavy footsteps. The lights drew closer, gradually revealing their outline, a massive wolf, with matted fur, and eyes that glowed an abnormal green. Yunluo frowned, and quickly called the mining spiders back to his side. While the mining spiders excel at mining, they're not particularly effective in combat. To deal with such a large beast, they have to rely on the weaver spiders and golden shell spiders. She immediately released the weaver spider from her mother spider ring, and said to Fonfin, "Hide nearby and don't cause any trouble." Fonfin stiffened her neck and said, "I'm not hiding. I can help." With that, she flapped her wings and flew in front of the gray wolf, spewing a stream of golden powder. It was the gold seed powder she'd been saving for ages, said to have a paralyzing effect. Alas, the gray wolf merely sneezed before extending its claws and swatting at Fonfin with astonishing speed. "Watch out." Yunluo, quick-witted, swung a strand of spider silk, precisely entangling Fonfin's wings and pulling her back. Yunluo's eyes were fixed on the gray wolf. The gray wolf, completely enraged, charged at him. The weaver spider sprang into action, spinning a massive web in front of the wolf, attempting to stop it. The gray wolf slammed headfirst into the spider web, causing it to tremble violently, yet it remained unbroken. The weaver spider silk was incredibly resilient, difficult to sever with ordinary weapons. The gray wolf struggled, only to be entangled even more tightly. It roared angrily, tearing at the web with its claws, making a harsh scraping sound. "Now!" Yunluo's eyes flashed, commanding the golden shell spiders to advance. The golden shell spider's claws were as sharp as knives. They swiftly climbed onto the gray wolf, dodging its claws and biting fiercely at its joints. The gray wolf struggled even more frantically in pain, but the silk tightened, and the golden shell spider's attacks became more and more intense. Before long, its movement slowed, the green light in its eyes gradually faded, and it finally collapsed to the ground, unconscious. This boss is too weak. Yunluoha quickly stepped forward and dispatched it with a single strike. The treasure chest will only appear after the boss is defeated. As expected, a gleaming chest appeared deep within the cave. Here it comes. Yunluoha rushed forward. She opened the treasure chest and found 10 agarwood tree seeds, 10 dragon blood tree seeds, 10 rubies, 1 designated landing pass, 2 deep sea black iron, 1 golden fruit island map. The supplies in the chest are quite good. These 2 tree species are extremely valuable. Without them, they can't be cultivated. Even though she had obtained so much resin just now, it was gone quickly. After opening the treasure chest, Yunluoha checked the time. She might as well not go back tonight. The mine had too much ore, it wouldn't be mined all at once. She could complete her cooking quest here, then leave the mine, go outside to chop down some trees, and gather some plants, and let the mining spiders mine them. Yunluoha left the cave, and returned to the pond. She gathered some firewood, and started a fire to prepare a meal. She didn't tie up Fanfan during this process, but she stayed by her side. Fanfan's eyes sparkled as Yunluoha pulled out the various ingredients. Yunluoha pulled a clay pot from her backpack. Today, I'm making shrimp and crab porridge, using fresh shrimp and crab meat, rice she grown, and water from the desert spring she previously collected. The clay pot was set on a simple stone stove, and the flames crackled. Steam soon rose from the pot. She took the fresh shrimp and crab to the pond and prepared them, removing the shrimp threads and crab gills in a matter of seconds. You can make a large pot of this porridge, fill a bowl for the task, and drink the rest yourself and share it with your friends. Yunluoha spoke as she poured white rice into the pot. Fanfan scooted closer, her wings almost brushing against the edge of the pot, repeatedly asking, "Can we put in some golden seeds? A few will definitely make it even more fragrant." "You're obsessed with the golden seeds. I don't believe you're gone. You must have hidden them somewhere else." Yunluoha poked her head. Fanfan screamed, "Chirp, it's really gone." Yunluoha shook her head, ignoring her. She took out some fresh fruit, washed it in the puddle, and began to eat it. When the porridge was almost done, Yunluoha lifted the lid, and a rich aroma immediately wafted out. She sprinkled in a seasoning powder she ground herself, mixed with dried herbs and sea salt, which instantly elevated the porridge's flavor to a new level. Fanfan's nose twitched rapidly, her eyes widening. "It smells so good even without the golden seeds. How can this be good?" Chapter 182. "It's not tasty, not at all." Yunluoha teased it deliberately. Fanfan's eyes widened in anger. "Chirp, no way." Yunluoha ignored it, and first opened the cooking master's interface to submit the task. Then he filled a few bowls, and shared them with his friends. Now it was time to enjoy it himself. He drank a bowl of seafood porridge peacefully, paired with homemade beef sauce and pickled cabbage. The taste was simply divine. Watching Yunluoha enjoying himself, Fanfan smacked her lips. "Let me try it." Yunluoha was amused by its impatience. She found a clean bamboo tube to use as a bowl and filled it with half a bowl. Fanfan pecked at it eagerly with her beak, and the scalding hot porridge frightened her a little. It shrank its head and yelped, "It's scalding." "Yunluoha, who told you to be so anxious?" Fanfan imitated Yunluoha, blowing gently on the porridge, and then slowly taking a sip. Then it opened the door to a new world. Fanfan's little head buried in the bamboo tube, its tiny tongue licking the warm porridge quickly, pecking even the rim of the bowl clean. It looked like it was eager to swallow the entire tube, which made Yunluoha laugh. "Slow down, no bird's going to snatch it away." Yunluoha teased it deliberately. "Didn't you say it wasn't tasty?" Despite its small mouth, Fanfan ate incredibly quickly. After just a few pecks, it had devoured the food. A few grains of rice still clung to the corners of Fanfan's mouth, and a bit of soup stained her feathers. "Chirp! Who said it wasn't tasty? I want more." It stared eagerly at Yunluoha again. Yunluoha had no choice but to fill another small, half bowl and pass it over. Fanfan immediately pounced on it. The spring water used in the seafood porridge had a natural sweetness, and the delicious flavor of the shrimp and crabs melted into the rice porridge, making it thick and smooth, indeed 100 times more delicious than the dry, hard golden seeds. Fanfan, still not satisfied with her meal, moved closer, uncharacteristically nudging Yunluo's hand, rubbing her head against it, and chirping ingratiatingly. Her round eyes were filled with the desire for more. Before, she had been fawning over Yunluo purely out of fear and understanding. Now, it was different. The deliciousness of the seafood porridge completely won Fanfan over. One more spoonful, and there's no more. Yunluo added a little more and watched as she happily licked up the last bit. Fanfan squatted on a nearby rock, contentedly preening her feathers, occasionally glancing at Yunluo from the corner of her eye and making a satisfying sound in her throat. The distress she felt just moments before over the golden seeds had vanished into thin air. Yunluo packed her things and prepared to check on the mining spider's progress. As she stood up, she noticed Pinky following closely. This guy was quite proactive now, following her like a little tail. Yunluo raised an eyebrow. Pinky fluttered onto her shoulder, nuzzling her cheek with her head. Her voice was soft chirp. Your porridge is so delicious. I want to follow you. Where was that swearing parrot? Yunluo felt like the parrot before her had changed. Follow me? What can you do? Besides swearing and leading the way, what else can you do? I don't have any extra food to feed you. Yunluo smiled at it. Besides, I'm leaving here. Where I'm going won't have as many delicious wild fruits as Golden Fruit Island, and there won't be any people to play with. I'm not picky. Fanfan immediately declared her support, her chest puffed out. I can help you with work. I do whatever you ask me to do, as long as I can eat your delicious cooking every day. Yunluo couldn't help but laugh at its earnest expression. Oh! What can you do? I told you to stay away and not cause trouble, but you rushed forward and almost got squashed by the gray wolf. Fanfan's cheeks flushed slightly as she quietly defended herself. That was an accident. I'm actually quite useful. What's your use? Tell me. Fanfan isn't just. I can curse. Pinky's piercing eyes can see things others can't. Like buried treasures, and Pinky can even tell which fruits are poisonous and which aren't. It flapped its wings and flew to an agarwood tree, pecking at an inconspicuous crack in the trunk with the tip of its beak. Look! There's a lot of resin hidden here, more than you just picked. Yunluo walked over and took a look. Sure enough, deep in the crack lay a large lump of dark brown agarwood resin, which had been hidden by vines and hidden from view earlier. Fanfan flew back to the edge of the pond and used her claws to pry open a rock, revealing a few plump river shrimp underneath. I can also find food. Whether it's in the water or on the trees, I can smell anything good nearby. She also demonstrated her flying speed, darting through the woods like a flash of pink lightning, and quickly brought back a fragrant purple flower. This is a flower, and it's also very useful. Eating it will help you sleep soundly. Seeing Yunluo's indifference, Fanfan continued, Fanfan can also sing. Although her singing used to be insulting, Fanfan can learn to sing beautiful songs. Yunluo watched it, as if offering a treasure, and felt a little hesitant. From its performance just now, it certainly proved its keen sense of smell. But it wasn't very useful to Yunluo. It was just that a detector that could spot resources ahead of time was certainly convenient when exploring the wild. But this creature was too noisy. Yunluo had originally planned to take it back and sell it to other players. After all, its good looks were there. Even if it had a foul mouth, as long as it kept quiet, it would be fine. Perhaps a female player would like it and buy it as a mascot. But now, this creature wanted to follow her. Okay. Yunluo spread his hands. I allow you to follow me for now. If you dare to slack off or cause trouble, I sell you. For now, let's not sign a contract. Let it follow me, and see how it performs. Pinky immediately chirped excitedly, chirp. I promise I won't cause any trouble. From now on, I'd be your personal guide and expert treasure hunter. Yunluo flicked her forehead gently. You're quite the boaster. Pinky's tail was raised high, and she fluttered her wings, beaming with joy. Yunluo ignored her and turned toward the waterfall, where she followed obediently. Yunluo paused. You go stay by the fire and make sure it doesn't go out. Okay, got it, master. As soon as they entered the mine, they heard a rattling sound coming from inside. 6 gemstone spiders were hard at work, the sound of their claws striking or echoing through the cave. Yunluo had shown his mining lamp over there, and was immediately astonished by the sight before him. In just a few hours, a mountain of ore had piled up deep within the mine. The ruby was placed alone in the corner, reflecting red light under the light. The earth crystal emitted a faint halo, and many minerals were piled aside in different categories. Seeing Yunluo approach, The mining spiders stopped their movements and chirped with joy. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The gem mining spiders all took credit. Well done. Yunluoha nodded with satisfaction. I give you some insects to eat when we get back. Yunluoha packed up the ore he had dug. We go back after a little more digging. The mining spiders, receiving their orders, immediately set to work. When they emerged from the mine, the night had deepened. The fire by the pond was still burning. Fan Fan was dozing by it, her little head nodding. Wake up! It's time to work. Yunluoha gently poked her on the back. Fan Fan jerked awake, groggily chirping twice. Seeing it was Yunluoha, she shook her head, fluttered her wings, and followed. Yunluoha first went to the spot where she had found the agarwood tree. She had just opened the forum to check. She saw a useful tip. Someone was buying agarwood leaves at a high price. These leaves have a refreshing and soothing effect, and could be used to make a new psychiatric elixir. Although she had the tree seeds, it would take some time to grow them and harvest the leaves. So Yunluoha planned to go pick some more. The agarwood tree's fragrance was even stronger at night, and the trunks shimmered faintly in the moonlight. She had the weaver spiders weave several large webs nearby to serve as a warning. Collecting agarwood leaves was relatively simple. Just avoid the resin on the trunk and pick the healthy leaves. The spiders gathered leaves quickly, with Fanfan giving orders from the side. Left. Left. The leaves from this tree are more fragrant, and they definitely work better. Yunluoha picked up a leaf and sniffed it closely. The refreshing aroma reached her head, and her sleepiness vanished. Fanfan immediately puffed out her chest proudly. Not bad, huh? I'm a forest radar who's eaten countless wild fruits. After collecting enough leaves, Yunluoha led Fanfan deeper into the forest. The spiders led the way, and Fanfan flitted around Yunluoha, stopping occasionally to point out where to find something. Soon, Yunluoha found a variety of fruits, vegetables, and even some bird eggs. This clutch of eggs was just laid. They're still fresh. Fanfan pointed to a nearby bush and called out, "There's honey over there. I smell sweet." Yunluoha smiled. It was actually quite helpful. Enough, time to go back. Yunluoha checked the time. If they headed towards the shore now, they should reach it by daybreak. She went to the mine, collected the ore into her backpack, and then collected the spiders into the spider mother's ring. Fanfan excitedly said, "Let's go." Yunluoha glanced at it, and it perched obediently on her shoulder. Returning to the reef, Yunluoha was stunned by what he saw. The reef had been successfully upgraded yesterday, and the familiar reef had undergone a dramatic transformation. The land had expanded, forming rolling hills and fertile plains. The coastline had curved, forming a small natural harbor. The waters at the edge had receded, revealing new sandy beaches and reefs. This was a crescent-shaped shallow beach, its white sand gleaming in the sun. The sand was fine and soft, and felt very comfortable to step on. The tide was currently receding, revealing a vast reef beach. The vegetation on the island had become more lush and green, and a rich vitality permeated the air. Everything existing on the island had been automatically optimized and upgraded. The reef has become a real island, and a vast one at that. Yunluoha was thrilled. Good things are coming one after another. The reef has been successfully upgraded, unlocking the advanced island ecosystem system and the reef mall. Congratulations to the player who became one of the top 3 players in Zone 2, first place, to upgrade the reef to level 9. Rewards: Island Construction Blueprint X1, Island Deed X1, Yacht Blueprint X1, Warehouse Blueprint X1, House Deed X1, Advanced Pet Bag X2, Watchtower Blueprint X1, Mechanical Island Teleportation Array Blueprint X1, Iron or X500, Blue Crystal or X100, Rubies X50. Island Infrastructure System activated. Please begin building your own island. The system's voice suddenly stopped. A translucent holographic island model appeared before Yunluoha's eyes. It displayed a dazzling array of infrastructure options. Regional planning, residential, agricultural, industrial, defensive, and recreational areas can be divided. Road design: choose from cobblestone paths, wooden plank roads, and cobblestone paths. Building blueprints: unlock more advanced buildings. Landscaping: plant various functional or ornamental plants, dig streams and lakes, create rockery landscapes, install streetlights. Yunluoha's heart suddenly surged with excitement. So after level 9, reefs can be freely constructed. The game's main quest has also shifted from survival to infrastructure. Yunluoha was excited, but also a little worried. She had to design and renovate such a large island. Should she consult a professional architect? This place is no worse than where Fanfan stayed before. It'd be nice to live here in the future. Fan's voice interrupted Yun Luoha's thoughts. Yun Luoha came to her senses. Oh, right. Where's her house? I haven't seen it yet. Chapter 183. Yun Luoha opened the holographic map and slid her fingertips across the virtual screen, quickly locating the main building's landmark. On the gently sloping ground in the center of the island. She led Fan toward it, and the closer they got, the clearer the changes became. Yun Luoha crossed the forest and arrived at the island's center. The large villa had become a manor that blended seamlessly into the island. It had expanded 2 or 3 times in size, nestled against a newly formed hillock and surrounded by a patchwork of workshops. Several rows of thorny vine walls surrounded the manor, adjacent to the spider house, ready for the spiders to roam at any moment. Fan looked around excitedly, exclaiming, "Master, this place is really nice. I love this big house." Before she finished her words, Robao suddenly burst out from the flowers at the manor's entrance. He rushed to Yun Luoha's side, meowing non-stop. "Why are you back so late? I'm starving." Then his gaze fell on Fan. "Meow? What's that?" "Chirp. What a huge cat." Fan screamed loudly, her feathers fluttering as if her tail had been stepped on. Like lightning, she pounced into Yun Luoha's arms, trembling and burying her head in her arms, not daring to look outside. "Help! Help! It's going to eat me!" Robao was clearly startled by the raucous scream, but he quickly regained his composure and gracefully strode forward, his golden eyes filled with disdain. He yawned loudly, revealing his sharp fangs, then swiftly leaped to Yun Luoha's side, looking down coldly at the panicked pink fur ball. "Meow? So noisy. Where did that strange bird come from?" Fan was terrified and clutched Yun Luoha's clothes tightly. "It meowed. Is it going to attack me?" Yun Luoha reached out and touched Robao's head. "Stop it." She picked up Fan and said, "Okay, don't be afraid. It's my pet, your senior." Fan said in panic, "You didn't tell me you had a cat this big here." It was too late to regret it now. Cats were the animals it feared the most. Soon, Yunten also sensed Yun Luoha's return and crawled out of the spider house. It scurried over and landed on Yun Luoha's other shoulder. Fan was even more frightened when she saw another giant spider appear. "Xiu-Qiu. Another one. It's dangerous here. Fan wants to go home." Yun Luoha finally couldn't help but laugh. She reached out and lifted the shaking, shattered Fan from behind her, bringing it to her. "Don't be afraid. Now that you're here, you can't leave. Just behave yourself and stay out of trouble. They won't hurt you." "Really?" Fan looked at Yun Luoha with tears in her eyes, then cautiously glanced at Robao and Wonton. "Don't worry, they won't eat you." Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief, but her body remained tense. "Robao, meow. This bird doesn't look appetizing at all. I won't eat it." Robao ignored it and licked his paw. "I want grilled fish. Let's have grilled fish for lunch." Wonton, "Hiss, master, is this your new pet?" Yun Luoha, "Not yet. It just followed me back. We see how it goes." "Okay, you guys have some fun for now. I have things to do. We talk about food at lunch." Yun Luoha continued to explore the changes on the reef. She walked into the supply area and discovered a new large viewing terrace facing Crescent Shoal, offering a stunning view. The villa also had a spacious, oversized workroom with room for more workbenches. The underground storage room and wine cellar were both temperature and humidity controlled, suitable for storing food and wine. 3 additional warehouses were added for storing various supplies. After admiring the large house, Yun Luoha opened the light curtain infrastructure options. First, the area was planned. Yun Luoha began by planning the buildings surrounding the manor. The surrounding workshops, farmland, greenhouses, fish ponds, chicken coops, barns, etc. could be moved and placed anywhere on the island where Yun Luoha desired them. This required that the location was free of boulders or trees and had flat ground. Don't move this one yet, because Yun Luoha will need to build more houses later, and the open space is too small, leaving limited options for relocation. I'm not entirely satisfied with the current placement, but it works for now. Once she's cleared more flat land around the area, she can redesign it. Forest area, planting area, workshop area, residential area, landscape area, each area needs to be rationally allocated. At least make a floor plan and arrange each building logically, rather than haphazardly placing one here and there. We also need to reserve a larger greenhouse area to prepare for the coming winter. Build more spider houses to expand and strengthen the spider industry. These are just preliminary ideas. Expanding areas, adding new buildings, decorative ornaments, Functional facilities. She clicked on Add New Building, which listed options like chicken coop, orchard fence, forge, and dock, each with the required materials listed behind it. The previous upgrade had used up all the basic materials, such as wood and iron ore. Now, if she wanted to expand and add new buildings, she would have to stock up again. Her eyes fell on the icon for the Reef Mall. The goods here were higher quality and rarer than those in the player market. But the prices were also extremely high. It primarily used sea coins, but items also needed to be unlocked through island construction, completing quests, and increasing reputation. Some top-tier items required specific achievements, and only a dozen or so items were currently available for purchase. Yunluoha browsed the items on the screen. Unlocked items included common livestock, decorative items, and daily necessities. But Yunluoha could also view items that hadn't been unlocked. These were the items that truly captivated her. Basic Building Material Pack. Contains various high-grade woods, stones, metal ingots, etc. 1,000 to 5,000 sea coins per pack. Rare plant/animal babies, various rare saplings, luminescent jellyfish eggs, hot spring fish fry, snow fox cubs, panda cubs, etc. 3,000 to 10,000 sea coins, advanced building blueprints, automated dock, deep sea farm, elemental hot springs, stargazing observatory, etc. 5,000 to 20,000 sea coins, special equipment/device, geothermal core, enhances the heating range of the energy tower, automated harvesting robot, environmental regulator, 8,000 to 30,000 sea coins, decoration/furniture and blueprints. Examples include ruby-encrusted lamps, agar-wood carved furniture, and starlight furniture. 2,000 to 10,000 sea coins. Services, temporary hire of senior architect, temporary hire of senior planting expert, temporary hire of beautician. 5,000 sea coins/time. Yunluoha also saw the Starry Sky series furniture blueprints. They happened to include the Starry Sky chandelier and wardrobe blueprints she was looking for. But these were unlocked. To unlock these items, she must gradually build up the reef, raising its rating and completing the reef infrastructure tasks. Currently, Yunluoha is the only permanent resident. It seems she needs to attract more NPCs to live here. Yunluoha opened the reef information. Reef level, level 9. Area, 200 square kilometers. Rating, 2,800 points. Upgrade requirements, reef rating of 30,000 and a permanent population of at least 3 people. Unexpectedly, there are only 2 upgrade requirements, and they don't even require a large amount of supplies. However, these 2 requirements are extremely difficult. The current rating is only 2,800, and the upgrade requires 30,000 points. The goal is so far away, I really don't know what to make of the island. However, the system reminds me that the key to improving the island's score lies in in-depth development, improved functionality, and increased popularity. Another requirement is 3 permanent residents, which means she needs to find at least 2 NPCs to live there. The arrival of NPCs also unlocks specialized functional buildings, such as pet shops, seed stores, and convenience stores. These shops will attract more NPCs to come and stay temporarily. NPCs include not only sea merchants, but also blacksmiths, pharmacists, and fishermen. Not only do they provide specialized services and unique goods and quests, but their mere presence and interactions can significantly boost the island's prosperity score. Furthermore, certain special decorations and building blueprints are only unlocked after NPCs settle in. Okay. Something's busy now. Previously, the reef area was measured in square meters, but now it's measured in square kilometers. With the island so large, properly building it up is no easy task. Not only must I quickly unlock more items, I must also diligently earn sea coins. Yunluoha took out the rewards from this upgrade and examined them one by one. Island Construction Blueprint. This isn't a specific building blueprint, but rather a generator for an island master plan. As long as you arrange the resource distribution and personal decorations on the blueprint, it will generate the corresponding construction effects, and players can then view the actual results through the blueprint. Island Deed. A parchment scroll with a miniature map of the island. Yunluoha opened the deed. Please name your island. Yunluoha smiled knowingly. My island? Let's call it Xianyan Island. It's also a vision. I hope to retire on the island in the future, less busy and more relaxed. Yacht. A key vehicle for exploring the surrounding seas, trading, and even making short trips to islands. Equipped with a basic engine, a small cargo hold, and a simple resting area. Crafting materials. 1,000 high-grade wood planks, 100 metal plates, 2 engines, 10 steel gears. Once completed, the yacht allows for free navigation, making it convenient for fishing or traveling to nearby islands. While landing on designated islands is prohibited, you can explore nearby islands without a landing pass, potentially leading to unexpected finds. Warehouse features categorized storage, constant temperature and humidity, item retrieval, and automated one-click storage. A machine at the entrance allows you to locate the bins where each item is stored. Building materials: 500 high-grade wood planks, 100 iron ingots, 500 sea stone, 1 computer, 10 superconducting wires, 10 earth crystals. The warehouse is a crucial building for storing and managing large quantities of construction materials. Yunluo has a wide variety of supplies, and the quantity is enormous. The warehouse's search function will make things much more convenient. House deed: a deed specifically for non-player residential buildings. Holding a deed allows you to build standard houses for NPCs to rent or purchase in designated areas, and is a prerequisite for NPC residents. House deeds are also essential for NPCs to reside on the reef. High-grade pet bag: a pet item with expanded space. The appearance can be customized to include collars, wristbands, headbands, etc. The interior contains approximately 3 cubic meters of space, allowing pets to move freely and access their belongings. Watchtower blueprint: approximately 15 meters tall, with a wide field of view and equipped with alarms and signaling devices. The top platform can accommodate 1 or 2 guards. Construction materials: 200 sea stone, 100 wood planks. Mechanical island teleportation array blueprint: this array's core allows for rapid inter-area travel. It must be constructed on the mechanical island and, once completed, enables point-to-point teleportation. Teleportation requires 5 coolant. Construction materials: 1 ancient civilization slate, 200 obsidian, 10 high-grade mutated resin, 200 crystals, 500 high-grade hardwood, 100 coolant, 50 steel gears. It seems the mechanical island will be my next destination. Yunluo has accumulated quite a few ordinary keys lately. Going to the mechanical island again will open many more chests. Thinking of this, Yunluo was quite excited. Once she had gathered all the materials for the mechanical island teleportation array, she would go there. Chapter 184. For the next 2 days, Yunluo's days flowed like clockwork, busy from dawn until the stars and moon rose above the reef. The first thing she did every morning was lead the spider army to kill the newly arrived insects. The concentration of the radioactive fog had been increasing recently, and the insects had mutated. Not only had they grown larger, but they had also become more difficult to kill. Thankfully, the spiders, having eaten countless insects, were constantly upgrading, making them easy to deal with. When she rolled out of bed, Robao at her feet would lazily raise his eyelids, while Fonfin would squat on the windowsill early, its little head nodding as it followed the movements of the insect swarm in the distance. It now acted as a commander, often accompanying the spiders into battle to kill insects. Yunluo gave a command, and dozens of spiders emerged. The lead spider's carapace shone with a faint blue light. This was the new armor it had grown after consuming so many mutated insects, and it was much stronger than before. Babies, let's eat. Today's insect swarm arrived from the northeast, at the edge of the forest. The spider army immediately fanned out. The insects were tougher than the previous few days. The wood lice, once the size of a finger joint, now resembled tiny mice, their shells incredibly hard. There were also some mosquito-like flying insects, their bellies bulging like purple grapes. Their bites left red, swollen bumps that burned with pain. The players were miserable, complaining in the chat room. However, for Yunluo, it wasn't a problem. The spiders weren't pushovers either. The silk they spun was no longer transparent, but had a faint copper hue, clinging to the insects like a weld. If a spider is surrounded by insects, it will suddenly curl up into a ball and spread its strong, sharp claws. It sweeps through the swarm. After 2 hours, the spiders devoured all the insects, and the sun just rose into the sky. After killing the insects, Yunluo led the spiders in a major cleanup. Yunluo's goal was clear: to clear enough flat land for the upcoming large-scale infrastructure construction. The island was littered with rocks of all sizes, seriously hindering future construction and making it look unsightly. There were also many weeds growing everywhere, all of which needed to be cleared. Clearing the rocks yielded sea stone, pulling weeds yielded fodder, and chopping down trees yielded wood. So, these were all successful at once. Then, we had to find ways to increase our reef score and figure out how to complete the Reef Mall's tasks to unlock more items. I leave that to you. Yunluoha pointed to a patch of wood to the north and assigned it to the golden shell spiders. They could chop down trees with their claws, making them extremely efficient. The pile of rocks to the south was given to the gem miner spiders. They could mine, so mining rocks was no problem for them. As for mowing the grass, it was a piece of cake for them. The golden shell spiders were the main force in felling trees. The golden shell spiders used their chelicerae as saws, making a sizzling sound as the trees were quickly cut through. The gem miner spiders clamped their chelicerae around the edges of the rocks and squeezed hard. With a crisp snap, the rock shattered, and several pieces of sea rock fell. The weaver spiders used their tough silk to mow the grass, spinning threads to bind it into piles. Some of this grass was stored in the barn as feed, while some could be dried and used as fuel or weaving materials. The scavenger corrosive spiders were responsible for dealing with stubborn roots and compacted, low-quality soil. After the spiders' hard work, supplies were scattered all over the ground. Yunluoha simply walked over and picked up everything with a single click. By the time it was past noon, she had finally cleared a large, flat area on the reef. She checked her reef's rating and saw that her morning's efforts had added over 300 points. Currently, the most direct way to unlock more items in the Reef Mall is to increase her reef rating. Unlocking items through reef ratings has 3 thresholds: high, medium, and low. The mall currently rates Yunluoha's reef as low. A rating below 5,000 is considered low. The unlocked items in the mall are primarily common livestock, such as chickens, goats, sheep, and cows. Basic decorations, such as flower pots and common furniture, as well as daily tools and a small amount of seasonal seeds. Building materials can be purchased, but there are limits. For example, you can only buy 1,000 high-grade hardwood per day and 200 iron ore per day. The same applies to other construction materials. They all have limits and are quite expensive. High-grade hardwood is exchanged for sea coins at a 1-to-1 ratio. If you use all your sea coins on building materials, hundreds of thousands will be gone in no time. Once your rating reaches 5,000 or above, most of the items in the mall will be unlocked. These include basic building material packs, blueprints for common functional buildings, and even the construction of small docks and mines. You can also find common plant and animal chicks, seasonal seeds, and low-level services like junior farmers. Rare furniture, high-level armor, weapons, tools. Post ads in the mall to attract and hire mid-level service NPCs. Achieving a rating of over 15,000 unlocks rare plants and animals, high-level building blueprints, and the purchase of high-level materials like blue crystal ore, rubies, and star sand. Items unlocked by ratings above 30,000 are all black and are currently invisible to Yunluoha. Completing certain achievements, such as building a building area exceeding 20 square kilometers or raising more than 500 animals, can also unlock new items. NPCs also have related items to unlock. Attracting NPCs of specific professions to settle in the mall will automatically unlock blueprints, seeds, or services in their specialized areas. For example, settling Vivilla unlocks the deed to the insect house and various insects. Settling Captain Hilko unlocks the deed to the island's shops, as well as various building and workshop blueprints. The shops sell daily necessities, and you can sell your unwanted items to Hilko for a high price. After Sister Tauzi settles down, she unlocked the deed to the island restaurant. Settling down as a blacksmith unlocks the deed to the blacksmith shop, and the mall unlocks high-level weapons and forging material packs. There's also the fisherman, the pharmacist. Through the mall, Yunluoha gets a glimpse of the game's later stages. Once players reach higher levels, there's actually more to do. Of course, if she wasn't so focused on leveling up quickly, living on the island and supporting herself would definitely be possible. However, she's always set high standards for herself, and now that she knows how to level up, she's definitely working towards the goal. At this rate, my score would reach 5,000, which would probably require me to completely overhaul the entire reef. It's possible to buy some basic items first. But after seeing the high-end items, Yunluoha no longer cared about the basics. Besides, once I spent my sea coins, I had fewer, and the good stuff was so valuable. If I didn't save more, I have less money to buy them later when I leveled up. Guess I have to split my efforts. The spiders were cleaning up the island, so Yunluoha could go and look for supplies. Although she had a map, she hadn't explored the entire island, so she didn't have a good understanding of it. Yunluoha ate lunch first, filled her stomach, and then set off for the woods. Pinky tagged along. With Pinky around, she made searching for supplies a breeze. Yunluoha didn't even need to use her scanning eye. Pinky could tell her where the good stuff was. She easily found many bird eggs and honeycombs, valuable items that could be exchanged for sea coins. Most usefully, Bonfin can lead the gem mining spiders to search for small mineral veins. Once a mineral vein is found, it can be marked and a mine can be built nearby. Yunluohe also built 2 basic defense towers on the island. These towers require minimal materials, and simply placing a few spiders there to act as guards provides a certain degree of defense. She also built a main warehouse to store more building materials, laying the foundation for future construction. Besides all this, Yunluohe also had to complete the tasks for the culinary masters. Until the 22nd day of autumn. That was the final day of the culinary masters event. The competition lasted 10 days, and Yunluohe successfully completed all her daily tasks, cooking 18 of the 50 dishes on the menu. Normally, only 10 dishes were required, but completing more would earn her a higher score. Therefore, Yunluohe spent the past 2 days diligently researching her recipes and exceeding her expectations, creating 8 more dishes. Each dish received at least an A+, with 2 receiving an S grade. Tomorrow afternoon, the system will tally all the contestants' points earned over the past 10 days. The top 100 players will receive additional points. The 3 highest scoring contestants in the region will compete in the final showdown. After submitting her final dish, she planned to use the remaining ingredients to make something else. And used ingredients would be wasted. She had previously prepared many of the dishes on the menu, and now she had a few scraps left over from each, perfect for using and earning a few extra points. As soon as the oil heated up, she tossed in the shredded ginger and minced garlic. With a sizzling sound, the aroma immediately wafted forth. Yunluohe quickly added the pork ribs and stir-fried them with a wooden spatula. They quickly turned a beautiful golden brown. She sprinkled some homemade sea salt and pepper, and the aroma was instantly mouth-watering. She then added diced taro and brown rice to the clay pot, added some water, and simmered for half an hour. Finally, she sprinkled in some chopped green onions, and a fragrant pot of taro and pork rib congee was ready. To earn more points, Yunluohe also made fried rice with porcini mushrooms and bacon, steamed scallops with vermicelli and garlic sauce, preserved eggs with pounded chili peppers, and minced pork with double peppers. The kitchen was filled with a fragrant aroma. Robe Bao appeared from nowhere, his tail sweeping across her legs and his nose sniffing intensely. Finfin also fluttered his wings and landed on the windowsill, hopping around and looking at her eagerly. Meow. I'm starving. Can we eat now? Chirp, it smells so good, master. I want some. What's the rush? We got it all. Yunluohe smiled as he poured half a bowl of porridge and picked out the largest piece of pork ribs, placing them in the bowls in front of the 2 little ones. Robe Bao immediately dove in, while Finfin picked up the ribs and flew to a nearby rock, nibbling at them in small bites, chirping and praising them for being delicious. Before, it was just Robe Bao who was greedy, but now Finfin has joined him. The island is much more lively. Robe Bao's food is even more delicious when people compete with him. Wonton doesn't go hungry either. The spiders bring all the giant insects and special mutant bugs to him, like tribute. The best ones are reserved for Wonton, so Wonton has been eating a lot lately, unable to finish them every day. After dinner, Yunluohe began studying the list of specific achievements in the mall. Completing them will increase his score significantly. Yunluohe needs to quickly raise her rating to 5,000 so she can purchase supplies. Of course, only reefs with a mid-level rating have a chance of attracting NPCs to settle in. Low-level reefs won't attract NPCs. The probability of NPC visits is also very low. Achievements: Road to Prosperity. Build a building area exceeding 20 square kilometers. Increases rating by 500 points. Burial. Raise more than 500 animals. Increases rating by 400 points. Mineral Pioneer. Build 3 mines. Increases rating by 400 points. Expand territory. Clear and level 5,000 square meters of land. Increases rating by 500 points. Settle and live. Build or upgrade 5 functional buildings such as a warehouse, watchtower, and barn. Increases rating by 400 points. Make it a home away. Successfully attract the first NPC to settle in. Increases rating by 800 points. The Settle and Live a Happy Life achievement is almost complete, because she had built 2 watchtowers and a warehouse in one go. Next, she only needed to build another warehouse or 2 barns. This was easy, only giving her a day. It could be done simultaneously with other tasks. The main achievement to be completed was Expand Territory. She could clear 1,000 square meters of land in a day. Adding more spiders would speed things up, and it should be done in 3 or 4 days. As for the other achievements, the fastest to achieve was Breath of Life. There were currently over 200 animals bred on the reef. For some reason, spiders weren't counted, otherwise this achievement would have been easy to complete. However, 200 animals wasn't difficult. Just buy them. To reach the first 5,000 point mark within 3 days, Yunluoha formulated a new plan. Utilizing the spider army's efficiency, they would focus on clearing a larger area. Tomorrow's goal was 20,000 square meters. At the same time, they would begin constructing more buildings. She opened the chat and sent a message to the Mutual Aid Association group. Various supplies can be exchanged for chicks, poultry, or livestock. Let me know what you need, and I'd put them all at the association's exchange center. If each association member gave her a chicken, she could complete this achievement. Strength in numbers. If she didn't have enough, she could always buy more at the exchange center. Chapter 185. Yunluoha's chicken barter message in the Mutual Aid Association group received enthusiastic response. Mr. Yun, I have 2 extra roosters. Can I trade them for 50 sea stones? My ducklings just hatched. I'd like to exchange them for some of your cooking. My bird's eggs just hatched. I'm trading them for blue crystal ore. I'm trading for food too. My requirements aren't high. Anything with a high SAN value will do. After carefully considering everyone's requests, Yunluoha gathered the exchange supplies at the association's exchange center, where members could exchange and take them. She swept up all the chickens, ducks, and geese at the exchange center, any that were reasonably priced. After this, the chicken coop became even more lively, with the sounds of roosters crowing and ducks quacking, and the furry little creatures huddled together. Number of animals raised. Soared from over 200 to just over 400. Just a little short. I see what the association exchanges later. It should be enough. Yunluoha arrived at the barn. Building a regular barn doesn't require many materials, but Yunluoha wanted to build an advanced barn. A regular barn can hold 5 animals, while an advanced barn can hold 20, but requires 3 times as much materials. The materials collected this morning were only enough to build 1 advanced barn. If I build 2 regular barns simply for the achievement, I still have to tear them down and rebuild them later. It's better to wait. Tomorrow will do it. There's no rush today. The next afternoon, the system announcement sounded. System, the Cooking Masters competition has concluded. The final standings and the top 3 players in the region are now announced. The top 100 players will receive rewards. The top 3 players will compete in the final cooking showdown. The final will take place in 3 days. Please prepare. The top 3 are 1. Yunluoha, District 2 9,850 points, first place. Completed all 10 days of attendance. Completed 18 menu items, received 2 S-level ratings, and 16 A+ ratings. He used all gold ingredients and displayed exceptional cooking skills. 2. Zhao Chujian, District 6 8,720 points, second place. Completed all 10 days of attendance, completed 15 menu items, received 1 S-level rating and 10 A+ ratings. He used a wealth of rare ingredients and top-tier kitchenware. 3. Lu Lian, District 1 8,450 points, third place. Completed all 10 days of attendance, completed 14 menu items, received 1 S-level rating and 10 A+ ratings. He specializes in creative cooking, creating many heartwarming and comforting dishes. The announcement sparked renewed discussion in the district chat rooms. Xiao Chujian is on the list, a combination of luck and skill. I heard his cooking skill reached level 6 a long time ago, and he even received a cooking pot from Sister Tauzi. I think I saw someone mention Lu Lian on the forum. I heard she's a pet tamer and has thousands of bees, but I didn't know her cooking skills were that strong. Yunluoha again. Is she that strong? How did she manage to get 1,000 points higher than the second place? What's the point of having a high score? The finals aren't about points, they're about true cooking skills. Yunluoha opened her email and casually glanced at the leaderboard. Among the top 100, there were quite a few players from District 2. She also saw a few familiar names. Bai Yuemian, Qin Sisi, Zhao Xian Yangmei, and Du Ruantian were all on the list. Since the finals weren't until 3 days later, Yunluoha stopped paying attention. However, she still needed to gather some more ingredients over the next few days, as they might be useful for the finals. Today's daily chores were complete. Yunluoha opened the map of Xianyan Island. She circled the newly marked mineral veins. She had discovered 2 mineral veins in the past 2 days, and she planned to build mines there later. She planned to convert the open space at the edge of the woods into farmland. She had already started cultivating the land. With the last week of autumn left, She would plant some vegetables with short growth cycles and eventually stockpile a batch of fresh vegetables. The greenhouses weren't growing seasonal plants right now, so she needed to use the outdoor space as well. She needed to sow the large amount of autumn seeds she had on hand. She carefully selected the following fast-growing autumn seeds: crisp and sweet bok choy, growing period 5 days, the most common fast-growing leafy vegetable, refreshing and delicious, perfect for soups or stir-fries. Emerald spinach, growing period 7 days, rich in nutrients, grows quickly, and is suitable for a variety of cooking methods. White radish, thumb radish, and cherry radish, growing period 5 to 8 days. These are autumn ginseng, quickly maturing and rich in nutrients. Most importantly, they aid digestion. Pea sprouts, growing period first crop harvested in 3 days fresh. Tender pea sprouts can be harvested in just 3 days, and can be harvested multiple times continuously, making them an excellent vitamin supplement. I also planted some cilantro, okra, and eggplant. Although these plants have a longer growing cycle, they only need a little fertilizer to grow faster and be harvested earlier. Yunluohe also participated in the sowing. Since the spiderlings couldn't tell the different varieties of seeds apart, she had to personally assign them the right seeds to sow in each area. It's easy to get messy if she's not around. Plus, each type of seed requires a different sowing method. Some need to be covered with soil, some can be sown directly, and still others need to be soaked in water beforehand. Cilantro seeds require their hard outer shells to be crushed before they can sprout. Sowing cilantro seeds requires an extra step compared to other seeds. Yunluohe first places the cilantro seeds on a flat surface, steps on them, and gently rubs them to crack the outer shells. Once she has all the seeds prepared and separated, she calls the spiders to work together. Watermelon, take your babies and sow the spinach. Wintermelon, come over here. I leave the cilantro to you. After making the arrangements, Yunluohe wanted to supervise the work herself, but Fanfan said she could tell the varieties apart and just let her do it. This allowed Yunluohe to do other things. She went to the spider house to check on Wonton. The spider breeding work was incredibly busy right now, so Wonton had little time to come out and was diligently helping her manage the spiders. Robao wasn't idle either. Besides collecting shells, he also took care of the trash. From morning till night, he never slacked off, except for mealtimes, when he come running to her. Finfin, seeing how hard the other 2 pets worked, was motivated to show up, eager to become a regular employee sooner rather than later. After all, Robao and Wonton were both contracted pets, Yunluohe's contracted pets, while he was only on probation. Then try it yourself first. I check if you're making any mistakes. That's easy. Watch me. This is spinach. Finfin fluttered her wings, immediately picked up a seed, and sowed it in the ground, then used her claws to scratch it, covering it with fine soil. This is okra. This is bok choy. Plant the okra over there. Finfin planted all the seeds in their corresponding spots, not a single one wrong. Well done. I leave it to you. But don't make any mistakes. Late in the evening, Yunluohe was opening shells that had been piling up for 2 days, when he suddenly heard Fanfin's resounding call. Someone's coming! Someone's coming! Yunluohe was stunned. Someone. After the reef was upgraded to an island, it was impossible to directly see visitors from the shore. I hadn't expected Fanfin to have such a function. She announced the arrival of someone loudly. That's truly a parrot's specialty. Yunluohe walked out quickly. The villa was a bit far from the beach, and she sprinted towards it. In the distance, she saw a large ship approaching the shore, and an old man stood at the prow. He was tall, with gray hair and a beard. He stood straight, wearing a dark blue captain's uniform with several shiny brass buttons. Yunluohe had a vague suspicion. This must be the old captain. She smiled and extended her hand politely. Hello. Silco's expression was cold. Hello. He looked around, observing her with interest, as well as the pink dust flying behind her. Excuse me? Silco stepped onto the beach. Just call me Old Silco. Welcome, Captain Silco. Yunluohe didn't know much about Silco. She only knew that he had a bad temper, and several players who had encountered him hadn't gotten away with anything good. However, after the old captain settled down, he would open a shop and sell things to him at any time. He must try to get him settled in as soon as possible. I need to talk to him more. The old captain nodded. You made good progress here. This is the first time I've seen a reef this large. Yunluohe, you're flattering. Her expression remained calm, but she was wondering why, unlike the 2 NPCs before, she hadn't seen any options after exchanging a few words. Yunluohe's mind shifted, and she pulled out a blueprint. A yacht. Can you help me look at this blueprint? I'm thinking of building a yacht. I think you know a lot about boats. Do you have any suggestions? Hilko stroked his beard, a look of slight satisfaction in his eyes. You come to the right person. An ordinary yacht isn't anything special, and the materials aren't hard to come by. However, with gradual upgrades, you might be able to get a nice one. Can you buy materials here? Yes, I have some things you might find useful. For options appeared before Yunluo. I want to sell something. I want to buy something. I want to talk to you. I'm fine. Yunluo didn't hesitate a moment, and simply clicked I want to chat with you. She knew well that simple transactions only established superficial connections. If she wanted to improve the old captain's favor, she needed to chat more, to open up the conversation. She could also better understand the NPC's preferences. Silco raised an eyebrow and spoke slowly. Oh? What do you want to talk about? I'm an old man, but I don't have the time to chat with a little girl. His tone was stern, but not impatient. I want to know what kind of island would make you want to live there. Yunluo said frankly, why don't you go in and take a closer look to see if there's anything that catches your eye? Pinky, flapping her wings nearby, suddenly interrupted, Captain, we have a beautiful place here. We have great food and drink, and there are lots of little animals. You'd be very happy living here. Hilko's smile curled slightly at the sudden interruption. His eyes flickered to the faint chirping coming from the distant chicken coop, then to the spiders busying on the ridge behind Yunluo. A hint of amusement lingered in his eyes. It's a lively place. But I don't consider these things when choosing a settlement. Yunluo led the old captain toward the residential area. That's fine. You can take a look around here first and offer some suggestions. Our island is still under construction, so it's a bit rudimentary, and there's a lot of room for improvement. Since you come all this way, I have some good tea. You could sit down and try it. Tea? That's too bland. I'm not interested. Old Hilko pulled a small wine bottle from his coat. We old sailors only love to drink this. So you like to drink? I have some here too. Freshly brewed bayberry wine, port wine, and sweet rice wine. Which one do you prefer? Hilko, all of those are just not good enough. I prefer spirits. Yunluo smiled. We have spirits. Have you tried ergwote? Ergwote? Hilko looked puzzled. It's a very special spirit from my hometown. It's strong and punchy on the first sip, with a mellow aftertaste of grain. Many people who spend years at sea love it. Yunluo said, turning and heading towards the winery. I get some for you to try. It's perfect with some small seafood or spicy crab. Hilko's eyes moved, but he didn't refuse, following behind with his hands behind his back. Pink flew onto Hilko's shoulder and chirped, my master's food is incredibly delicious. You definitely want more. Entering the winery, Yunluo retrieved a bottle of high-quality ergwote from the supply box. In her ring, she found small seafood in sauce and spicy crab. Both were freshly made a few days ago. She quickly walked over to Hilko and poured the amber-colored wine into a stoneware bowl. The wine wafted forth a rich aroma from the moment it was opened. The small seafood, spiced with red oil, sesame seeds, and chopped cilantro, looked incredibly appetizing. The spicy crab was brightly colored and smelled spicy, making it the perfect accompaniment to wine. Zierko took a sip from the bowl, his Adam's apple rolling as his brows relaxed. This is quite strong. Much better than those watered-down rums. He picked up a small octopus soaked in the juice and put it in his mouth. After chewing it twice, he said, not bad, very fresh. If you like, I have as much as you want. You can come anytime. Yunluo smiled, not saying that you had to stay to get the drink. Herko's words actually suited her taste. Ha ha ha, this drink does appeal to me, but... Yunluo waited quietly for his next words. Chapter 186. Hilko, but your place is so shabby. There's not even a house for me to live in. Yunluo, don't worry about that. A house can be built in 2 days. She had the deed, and could build a new residence at any time. Although she was short on materials, she could find a way to get them done. Then let's wait until your house is finished. I wouldn't be happy living in just any house. Hilko took a sip of his wine, his face flushed. The wine was incredibly strong, and after his first sip, it quickly took its toll. Yunluo knew the time was almost right. She chose another option. I want to buy something. Haha, don't worry. I'm sure I have what you need. Hilko grinned. After drinking the wine, he looked completely different. He burped. Since I had your wine, I show you some more goodies. Captain Hilko's inventory. Steel gear, permanent item essential parts for building advanced ships. Price, 1,000 sea coins. Tough sail, permanent item used to repair or craft small sails, significantly increasing a vessel's speed and durability. Price, 2,000 sea coins. Deep sea whale oil waterproof paint, today's limited time offer applied to the hull to effectively resist seawater erosion and extend the life of the vessel. Price, 1,800 sea coins. Buoyant oak, today's limited time offer specially treated oak, boasting a strong, lightweight texture and excellent buoyancy, is a premium material for constructing lifeboats or key hull components. Price, 5,000 sea coins. Engine, permanent item suitable for sampans and small yachts. Price, 4,500 sea coins. Sextant, permanent item basic navigation tool, average accuracy, but sufficient for nearshore navigation. Price, 6,000 sea coins. Windproof whale oil lantern, permanent item a lighting tool that burns reliably in wind and rain, a must-have for sailors. Price, 2,500 sea coins. Sturdy fishing net, today only fishing efficiency far superior to that of a regular fishing rod. Price, 3,500 sea coins. Simple navigation chart, today only a simplified map showing several nearby resource islands and dangerous reefs. Price, 10,000 sea coins, limited to one item, aquamarine or special item a rare mineral used to craft advanced weapons and armor. Price, 500 sea coins, limited to 10 items, star-patterned iron ingot, special item high-quality iron or with a natural starburst pattern on the surface, offering excellent strength and toughness. Price, 1,200 sea coins, limited to one item, deep-sea black iron, special item a rare iron or found in the deep sea. Price, 3,500 sea coins, limited to one item. So many, Yunluoha hadn't expected Zirko to have over a dozen different items. They were all truly excellent. But the prices were steep. Yunluoha first checked her sea coin balance. Thankfully, she still had over 100,000 sea coins, enough to buy something. But she couldn't spend it all. She had to buy what she needed. Yunluoha asked, after you move in, will you be able to buy these items anytime? Zirko, that's not true. Some items are limited. Besides, I need to rest and go out to sea. Even if I live here, you won't always be able to find me. In that case, I better buy everything I need this time. First, I grab all the restricted items. Yunluoha made a quick decision and added a simple nautical chart, a star-patterned iron ingot, deep-sea black iron, and 10 pieces of blue crystal ore to her shopping list. These restricted items might not always be available, and they're all high-end supplies. The deep-sea black iron is exactly what she needs right now. And the nautical charts are crucial for future exploration of the surrounding waters. With a yacht, she can try to find nearby islands. Next, she looked at the boat materials. She was planning to build a yacht, and steel gears and engines were essential. Since there were no restrictions, she bought a few extra, keeping them in reserve and able to sell them later. Since ships are inevitably damaged at sea, she also needed strong sails and deep-sea whale oil waterproofing coating, so she added 2 of each. Although buoyant oak was expensive, it was essential for building a lifeboat, so Yunluoha also added it to her shopping cart. As for navigation and tools, a sextant is essential equipment for offshore sailing and is essential for finding the right direction. A windproof whale oil lantern provides a steady light source at night, so she bought one. A sturdy fishing net will improve fishing efficiency. When she goes out to sea, using the net will definitely be much faster than fishing. All told, the purchases cost over 60,000 sea coins. Yunluoha watched her balance drop by nearly half, but she wasn't particularly distressed. These supplies will improve the island's infrastructure and preparations for sailing, making them worthwhile in the long run. Hilko watched her quickly complete her selections, and buy so much, and his smile widened. The more items a player purchases from an NPC, the greater their favorability. A hint of satisfaction crossed Hilko's eyes. Not bad, you're a connoisseur. Yunluoha smiled. Your merchandise should continue to be updated. With so many great things, I buy more next time. Haha, okay. I bring some other goodies next time. Yunluoha smiled and switched to another option. What do I want to sell? Hilko, we're buying seafood at a high price. If you have any, feel free to bring it out. Yunluoha was pleasantly surprised. They wanted seafood. Wouldn't she be rich? Next, it was Hilko's turn to be stunned. Yunluoha first brought out several basins and water tanks. Please wait a moment. There's a lot. Quickly, Yunluoha pulled out various fish, crabs, lobsters, and shellfish from the storage space in her portable fresh-keeping ring. These were either pre-cut fish or freshly frozen shrimp. As for the crabs, they were still alive. Zirko looked at Yunluoha in surprise. More? She showed no sign of stopping. Yes, I have some live fish. As Yunluoha unloaded several large basins of live fish, a rich, fresh ocean aroma filled the air. Inside were several plump sea bass, as well as a few sea wolves and groupers. Yunluoha smiled. Captain Zirko, take your pick. You decide the price. I won't let you get away with it. Zirko quickly counted the items. A basin of giant flower crabs. They're big enough. Each one is 500 sea coins. Deep sea lobsters, great stuff. I take this whole box. 800 sea coins each. These fresh fish are 1,000 sea coins each. He quickly collected all the seafood, over 80 portions in total. Yunluoha watched his sea coin balance rapidly increase, the number jumping until it finally settled at just over 100,000. Yes, I gotten back more than half of the sea coins I just spent on shopping. The purchase price Zirko offered was indeed significantly higher than the system's price. If these things had been sold in shipping boxes, they wouldn't have fetched so many sea coins. This was a huge profit. Yunluoha blinked. Captain, since we get along so well, maybe we be neighbors in the future. I still have some good stuff here, so I give it to you this time. Oh! It was the first time Zirko had heard someone say that, and he piqued his interest. He watched Yunluoha pull a large piece of fish from his portable preservation ring. Is this bluefin tuna? Yunluoha introduced. This piece is from the belly. The meat is pink, fatty, and melts in your mouth. I wonder how much you like to buy it for. Bluefin tuna. The best of the best. Hilko's voice rose, his voice filled with uncontrollable excitement. Only the best anglers can catch this kind of fish. Yunluoha, really? It took a lot of effort for me to catch it, too. Look at this. Yunluoha still had a few pieces of lightning swordfish and dozens of catfish in his ring. Oh my! Where did you get all this high-quality stuff? Yunluoha, it was just a fluke. Hilko, I take them all. Take as many as you can. Yunluoha, I don't have much left. After all, it's a rare species. If you like it, I save some for you later. Yunluoha had saved some for herself. The finals of the master cooking competition were coming up in 2 days, and she needs some of her best ingredients. It's a deal. Hilko said without hesitation, I take as many of these top-quality items as I can get. Yunluoha thought for a moment, then pulled out 2 pieces of bluefin tuna belly, 2 pieces of midriff, 2 pieces of lightning swordfish, and 15 pieces of catfish from her ring. Then, she seemed to hear the clatter of gold coins falling before her. Her sea coins were rapidly increasing again. 50,000. Those rare fish just sold for 50,000 sea coins. That was outrageous. Oh, and the wine. Do you have any of that wine from earlier? I take it all. Yunluoha's eyes flashed. I don't have much wine left. I just have 2 jars. I give them to you. She handed the 2 jars of ergwotu to Hilko as a gift. The moment he took the jar of wine, Yunluoha clearly saw a full red heart appear above his head. A heart's favorability bar instantly filled, but Zirko's favorability was really hard to gain. She remembered how she had easily filled 2 hearts with Lu Matzi before. Sister Tauzi and Mavilla's favorability also quickly reached half a heart. But since it had increased, it was a good thing. The gift wasn't in vain. Zirko, I can't take your wine for nothing. After saying that, Zirko pulled something from his pocket. Zirko pulled out a golden seahorse. I don't have much use for this thing, so I give it to you. You're so polite. Yunluoha was overjoyed. Seeing Zirko's happiness, and the increase in his favorability, Yunluoha once again started. I want to talk to you. Options. You traveled extensively on the seas, so you must know a lot of amazing people. It seems there are many people like you who have frequented the reefs? Hilko was now drunk, and his chatterbox was unleashed. Speaking of which, quite a few indeed. Yunluoha looked at him with admiration, pretending to listen attentively. Hilko was quite impressed. You know Lady Insect Vivilla, right? She's an insect enthusiast. I heard she can talk to bugs. In the past, if you wanted to see her, you wouldn't give her anything but exotic bugs or rare nectar. She's guaranteed to love it. But now that bugs are everywhere, she'd be unhappy if you gave her bugs. As for that peach girl, she's got a sweet tooth. She loves all kinds of incredibly sweet snacks and candies. If you can get a rare dessert recipe or tropical fruit, it's worth more than gold to her. She might even share her treasured recipes with you. And, old Sue. Hilko's expression grew more serious. His blacksmithing skills are impeccable. All the weapons he crafts are rare. But asking him to make something is difficult, unless you can provide him with ore he appreciate. Ordinary iron ingots and copper blocks are trash to him. He only wants star-patterned iron and deep-sea black iron. If you want him to live on your island, it won't be that easy. This information was crucial. Yunluoha listened intently, silently memorizing it. And more? Hilko seemed to remember something. What else? Hilko suddenly seemed to sober up. It's getting late. I should be leaving. Yunluoha looked suspicious, wondering if it was because Hilko had said too much that the system didn't want him to continue. Or had he stayed too long, and visitors weren't allowed to stay too long. In any case, Silko was leaving, and Yunluoha couldn't stop him. She stood up too. The tequila liquor will be ready in 2 days. Would you like to come and try it then? Oh! Tequila liquor seems quite good. Silko raised an eyebrow. I definitely try it. Okay, I come back in a few days, and see how your house is progressing. I definitely satisfy you. Any requests you have, please let me know. Requests? Silko looked around. There's one thing. Your island doesn't have a dock, right? My boat wouldn't have anywhere to dock. Yunluoha understood. Building a dock was one of Silko's conditions for moving into the island. Okay, I arrange it right away. It be ready in 3 days. Once the reef score reaches 5,000, a small dock can be built. We must break 5,000 tomorrow, Hilko said with satisfaction. That's good. After seeing Hilko off, Yunluoha smiled widely at the 150,000 sea coins in her account. It was already dark, and Hilko had stayed with her for over an hour. Yunluoha had no desire to make dinner right now. She needed to start shopping. She opened the Reef Mall and added all the remaining materials needed to build the yacht to her cart. Only 10,000 sea coins. Got it. Yunluoha took out the blueprint and clicked build. Immediately, a huge white light enveloped a massive hull, a countdown displayed on it. 10 hours. 10 hours. So it should be finished tomorrow morning. Once the yacht was finished, it could be put to sea. This wasn't like the small boats we had before, where a yacht could just go and find an island. Yunluoha took out the nautical chart to examine it. This was indeed a simple map. The islands marked on it were only approximate coordinates, with no indication of their size. Their distance from her island was uncertain, only their direction. However, the location of the reefs was clear. With this map, they could avoid them, and at least avoid any accidents. There were 3 islands nearby. They formed a triangle with Xianyun Island in the center. All of them were equally far, so anyone could be chosen. It was impossible to determine whether these islands were resource islands. They were likely just deserted islands or tiny, pitifully small reef islands. Even though Yunluoha's luck had improved considerably, there was still a chance of failure. However, even if she wasn't sure, she had to explore each one by one to find out. Chapter 187. After a busy day at work, Yunluoha prepared a large pot of mixed seafood risotto. He made a broth from shrimp shells, added a dozen scallops, diced bacon, and a handful of tender greens from the greenhouse. He mixed in freshly harvested rice. This delicious pot was ready in just over 10 minutes. Robao and Finfin had both worked hard today, so Yunluoha gave them a snack. Robao got a pan-fried fish fillet, and Finfin got nut cookies. They were both enjoying their meals, tucking into their food without even looking up. While eating, Yunluoha quickly browsed the chat channel and forum. No matter how busy he was, he always kept up with current events and understood the needs of most players. The forums offered many helpful insights. Just then, the announcement for the cooking competition finals arrived. This announcement announced the theme and entry requirements for the finals. The theme for the finals was The Taste of Happiness. Each of the 5 judges was to prepare a dish. Finals venue, luxury yacht. Judges, Sister Tauzi, Vivilla, Silko, Leah, Master Su. Rewards. Champion will receive legendary kitchenware, 10 premium ingredients, a 2,000+ point cooking skill mastery bonus, a complete set of S-rank recipes from the Cooking Masters competition, and a 20+ point bonus to Sister Tauzi's favorability. The first place prize is truly impressive. Since I'm cooking for the 5 judges, I have to cater to their preferences. Luckily, Yunluoha got a lot of information about the NPCs from Silko today. Sister Tauzi loves sweets, Vivilla enjoys nectar, and Silko loves seafood and alcohol. Master Su only knew that he favored high-grade ores, but his food preferences were unknown. As for Leah, there was absolutely no information at all. Yunluoha went to the Tianji Pavilion and requested information on all the NPCs. The information provided by Sister Tauzi and Zirko overlapped with what she knew. The villa's information only revealed that she liked various insects, the rarer the better. There was no information about Leah, not even what she did. Yunluoha thought Zirko might have something to say, but paused, unsure whether to tell her about Leah. Now, she could only gather as much information as possible. The finals would begin in 3 days, on the 25th. She still had 2 days to prepare. Zilko would come to her island on the 26th. So before then, she had to upgrade the reef's rating and build Zirko's residence. She couldn't spare a moment. Fortunately, one high-end barn has already been built. After an afternoon of hard work, the spiders have also gathered enough materials for another. We start construction tonight, and it should be finished by tomorrow. Yunluoha opened the trading center and took out some high-end dishes. Sure enough, he quickly exchanged them for chickens, ducks, geese, and rabbits. This way, we have enough small animals. Yunluoha sorted the animals into the chicken coop and barn. The life achievement has been achieved, with a score of plus 400. Reward Dog Collar. Dog Collar. When worn by a dog, it increases loyalty, and comes with a basic command function, allowing the dog to more clearly understand simple commands from its owner. This thing is useless, I need a dog to use it. Besides, she had no plans to get a dog for now. Yunluoha checked the time. It was already late at night. There had been few insects at night lately, and the reef was quite calm. However, the radioactive fog was very thick, and a large number of insects would probably hatch again tomorrow morning. The cool breeze felt very comfortable against her skin, and Yunluoha suddenly remembered that she hadn't been fishing in a while. Now that the yacht was almost finished, she might as well try her luck in the deep sea rift tonight, and see if she could catch another bluefin tuna. Last time, she only had some fish left, but she sold it for so many sea coins. Now she hadn't got enough sea coins. She had just spent tens of thousands on blueprints and materials, so she had to find ways to earn more. By recycling the trash handed in by the Mutual Aid Association, and then putting it into the shipping bin, she could steadily earn over 10,000 sea coins a day. But that wasn't enough. Yunluoha didn't have the time to constantly cook for player sea coins, so saving up some high-priced supplies to sell to NPCs was the best way to make money. The sea shimmered under the night sky. Yunluoha first took out the newly purchased fishing net and tied it to the stern of the boat, placing some bait inside. This should attract some small fish from the shallow waters. Even small fish have meat, which can be used to make fish soup. Besides, this was a sturdy fishing net she had bought from Zilko, so she might even catch something unexpected. Yunluoha had been to the deep sea rift several times before, so she found the spot quickly this time. She brought Pinky along, letting her sit on her shoulder. With her special abilities, she should be able to spot large seafood more quickly. After arriving at the spot, Pinky flew to the bow, swishing her little head left and right, sensing the movements beneath the surface. Yunluoha modified her tuna bait, this time using fishy chunks of octopus. After throwing the bait into the sea, there was no movement for a long time. Yunluoha couldn't help but activate her scanning eyes to check the water's surface, but all she could see were some luminous plankton and schools of small fish swimming by. She waited patiently, her rod firmly in her hand. Time ticked by. Just when Yunluoha thought her fishing might be in vain, Fan Fan suddenly exclaimed, "There's a huge shadow down there." So fast! Almost instantly, the rod in Yunluoha's hand suddenly bent downward in an exaggerated arc. A tremendous force emanated from the water, pulling Yunluoha forward slightly. A fish has taken the bait. Yunluoha immediately settled into a firm stance, lowering her center of gravity. She gripped the rod tightly with both hands and began to play tug-of-war with the giant. The line was taut, and the creature underwater was incredibly powerful, swam frantically from side to side, and dived repeatedly, trying to break free. Yunluoha could already see it was a giant bluefin tuna. It was even bigger than the one she caught last time. It seemed this was the benefit of increased luck. Yunluoha was thrilled, but she knew she couldn't rush or get too excited. Just hooking it. Whether or not she could catch it was another matter. It would take some effort to pull this giant up. The tug-of-war lasted nearly an hour. The bluefin tuna finally tired. Yunluoha rested while the fish struggled, eating 2 servings of food to replenish her stamina. The bluefin's struggles were gradually weakening, and Yunluoha knew it was time to exert her strength. She reeled in the line inch by inch. Finally, she pulled the fish to the surface. Up close, the fish was a behemoth. It must have weighed at least 300 kilograms. If 2 kilograms is considered a portion of meat, excluding the head, tail, and bones, this fish could yield at least 50 portions of prime meat. Great! Yunluaha hauled the fish aboard, nearly filling the boat. Ha ha ha, one fish almost broke the boat, it's time to go back. Yunluaha planned to keep it in the pond. Catching it alive always preserves its flavor better than storing it after slaughter, especially during the cooking competition finals, when fresh ingredients are crucial. A bluefin tuna of this quality, freshly slaughtered, and the meat from it, cooked into a dish, would surely impress Hilko. After returning to the island, she first moved the giant bluefin tuna, weighing over 300 kilograms, into the pond. Watching it slowly wagging its tail in the clear water, Yunluaha breathed a sigh of relief. She had built a fish pond the day before yesterday, and now it was putting it to good use. Autumn's 23rd day. Early in the morning, Yunluaha received a notification. The advanced barn had been built. Achieved the living and working in peace and prosperity achievement, with a reef score of plus 400. Reward, Motorcycle Blueprint X1. Motorcycle, a two-wheeled vehicle with a speed of up to 80 km per hour, and a load capacity of 300 kilograms. Once unlocked, it significantly improves mobility within and around the island. Crafting materials, steel ingot X10, rubber X5, high-grade lubricant X2. Yunluaha raised an eyebrow. The motorcycle blueprint was indeed practical. The island was growing larger, and walking alone was indeed time-consuming, especially when collecting materials, often requiring travel back and forth between the reef area and the greenhouse. Having a means of transportation would save a lot of effort. Steel ingots and rubber are easy enough, but I'm not sure what to make the high-grade lubricant from. I see if I can find some at the trading center later. She's busy right now. A large number of insects are rapidly swarming toward the center of the island, and they need to deal with them quickly. Yunluaha gave the order, Spider Army, attack. Kill all those insects. Hundreds of spiders then swarmed out of the spider house, in a well-trained manner. Yunluaha led the spider army in hunting down the insect swarm. Working together, hundreds of spiders resolved the battle in 2 hours. The insect swarm was completely annihilated, becoming nutrients for the spider army's upgrades. Yunluaha then dispatched the spiders to clear the land and cut down trees. Golden shell spiders, your target is the dense forest to the west. The felling is yours. Gem mining spiders, crush all those large rocks to the southeast. She turned and headed for the chicken coop and barn. The chicken coop was crowded, and the clucking of chickens and ducks was incessant. The chickens, ducks, and geese that were brought in yesterday have already started laying eggs, and the rabbits are huddled in a corner, nibbling carrots. After 2 days of neglect, the sanitation is a bit poor. Yunluaha summoned a few weaver spiders, and set them to work cleaning the chicken coop. The barn seemed much emptier now, thanks to upgrades that gave it more space, allowing it to accommodate more livestock. Yunluaha placed a few newly purchased lambs inside. She also installed some automated devices, such as milking buckets and feeders. She had the spiders put out feed for all the animals, and only left relieved when she saw the lambs grazing on their own. A whole morning passed. The achievement of land expansion, clearing and leveling 5,000 square meters of land, was also achieved. The system prompt sounded again, achievement, expand territory achieved, reef score plus 500. Reef score over 5,000, current score, 5128/50,000. Reef rating level increased. Unlock new reef mall permissions. Great. Yunluaha's eyes lit up. His 5,000 point goal had finally been achieved. Yunluaha quickly opened the mall. Basic building material pack. Includes 200 wood, 200 stone, and 50 basic metal ingots. Purchase limit, 5 packs per day. 2,000 seed coins/pack. Per season seed pack. Includes 2 packs of seeds for each of the 4 seasons. 1,500 seed coins/pack. Primary mine blueprint, 10,000 seed coins. Low-level service contract. Primary farmer limited to 1 contract per week. 5,000 seed coins/week. Rare furniture, low-level armor/weapon/tool blueprints. Mall advertisement, post-job opening/purchase requests, 1,000 seed coins/time. Yunluaha first bought 5 building material packs, then purchased blueprints for a small dock and a basic mine. This morning, the spiders had almost gathered all the materials for the house. With the newly purchased building material packs, the dock can also be built. It should be finished before Zirko's next visit. She immediately opened the construction interface, selected the dock location, unpacked the material packs, and started construction. A countdown popped up on the screen, 8 hours. As for Zirko's house, where should it be built? Yunluaha looked around. Let's just build it near the brewery. The environment is nice. Build a small garden next to it, and then a courtyard. After all, this is the first permanent NPC, and it holds great importance. He must be satisfied. That's right, after leveling up, you can hire temporary workers. Yun Luoha opened the store, and found the services category. Intermediate level reefs can temporarily hire intermediate level architects. While not high level, it's better than nothing. The price is a bit high, 500 C coins per advertisement, and hiring is charged separately. Intermediate level architects are paid at least 5,000 C coins per week, but this fee is still required. Hiring an intermediate level architect, posting a job ad. An architect has already applied, please select. So fast, Yun Luoha opened the applicant list. There were 3 in total. But I could only see their names, profile pictures, and salaries. The salaries were 5,000/week, 5,500/week, and 6,000/week, respectively. The prices were similar. So, let's choose the most expensive one. The architect will arrive on the island promptly at 8 o'clock tomorrow. He won't arrive until tomorrow, so today I choose the location and build the framework. Once the architect arrives, I work on the detailed design and furnishings. Yun Luoha's communicator buzzed. It was Yu Chujin calling her. She immediately took out her communicator and answered. There's a post on the forum sharing information about the judges for the cooking finals. You can check it out, but it's for reference only. In my opinion, it's a mixture of truth and falsehood. Okay, I go check it out now. At that moment, the chat channel in District 2 was also discussing this matter. Mu Zitong happened to see it, and quickly took a screenshot and sent it to her. District 2, there's a hot post on the forum. It's called the Preferences of the 5 Finals Judges NPC. Go check it out. Is anyone Yun Luoha's friend? Tell her to check it out too. I saw it, and think it's pretty believable. But it also says that Vivilla hates being given bugs because they're driving her crazy? Is that believable? Better believe it than not. What if it's true? But why would this person share this information? They're from District 5, and no one from their district is participating. Sharing the food preferences of the 5 Finals Judges NPC. Sister Tauzi, I hate greasy food. I think desserts overshadow the flavors of the ingredients. Prefers salty, fresh, and refreshing natural cuisine, especially sashimi. Vivilla, Lady Insect. Due to the current insect infestation, she has developed an aversion to all insect-related foods and prefers chicken and smoked dishes. Silko, an old captain. Prefers strong liquor, the stronger the better. She has extremely high standards for seafood, requiring only top-quality deep-sea fish. Dislikes vegetables. Leah, a mysterious pharmacist. Dislikes stale ingredients and seafood. Master Su, a forger. Prefers authentic barbecue or powerful dishes. Does not drink alcohol. After reading the forum posts, Yun Luoha determined that the information was half true and half false. It could be used as a reference, but not completely trusted. One crucial piece of information was about Leah. Chapter 188. Yun Luoha thought it was time to research the menu for the finals. She needed to think about the dishes ahead of time, so she could prepare the ingredients. She went to the study, spread a piece of paper on the table, and first listed the information of the 5 judges, then added her own ideas. Although her ideas were still immature, she could jot down whatever came to mind. Sister Tauzi, I love sweets. I could make a honey-glazed red bean pastry. Fill it with red bean paste and honey, wrap it in puff pastry, bake it, and drizzle it with caramel. It would definitely be sweet enough, but I need something a little more creative. Hilko, I like seafood and wine. I could make a 3-way tuna dish. Slice the belly thickly and make sashimi. Roast the middle and season it with a suitable wine. Simmer the fish head and bones into soup. Vivilla, I like nectar, not insects. Consider making a crystal honey lotus root. Soak the lotus root in osmanthus honey, add moonlight dew and golden royal honey, and create a transparent jelly in the center. Master Su, ironsmith, fond of high-grade ores, but undefined food preferences. Tentatively, charcoal grilled ribs paired with freshly ripened durian and sweet potatoes. Leah, the letter doesn't contain accurate information. Tentatively, 2 menus are planned. A clear soup white jade meatball dish, mince the finest golden fish, roll it into balls, and simmer it in clear broth. The soup is clear and easy to season. A mushroom and medicinal chicken soup. The specific choice can be made after observing the competition. Yun Luoha put down his pen and sighed. It's best for every judge to prepare 2 options. Let's gather and prepare the ingredients first. Early morning of the 24th. At the end of the 8-hour period, the system notification sounded. Pier construction is complete. Reef score plus 600, unlocking yacht docking rights. With docking privileges, the yacht could be safely parked here, no longer needing to be stowed in a backpack and lost. Nice, it looks great. She gazed at the brand new dock, the white railings gleaming in the sun. It was a perfect spot for a yacht. The mid-level architect arrived on time. He was a middle-aged, dark-haired man. As soon as he arrived on the island, he began traversing Hilco's house with a measuring tape. Yun Luoha explained her requirements to him, and he nodded repeatedly, saying, "No problem, don't worry." He was truly exceptional. Yun Luoha said, "Add an observation deck facing the sea, a small bar in the room, and a wine cellar." Although her requests were numerous, the man kept saying, "No problem." She figured since they were paid for it, nothing could go wrong. So, Yun Luoha gave him full responsibility for the furnishings while she drove the yacht to search for nearby islands. Along with the roar of the engine, Yun Luoha saw white waves surging on the sea behind the yacht. She couldn't help but sigh, what a speed. The white pier gradually shrank behind her, and Yun Luoha was getting further and further away from Xianyan Island. This time, she brought Robao and Fanfan along. Before setting off, she promised to bring Wonton along next time. Wonton knew it had been a while since Yun Luoha had taken Robao out, and he always stayed behind the previous times, so he wasn't upset. This time, their destination was a small island to the west on the nautical chart. The yacht kept heading west. Thanks to the sextant and Fanfan's advance warning from the air, they avoided several reefs and quickly reached their destination. Seeing the green island in the distance, Fanfan on the deck exclaimed in surprise, "We're here!" To the naked eye, the island wasn't large, its vegetation primarily consisting of low shrubs and salt-tolerant trees. In the center stood a small hill covered with sparse vegetation. The outer edges were a sandy beach and reefs. Yun Luoha had made ample preparations for this trip. First, she removed some animal offal and tossed it into a rocky pit by the sea to make a nest. She set out some fishing gear and crab pots, and collect them when she left. She'd probably have a good catch. Yun Luoha had the spiders lead the charge, eliminating the insects on the island. She took her meat bag and searched the outer mangroves for blue crabs and snails. Fanfan followed the spiders to explore the island, and the spiders could ensure her safety. The soil beneath her feet felt moist. The mangrove's intertwined roots stretched like a vast web across the ground. Blue crabs were hard to find during the day, but snails were everywhere in the mud. As long as you're not bothered by the dirt, you can find it with just one touch. Yun Luoha wore gloves and high rubber boots, so she wasn't afraid. She rummaged through the mud and soon found a basket of snails and a few large blue crabs. The blue crabs were all caught with meatballs. They were agile, and upon sighting a blue crab, they pounced, pressing down on the shell with their claws. Yun Luoha then used her tongs to pick it up and put it in the bucket. Besides the blue crabs, she also saw coconut crab shells. There are many coconut trees on the island, so I guess we can still catch coconut crabs. We have to go back a little later today. After all, coconut crabs usually come out at night. Master, I smell a special sweet smell. Over there. There must be something good. Fanfan suddenly flew over excitedly to find her. Yun Luoha, okay, take me there. Pushing aside the dense vines and broadleaf plants, several peculiarly shaped trees came into view. The trunks weren't tall, but the branches were sturdy, laden with giant, rugby-sized fruits, with rough, yellow-brown or deep red skin. Cocoa berries. Yun Luoha explained in surprise. This is a very practical ingredient. From cocoa beans, you can make cocoa powder, which in turn makes chocolate. Chocolate can be used to make a variety of desserts. Some of the desserts on the high-end cooking table are made with cocoa powder and beans. While they can be purchased at the trading center, the quantities are so small that mass production is impossible. She could only make 1 or 2, so Yun Luoha was too lazy to do it. Besides, Sister Taozi has a sweet tooth, so she definitely enjoyed chocolate-flavored desserts. After all, the slightly bitter taste of chocolate perfectly counteracts the sweetness, enriching the dessert's flavor. The ripe berries were heavy. Yun Luoha carefully cut open one with a knife, revealing dozens of deep purple cocoa beans wrapped in a sticky white pulp. She tasted a little of the pulp. It was sweet and sour with a unique aroma. Yun Luoha carefully collected the beans. There were more than a dozen cocoa trees here, and Yun Luoha, with the help of the spiders, quickly scooped up all the ripe berries. Going deeper into the island, Yun Luoha also caught a few beautiful butterflies, 2 moonlight butterflies, 3 small white butterflies, and some wild ornamental flowers and plants. Although the island was small, its small size had its advantages. It was easy to explore, and the entire island could be searched in a short time. Fanfan discovered another special flower, one that contained sweet nectar. This was also very important to Yunluoha. After all, Viviera loved nectar, so it definitely wouldn't hurt to collect a few different kinds. In the evening, just after dark, the coconut crabs came out. Yunluoha made a dozen traps to catch coconut crabs. Coconut crabs are so called because they love to eat coconuts. Simply smash open some coconuts and make a simple trap to catch them. In just an hour, Yunluoha caught more than a dozen large coconut crabs. 2 of the female crabs were pregnant, so Yunluoha released them. On the way back, Yunluoha counted the catch in the yacht's cargo hold. This time, everything he had caught was good stuff. Even when he left, his fishing gear and crab pots were full. Not only did he catch 2 large octopuses, but he also caught more than a dozen black-haired and stone crabs. The crab pots also contained large blue crabs and an eel. Yunluoha happily sorted and put away the supplies. It was already 9:30 p.m. when they returned to the island. But in just one day, Hilco's new house had taken shape. The stone and wood structure, sited on the slope next to the winery, had already erected its main frame and walls. A mid-level architect, holding blueprints, directed several golden spiders to carry selected lumber. At this rate, it should be nearly finished by tomorrow night. Are you satisfied with the layout? The architect asked, gesturing towards the house. Yunluoha entered the house. The first floor housed the living room and bar. Behind the bar, the wine racks were already filled with her previously brewed fruit wine, and there was a door to the cellar nearby. The second floor housed the bedroom and observation deck, offering a superb view of the white sand beach and the azure sea in the distance. Very good, thank you for your hard work. Yunluoha nodded with satisfaction. The house was exactly as she hoped, and Hilco would probably like it. She continued to stroll outside the house. The reserved garden area nearby had also been leveled. Several weaver spiders were wrapping their tough silk around the roof beams, securing them. Gemstone mining spiders were meticulously carving the stone pillars of the porch. This architect was quite good at organizing things. The spiders, without her, obediently followed his instructions. After returning, Yunluoha didn't rest, but immediately began the initial processing of the cocoa beans. To turn the cocoa beans into chocolate, the beans had to be separated from the pulp, then spread on a clean straw mat. When the sun came out tomorrow, they would be moved to a sunny and well-ventilated area to dry. After completing this, Yunluoha received the supplies exchanged with the association today, as well as a large amount of garbage, from Mu Zitong. She first made a few recycling combinations herself, but the results were not surprising. But today's lottery yielded a pretty good blueprint. A blueprint for a carbonated beverage workshop. That's quite interesting. Now carbonated beverages can be made on the island again. Yunluoha immediately thought of Coke, Sprite, Fanta. She opened the trading center again and began her shopping spree. She needed to buy some supplies she was currently short of. For example, high-grade lubricant. With this, she could build a motorcycle. She typed in high-grade lubricant and quickly found it. The other party wanted 5 portions of golden fish in exchange for 1 bottle. Yunluoha exchanged 3 bottles without hesitation, enough for the motorcycle with some left over. Then she wanted some ceramic utensils. First, search for keywords like high-grade plates and wineware. The presentation of food is crucial, and a good plate or serving piece can really enhance the food. During the cooking finals, her expectations were even higher. She quickly caught the eye of a set of meticulously designed ceramic utensils. The glaze on the utensils was as deep as the night sky, dotted with tiny, flowing silver stars, and the shape was elegant and flowing. The 4-piece dinner plate and 2 narrow-necked wine flasks, in particular, looked perfect for serving Hilco's dishes. After using them, you can give them to Hilco as a gift. He's sure to appreciate them. It might even boost his favorability. If this person can make such beautiful tableware, he should probably be able to make other designs. Yunluoha took the initiative to privately message the seller, asking for a few more custom sets. Chapter 189. After obtaining satisfactory tableware, Yunluoha began to pre-cook the dishes for tomorrow's competition. She had to taste them herself first. After all, she had barely made any of these dishes before, so she had no idea how they would taste or what their special effects would be. After a night of adjustments, Yunluoha finally settled on a rough recipe. On the morning of the 25th, Yunluoha led her spider army to clear the insect swarm as usual. The finals of the Cooking Masters competition were about to begin. Contestants were requested to head to the reef's edge to wait for the yacht. This Cooking Masters competition will be live-streamed, allowing players to watch the proceedings. Each player will have one chance to guess, and winning a prize will receive a random item. The notification repeated 3 times, and Yunluoha paused, quickly checking her backpack to make sure she had all the ingredients. She hadn't expected this finals to have a new twist. Yunluoha opened the screen and saw that she too had a chance to bid. The bidding isn't open yet, so she bid later and cast her vote. At 10:30, Yunluoha boarded the yacht. The finals venue was meticulously arranged on the top deck, offering a panoramic view. 3 open kitchen counters fanned out. 5 judges sat on the panel. Sister Tauzi, Vivilla, Hilko, Master Su, and Leah. The theme of the finals was the taste of happiness. The rules were simple, but the simpler they were, the harder they were to prepare. With a time limit of 3 hours, the 3 contestants were required to prepare a dish for each of the 5 judges that best captured the essence of happiness and suited their personal preferences. Yunluoha and the other 2 contestants were also meeting for the first time, and everyone was sizing each other up. Zhao Chujian was a man in his 30s, with fair skin and a short stature. Lu Lian also looked young, about 27 or 28, with a healthy flaxen complexion and a nice figure. After the competition began, each player could ask each judge a question unrelated to cooking. The time spent asking questions counted towards the 3-hour competition period. After Yunluoha finished asking her questions, she quickly returned to her cooking station and began preparing the ingredients. Before the other 2 finished their questions, she started first. Yunluoha intended to serve the first dish to Zirko. After all, Zirko was her first potential resident. Giving him the first place honor was not excessive, and besides, the dish for Zirko was more suitable to be prepared first. Yunluoha then pulled out the giant bluefin tuna she had just placed in the ring. The fresh bluefin tuna was still moving when it was taken out. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The players watching the live stream were also exclaiming in admiration. Awesome! They're opening the fish right there? It's so huge! Oh my god! A gold-quality kingfish. Bluefin tuna. Yunluoha's display is impressive. I'm betting she's the winner. What's the rush? The competition has just started. It's just one fish. No need to jump to conclusions. Zhao Chujian was clearly startled by the spectacle, but he quickly regained his composure. He turned to the judges' table and smiled at Sister Tauzi, who hadn't asked the last question. What's the most unforgettable flavor from your childhood? After getting the answer, he immediately rushed to the counter and began cooking. Lu Lian turned and noticed the orchid embroidered on Vivilla's skirt. She asked thoughtfully, which flower do you like best? Yunluoha had already begun preparing the tuna. She gripped her specially crafted obsidian knife, the blade following the flesh of the fish's belly. She first cut off the fattest part of the belly, slicing it into 3-centimeter thick slices. The fat in each slice was evenly distributed, while the midsection was sliced into thin strips. The fish was marinated in homemade cooking wine, and the head and bones were chopped into large chunks and tossed into a pot of freshly boiled broth. The broth also included shrimp shells, clams, garlic leaves, and scallions. Zhao Chujian finally got to work. He selected a high-quality cut of beef and seared it in the cooking pot Sister Tauzi had given him. Lu Lian's first dish was dessert. She mixed osmanthus honey with rice flour, kneading it into a smooth dough. She then used a mold to press it into the shape of an orchid, wrapped it in a lotus leaf, and placed it in a steamer. While Lu Lian brought the dessert to Sister Tauzi, Yunluoha had also finished the dish she was serving to Zirko. She took out the prepared plates. The large belly sashimi was placed on a black plate, dotted with ink splashes that highlighted the color of the sashimi. It was garnished with mint leaves, small wedges of lemon, and wasabi puree. The midriff was seared, then rolled into a flower shape by Yunluoha, drizzled with sauce, and placed on a matching plate. The fish head soup was served in a soup bowl. 3 servings were placed on one plate. 1 fish, 3 ways to cook. Yunluoha, is this a big move? Such a fine tuna can be made into 3 ways, but if one thing is not done well, it will be deducted. It's better to focus on one dish. It's okay to just go straight to the sashimi, but you might not get a high score. Making all 3 dishes is the real deal. The livestream chat room was buzzing with discussion. Yunluoha brought the plate to Zirko and briefly explained how to prepare the fish 3 ways. The sashimi first, then the soup, and finally the seared belly. Zirko couldn't wait. The moment he saw the fish, he was already excited, and now he just wanted to pick up his chopsticks and dig in. Okay, let me try it. Zirko picked up the sashimi, dipped it in wasabi paste, and smothered it in soy sauce. The moment he took a bite, his eyes lit up. It's delicious. The fat melts on my tongue. He ate 3 pieces before stopping. He poured a bowl of soup from the bowl. The milky white broth exuded a rich aroma. At this moment, Zhao Chujian was preparing a golden abalone stew for Master Su. He wrapped the abalone in gold foil and drizzled it with a thick abalone sauce. The dish was made of precious stones, a truly luxurious experience. But Master Su frowned, seemingly displeased with the dish. Seeing this, Yunluo sped up Master Su's work. She brushed the charcoal grilled ribs with durian and sweet potato puree. The roasted ribs were then cut into even pieces, and half a roasted durian and sweet potato was placed next to them. The base supporting the grilled meat was made of chocolate. It was shaped into a volcano-shaped lava chocolate. The rich blend of flavors was surprisingly delicious. Each ingredient had a distinct flavor, yet never competed with its own distinct characteristics. The texture was incredibly rich. The tender meat burst forth with juices, which the lava base contained. The sweetness of the durian and sweet potato perfectly offset the bitterness of the chocolate, while the chocolate also balanced the sweet potato's sweetness, complementing it perfectly. Master Su, this dish is called volcano charcoal grilled ribs. It tastes very rich. Although the reviews weren't very positive, Yunluo had noticed that Master Su's favorability had increased. The hollow center had now been filled with some color. Lu Lian prepared a stew of stone fungus with mushrooms for Master Su. She used a unique type of mushroom that tasted a bit like minerals. A few pieces of stone fungus, resembling minerals, floated in the broth. Master Su took a sip and said nothing. Halfway through the meal, Yunluo began preparing the villa's dish. Yunluo used golden lotus root and soaked it in moonlight dew, using a variety of rare nectar she had collected, including the new nectar she had found yesterday. After stewing the lotus root slices, she dyed them a light pink. The lotus root center was filled with a carefully prepared, transparent osmanthus honey jelly, garnished with a few edible flower petals. This dish was not only dreamy in appearance, but also refreshing, with a light floral fragrance. The villa was delighted upon seeing it. After eating it, her favorability rating increased significantly. Satisfied, Yunluo returned to the countertop to continue. Half an hour later, she put the cocoa and red bean pastry into the oven. The pastry was filled with 3 layers of filling. The outermost layer was red bean paste, the middle layer was filled with cocoa chips, and the innermost layer was a lava sauce made from coconut and crab roe. This was a new recipe she had come up with yesterday. The baked pastry was placed on a beautiful dessert plate, patterned with caramel sauce. Sister Taozi had a sweet tooth, so she must have tried all sorts of desserts, but Yunluo was confident this one would wow her. But there was also the possibility of a downfall. Maybe Sister Tao only liked pure sweetness. The pastry she had made was sweet with a hint of bitter cocoa, but then it had a sweet aftertaste, followed by a salty and sweet taste. She looked at Sister Taozi with some anticipation. She picked up a piece, sniffed it, and the moment she bit into it, the lava flowed out. What a unique flavor, so interesting. She ate a piece, thought about it, and tried another. Zhao Chujian followed closely behind, bringing the food. She had made Sister Taozi a golden bird's nest tart, the nest topped with 3 layers of cream and sprinkled with sugar beads. Sister Taozi took a bite and exclaimed, "So sweet, so delicious." Live channel, I can't tell. Whose dessert did Sister Taozi like better? It seems to be Zhao Chujian's, but she only took 1 bite, while Yunluo ate 2 whole ones. I want to guess Zhao Chujian. I think I have a better chance of winning. I trust Yunluo. She always comes in first, and she won't let me down this time. That's right, I pick Yunluo too. No change. After returning the plates to the counter, the soup for Leah was ready. Yunluo had just been chatting with her, asking her how she'd been sleeping lately. After a few words, she even noticed the herbal aroma on her body. So, she decisively chose the mushroom and herbal chicken soup. She stewed matsutake and morel mushrooms with the old chicken, adding herbs grown by Siki. The soup was clear and fragrant, and the aroma was delightful. The bowl was a celadon porcelain bowl. Leah scooped up a spoonful of soup. The bitterness of the herbs was completely neutralized by the freshness of the mushrooms, leaving a light aftertaste of sweetness. She paused for a moment, then slowly finished the bowl. Then, smiling, she said, "This soup is soothing and replenishing. You're so thoughtful." My favorability points increased significantly. Yunluo thought. It seemed she guessed right. At the end of the 3 hours, the judges began to score. The 5 judges didn't need to discuss. They simply gave their own scores based on each contestant's food. Finally, the system combined their scores and averaged them, with the highest score being the winner. The scoring process was brief, so the system announced the results quickly, leaving no room for suspense. When the timer was up, Sister Tauzi loudly announced, "The champion is Yunluohe." Sister Tauzi held up the trophy and walked over to Yunluohe. "Your cooking has given me new inspiration. Desserts don't have to be sweet. The best dishes are those that surprise, leave people wanting to eat them over and over again, and give them a satisfying feeling." System notifications sounded one after another. Congratulations to player Yunluohe for winning the Cooking Masters Finals. Rewards: Meteorite Iron Wok, Legendary Cookware, Premium Ingredients Gift Pack, Cooking Skill Proficiency plus 2000, Complete Cooking Masters S-Rank Recipe Book, Sister Tauzi Favorability plus 20. The 5 judges stood up simultaneously. "Hilko, there's still quite a bit of tuna left, right? Leave some for me, and I trade it for a good price." Yunluohe smiled brightly. "No problem, I make it for you myself." Hilko: "Ha, okay, I come tomorrow." Master Su: "Excellent. Next time, I can craft you a weapon that's just right for you." Yunluohe said pleasantly, "Okay, I definitely prepare the ingredients." Master Su nodded in satisfaction. Sister Tauzi ran over to Yunluohe. "I'm craving this pastry. Let's work on desserts together next time." Yunluohe: "Sure, you're always welcome to my island. Vivila, if you need any nectar, come to me next time. I have quite a few in my personal stash." Leah: "Here are some herbs, a return gift for you. Thank you for the cooking. I can finally sleep well tonight." After returning to Xianyan Island, Yunluohe received an email announcing her prize for the competition. It was a pack of bear cookies. Her chat box was constantly buzzing with new messages, her friends congratulating her on winning first place. The chat channel in Area 2 was buzzing with activity. The prize for the auction is a big steamed bun. Is anyone luckier than me? My prize is pretty good. It's Buddha jumps over the wall. I got a seafood platter. Anyway, Yunluohe has brought honor to District 2 again this time. That's awesome. I think everyone in District 2 should have won the auction, right? Haha, of course. Who wouldn't bid for Yunluohe? She's the pride of District 2. Yunluohe just mentioned that after upgrading my island, the reef will become an island? I heard that after level 9, reefs become islands directly. That seems to be true. I guess so. We need to upgrade quickly too. Why do I feel like Yunluohe and Zierko have a good relationship? When Zierko came to my place, he was so aggressive and unfriendly. By evening, Zierko's house was finished. Yunluohe checked it out and found no problems. He waited for Zierko to come inspect it tomorrow. Yunluohe took out the prize and checked the details. Legendary Cookware, forged from the core of a meteorite. Special effect, heats evenly and quickly, instantly locking in the moisture and flavor of ingredients. Even leafy greens, which cook easily, retain their color when stir-fried. Inherent Stardust Purification removes residual impurities and minor toxins from ingredients, allowing for the processing of mutated ingredients. Inherent Wok Aura allows for heartwarming dishes. Premium Ingredient Pack contains 5 ultra-rare ingredients, each with unique properties. Cooking Master Competition Complete S-Rank Recipe Book contains all S-Rank recipes from the entire competition. The rewards this time were truly impressive, especially since she had gained the favorability of 5 NPCs through the competition. Most importantly, this laid the foundation for attracting more NPCs to the island. Yunluohe now just wanted to rest and wait for tomorrow. Chapter 190. Autumn's 26th day. Early in the morning, Yunluohe opened the door and felt a chill breeze that made her shiver. Why is it so cold all of a sudden? She immediately realized that autumn was almost over. Winter was coming. At the same time, the system announcement sounded again. It was a familiar voice, but this time it inexplicably carried a sense of urgency. Area-wide announcement. Autumn is in the countdown, and winter will arrive in 5 days. The difficulty of survival has increased. Before winter arrives, players whose reefs have not yet reached level 9 must submit a request for asylum to players who have obtained island certification. Prerequisite: the target island must have a vacant house suitable for the applicant, and it must have been built or possess the corresponding land deed and construction resources. Players whose applications are approved and who move in will become permanent residents of the island. Their behavior must adhere to the basic rules set by the island owner. The island owner has basic management rights, including but not limited to task assignments, resource allocation, behavioral restrictions, and the right to expel them. Players who have not upgraded and have not been officially accepted by the island territory will be deemed unviable and eliminated. With the arrival of winter, the survival mode changes, with the entire area frozen over and all regions merged into a frozen world mode. At that time, extreme low temperatures, blizzards, ice blockades, and other disasters will befall. All players are advised to seize this last opportunity to upgrade their reefs or seek refuge with the island owner. Yunlua's expression darkened after hearing the new rules. It seems that winter will be another tough battle. Players can enter other people's islands to survive. It seems easy, but upon closer inspection, it is a very troublesome matter. Putting aside the need for a habitable house, players who reach level 9 only receive one free title deed, but that's reserved for NPCs. If given to another player, the NPC's move-in time will be delayed. Currently, titles can be purchased in the mall, but that requires upgrading the reef's rating. For example, Yunlua could spend a fortune on a new title deed now. But in her plan, this title deed is also reserved for the next NPC. After all, the arrival of NPCs unlocks special buildings and offers exclusive goods and services, which player labor can't replace in the short term. For example, Zirko can bring a shop, and Master Su can bring a blacksmith shop. But giving this opportunity to other players would indeed provide immediate labor, accelerating the island's infrastructure and resource gathering. Manpower is crucial, especially in preparation for the impending ice world, but Yunlua, with her spider army, simply doesn't need ordinary labor. Furthermore, players need food, shelter, and warmth, which consumes the island's resource reserves. Giving precious housing spots to players would mean delaying or even missing the opportunity to attract the next key NPC. The long-term benefits of NPCs far outweigh the labor of ordinary players. Thankfully, Mu Zitong has already leveled up. Zheng Xuening will soon reach level 9, and if she's short of supplies, Yunlua can help her gather them, so she doesn't need to live on her island. They probably wouldn't want to live on someone else's island. It's like renting or buying a house. Who doesn't want their own place? Living on someone else's island would mean becoming a wage earner, with no freedom at all. Even your life would be in someone else's hands. The island owner has the right to evict you. As soon as this announcement was made, the entire zone erupted in excitement, with every chat channel buzzing with discussion. The chat channels were flooded with messages, one after another, making it impossible to read clearly. Some were panicking, some were begging for shelter from level 9 players, and still others were cursing the cruelty of the system. Even though I knew I'd be eliminated if I didn't level up, I still thought I could survive at level 8. How could it be level 9? How is that even possible? I just reached level 8. Please, master, take me in. I can do anything. I can farm and mine. It's over, it's over. The winter disaster seems horrible. I have plenty of supplies, and lots of pets. Is there any level 9 player willing to give me a place to stay? I give you everything I have. Oh my god. I'm eliminated, but what about my pets? Will they die too? Is there anyone willing to take me and my pets in? We're under contract, and can't trade them anymore. Soon, Yunlua noticed some new items in the mall. Hey, there are new land deeds available for purchase. As soon as the announcement was made, the land deeds arrived. But the price was really high. A single deed was worth 100,000 C coins. Not every player could afford that price. An average player might sell their entire fortune for only a few 100,000 C coins. Yunlua had plenty of C coins, but he couldn't afford a few deeds. These days, each deed represents a valuable island population quota. Then Fawn suddenly shouted, "Someone's coming! Someone's coming!" Yunlua's eyes lit up with delight. It must be Zirko. Yunlua quickly hopped on his newly built motorcycle to pick him up. Motorcycles made with advanced workbenches can be chosen in any color. Yunlua chose a red and white color scheme, and added a cloud pattern to it. It looked incredibly impressive. Although smaller than the police motorcycle she used to drive, it was fast, and she reached the beach in just a few minutes. Pink couldn't keep up with her, so she kept trying to fly behind her. Old Hilko came walking steadily from the beach, his hands behind his back. He was still wearing his dark blue captain's uniform. He walked up to Yunlua and said, "Girl, are you ready for your drinks? It's so cold this morning, you need some strong liquor to warm them up." "Plenty of them." Yunlua smiled, stepping aside to lead the way. "Let's go see your new home first. We're just waiting for your inspection." "Okay. Get in the car. I take you." Yunlua turned the car around and sped to the house with Hilko. "This house looks quite nice. The yard and garden are nice, and I can smell the wine. I guess the brewery is right next door." Yunlua nodded. Please go in and take a look. Entering the house, Zirko immediately spotted the bar. A fire had been thoughtfully lit in the stone fireplace, dispelling the chill. The bar was crafted from a single piece of dark hardwood. Yunluo's wines and spirits were neatly arranged on the shelves behind it. This bar is quite nice. Zirko's eyes lit up. Yunluo led him to the observation deck, which was constructed entirely of the finest materials and offered a superb view of the entire bay and pier. Not bad. This is a great place to enjoy the sea view and a drink. Zirko patted the railing, pleased. There's also a wine cellar downstairs. You'd definitely like it. After the tour, Zirko's favorability rating increased again. Okay, I stay here tonight. Although Yunluo had already guessed this outcome, he still breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Then I have to cook you a delicious meal and prepare a welcoming banquet. Congratulations. The first NPC, Old Captain Zirko, has officially settled on your island. Achievement, feel at home. Reef rating plus 800. Reward, shop deed X1. 2 full red hearts have lit up on Zirko's favorability bar. The shop deed indicates a significant amount of materials are needed. Players across the region are currently facing leveling challenges, so Yunluo didn't plan to check the trading center. There wouldn't be many basic materials, and even if there were, they'd be too expensive to justify. It would be better to buy them at the reef marketplace, or have the spiders gather them directly on the island. If that still isn't enough, she'd take her yacht out to sea, and then go to other islands to cut down trees and mine. The shop must be built within the next 2 days. The weather is getting colder, and the insect swarms haven't diminished, but the spider army's numbers are steadily increasing. Yunluo sold another batch of spiders at a high price to high-level players, who had already reached level 9, earning a large amount of supplies from them. After reaching level 9, the island becomes overwhelmed with tasks, and players and their pets simply can't handle them all on their own. Spiders become even more useful. Coincidentally, various spider-like animals have appeared in various regions, such as bees, ants. Players have actually bred them into useful helpers. Some have also bred large numbers of snakes and crows to help with tasks. In short, after the merger of the trading centers, all kinds of animals have appeared. Many players were inspired by Yunluo. If she hadn't been the first to sell spider helpers, other players wouldn't have had this idea. Hilko sat down by the living room fireplace. Since I'm going to eat here, I can't go empty-handed. I have plenty of seafood here. Just take whatever you want and cook it. Hilko took out a large basin and filled it with a variety of seafood. Yunluo immediately took a fancy to a king crab. He then picked up a grouper. You're quite picky. Hilko stroked his beard. Yunluo, then wait and enjoy. I have my fans call you when it's time to eat. With that, Yunluo turned and returned to her villa, entering the kitchen. A king crab was as big as a wash basin. She deftly chopped the crab legs and pan-fried them in butter until golden brown. She then sautéed some onions and garlic, and finally sprinkled them with freshly ground black pepper and chopped parsley. As for the grouper, it was, of course, best steamed. This ingredient requires no seasoning at all. With the best seafood, of course, other dishes were needed, such as braised pork knuckles and a couple of green vegetables. Stir-fried bok choy and mashed cucumbers would make a hearty meal. The meal was ready, and Yunluo asked Fan Fan to fetch Zirko. Taking advantage of his free time, Yunluo opened the screen to check. Seeing the chat channel was full of discussions about the forum, Yunluo quickly opened it, only to see several viral posts with eye-catching titles. Outside the game forums, however, a massive wave of criticism was swirling against high-level players. The winter survival rules were like a boulder dropped into a lake, and panic quickly escalated into demands for the strongest. Trending post 1. Begging level 9 bosses to take in unleveled players. Trending post 2. List of level 9 and higher players in each district. Trending post 3. Stop moral blackmail. Level up on your own if you want to survive. Yunluo also received numerous messages saying that she had been mentioned by many interested parties, and since she was the top player in District 2, it was necessary to take in a few players to the island. The more players who survived, the better. The forums were abuzz with chatter, and the second area chat channel was abuzz. Even the Mutual Aid Association was clamoring. Who wouldn't want to survive? With no hope of leveling up on their own, they just cling to someone powerful. Besides, living on Yunluo's island, even working part-time wouldn't be hard. Everyone knew she had so many spiders to help her. At Yunluo, look at me. I have level 6 gathering skills, level 5 mining skills, and I even learned pet taming. I do anything you ask me to do. All I need is a place to stay. My trade is warm aura. It can increase the temperature in a small area. Recruiting me is absolutely worth it. With me by your side in winter, you never be cold again. At Yunluoha, the forums are calling you out. Why don't you say something? You're dreaming. Yunluoha's spider army is worth 100 ordinary laborers. Why should we recruit you? Yeah, we don't even have that much space in our mutual aid association. What are you thinking? You can't just not help anyone. Are you going to watch everyone die? Mu Zitong, Sister Yun, ignore those people. They're just talking nonsense. Don't recruit any of them. Chung Xuaning, Luoha, don't worry about me. I level up soon. Just focus on your own development. Many friends sent messages asking her about her plans. Du Ruentian said the European Emperor Association had absorbed all of their resources, and those who hadn't leveled up had found other members of the association to join. After all, for these European emperors, having a few lucky people to collect shells and open chests wasn't bad at all.